Please remember to keep your promise. Of course. Su Bei dribbles the ball, controlling it a few times with his left hand, slightly lowers his center of gravity, performs a crossover in front of his body, and then a between the legs change of direction. Crossover in front, between the legs, crossover in front, between the legs. Su Bei accelerates his dribbling and changing of direction speed faster and faster until it reaches a dizzying pace. Such quick crossovers. Wade exclaims, his eyes constantly shifting as he tries to track the rapidly moving basketball in Su Bei's hands. Su Bei grabs the ball with his right hand, pushes off the ground, and accelerates. Whoosh! Su Bei bursts forward as if injected with nitrous, instantly dashing past Wade, who has no time to react. He is left cleanly behind by a single step. Su Bei charges into the paint, lifts the ball high like a torch, and slams it through the hoop. 3 crossovers. Shakes Wade to the ground, shuts him out. Buzz, everyone is stunned, mouths wide open as if they could swallow a light bulb. Huh. Dwyane was frozen, blown by 1 step. What speed is that? D-Na is bewildered. Small forward Steve Novak also looks incredulous. Su Bei passing Dwyane is as easy as crossing an empty street in the morning. Are you kidding? Power forward Merritt directly calls out to Wade. Dwyane, you're making it too obvious. It's no fun. Is that so? Wade scratches his cheeks, speaking a bit guiltily. Then he'll try a little. In truth, Wade wanted to see Su Bei's true level. He had been defending seriously just now, perhaps not with absolute focus, but he truly didn't let Su Bei off easy. Yet, the result of being blown by 1 step was far too unexpected. If he admitted he had been defending seriously, it would put him in an extremely awkward situation. Dwyane Wade. In last week's mock draft, he was still projected 13th, still in the lottery. This year, he averages 20.6, 5 rebounds, 4, 8 assists per game, a solid NCAA star. The key is, he is also a player known for his speed. And Su Bei, a complete unknown and nobody. If word gets out that he blew by Wade, it might not boost Su Bei's fame, but it would definitely embarrass Wade. Thump. Wade bounces the ball and steps forward, closing in on Su Bei, saying in a deep voice, Su Bei, I'm serious this time. You'd better be careful. Oh. Su Bei is unperturbed, smiling slightly. Here I come. Bang. Su Bei dribbles back a step, creating half a bonus distance from Wade, then unleashes a butterfly-like series of crossovers that dazzle Wade. He doesn't dare to crowd Su Bei. He's afraid Su Bei might suddenly accelerate and blow past him again. Su Bei performs another quick crossover, switches the ball to his left hand, extends his arm, and the ball spins as he hangs it in the air, lowering his center of gravity. Su Bei stomps left foot sharply to the left front, pushes off with right foot, and drives entirely to the left. It's the left side. Wade's eyes narrow, predicting Su Bei's driving path, and immediately slides to chase. He is also fast, and he catches up instantly. Yet, Su Bei's drive is only a feint, a highly deceptive feint followed by a crossover in front of his body. A super realistic fake drive, an extremely wide crossover, just 1 crossover. Crossover. The ball goes from left to right. Wade and Su Bei are separated left and right. Su Bei's 1 crossover leaves Wade cleanly behind with no one even in sight. Terrible. Wade cries out, hurriedly stopping and twisting to pursue. As soon as he turns, Su Bei has already dashed into the paint like a thunderbolt and slams in a one-handed dunk, scoring easily. The 183 centimeters Allen Iverson dunks like it's routine. He even has a crazy scene of a putback dunk over a defender. Wingspan, leaping explosiveness allow him, even as a shorter player, to soar freely in the sky. Su Bei possesses Iverson's talent, plus a height advantage of 18 centimeters. Flying and diving will come naturally. Su Bei's crossover is so fast, so wide, and he has lightning speed. His drives are truly sharp. D-Na trembles and shouts. Novak shakes his head wildly. Su Bei is not only sharp in driving, his leaping is also off the charts. Look, he dunks so easily. I wish I could operate in the air like Su Bei. Novak is also 198 centimeters tall, but his athleticism is too weak, making dunking difficult, which led him to become an outside shooter. Are you kidding? Wade is overwhelmed. What astonishing crossover and driving ability, and the speed, explosiveness, and leaping are all top-notch. So strong. Su Bei is truly amazing. Wade, how come I never knew there was such a skilled player in our school? Su Bei, you are so good. Why didn't you come to the school team earlier and play with us? Well, because at that time I was still a struggling working man. Too much to say, all tears. But I can't. Su Bei rubs his chin and makes up an excuse, because I was injured before and had to undergo rehabilitation, so I couldn't play. I see. Wade puffs out his cheeks, nodding like a chicken pecking rice, gullibly believing him. He is also completely excited. Even though they've only played 2 possessions, he is already very interested in Su Bei. He also believes that with Su Bei's talent, once he joins the team, he will definitely provide firepower and make Marquette stronger. Now, even if Su Bei doesn't want to join the team, Wade would recommend him, even beg him to join. However, before that, Wade doesn't want to lose too badly. At least he can't be shut out by a rookie. Huh. Wade lets out a low growl, slightly suppressing his fondness for Su Bei, and becomes completely serious. He wants to stop Su Bei for one possession, then hit 3 consecutive baskets to take the win. That would be the normal script. Again, Wade bounces the ball and shouts low. He squints, staring at Su Bei, putting in 120 defensive concentration, determined to stop him. Okay. Su Bei remains calm and collected. Wade is certainly strong, but compared to Iverson, there is still some gap. Let alone the enhanced version of Iverson. Bang bang bang. Su Bei starts with a butterfly-like dribble, reads the defense, and bursts out to the right. Still very fast. But Wade is not slow either. This time he catches up, their bodies make contact, and Su Bei pauses briefly before exploding again. Half a step ahead of Wade. Swish. In the right elbow area, Su Bei pulls up for a jump shot, releasing the ball under slight defensive pressure from Wade. This shot. Clang. Unfortunately, it misses. Despite missing, everyone still thinks Su Bei did shake off Wade and got an offensive opportunity. That is still remarkable. Su Bei, now it's my turn. He'll hit 3 straight and win this unknown. Wade says with confidence. Is that so? Su Bei doesn't mind. If you think you can do it, then go ahead and try. Here I come. Wade takes the ball, doesn't rush, first uses a triple threat, fakes a three-pointer to raise Su Bei center slightly, then suddenly dribbles to the right wing, his first step, also fast. If it were Dina or Novak, they would have been blown by 1 step. But Su Bei is different. His quick footwork lets him catch up, instantly sticking close, his long arms enveloping Wade. Wade is not flustered. Bang! He initiates contact, using his body advantage to push Su Bei back a step, then adds a spin move to shake off Su Bei. Whoosh! Driving left to the basket, Su Bei chases from the side. Speed contest. Wade has a 1 body length advantage. He looks faster, reaches the paint first, lifts the ball, first left-hand layup off the glass. Su Bei's jump is a split second late. Did Wade have it? The next moment. Bang! Su Bei's palm violently swats the ball off the backboard just as it was about to touch the glass. Damn! Dina screams, holding his head. Dwyane had completely shaken off Su Bei, and Su Bei still chased down to block. Does Su Bei have even more astonishing leaping talent than Wade? Such frightening talent. Robert Jackson is also stunned. Huh. Wade is also dazed. You can chase down, block me like this. Su Bei, just how terrifying is your talent? Wade is not lacking in talent. But Wade's greatest strength is first using his powerful frame to bump off the defender before finishing. In a pure talent contest, Wade is definitely no match for Iverson, let alone Su Bei with his enhanced Iverson talent. Su Bei pins Wade's layup. Ball possession changes. Is Su Bei about to shut out Dwyane? Hiss. That's the core of Marquette University's team. So scary yet. Suddenly I'm looking forward to it. Dina, Robert Jackson, and others whisper in murmurs. On the court, Su Bei regains the ball. Already feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wade puffs his cheeks and enters ultimate serious defense mode. A shutout is impossible. Su Bei holds the ball in front of his body, then raises it high, constantly changing direction to avoid Wade's reach-ins. He follows with jab steps, executing triple threat drives. Fake drive, fake drive, fake drive again. The instant Su Bei lowers his center of gravity when Wade does not step back, immediately Su Bei's left foot suddenly takes a huge jab step to the right. He immediately dribbles. Even with 120 focus, Wade is beaten by half a step, but his reaction is gritting his teeth. He gives full chase, almost jumping to keep up. After Su Bei takes a big step out and sees Wade chasing like crazy, he immediately stops, switches the ball to his left hand with a between-the-legs dribble. He pulls his left foot back, retreating entirely. 1 step back, 1 step forward. Wade loses his defensive position, and Su Bei gets a perfect open look for a jumper. If Su Bei hits this shot, Wade gets blown by again and gets shut out, losing face tremendously. Oh. Still chasing downward, Wade roars and forcibly reverses his center of gravity, lunges up towards Su Bei to deny the shot. But all his movements are under Su Bei's observation. Su Bei waits for Wade to come, then another crossover in front of his body and accelerates away. Earlier it was up, then down. Su Bei went up, Wade went down. Now it's down, then up. Su Bei goes down, Wade goes up. Their centers of gravity are misaligned again. Su Bei leaves Wade completely behind. Wade can never catch up, but he still tries to force it. His mind commands, but his body cannot follow. As a result, his feet tangle, and Wade crashes to the floor. Su Bei's peripheral vision catches Wade falling, but he doesn't stop, easily lays it in for another score. 3-0. Su Bei shuts out Wade. He even shakes the core of Marquette University's team to the floor. If this news gets out, it will surely shock the entire Marquette University basketball department, even rock the NCAA league. Oh man, this is too crazy. Dina holds his head and shakes it wildly, unable to believe what he just saw. Robert Jackson slaps himself hard, trying to wake up from this dream. Who is Su Bei? Why is he so strong? Merritt's eyes are as wide as an ox's, his jaw dropped. Su Bei remains calm and composed. He knows exactly how immense his talent and strength are now. He doesn't find beating Wade, or even shutting him out, to be something surprising. After all, this is still college Wade, not the Flash Wade who averaged 34. 8.7. 6 rebounds, 4. 0 assists, 2. 8 steals, 1. 2 blocks per game in the finals. Su Bei walks to the free throw line, pulls the fallen Wade up, and smiles. Dwyane, I won. Can I join the team now? Of course. Wade smiles. Su Bei, you are far more powerful than I imagined. You will become an outstanding member of the Marquette University team. They'll go introduce you to the coach right now. No need. At this moment, a voice calls out from the surrounding crowd. Everyone's eyes follow to see a middle-aged man walking over. He is the head coach of Marquette University's basketball team, Tom Crean. He was also Wade's college mentor. He had heard the commotion Su Bei and Wade were making on the court earlier, though he didn't see Su Bei's rim-level reverse dunk. He did watch their unknown match. Swat off the backboard, shake to the floor shutout. Coach Tom Crean is completely dazzled. He approaches Su Bei, his smile unstoppable. Su Bei, right. He just learned the name from his players. I am very happy to have you join the team for the March Madness campaign. It will be fantastic. Before that, can we run some tests to get a fuller picture of your physical talent? No problem. Su Bei agrees. In fact, he also wants to see what his talent fused with Iverson's is really like. Everyone else also wants to witness the crazy, explosive physical talent of the freshman who shut out Wade. The tests begin. Name Su Bei, age 18, nationality China, height 201 centimeters, weight 100 kilograms. These all seem normal. When Su Bei's wingspan is measured at 220 centimeters, the players suddenly become restless. For most people, height and wingspan are similar. For NBA players, a wingspan 10 centimeters longer than height is already impressive. And Su Bei, he exceeds his height by 19 centimeters, an absolute orangutan level. 220 centimeters wingspan. That's an astonishing span that many interior players can't even reach. No wonder Su Bei could swat Dwyane from behind. Dina marvels. This kid's wingspan is terrifying. Wade is also startled. I'm 193 centimeters with a wingspan of 206 centimeters. That's 13 centimeters over my height, already very good. He's 19 centimeters over. This wingspan gives him the potential to be an excellent thief and shot blocker. Not bad, not bad. Coach Tom Crean smiles and nods repeatedly. Excellent wingspan is a standard for a quality player. Whether on offense or defense, wingspan is extremely important. This is Su Bei's talent. Next, let's measure Su Bei's vertical leap and his seemingly explosive speed. First, measure standing vertical leap. Su Bei jumps 5 times 101 centimeters, 100 centimeters, 102 centimeters, 103 centimeters, 104 centimeters. Average 102 centimeters. Su Bei's standing vertical is over a meter. Dina shakes his head in disbelief. Wade is also stunned. I knew your leaping was good, but I didn't expect the standing vertical to be this amazing. As far as I remember, players like Michael Jordan, Vince Carter, and Iverson achieved vertical leaps of over. That's already top-tier NBA level. Su Bei has achieved it too. Wow. Coach Tom Crean also clicks his tongue. Dwyane's standing vertical is 90 centimeters, which I thought was outstanding. Who knew Su Bei would hit 102 centimeters? This leaping is fantastic. I can't wait to find out Su Bei's maximum vertical and running touch height. I think it will definitely amaze us. Next, measure maximum vertical. Su Bei jumps 5 times again, 112 centimeters, 113 centimeters, 115 centimeters, 112 centimeters, 115 centimeters. Average 113 centimeters. Oh my God. Robert Jackson exclaims, 113 centimeters. I think, even looking at NBA history, perhaps not even 10 people could be found. Among our cohort, only LeBron James, hailed as the chosen one, possesses a leap that can rival Su Bei's. Incredibly strong. Wade couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I now have to admit that getting your chase down block wasn't an accident. Huh. Su Bei smiled politely, accepting the praise. He knew Iverson possessed such immense talent, so he. Next test, standing reach 275 centimeters. Standing vertical jump 370 centimeters. Max running vertical 388 centimeters. Max running vertical of 388 centimeters. What does that mean? The distance from the floor to the rim is 305 meters. Su Bei cleared it by a full 83 centimeters, allowing him to dunk with extreme ease. His head level with the rim is naturally simple. The top edge of the backboard is 395 meters high. Under full effort, Su Bei's fingertips fall only 7 centimeters short of the top edge. He is not a 210 centimeters center. He stands 201 centimeters, a standard small forward height. Yet he nearly touched the top of the backboard. How insane. This is absolutely insane. Holy shit. A young Wade, cheeks puffed, really wanted to curse. Su Bei almost touched the top of the backboard. This vertical. None of our centers can match it right. Power forward Scott Merritt and center Robert Jackson exchanged glances, not daring to speak. Forget touching the top of the backboard, they barely reached the middle. Dina shook his head wildly. I think even King LeBron can't match Su Bei's vertical. Not I think. Tom Crean shouted excitedly, holding a sheet of paper just handed over by an assistant coach. I just confirmed. LeBron's running vertical is 380 centimeters. He is 2 centimeters taller than Su Bei, yet he doesn't jump as high. Because Su Bei's vertical leap is 3 centimeters higher, and his wingspan is a full 6 centimeters longer than LeBron's. That's right. As you heard, Su Bei's talent surpasses that of the chosen one LeBron. My God. Su Bei, he's incredible. The players were astounded. Wade shouted excitedly, Su Bei's wingspan and vertical are top-notch. What about his speed? I think his speed is also exceptional. So the staff immediately measured Su Bei's 100-meter sprint time. The result 10. 4 seconds. Fantastic. Tom Crean couldn't help but applaud vigorously. Dwyane Wade's 100-meter time is 10.82 seconds, which is already outstanding. He is even one of the fastest players among American college students this year. Su Bei, however, reached an astonishing 10.4 seconds. What does that mean? Michael Jordan's 100-meter time is 10.7 seconds. Su Bei is faster. Allen Iverson, one of the 4 scoring guards known for his speed, has a time of 10.3 seconds. That already reaches the level of an international 100-meter sprinter. He is only 183 centimeters. His speed advantage is understandable. Su Bei is a full 201 centimeters tall, yet his 100-meter time is 10.4 seconds. This is simply inhuman. Whoa, the players erupted in uproar. Everyone was stunned by Su Bei's terrifying athletic gifts, unable to even speak. Huff puff. Coach Tom Crean took several deep breaths, the first to regain his composure. He first measured Su Bei's bench press at 140 kilograms, then tested his ball handling mid-range and three-point shooting. He gave a summary. Su Bei is 201 centimeters tall, standard small forward height, wingspan 220 centimeters, max vertical leap 113 centimeters, max reach 388 centimeters, 100-meter sprint time an astonishing 10.4 seconds. 140 kilograms bench press is not particularly elite, but for a small forward position, it's above average. Wingspan, vertical strength, speed, and explosiveness. Su Bei excels in all areas, elite, even by NBA standards. This is incredible. It does not fall short of players with monster talent like Allen Iverson, Michael Jordan, or LeBron. Some talents are even stronger. I believe he has the potential to dunk over any player. Su Bei also possesses extremely fancy ball handling skills, giving him superior driving ability along with a solid mid-range jumper and decent three-point shooting. This is a max-level physical test. Honestly, I don't know why we only learned about such a gifted player at the end of the second semester. I think this is a gift from God. This year with Su Bei and Dwyane at Marquette, we will dominate in March Madness. Oh, this year our goal is to break out of the Midwest region. Go all out. Marquette strongest. All the players shouted excitedly. Marquette is the No. 3 seed in the Midwest region behind Kentucky and Wisconsin, under the brutal single elimination format of March Madness. Relying on Wade alone to lead the team to consecutive victories and break out of the Midwest would be quite difficult. Now with Su Bei, everything has changed. Even if everyone's awareness of Su Bei's skills is limited to just 3 lockdown possessions against Wade, it's really too little. But his max-level physical tests and off-the-charts talent give every player full confidence. Even though Su Bei joined the Marquette team only today, no one bullies him. Instead, they give him ample respect. How to put it? In the basketball world, that's how it is. Strength is king. Talent is king. This is an eternal truth. 1 week before the NCAA tournament. This year's March Madness features many strong teams. In the East region, Oklahoma is the No. 1 seed. No. 2 seed Syracuse has one of the best future small forwards, Carmelo Anthony. Midwest No. 1 seed Kentucky has All-American Keith Bogans, a future NBA player. South region's Texas has T.J. Ford, a man whose speed is said to surpass AI's. He is also an All-American. The South also has defending champion Maryland, who will make another run at the title this year. West region's No. 1 seed Arizona and No. 2 seed Kansas are no pushovers, either eyeing the championship trophy. It's tough for Marquette to break out of the Midwest. But from the beginning, Su Bei's goal has been the national championship, the reward of Kevin Durant's clutch mid-range. He is determined. A week of training and integration. Su Bei played several scrimmages with teammates. Ankle breakers, folding layups, poster dunks, chase down blocks, pull-up jumpers. Every offensive and defensive play you can imagine based on talent domination, Su Bei delivered them all. In just 1 week, he produced even fiercer and more brutal performances than Wade. They are all college students. Su Bei is a freshman just joining the team. Yet he turned every scrimmage into a one-sided domination, like college versus elementary school. One word: strong. Frighteningly strong. Overflowing strong. Wade knew his spotlight was being stolen, but he didn't mind. He was even excited. He knew in his heart, with such a powerful addition, breaking out of the Midwest is no longer the final goal. The champ. From Coach Tom Crean to every player, everyone eagerly anticipates Su Bei's performance on the March Madness stage. A massacre. 1 week later, March 8th, the NCAA tournament March Madness that all American college students look forward to has arrived. This is the captivating and crazy format. 1 game decides all. Lose and you're out. Here upsets are common and dark horses emerge frequently. In the NBA playoffs, when an 8th seed beats a 1st seed, it's called a Black 8. Black 8 is a big deal. rare in NBA history. In March Madness, a black 16 is even a no. 1 seed from a region beaten by a no. 16 seed, the absolute bottom. Seems but under March Madness, such things have happened, and not infrequently. That's the beauty of single elimination. Lose and go home. Every game is Game 7 of the finals intensity. Oh, every team fights with everything. The key is, the NCAA tournament is essentially a college league. Standout players can receive scholarships, but the awards are few. Overall, this is a game played by students with pure love for basketball, proving their skills. No commerce. Only basketball. The entertainment value skyrockets. That's why the college league is so popular. By the time of the Final Four, even some NBA games can't match the excitement. On the day of the national championship, all major U.S. sports, NBA, NFL, pause to clear the way. That level of hype, you can imagine. Today is the March Madness opening day. The tournament consists of 60 teams, plus 8 play-in teams. The play-in games are between the 8 wildcard teams, 4 games total, 1 and done. The 4 winners join the other 60 teams, making a total of 64 final tournament participants. There are 6 rounds: first round, second round, Sweet 16, Elite 8, Final 4, National Championship. Each round eliminates half the field, especially the first round. After it, 32 of the 64 teams. See how intense that is. No team wants to be eliminated in the first round, but 32 teams inevitably. So, to survive, every team will give everything. The games are destined to be thrilling. Marquette is the no. 3 seed in the Midwest, not a powerhouse in the NCAA, but not a weakling either. However, their first opponent, the 14th seed Wisconsin, is no pushover. Why? In the Marquette locker room, Coach Tom Crean gathered the players, saying solemnly, "Men, our first-round opponent is the Wisconsin Badgers. In theory, as a 14 seed, they don't look strong. If we go all out, winning is basically certain." In reality, because their team leader and leading scorer Kirk Penny missed many games during the regular season, the team's record suffered, affecting their seeding. On the eve of March Madness, he has returned. In the last 5 games, he averaged 19, 8 points, 4, 2 rebounds, 3, 0 assists, 1, 2 steals, 0, 5 blocks. He is an excellent small forward. His return has greatly boosted Wisconsin's strength. They should be at least a 5. That means, our first game is against a team of Sweet 16 caliber. Everyone must take this more seriously. I fully believe Su Bei's addition allows us to easily beat Wisconsin. That's for sure. Dinah clenched his fist confidently. Wade also smiled. When our team gains a player of the same caliber as me out of nowhere, there's no reason not to win the first round. Even if the opponent is a team that truly matches a 5 seed and can aim for the Elite 8. Great. Tom Crean nodded in satisfaction. Whether the game can be won is one thing, sufficient confidence is extremely important. Su Bei, you face a strong team in your first game. Do you have confidence to win? Is a 5 seed in a region really that strong? Su Bei shrugged. Our goal is the national championship, to win the school's first ever title, isn't it? One casual sentence. Fire ignited in everyone's eyes. Win the title? Who wouldn't want that? One day later, 8:00 p.m. The Marquette players arrived at the Bradley Center, the home arena of the NBA's Milwaukee Bucks. 1 hour later, Marquette will face Wisconsin. Both teams are actively warming up. In the commentary booth, Hubie Brown and Marv Albert are calling the game. Hubie Brown is also an analyst for ESPN and ABC. Marv Albert is a famous TNT commentator known for his signature yes call. Marv Albert opened. The Wisconsin Badgers, with Kirk Penny back, are far stronger than their seed suggests. I think they are on par with the 3 seed Marquette Golden Eagles. Right? Hubie Brown nodded in agreement. But don't forget, Wisconsin also has a second cord, Devin Harris, a point guard with a big heart. He can hit clutch shots. His ball handling and playmaking are excellent. I believe he will enter the NBA with a high pick and grow into a great player. Hubie Brown gave his analysis of Devin Harris. The truth. Indeed, Harris would be selected 5th overall next year, a very high pick. In his NBA prime, he averaged 21, 5.7 assists and 1.5 steals per game, and was named an All-Star that year. He is a genuine star player. In March Madness, the scariest thing is a relatively unknown player suddenly have. Devin Harris is that kind of player. He could be Wisconsin's factor to beat Marquette. Of course, Marquette also has a winnings factor that Wisconsin doesn't know about: Su Bei, who possesses enhanced Iverson talent. Looking forward to Devin Harris' growth. Marv Albert laughed, then added, tonight's highlight is Dwyane Wade versus Kirk Penny and Devin Harris. But I'm curious why Marquette didn't put sharpshooter Steve Novak in the starting lineup. Instead, they start a freshman from China. Su Bei. Before tonight, ID never even heard his name, nor do I have any information on him. An unknown. I don't believe it. Could he be Marquette's secret weapon about to make a splash? Possible. Hubie Brown nodded. Steve Novak's 3-point shooting could certainly add perimeter firepower for Marquette. If this unknown starter named Su Bei doesn't have some ability, Tom Crean definitely wouldn't start him. I think we can look forward to his performance in a real game. Marv Albert nodded in agreement. The two commentators went back and forth. The atmosphere continued to build for the game. On the spectator stands amidst the dense crowd of students, scattered scouts from various teams were seated. They closely monitored Dwyane Wade's performance on the court. Of course, some sharp-eyed scouts also kept a watchful gaze on Devin Harris, whose potential ceiling was deemed exceptionally high. The scouts' gazes were all keen. Naturally, they also noticed Su Bei acknowledging his handsome features, but as for his basketball skills, they clearly deemed him unremarkable. No one paid him any attention. However, what one overlooks another eagerly seizes. Many female fans immediately noticed Su Bei on the court wearing Marquette's number 7 jersey, his strikingly handsome face impossible to ignore. Su Bei appeared as a tall, lean, and handsome player, but in reality, his physical attributes across the board were explosive. Before that talent blossomed, strangers were sure to underestimate him. But female fans were different. They adored tall, handsome guys who provided a sense of security and satisfaction. They also understood. After all, as an NBA player, his physical condition couldn't be poor. High attractiveness, long legs, a powerful physique. When a man combines these three elements, the impact on women multiplies exponentially. It was akin to a woman possessing fair skin, a beautiful face, and a sizzling figure, capable of enchanting countless young men. The logic was the same. Thus, even though Su Bei was making his debut on the March Madness stage, appearing before the public for the first time, he immediately garnered attention from numerous female fans. Some had even secretly written little notes and love letters, planning to slip them to Su Bei during halftime or after the game. In summary, Su Bei, Wade, Kirk Penny, and Devin Harris kept the arena's energy surging. Boom. Amidst the fiery passion of the arena, the first round of Marquette University's March Madness showdown against the University of Wisconsin officially commenced. The starting lineups took the court. Marquette Golden Eagles starters: point guard Travis Diener, shooting guard Dwyane Wade, small forward Su Bei, power forward Scott Merritt, center Robert Jackson. Although Su Bei hadn't played an official game during a week of practice games, he came off the bench to directly face Novak, utterly demolishing him. A shutout in a single quarter, 0 points in the half, unable to take a single three-point shot, his specialty, for an entire game. Su Bei obliterated Novak, earning his heartfelt submission. Coach Tom Crean initially hesitated, planning to let Su Bei play a game as a substitute before starting him. But Novak directly told the coach he would willingly come off the bench, insisting Su Bei must start. No choice. True strength commanded such preferential treatment. Wisconsin Badgers starters: point guard Devin Harris, shooting guard Orlando Tucker, small forward Kirk Penny, power forward Mark Wilkinson, center Dave Mater. Jump ball. Mater and Jackson vied for the tip. Slap. Jackson was the first to tap the ball away. Jackson and Merritt were the crucial pillars of Marquette's interior, relying on these two blue-collar big men for defense and rim protection. As long as the team won, they were happy to do the dirty work inside. It was their job. Diener received the ball and passed it to Wade to advance, letting him execute Marquette's first offensive play of the game. At the top of the arc, Wade handed the ball off to Su Bei, whispering beside him, "Su, the first attack is yours. Attack boldly. I hope you can give the fans a little shock." Exactly my thought. Su Bei took the ball, and to live a good life in this new life, he needed to reach the pinnacle in basketball, and the sooner he made a name for himself, the better. Marquette's core leader Dwyane actually trusted the first attack of the game to the unknown Su Bei. Hubie Brown couldn't comprehend it. Kirk Penny is guarding Su Bei, and he's Wisconsin's leader, capable on both offense and defense. Su Bei facing him. Wasn't that a wasted effort? Su Bei dribbled, heated, intending to beat Kirk Penny on his own. What a joke, Su Bei. Huh. Oh. Holy shit. Su Bei like lightning blew past Kirk Penny in one step. He was like a gust of wind, speeding by, vanishing in an instant, charging thunderously into the paint. He didn't slow down at all, ignoring Wisconsin's center Dave Mater under the basket, grabbing the ball and soaring into the air. Boom. Su Bei descended like a divine soldier, posterizing Dave Mater, slamming the ball violently through the hoop. Oh my god. Dave Mater was a full 208 centimeters tall. He wasn't out of position. He should have blocked Su Bei. But he was dunked on face by Su Bei. What is happening? Marv Albert was also stunned, shouting at the top of his lungs. Whoa, the entire arena erupted in uproar. Despite Su Bei's strikingly handsome appearance, his basketball skills and talent seemed mediocre at first glance. Like a rookie Stephen Curry with a baby face. Yet Su Bei came out and treated Wisconsin's leader like a training cone, then posterized their center. Speed, leaping ability, and explosive power. Su Bei unleashed his top 3 physical talents in an instant, stunning the entire arena. Know what kind of talent is this? Dave Mater's jaw dropped. On the sidelines, Wisconsin's head coach Bo Ryan widened his eyes. Who is he? I want his full profile in 3 minutes. Yes, sir. The assistant coach hurried off to find it. The Knicks scout stared at Su Bei, shock filling his eyes. Unparalleled speed, astonishing leaping ability, terrifying explosiveness, and what looks like decent wingspan. This is exactly the kind of elite talent a superstar possesses. That's why he posterized Wisconsin's center on his first offensive play. He has the face of a handsome, good student, yet his body hides such explosive physical talent. Excellent. I must inform the management immediately to keep an eye on Su Bei. If he continues to impress me, I think he might have the potential to be the Knicks franchise cornerstone. On the opposite side of the stands, the Nuggets scouts' eyes also brimmed with delight. High attractiveness, high talent. Isn't that synonymous with drawing power? Su Bei, keep it up. I hope you continue to realize your talent and maintain this dominant offense. I think the Nuggets will welcome you with open arms. Additionally, scouts from the Spurs, Rockets, Grizzlies, Hornets, and many other teams had originally come for Wade, but now Su Bei's single posterizing dunk had captured all their attention. Su Bei stunned everyone with one dunk. Golden Eagles 2-0 Badgers. Beautiful. Wade high-fived Su Bei. That poster dunk was pure violent aesthetics, just like in practice. Su Bei crushed them. Hee. Robert Jackson let out a mischievous laugh. You poor wretches from Wisconsin, now it's your turn to feel the violence. During practice, Su Bei had spent a good amount of time dunking on him, and it was truly heartbreaking. Possession changed. Bam, bam, bam. Devin Harris brought the ball up, and he also handed it off to team leader Kirk Penny at the top of the arc. Kirk answered him back hard. Of course, Kirk felt the cheers belonging to Su Bei, which now seemed to mock him, and a wave of displeasure rose within. He was a player who could go toe-to-toe with Dwyane. Now being shown up by some unknown rookie. What was this all about? This humiliation had to be avenged immediately. Facing Su Bei, he dribbled with a change of pace, and the moment he grabbed the ball with his right hand, he accelerated forward. Too slow. Su Bei snorted softly, keeping up with effortless ease. Kirk wasn't slow, it was just that Su Bei was too fast. Seeing Su Bei on him, he executed a spin move in the contact, creating a step of separation. A good look. Whooshed. Kirk decisively gathered and rose for a jump shot. Good. No. The ball had barely left his fingertips when a giant hand appeared from the sky, swatting it away. Who else but Su Bei? What a... Kirk was astonished. Su Bei didn't even glance at him. He landed, sprinted out, grabbed the loose ball, and raced to the front court, attacking the rim. Kirk twisted to give chase, but Su Bei had already vanished. His speed was too great. He had a clear path to the basket. He took his 3 powerful strides. He soared from the free throw line, a slam dunk, a soaring tomahawk jam. Boom. The rim was bombarded. A poster dunk after a blow by, a chase-down block followed by a coast-to-coast soaring dunk. Su Bei's opening 2 plays, resembling pure violent aesthetics, formed a stark contrast with his handsome, elegant, and dignified appearance. Fans, scouts, and commentators were all stunned, each silently marveling, so strong. What the hell? Kirk Penny's scalp tingled, his eyes filled with sheer incredulity. I've never heard of him, never seen him play before. How can he be this good? After just 2 possessions, he was already dazed. No choice. When an upgraded version of Allen Iverson descends upon March Madness, players of Kirk Penny's caliber are utterly powerless to stop him. Possession changed. Devin Harris delivered a bounce pass on a drive-in kick, setting up shooting guard Orlando Tucker for a successful cut and layup. Then, Wade took his turn facing Orlando Tucker. He exploded from the right wing with lightning speed, then pulled up for a between-the-legs crossover, shaking off Tucker. He rose for a mid-range shot. The ball left his hand, 2 points good. Swish. Score. Answer ball. The next possession. Kirk Penny drove into the paint from the right wing, but before Robert Jackson and Scott Merritt could close in on him, he pulled up for a jump shot. It was steady and true. After all, he was the team's core leader, and he adjusted in time to complete this mid-range shot, further narrowing the gap. Golden Eagles 6-4 Badgers. Possession changed. Wade brought the ball up himself, intending to isolate Orlando Tucker again, but immediately faced a double team from Kirk Penny. It was a tough shot. Wade passed to Su Bei at the right wing arc, and Devin Harris rotated over to switch onto him. Before the game, Wade had told Su Bei that whenever he had an opportunity to attack, he shouldn't worry about ball distribution. Just score. Just win. Wade possessed such excellent team spirit. This was also the reason why, even as the scoring champion, finals MVP, and undisputed leader of the Heat, he was willing to willingly hand the ball over to LeBron and cede the team's top spot to him. The future was that way. The present was too. Su Bei agreed, not only because he was willing to follow Wade's lead, but also because he possessed the ability to finish plays. Bam, bam, bam. Facing Devin Harris, a future All-Star, averaging 21, 5.7 assists, and 1.5 steals per game. He showed no panic. He executed a series of rapid between-the-legs crossovers, accelerating, leaving Devin Harris dizzy. Such quick handles. Harris' heart pounded, and he grew flustered. After another quick crossover, Su Bei started with his left hand, feigning a drive, then suddenly executed a crossover. Devin Harris' weight was already shifted. Su Bei remained calm. With his slick handles, he pulled the ball back between his legs, regaining it with his left hand. Then, like a repeat performance, he executed another quick wide crossover. This time, Devin Harris was completely fooled, his entire weight leaning left. Su Bei burst to the right. Harris' eyes widened, he tensed his whole body, forced his weight back, and gave a desperate, clumsy chase. And Su Bei, he was completely in control, moving with casual grace. He took the ball in his right hand, took a step with his left foot, then executed a step back to the right rear. Whooshed. A long 2-point jump shot. This was one of Iverson's signature moves. Devin Harris had just managed to adjust his weight and pursue to the lower right only for Su Bei to step back to the upper right. The distance between them widened again. Harris was frantic. His mind told his upper body to chase, but his lower body couldn't keep up. In his desperate pursuit, his feet tangled, his ankle twisted, he lost his balance, and he crumpled to the floor. Although he struggled to control his fall, he ended up on both knees, kneeling solidly before Su Bei, as if in worship. Thud. Stomp. Swish. The first sound was the dull thud of Devin Harris hitting his knees. The second was the light sound of Su Bei landing gracefully after his jump shot. The third sound was the crisp, beautiful swish of the ball slicing through the net. Su Bei had broken Devin Harris' ankles, felled the second star of Wisconsin University, felled a future NBA All-Star, and completed the play. A low hum filled the arena for a moment then. Cheers and roars surged like a tidal wave. Golden Eagles, 8-4 Badgers. Su Bei had scored 6 of Marquette's total 8 points. Beep beep. His stunning, crowd-dazzling performance directly forced Coach Bo Ryan to call a timeout, halting Wisconsin. The director was in a frenzy. He immediately displayed replays of Su Bei's 3 explosive opening plays on the big screen above the court: a blow-by, and poster dunk, a chase-down block, and coast-to-coast jam, and a step-back jumper that broke an opponent's ankles. Handsome. Too handsome. Unbelievably handsome. The slow-motion replay of the ankle breaker on Devin Harris even showed his ankle twisting. Fans with good memories recalled Devin Harris limping to the bench during the timeout, worrying if his ankle was injured. When play resumed, many fans fixed their gaze on Devin Harris' ankle, clearly noticing his awkward gait. He not only gave up guarding Su Bei, but also frequently rotated his ankle to loosen it. Su Bei had definitely given his ankle a minor tweak. This left the fans even more astounded. A player with astonishing talent, possessing the ability to destroy an opponent's ankles with his elite penetration. This was too strong. The scouts' eyes shone fixed on Su Bei, their gazes filled with immense fondness and admiration. One particularly sharp-eyed scout couldn't wait a moment longer and immediately exaggerated Su Bei's situation in his report to the team management. On the court, Su Bei's overwhelming talent was on full display, and his unstoppable offense continued. At the 17-11 mark, Su Bei faced Kirk Penny again, the leader of Wisconsin, who was now defending with all his might. Su Bei started dribbling slowly with his left hand, then gradually accelerated, moving faster and lower. He used a left-hand hang dribble, taking a large step with his left foot towards the left, sinking his left shoulder simultaneously. The fake was incredibly convincing. This was only possible because of his excellent body coordination, allowing him to execute such a realistic feint. A fake drive, then a crossover. Kirk Penny flew to the left, while Su Bei burst to the right. From a bird, left and right. Su Bei's single crossover had completely sent Kirk Penny flying. He charged into the paint on the right side, and before power forward Mark Wilkinson could rotate over for a late contest, he executed a high scoop layup off the glass. Swish. It was steady and true. At the 1504 mark, Su Bei on the left arc found himself mismatched against power forward Mark Wilkinson. He took the ball in his left hand, lowered his center of gravity, planted his foot, and accelerated. One step quick as a hare. Mark Wilkinson barely reacted before Su Bei was alongside him. He tried to give chase, but Su Bei had already left him far behind. No one rotated to the basket. Su Bei jumped off 1 foot for a close-range floater. It was one of Iverson's moves. Swish. Score. At the 1341 mark, at the top of the arc, Su Bei faced Devin. When Harris, with a butterfly-like crossover, shifted his center of gravity and then dashed to the right flank like a gust of wind, Devin Harris gritted his teeth and followed. Su Bei braked and executed a hesitation dribble, causing Devin Harris' center of gravity to rise. Then he accelerated again and drove down. The rhythm was perfect. The speed was astonishing. Devin Harris was completely unable to keep up, getting blown by cleanly in just a couple of moves. Su Bei charged straight to the basket, scooped the ball up for a layup on the right side, using a small hang-time pull-up to evade Mark Wilkinson's block. He easily banked it in. At 11 minutes and 11 seconds. On the left low post, Su Bei faced Arent Tacker and executed a triple threat move. Arent took a step back. He did it again. Arent retreated once more, then hurriedly closed out. Su Bei was in no rush on the third feigned triple threat drive. Arent stumbled back 3 to 4 steps, gifting him a wide-open shot as vast as the ocean. Whooshed. Su Bei rose for a jump shot. His form was perfect, the arc precise, striking the target accurately. It went in. Moi. Su Bei flashed a harmless smile at Arent. I didn't even move. How did you fly away? TCH. Arent snorted and remained silent. Why did I fly? Don't you have a damn clue in your heart? Isn't it because your drive threat is too great and I don't want to be treated like a practice cone and blown by? Little did he know. This way was even more embarrassing. At 10 minutes and 7 seconds. Wade held the ball on the left side for an attack. Su Bei was entangled with Kirk Penny on the right high post, feigning a curl cut, but actually executing a reverse pivot and backdoor cut. He accelerated, then accelerated again. Kirk Penny simply couldn't keep up. Su Bei sprinted straight to the basket, pointing his finger to the sky. Wade understood immediately and lofted a high pass towards the top of the rim. An alley-oop. Did you ask for my opinion? Dave Mater bellowed from under the basket, leaping up to intercept, but his pupils immediately dilated. So high. The ball sailed over his head. Su Bei's head was level with the rim as his long arms and large hands reached out, catching the ball. Over Dave Mater from top to bottom, he tomahawked, slammed the alley-oop. Boom. The rim groaned in agony. The fans roared and cheered, their arms pumping, quickly morphing into a unified rhythmic chant. Oh my God. Wade held his head, his expression shaken. I put a bit too much power on that pass, or I thought you wouldn't. I even started blaming myself. But then, you still caught the alley-oop. That's insane. Damn. Diener also instinctively grabbed his head. Su Bei, a small forward with his head level with the rim, tomahawk alley-oop, posterizing the University of Wisconsin center. This talent is too strong. WTF. Future All-Star Devin Harris screamed out loud. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. From the fans to the players, the arena was in an uproar. Su Bei's personal showcase, dominating with pure talent, had already excited the fans and stirred their emotions. This tomahawk alley-oop directly detonated the arena. Marquette's momentum completely engulfed Wisconsin. Beep, beep. Wisconsin head coach Bo Ryan called another timeout. An NCAA game is divided into two halves, each lasting 20 minutes. Su Bei had single-handedly stopped Wisconsin twice in just 10 minutes. It was simply unbelievable. Scouting report. Scouting report. Where is Su Bei's scouting report? Why is he this dominant? Bo Ryan was frantic. The assistant coach hurriedly handed him a document which contained only a few simple lines. Su Bei from Dragon Country, Marquette freshman, 201 centimeters, plays small forward. That's it. That was it. Coach Bo Ryan was completely dumbfounded. A guy with no basketball resume just demolished our entire team in his first NCAA tournament games. What kind of joke is this? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Come on. Commentator Hubie Brown's eyes bulged like brass bells. We're only halfway through the first half, and Su Bei has already dropped 16 points personally. Every single bucket is unreasonable. Every single bucket is a display of talent domination. He plays less like an unknown starter and more like a star, better than Dwyane Wade. Yes. Marv Albert nodded. Su Bei scores too easily. No one can stop him from scoring. 16 points in half a quarter is very exaggerated. But for Su Bei, it seems as simple as picking something out of a pocket. The last Dragon Country player I remember vividly was last year's #1 pick, Yao Ming. His performance was also outstanding. Could it be that every basketball player from Dragon Country is a monster level? At the Marquette bench, Coach Tom Crean was overjoyed. Haha, Su Bei played well, played excellently, a perfect performance. You were even better in actual games than I imagined. Fantastic. He showered Su Bei with praise, then continued. Everyone played well too. In half a quarter, we've already built a 10-point lead. Maintain our composure. Winning against Wisconsin tonight is a foregone conclusion. Now starters, get some good rest and recover your stamina. Let the bench players go in for some rotations. Su Bei shrugged and spoke. I feel great right now. I don't need rest at all. Coach, I can keep playing. No. Tom Crean refused decisively. This is March Madness. Every possession is fiercely contested. It takes a huge toll on your stamina. You've already played 10 minutes. Your stamina must be declining. You need to rest and adjust promptly. Look at Travis Diener, Dwyane Wade, and the others. They're all panting and drenched in sweat. That's the signal to rest. You too. Huh. Tom Crean had just finished speaking when his face showed extreme surprise. You don't have a single drop of sweat. You were just attacking nonstop. What? Su Bei isn't sweating. Wade was startled and immediately looked at Su Bei. There was really almost no sweat on his face or arms. He was shocked. Su Bei attacked continuously and didn't even sweat. How is that possible? An endurance freak. Robert Jackson uttered a few words. Diener nodded vigorously, panting. That's the only possibility. Wow. Wade was stunned. Su Bei has such great talent, such powerful driving ability and stamina, like he never gets tired. This body is simply made for basketball. Yes. Allen Iverson's physical talent and abundant stamina were the door God opened for him, meant to let him shine in the basketball world. Of course, God also closed a window for him, fixing his height at 183 centimeters, perhaps even less. Su Bei has now integrated Iverson's talent. The door is wide open. His height of 201 centimeters is not short. The window wasn't closed. Height was Iverson's only flaw, making Su Bei a flawless Iverson, a flawless #1 pick of the '96 Golden Generation. What could Kurt Penny do against him? What right did sophomore Devin Harris have to compete with Su Bei? Even if Devin Harris were an all-star now, Su Bei would still dominate him without mercy. However, with a 10-point lead, Coach Tom Crean still didn't put Su Bei back in. Normal rotation. More rest reduces the risk of injury, which is also a good thing. Su Bei didn't insist. Iverson was indeed an endurance freak, but his career was too fiercely contested, leading to countless injuries and an untimely early retirement. Su Bei is taller and stronger His talent domination is more thorough, and some attacks don't require such ferocity. His risk of injury should be lower. But being more careful to protect himself is definitely not a bad thing. Iverson's ferocity partly stemmed from his ingrained competitiveness, rebelliousness, and his refusal to fear anyone. He was willing to stand as a small man against the world of giants. That was Iverson. That was the answer. Su Bei is different. He will also display dominance and fight with blood, but he will do it more rationally. 5 minutes of rotation. Wisconsin's bench unit was stronger, but Marquette had more momentum, so Wisconsin couldn't close the gap. Beep, beep. With 5 minutes left in the first half, Coach Bo Ryan called a timeout. Both teams' starters returned. The gap was still 10 points. Wisconsin needed to close the gap quickly. Team leader Kirk Penny had to step up and score immediately. He brought the ball up himself. At the top of the arc facing Su Bei again, he decided not to match up with him, but instead sought a screen from Devin Harris. He came off the screen shedding Su Bei, and on the right high post, he had a mismatch against the weaker defender Diener. He used a crossover to find rhythm, accelerated to the right wing for a drive, was picked up by Diener sliding over, and engaged in body contact. He stopped. He faked with a right hand in and out dribble, accelerated again, shook off Diener, drove into the paint, and scooped the ball for a layup. Under the basket, Robert Jackson was boxed out by Dave Mater, giving Kirk Penny a direct path to the hoop. He chose a finger roll layup off the glass. But just then, Su Bei shot out from the wing. Kirk Penny jumped first, Su Bei jumped later. It seemed much slower, at least a body length behind. Smack. Yet Su Bei jumping later arrived first with a terrifying height advantage of at least half an arm over Kirk Penny. Like plucking the moon from the sky, he directly confiscated the basketball. What a... Kirk Penny's face lost all color. He didn't know how Su Bei could still follow up, and he was even more shocked that Su Bei had directly taken his ball. What incredible jumping ability, what an exaggerated wingspan. QB Brown exclaimed instinctively. Whooshed. Without a moment's pause, Su Bei sprinted towards the front court with the ball, pushing the fast break like a bolt of lightning. Just as he reached the mid-court line, Devin Harris stood directly in his path, trying to disrupt Su Bei's fast break. Su Bei. He didn't even glance at Devin Harris, not reducing his speed. Just as he was about to collide with Devin Harris, he first pushed the ball through Devin Harris' legs. Then with an agile sidestep, he ran past him. A between-the-legs pass off the dribble. As if without any pause, Su Bei blew by Devin Harris, picked up the ball again, and drove in a single motion straight to the basket. He wound up and slammed it. Boom. Su Bei leaped high, executing a windmill dunk once again, displaying his talent and detonating the arena. Oh yes. Marv Albert screamed, holding his head. Su Bei first plucked the ball from the sky, blocking Wisconsin's primary core Kirk Penny. Then he went between the legs of the second core, Devin Harris. Finally, he wound up and threw down a windmill dunk, plucking the moon between the legs pass, winding. This sequence of offense and defense was smooth and flowing, as silky as Dove chocolate, a one-man show toying with Wisconsin's dual cores. The commentator was passionately calling the game. The next moment, the arena erupted with cheers as loud as mountains and oceans. The scouts couldn't hold it together. Su Bei is too strong. He scores too easily. He even toys with Wisconsin's dual cores before scoring effortlessly. He's already got 18 points. QB Brown took over, equally passionate in his commentary. 21. Su Bei is on fire. He hit a three-pointer. When a driver can also hit threes from the outside, it's truly despairing. 23 points. Su Bei has already dropped 25 points. On the last possession of the first half, Dwyane Wade voluntarily gave the ball to Su Bei, who had already gone berserk. Facing Kirk Penny, the leader of Wisconsin, his face was full of composure. I could even see obvious panic on Kirk Penny's face. He seemed to have no choice but to panic. Crossover between the legs behind the back. Su Bei's dazzling and mesmerizing ball handling not only left me dazed, but also kept Kirk Penny on edge. Left hand on the ball, lowering his center of gravity, driving. Wow, another huge crossover, and in one move he completely blows by Kirk Penny. Clean, efficient, and pleasing to the eye. Su Bei at the right elbow of the free throw line. Stop and pop jumper. Ball leaves his hand, 2 points. Swish, swish, swish. Su Bei scored an insane 27 points in the first half alone, adding 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Too strong. The fans screamed at the top of their lungs, then it turned into a unified chant. A cheer exclusively for Su Bei. The first half was over. Unbelievable. QB Brown exclaimed in shock. Wisconsin is ostensibly a 14 seed, but with Kirk Penny back, they are at least a 5 seed caliber team. Yet facing the 3 seed Marquette, they lost the first half by a terrifying 20 points. This is March Madness. With such a large deficit, the game is already over. Wisconsin already has 1 foot over the cliff's edge. Marv Albert agreed. Su Bei is like a superstar who parachuted into Marquette, catching Wisconsin completely off guard. In the second half, if they don't have a player have a massive explosion, this game is basically sealed. Was there such a player? Coming back in the second half, Devin Harris, Wisconsin's factor, showed his value tonight. He first hit a stop and pop fadeaway jumper over Wade. Then, He used fancy dribbling to shake off Diener, drove into the paint, and executed a hang time. He avoided the block and scored a reverse layup off the glass. Swish. Another one in. It didn't end there. On the next play, he first guarded Wade's drive and layup unknown, then immediately threw a cross-court long pass to find Kirk Penny. A connection between Wisconsin's two cores. Kirk Penny scored the layup. He scored 4 consecutive points and added an assist, sparking a 60 counterattack run for his team. Suddenly the lead was cut to 14 points, giving Wisconsin a glimmer of comeback hope. On the following possession, the red-hot Devin Harris facing Wade used 2 consecutive crossovers and a change of pace. He shook off Wade. He rose for a jump shot. Clank. Unfortunately, he was off by just a bit otherwise. If that shot had fallen, Wisconsin's momentum would have fully surged. Even so, Devin Harris' sudden burst boosted the morale of the entire Wisconsin team. On the next attack, Kirk Penny directly handed the ball to Devin Harris and whispered in his ear, "Seize the momentum, go for the kill, and break Marquette's confidence." Understood. Devin Harris nodded silently. He had a big heart. When he was in the zone, he had enough confidence to close out the game. This guy is like he's on drugs. Everything he throws up goes in. I can't guard him. Diener's expression was grim. They'll take him. Su Bei stepped forward and appeared in front of Devin Harris. He didn't want to waste any more time. He wanted to end this farce as soon as possible. If they couldn't easily handle a team that was at best a 5 seed in their region, then talking about a national championship was pointless. Devin Harris, riding high on his hot streak, didn't care at all about facing Su Bei. He executed rapid behind-the-back dribbles. The moment he had the ball in his right hand, he planted his foot and accelerated, feigning a drive. Seeing Su Bei shift right to follow, he decisively changed direction. He wanted to shake Su Bei in one move. It was a nice thought. An ordinary player, or even most players, would have bitten on the fake. But Su Bei possesses Iverson's talent. His reactions are fast, and his wingspan is exceptionally long. His center of gravity was indeed leaning right. But that didn't matter. He reached down with his left hand, and his long arm intercepted the ball midair, cutting off the shot on the path of Devin Harris' crossover. Devin Harris burst out to the left wing. He stylishly blew by Su Bei and was about to charge straight to the basket for a stylish layup, nailing Su Bei to the poster. Unfortunately, he only had the man, but the basketball was dropped and snatched away by Su Bei's long, powerful arms. From a bird's-eye view, Devin Harris blew past Su Bei and drove to the basket, but Su Bei grabbed the rebound, sprinted down the court, and charged straight into the paint. The two were sprinting in opposite directions. With the ball, Su Bei instantly became the focal point of the entire arena. He then delivered a long pass, finding Wade, who had immediately dashed to the front court. Unknown with the rim. A thunderous dunk rattled the basket. Some slower reacting players only realized Su Bei had stolen the ball from Devin Harris after Wade had already slammed it home. Devin Harris himself was stunned. He felt his superb rhythm and ball control had left Su Bei in the dust, only to have the ball stolen from him. He refused to accept it. He was deeply frustrated. On the next play, he sought out Su Bei again, executing a dazzling series of crossovers and rhythm changes to create half a step of space. Swish. A pull-up jumper. He released the shot a beat earlier, brimming with confidence that he had left Su Bei behind and would sink the mid-range shot. The idea was sound, but he still underestimated Su Bei's leaping ability, explosiveness, and wingspan. He vastly underestimated the talent of this enhanced Iverson. Su Bei leaped backward, then despite being a step behind, lunged forward, extending his long arm to its fullest, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Bang! A palm smacked the basketball away right in his face. There was no skill involved, it was pure raw talent asserting its dominance. WTF? Devin Harris cursed in frustration. Su Bei's expression was calm. In his view, blocking Devin Harris' shot right in front of him was perfectly normal. He chased after the ball, snatched it, and went coast to coast again. Kirk Penny on the wing gritted his teeth and gave chase. The two entered the paint together. Su Bei paid him no mind. One step inside the free throw line, he gathered the ball and soared into the air for a slam dunk. Boom. He slammed the ball through the hoop, with Kirk Penny defending right in his face. 29 points. Su Bei pressed his advantage. Over the next 4+ minutes, he drove and shot with unstoppable ease, scoring 6 more points, adding 1 assist, 2 rebounds, and 1 steal. Adding that to his recent 1 steal, 1 block, and 1 assist, plus his earlier 27 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. 5 minutes into the second half, Su Bei had put up a staggering stat line of 35 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks, leading a 158 run alongside Wade. They stretched the lead to 27 points in one decisive surge. The game was completely out of hand. Beep, beep. Tom Crean called a timeout, pulling the starters to rest them with the condition they wouldn't return unless the lead shrank to within 12 points. The starters wouldn't need to go back in. Would Wisconsin mount a comeback? No. Their morale was shattered. They had lost their confidence and fighting spirit, drifting further and further from victory. Despite the starters staying on the court, their increasingly desperate play led to a 20-point loss, a humiliating defeat at the hands of Marquette University. Marquette University's rout of Wisconsin advancing them to the round of 32 was a result fans could accept. But Su Bei's explosive debut of 3-5-4-4-4-4 was something the scouts could no longer ignore. Scarlett Johansson and Jessica Alba liked it. Dazzling ball-handling, lightning speed, ape-like wingspan, springs in his legs for jumping. His drives to the basket are devastatingly effective. He has a solid mid-range shot and a decent three-pointer. Crucially, he is also an outstanding defender. He played at the level of a future NBA superstar. His ceiling is extremely high. This was the consensus opinion of the scouts in the arena regarding Su Bei. They couldn't hold back any longer and eagerly relayed this information about Su Bei to their team management. ESPN's renowned reporter Mark Stein found Su Bei and said excitedly, "Su Bei, congratulations on your phenomenal performance helping your team win the first round of March Madness. Honestly, I didn't know who you were before the game, and I didn't expect much from you. I was deceived by your handsome appearance. In truth, with your high looks and high skill, you are the brightest new star on the court. You are undoubtedly tonight's MVP. Tell me, what are your thoughts on your perfect debut in the NCAA tournament tonight?" Su Bei thought for a moment, then said, "I think it was a decent performance, I guess. This is a bit unexpected for me. I have to thank my teammates, especially Dwyane Wade, who gave me a lot of opportunities to screens, passes, rim protection, and so on. It felt like everyone was creating chances for me. My good performance wouldn't have been possible without their help. Thank you to my teammates. As for this victory, it is naturally the result of everyone's collective effort. We will continue to work hard and play every game well." Mark Stein chuckled. "Su Bei, you're too modest. I believe your phenomenal performance stems from your off-the-charts talent and incredible driving ability. You are very strong. Your outstanding play led the team to victory. I think tonight you were the better player compared to Dwyane Wade. Keep it up, Su Bei. I'm really looking forward to your performance in the rest of March Madness." "Thank you." Su Bei politely expressed his gratitude. "I will strive to play every game well." His explosive talent, powerful skills, and humble demeanor instantly won him countless fans after the interview. A female fan with a fiery figure wearing a low-cut top that barely contained her ample bosom bumped right into Su Bei as the interview ended, wrapping her arms tightly around him, and said shyly, "Su Bei, I'm your fan." Having said that, she slipped a card into Su Bei's hand, her face blushing a deep, ripe apple red, and then ran away covering her face. She was too shy. Wade walked over, made a T sign at the girl, and laughed. "Beep, beep, charging foul, technical." "Su Bei, what the hell is a charging foul?" Robert Jackson was full of envy. That girl, her face was average, but her body was truly amazing. "I'm so jealous." Diener also came over, raising an eyebrow. "Su Bei, it must have been very soft, right?" Wade pointed at the card in Su Bei's hand. "Open it up and see. I bet it's that girl's number." "All right." Su Bei shrugged, opened it immediately. It wasn't a phone number, but an address for a residential complex. Obviously, it was where the girl lived. There was also a line of text: "Su Bei, can you come to my place tonight? My power is out, and I'm scared being alone. Holy shit." Robert Jackson was green with envy. "Su Bei, she's asking you to come over for the night. With a body like that. Just thinking about it is amazing." Wade, one of the future Four Horsemen, was also envious. He said sourly, "Great skills, handsome face. Su Bei is at the very top of the mating chain. Landing a girl with a body like that is just the beginning. Not like us, we can't even hold a girl's hand." Su Bei spread his hands. "I think looks still matter. Even though it's all the same with the lights off. It still bothers you inside." With that, he threw the note away. "Come on, let's head back to the locker room to celebrate the victory. That's what we should be doing." Su Bei put his arm around Wade and headed towards the locker room. "You're not going to take that opportunity." Wade was shocked. Su Bei shrugged. "Could have, but no need." Robert Jackson reached out as if to grab the fallen card, a look of regret on his face. "Looks are useless. A great body is what really matters. He's still too young." Yeah. Diener also looked pained. "Su Bei is too cruel. If I had the chance, I would definitely go in his place. It's not that I'm after her body, I just simply don't want the girl to be scared of the dark." Robert Jackson rolled his eyes at him. "I don't believe a word you say." Marquette defeating Wisconsin to advance to the round of 32 was good news, but not an earth-shattering achievement. However, Su Bei's explosive stat line of 35 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks dominated the headlines the next day. Marquette freshman Chinese teen Su Bei explodes for 3-5-4-4-4-4, making a sensational debut. From the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. Shocking. NCAA debut with 35 points and an unbelievable 4 steals and 4 blocks, and this player is from China. From the New York Times. Lightning speed, dazzling crossovers, jaw-dropping leaps. Marquette freshman Su Bei used his freakish talent to rout Wisconsin's Twin Stars. From the Golden State T-Senate News. Unbelievable. An unknown Marquette starter erupts for 35 points, stealing the spotlight from Dwyane Wade. He is from the Boston Celtics. Rabbit News. Major newspapers across the morning all reported on Su Bei, not only because he was a fresh face, but more so because he displayed the talent of a monster and put on a godlike performance. And on YouTube, some fans ever on the lookout for trending content immediately clipped highlights of Su Bei's game against Wisconsin from the night before and uploaded them. The view count skyrocketed. The comments below the videos surged like a tidal wave. Holy shit. Wait, isn't Dwyane Wade Marquette's best player? How does Su Bei seem even stronger? So fast, such sharp drives, such freakish leaping. Honestly, I think Su Bei doesn't need any extra moves. Just one step, and he's past his defender. I also think that once Su Bei gets going, he can ignore the defense and posterize anyone from Wisconsin. Damn, Su Bei has such crazy talent. Scoring on drives is way too easy for him. Oh my god, watching Su Bei play gives me the feeling he's playing against kids. It's like he's doing whatever he wants. Any fan who watched Su Bei's highlights couldn't help but praise his talent and his flashy ball handling and driving ability. At the same time, the NCAA wasn't idle either, releasing the top 5 plays of the day immediately. You wouldn't know it until you saw it. And seeing it was a shock. An unknown rookie named Su Bei had dominated the top 5 plays, causing another huge stir. For the number 1 play, Su Bei uses a triple threat to start his drive, and Orlando Tucker gets scared and flies back. Su Bei's triple threat comes with its own elbow wave. Second play, Su Bei moves like a startled rabbit, blowing past Kirk Penny in one step, launching himself like a rocket and posterizing Wisconsin center Dave Mater. A small forward posterizing a center, are you even trying? Third play, still Su Bei. He uses continuous rhythm changes and crossovers followed by a step-back jumper, making Wisconsin's key player kneel and worship. Playing basketball is one thing, but why are you bowing down? Fourth play, my god, it's Su Bei again. Watch him cut backdoor, shake off his defender, rise up like thunder from a clear sky, and Dwyane Wade delivers the ball perfectly. Su Bei's head is at rim level as he throws down a tomahawk alley-oop, showcasing his supermodel-like leaping ability. His connection with Dwyane Wade is exquisite. The top play of the day. The protagonist is still Su Bei. First, he plucks the ball out of the air, hanging for a moment to snatch a block on Kirk Penny. Then he splits the defense, fooling Devin Harris. Finally, he winds up and throws down a massive windmill dunk. Su Bei toyed with Wisconsin's twin stars, all by himself. Su Bei single-handedly sent Wisconsin to the graveyard. Su Bei swept all of yesterday's top 5 plays. Su Bei. He is a freshman at Marquette University, and he is an international player from China. The official broadcast passionately narrated Su Bei's top 5 plays. It was the first time they had produced a top 5 plays segment featuring a single player. Besides their astonishment, they gave Su Bei a little bit of publicity. One man dominating the top 5 plays. This was truly astounding, leaving fans even more in awe. So much so that the official top 5 plays highlight reel dedicated solely to Su Bei saw its likes and views skyrocket. This was the top 5 plays. It was also Su Bei's personal highlight reel on the official channel. Comments from fans poured in endlessly. Huh. Am I seeing this right? The top 5 plays are all from one player. Are you kidding me? Are you sure this isn't a personal highlight reel? Does this year's NCAA tournament have no other players? Why let one person hog all the top 5 plays? Did someone pull some strings? How watch the plays properly? Which one of Su Bei's plays isn't spectacular, isn't beautiful, and doesn't deserve to be on the list? Exactly. They're on the list because they are so amazing. Brother Su Bei is not only great at basketball, but he's also incredibly handsome. If I had a boyfriend like him, I would be laughing in my dreams. True, there are many handsome guys and many guys who are good at basketball, but a player who is both handsome and skilled is so rare. Su Bei, who combines good looks and great skill, really hits the spot for me. Su Bei is so handsome, his play is so exciting to watch. If I could just date him for one day, I'd be willing to be broken. Male fans marveled at Su Bei's skills and talent. Female fans were completely captivated by Su Bei's looks, utterly smitten. It seemed like if Su Bei asked, they would willingly be devoured by him. At the Marquette University arena, Diener discovered that Su Bei had single-handedly swept yesterday's top 5 plays and immediately gathered everyone to watch together. One by one, they savored Su Bei's violent yet smooth offensive feast while marveling at his ability to dominate the list alone. Wow, Wade suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Diener, who was closest, was startled and quickly asked. Wade pointed at the likes below the highlight reel and said excitedly, look, Scarlett Johansson and Jessica Alba liked the video. Both of my goddesses liked Su Bei's video at the same time. I really am so jealous. Scarlett Johansson, 19 years old. She wasn't yet the Black Widow of the MCU, but last year with the film Lost in Translation, she won the BAFTA award for Best Actress in a Leading Role. This made her an instant hit. It brought her acting acclaim, and her face and figure had already driven countless men wild with desire, and even women were envious. She wasn't very tall, only 160 centimeters. But her skin was fair and smooth, her curves were exquisite. She didn't have long legs, but her body proportions were perfect. Her features, her bust, her slender waist, her fair legs. Every part of her seemed meticulously sculpted by God, combining to create an irresistible charm. Sexy siren. That's how the public described her. She indeed possessed the charm to bewitch all. She was ranked #1 in a global top 8 list. The value of her looks need not be elaborated. If more proof were needed to show her enchanting and seductive beauty, the Reaper Kevin Durant once said he would drink Scarlett Johansson's bathwater, proving his intense infatuation with her. Jessica Alba, 22 years old, hadn't yet starred in Sin City or Fantastic, for so her fame hadn't peaked. However, she started acting at 14 in the TV series Flipper, quickly gaining popularity. She was now a moderately famous actress. Theoretically, her name recognition wasn't exceptionally high, but her stunning face and amazing figure more than made up for it. At 170 centimeters tall, she had long legs, a curvaceous and fiery figure, and crucially, she possessed an angelic face. Every description related to beauty and sexiness could be applied to her. She was a stunning beauty that captivated you at first sight. She was ranked among the world's top 100 most beautiful women. Ranked 4th, she was once hailed by Men's Health magazine as the first beauty of the millennium. In 2007, after her popularity soared, she was even regarded as the sexiest woman in the world. Because of her extraordinary beauty, despite not having many outstanding works to her name, she still enjoyed immense popularity among fans, especially male fans. Is it wrong to yearn for her? At least one can fantasize. It was the same for Scarlett. Wade thought so too. Now the two goddesses he often fantasized about at night had both liked Su Bei's personal top 5 plays compilation. How could he not be envious? This is an official top 5 plays compilation. Even if Scarlett and Alba liked it, it doesn't mean anything, right? Merritt said sourly. Idiot. Wade cursed loudly. This top 5 plays compilation, though official, is essentially no different from Su Bei's personal highlight reel. So my goddess is liking it is specifically for Su Bei? Isn't that logic simple enough to understand? Holy shit. Merritt was dumbfounded. Dina also showed intense envy in his eyes. Does this mean both goddesses Scarlett and Alba are interested in Su Bei? Definitely. Wade yelled, then leaned into Su Bei's embrace like a clingy bird, pleading, Su Bei, if you get my goddess contact info, you have to give it to me, please. Su Bei, you're Dwyane Wade. This is my horse. When you roar like that on the scorer's table, it's truly domineering and manly. What's with this clingy act now? Do your fans know? All for a woman's contact info, a string of useless numbers that might never be answered. Is it worth it? Su Bei was stunned and silently complained, pushing Wade away. He said calmly, they just liked it. It's a casual thing. How could I possibly get their contact info? Dwyane, don't even think about it. But I want it. I want the goddesses to like me too. Wade wailed. Dina nodded, eagerly. Getting a like from girls like Scarlett and Alba is really cool. Su Bei, you're amazing. Not only did you dominate the top 5 plays, but you also got the two goddesses to like you. If you perform even better next time, I think they might come to the arena to watch your game. That would be an incredible feat. Merritt fantasized. You're overthinking it. Su Bei shrugged. It's just a like, not a night with you. So much drama. Having your highlights been. Wade never been liked by a goddess. The others never even made a highlight reel, let alone Su Bei. Speaking of Scarlett and Alba, Alba was recently preparing to shoot a basketball microfilm approached by an NBA operations manager. The film aimed to promote the NBA, encouraging more people to play, love, and fall in love with basketball. It would not only boost the NBA's popularity, but also attract more players, further expanding the NBA market. Alba agreed. She wasn't particularly knowledgeable about basketball, so she decided to follow some recent basketball news to familiarize herself. She happened to come across Su Bei's personal top 5 plays compilation. She didn't understand much, but she found Su Bei's smooth ball handling and violent aesthetic dunks cool. She liked, of course, Su Bei's striking good looks were another major motivation for her, like making her think the NBA was full of handsome men. As for Scarlett, she knew a bit about basketball and occasionally watched basketball videos like those of Kobe and Iverson. She watched them from time to time, so YouTube would recommend basketball videos to her. She accidentally liked one while scrolling, unaware of it. Fans noticed and messaged her. Some even asked if she liked Su Bei, which was why she liked his personal compilation. Scarlett only then realized the accidental like. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she planned to unlike it, but when she clicked on the original video, shared by a fan, and saw Su Bei's face, she abandoned the idea of unliking it. How can someone so good-looking exist among the burly NBA players? Scarlett was amazed. She was captivated. Combined with his agile and explosive playing style, she was instantly drawn to Su Bei's looks. Attraction between the sexes begins with appearance. Though many dismiss this as superficial, naive, or even rude to judge by looks, they argue that character, integrity, and upbringing are paramount, or abstractly, that soul compatibility is key. In reality, appearance truly matters. Whether for men or women, it's all the same. Appearance here doesn't mean extreme handsomeness or beauty, but at least a look that brings comfort. This is someone you might live with for a lifetime. If the sight of them increasingly bothers you, no matter how good their character or upbringing, you won't want to know them long. Thus, first impressions are crucial. As for Su Bei, With the system's blessing, he not only gained incredible skills after his transmigration, but also a face that could captivate multitudes. Even Scarlett and Alba with their stunning looks couldn't resist Su Bei's handsome charm. It was a perfect first impression. Yes, they simply liked handsome boys, shallow and mundane as that may be, and that's perfectly fine. The NCAA tournament's first round consisted of 32 games, 4 per day spanning 8 days. Marquette's next game was scheduled for March 16th. On March 13th, they confirmed their next opponent, the 6th seed Indiana University. In the team locker room, after the next opponent was confirmed, Coach Tom Crean immediately gathered the players. He said solemnly the Indiana Hoosiers were last year's runners-up, a formidable team. I know some of you might wonder why such a strong team is only a 6th seed this year. The reason is similar to Wisconsin. Their veteran leader Tom Coverdale has also been plagued by injuries this season, missing many games. In last year's final against Maryland, he scored 28 points, a commendable performance. Losing a core leader significantly weakens a team. Yet despite that, they still secured a 6th seed, which speaks volumes about their strength. Now with their leader healthy, Indiana is exceptionally strong, a level above Wisconsin. We must take them seriously. The players nodded silently. Despite having Su Bei and Wade giving them no reason to fear any team, they couldn't afford to be complacent. The assistant coach added point guard Tom Coverdale is the team leader with excellent scoring ability. Next, the team's point guard Bracy Wright stands at 191 centimeters and is a 5-star freshman. He has grown rapidly this year, becoming Indiana's leading scorer, averaging 18.7 points. He's fast with a sharp drive. He will definitely become an NBA player in the future. You need to watch him. Also, power forward Jeff Newton is Indiana's interior anchor and a shot-blocking expert. He averages 9.5 points and 8.3 rebounds per game with tenacious defense and 2 blocks per game. He's the pillar of their interior. Small forward J. Moy is known for his passion and defense, averaging 7.2 points. He represents the team's fast break defense and team spirit. Center George Leach stands 211 centimeters, a hard-working blue-collar center. Indiana's starting 5 all have their specialties, and the team is solid in both offense and defense. They are a balanced team, not easy to crack. We must give our all and secure the victory. Yes, coach. Understood, coach. The players agreed. Everyone understood that March Madness was a single elimination tournament. Every game must be won to advance. They also knew the next opponent would only be tougher. No one would slack off or underestimate them. Wade listened, then looked at Su Bei with a smile. As I see it, Bracy Wright and Tom Coverdale, Indiana's 2 guards, are their core players. Su Bei, how about we each take one? Su Bei made an okay gesture. 3 days later, March 16th, 8:00 p.m., Bradley Center. Marquette University again at home faced Indiana University in the second round of the NCAA tournament. An hour before the game, both teams were actively warming up. At the commentary desk, TNT veteran commentators Ernie Johnson and Kenny Smith were covering the game. Come on. Ernie Johnson's eyes fell on Su Bei, and he said cheerfully, honestly, for the second round of the NCAA tournament, I wouldn't normally commentate at this level. The only reason I'm here tonight is to watch Marquette's freshman Su Bei. I'm dying to see a player who dominates the top 5 plays in person. It's bound to be a visual feast. While Kenny Smith couldn't help but exclaim, Ernie, you're absolutely right. I've watched Su Bei's highlights too. 1 word explosive. 2 words smooth. 3 words picturesque. Unparalleled speed, dazzling ball handling, silky smooth layups, and dunks like violent aesthetics. Su Bei's talent is immense, no doubt. But what matters is that he delivers a visually stunning game. That's why. But honestly, I envy Su Bei. Envy his physical talent. Ernie Johnson wondered. Of course not. Kenny Smith shook his head. I don't play basketball, so that doesn't tempt or compete with me. Don't you know? Su Bei's top 5 plays were liked by Scarlett and Alba, 2 Hollywood actresses. I even heard a rumor. Scarlett accidentally liked it, but after fans reminded her, she not only kept it, but also shared it on her social media. Do you know what that means, eh? Oh. Ernie Johnson grabbed his head and shouted, Scarlett has a crush on Su Bei. She's actively approaching him. My God. That's the sex symbol. If Su Bei were to have something with her, I can't even imagine. Yes, damn it. Kenny Smith shook his head. Suddenly, I don't want to see him play brilliantly anymore. I hope Bracy Wright, the 5-star freshman who scored 28 points last game, can crush Su Bei. That way Scarlett might lose interest in him, which would be a sight I'd love to see. Oh, old buddy, you're too wicked. Ernie Johnson cursed with a laugh, his smile never fading. I hope your wish comes true. I might not get Scarlett myself, but I don't want that kid Su Bei to have her either. I've suddenly lost some goodwill towards him. Slap. They high-fived in agreement. Su Bei. Wait, you were praising me so well, why the sudden betrayal and explosion? Even if for argument's sake did I eat rice from your house? Why can't you stand to see me happy? Courtside ESPN trainee reporter Stephen A. Smith scanned the arena looking for an interview target. He quickly found one. Locking on, he trotted over and extended the microphone. Oh, Mr. Allen Iverson, I'm surprised to see you here. You know this is just the second round of the NCAA tournament. Is it worth a special trip? Huh. Iverson chuckled. I have a game against the Bucks tomorrow night, so I had time to come watch today. As you said, the second round of March Madness isn't that appealing, but I'm very interested in one player. I came specifically to watch him play. Oh, who is it? Dwyane Wade. His drives look as unstoppable as yours. Smith guessed. No, Iverson shook his head. I'm not interested in Dwyane, he's not the same type of player as me. I'm here to watch Su Bei. Haven't you noticed? His drives are very similar to mine. I see my shadow in him. I really like players with a style like mine. I hope Su Bei dazzles the opponent with his flashy drives tonight, just like I would. Wow. Smith exclaimed in surprise. If Su Bei knew you praised him like that, he'd be thrilled and fulfilled. That's the highest compliment. I hope as you wish Su Bei stuns the crowd again tonight. The interview ended. Smith immediately found Bracey right and asked, Su Bei scored more than you last game, 35 points. You'll likely match up tonight. Are you feeling the pressure? I'm not pressured, Bracey Wright said with confidence. You know I played well last game too. I'm a 5-star freshman and I've consistently performed well. Su Bei, he only has 1 game's data. His performance could be a fluke. I don't deny his talent, but until he proves himself again tonight, I consider myself the better player. The only player I compare myself to is Dwyane Wade. Well said, Smith smiled approvingly. Looking forward to your performance in the game. The interview ended. He then went to Marquette's practice half-court, found Su Bei, and asked, how do you plan to crush Bracey Wright? Su Bei, so blatantly setting a trap for me to fall into. A blazing pit of fire. Do you take me for a Su Bei held back the urge to complain and said tactfully, I've looked into Bracey Wright before the game. He's a strong scorer. He'll stay focused when facing him. I might not beat him, but I think, together with my teammates, we'll win the game. Smith, such mature and tactful words with no room to stir up hatred. Is this really what a freshman who just burst onto the scene would say? How strange. Smith didn't get the provocative answer he wanted and gave an awkward smile. Su Bei, good luck. Hope you win the game. Just as Smith's interview ended, a tall female fan walked into the court. Her long fair legs were enough to keep Wade, Dina, and others entertained for days. The guys were hoping the fan would come to them. Instead, she walked straight up to Su Bei and without a word took off her long. Su Bei, what are you doing? In broad daylight in front of everyone, you're going for it. That's not a... Su Bei was startled, nearly causing the nearby security guard to rush over. Fortunately, underneath the hoodie was Su Bei's number 7 jersey. She revealed a sweet smile and handed him a pen. Su Bei, I'm your fan. Could you sign my jersey? It's just an autograph. Su Bei. Shaking his head, he knew he was overthinking. He then signed his name on a female fan's jersey. Thank you, my fan. I hope you have a wonderful game experience tonight. Su Bei expressed his thanks and returned the pen to the female fan. With a love-struck expression, she beamed with joy and said excitedly, Brother Su Bei, could you sign another one for me? Of course, we're this time. Su Bei, doting on his fans, agreed. The female fan immediately turned her back to him, pulled down her pants a few inches to the astonishment of the crowd, and pointed to her buttocks. Right here. A flash of pale skin. Damn. Is this even something to sign? Su Bei was completely stunned. Wade and Diner beside him stared wide-eyed. Seriously, you can sign there? Such a perk. Is it appropriate? Su Bei asked, bewildered. It's fine, hurry up or security will stop me. The female fan urged quickly. All right. Su Bei agreed. Because the signing surface was quite bouncy, he had to press down with his hand to ensure he could complete the signature smoothly. He wasn't trying to grope, he was simply being kind to his fans. This is perfectly reasonable. Thank you. The female fan left satisfied after getting her signature. Wade immediately pounced on him, full of envy. I have fans asking for my autograph too, but why are yours so bold? Handing out perks like this. Can being handsome really let you get away with anything? Don't say it, but you really shouldn't. Su Bei added Wade roared to the heavens. I'm not good looking, so I'll just spend money. This is too discouraging. I need to let off some steam tonight no matter what. Diner raised his hand, take me with you. I want Su Bei to sign my butt too. Me too. I want brother Su Bei to sign my chest. I'll keep it for a week. I want Su Bei to leave a hickey on my chest. I want it now. Many female fans, captivated by Su Bei having seen the bold move allowed on the court, were restless. Some impatient ones took off their jackets ready to throw themselves at Su Bei without reservation. Security promptly stopped this behavior. If not for the oversight earlier, the female fan's act of pulling down her pants for a signature wouldn't have been allowed either. At least, not during the live broadcast. The screams and revelry of countless hot-bodied, scantily clad female fans further escalated the already restless arena's atmosphere. Su Bei's exceptionally handsome looks, explosive talent, and flashy crossovers earned him many male and female fans, adding a lot of energy to the arena. Boom. Amidst the fervent atmosphere of the arena, warm-ups ended, the real game began, and the starting lineups for both sides took the court. Marquette Golden Eagles starters: point guard Travis Diner, shooting guard Wade, small forward Su Bei, power forward Scott Merritt, center Robert Jackson. Indiana Hoosiers starters: point guard Bracey, right shooting guard Tom Coverdale, small forward J. Moy, power forward Jeff Newton, center George Leach. Jump ball. Robert Jackson and George Leach vied for the tip. Slap. George Leach was first to tap the ball away, securing the first possession of the game for Indiana. Coverdale advanced with the ball. At the left arc, he faced Wade's fierce defense closing in for the first attack. He remained composed. Dribbling while protecting the ball, he watched the timing and passed it to Wright at the right arc. Seeing a J. Moy cut to the basket with an open opportunity. He lobbed the ball over. He gave a J. Moy a direct chance to attack the rim. In the next instant, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Su Bei, bending his knees, leaped into the air like a rocket appearing in the sky in a flash. With long arms and large hands. Slap. Su Bei intercepted Wright's pass midair, confiscating the ball. Oh. Wright was dumbfounded. His feet left the ground by at least a meter. What kind of demonic jumping ability is that? Su Bei stole the ball. Without a moment's pause, he sprinted down the court, leading the fast break. Huh. Wright, too shocked to linger, gritted his teeth, twisted around, and hurriedly chased back. The two were almost shoulder to shoulder, rushing toward the front court. Starting from the same line, fans could visibly see the distance between them widening. When Su Bei's left foot stepped inside the free throw line, Wright was already more than 2 body lengths behind. Seeing he couldn't catch up, he tried to pull Su Bei down with a tactical foul, but he grasped at nothing. No, the distance was too great. When he decelerated, the gap widened further. He didn't even have a chance to grab and foul Su Bei. He could only watch Su Bei ascend like a helicopter. Boom. A one-handed slam, bombing the rim. Su Bei is too fast. Emmy Johnson exclaimed in awe. He jumped so high just now too. Speed and leaping ability, both talents. Kenny Smith was also visibly shaken. Su Bei simply outran Bracy Wright with pure speed. Wright couldn't even see his taillights, let alone get a foul opportunity. Pure speed, talent, pressure. This is truly despairing. Although both were envious that Su Bei's highlight reel was liked by Hollywood actresses Scarlett and Alba. If you play well, you deserve praise. Professionalism above all. Transition. Wright brought the ball up. He was very dissatisfied with having his pass intercepted by Su Bei earlier, giving him a warning shot on the very first possession of the game. What does that mean? Does he not take this 5-star freshman? Or did he think he was something after one good game? Wright's gaze turned icy. He had to immediately humiliate Su Bei, returning the shame twofold. He directly sought out Su Bei. This was the matchup Marquette wanted. Wade versus Coverdale. Su Bei versus Wright. It was also the matchup Indiana wanted at that moment. Clear out, clear out. Coverdale signaled his teammates to spread the floor, giving Wright an unknown chance to toy with Su Bei, though this toying was merely his own assumption. Boom, boom, boom. Facing Su Bei, Wright executed a series of crossover dribbles. Taking the ball on the right wing, he suddenly accelerated. His first step looked decent, as expected of a 5-star freshman. However, Su Bei remained nonchalant, easily keeping up. He extended his long arms, completely enveloping Wright in his defensive shadow. There was a suffocating feeling. Buzz, a tingle ran through Wright's scalp. He hurriedly turned during the contact, with Su Bei accelerating out to the left. He shook off Su Bei, but before he could rejoice, Su Bei was back on him once again, enveloping him in defense. Such explosive speed, such incredible reactions, such long wingspan. I simply can't attack. Wright was shocked inwardly, but everyone was watching him toy with Su Bei. Wouldn't passing be a huge joke? He was caught in a dilemma. Su Bei did him a favor, resolving his predicament, as Wright hesitated in his indecision. Slap. A quick, precise, and ruthless downward strike. He knocked the ball away. Iverson was a 3-time steals champion with excellent stealing instincts, which also granted Su Bei formidable stealing ability. Su Bei grabbed the rebound and pushed the counterattack again. Wright tried to chase in a daze but couldn't catch up. However, the defensive small forward J. Moy gave chase, delaying Su Bei's fast break. Settling into the half court, Su Bei matched up against Wright, who had hurriedly chased back. My turn. Su Bei smiled faintly, sending a chill down Wright's spine. One midair interception and one steal under airtight defense made Wright dare not underestimate Su Bei. Thinking back to Su Bei's insane performance of 354,444 in the previous game, he suddenly panicked. However, he had no way back. Toying or being toyed with, it all came down to this defensive stand. He had to be serious. Boom, boom, boom. Su Bei began his dribbling. Rapid crossovers like butterflies flitting through flowers, frantic cooking that made the pot smoke. Wright's eyes could barely keep up. Another between the legs plus front crossover. The moment Su Bei held the ball in his left hand, he stepped forward with his left foot, dropped his left shoulder, feigning a drive. Extremely convincing. It's the left. Wright thought he saw through it. He hurriedly shifted his entire weight to the left. The next second, Su Bei executed a right front crossover, blowing past him cleanly, completely. Damn, I guessed wrong. Wright cursed. Gritting his teeth, he desperately twisted his center of gravity to chase Wright. Su Bei took one accelerating step, then a sudden stop and step back. Gathered and rose for a jump shot. This was easy to read. Wright's desperate defensive desire made him instinctively chase after, but he forgot his center of gravity had completely shifted again. He could no longer keep up. His upper body thought about jumping up to block Su Bei. His legs were still accelerating downward. One up, one down. Wright completely lost his center of gravity. Crucially, It wasn't just his center of gravity he lost, but also his forcibly twisted ankle. Snap, a hawk. The first sound was Wright losing balance, the ligament tearing as his ankle twisted violently. The second was Wright's agonizing scream from the intense pain. Whoosh! Su Bei had no time to mind him. He stepped back, gathered the ball, and lofted a smooth, long two-pointer, swishing it through the net. Pinpoint accurate, not a hair's breadth off. Swish! Su Bei calmly nailed that long two-pointer. Rookie Iverson's mid-range shot wasn't bad, but compared to the league's elite mid-range shooters, there was still a considerable gap. However, when Iverson continuously dribbled, entering his shooting rhythm, his mid-range shooting percentage rose by at least 10 percentage points. The only drawback was that it was a long two, not a three. In this era, three-pointers weren't popular. Stars preferred mid-range shots or attacking the basket for scores. Long twos were prevalent. Even if they were just 1 or 2 steps from the three-point line, they simply didn't shoot them or train specifically for them. This led to generally poor three-point shooting percentages. If I had the chance to get the peak Kai's three-point shot combined with Iverson's unstoppable drives, combining driving and shooting, wouldn't that be invincible? Su Bei thought about it, feeling a surge of anticipation. But that was still a distant prospect. For now, the goal was to win the NCAA Tournament National Championship. Complete the system quest. Getting Death Durant's peak mid-range shot would be an incredibly formidable reward. Thud. After landing from his made shot, Su Bei finally saw Wright lying on the ground, clutching his ankle and wailing, and he immediately understood what had happened and smiled faintly. "You're facing the greatest ankle breaker in NBA history, an enhanced version at that. Sorry, he'll be taking your ankle." Bleep bleep. Wright's cries were too pitiful. Indiana coach Mike Davis sensed something was wrong, a premonition of doom rising in his heart. He quickly called a timeout. Whoosh, the arena erupted in commotion. Some sharply knowledgeable fans roughly guessed what happened. More fans were still baffled. They thought Wright had just been tripped by Su Bei and fell. The game paused. Su Bei returned to the bench to rest. Wade grimaced, showing a terrified expression. Su Bei's crossover speed is too fast, his moves too varied. With the slightest mistake, the opponent could be sent flying or knocked down. Bracy Wright looked so pained. Could Su Bei have actually broken his ankle, torn a ligament? Hiss. A bone collector. Diner gasped several times. Oh my God. Robert Jackson held his head. That's terrifying. I think Su Bei would cross me up so bad I wouldn't know which way is up. Ha ha ha. Coach Tom Crean proactively handed Su Bei a towel, laughing heartily. Su Bei's ball handling skills are superb. He also has absolute speed and explosiveness. This makes every one of his accelerations and stops extremely threatening, making his fakes incredibly convincing. Average players simply can't defend him. Wade nodded incessantly. I think my driving ability is decent, but compared to Su Bei, I'm not even on the same level. Like Diner said, Su Bei is a bone collector. Messing with him comes at a steep price. The team members marveled tirelessly at Su Bei's powerful drives. The Indiana players, however, looked panicked, worrying about Wright's safety, silently praying he would be okay. On the big screen, the director immediately replayed the sequence where Su Bei broke Wright's ankles. In slow motion, fans could clearly see Wright's ankle twist. Not mildly, but nearly a 90-degree sprain. It was horrifying. Combined with Wright's screams, everyone guessed what had happened. The fans were watching the replay on the big screen. On the court, Wright, his face contorted in pain, limped off through the player tunnel, supported by a substitute teammate and accompanied by the team doctor, heading straight to the locker room. Meanwhile, Coach Davis' assistant confirmed to the referees that Wright would not return tonight. At this point, anyone not a fool knew that Su Bei had broken Wright's ankle, the ankle of a 5-star freshman, showcasing a highlight reel drive. Boom. Wright left the court. The arena suddenly erupted with thunderous cheers. The fans absolutely loved Su Bei's bone collector-style violent drives. Unbelievable. Emmy Johnson was stunned. Su Bei's crossover and driving ability are too strong. He must have broken Bracy Wright's ankle. What's astonishing is that he's a 201 centimeters small forward. What incredible athleticism and body coordination does he possess to support such quick stops and accelerations during rapid crossovers? Exactly. Kenny Smith was also deeply shaken. Speed, explosiveness, coordination, leaping ability, wingspan, ball handling. All these talents. Su Bei is visibly powerful. You call this a college freshman? I'd have no objection if you said he was an NBA star. Tisk TSK. No wonder Hollywood goddesses Scarlett and Alba liked Su Bei's highlight reel and wanted to get close to him. Skilled play, powerful strength, extremely handsome looks, and so young. A Su Bei like this has immense personal charisma. He could make any woman fall for him. That's right. Emmy Johnson nodded in agreement. I'm jealous that Su Bei interacts with girls like Scarlett and Alba. I genuinely hoped 5-star freshman Bracy Wright would take Su Bei down a peg, but his strength just doesn't allow it. And once you set aside personal bias, watching Su Bei play is truly a pleasure, a visual feast. Really great. In the front row of the stands, Iverson watched Su Bei with a beaming smile. Su Bei's style is really similar to mine. Watching him play is like watching myself play. One answer could lead a team to the finals. What about two answers? Iverson thought this, his eyes burning. Back to the game. Right was Indiana's offensive core. His exit was a devastating blow to the team. Guys, pull yourselves together. We've lost, right, but the game isn't over. We were the runners-up last year. We are a strong team. Stay focused, give it your all. I believe you can defeat Marquette and advance to the next round. Coach Davis' motivational speech was thick. The players knew what losing right meant, but they also knew losing meant the end of the season, a year's effort wasted. They didn't want that. The game had just begun. They had to take a gamble. We will definitely win. Leader Tom Coverdale roared, raising his arm. Let's go, guys. Oob. The players. Full of fighting spirit. The game continued. Freshman guard Marshall Strickland stepped in. Leader Coverdale controlled the ball, maintaining enough calm and patience. After going through 2 consecutive screens, he seized the best opportunity and took a jump shot. Swish. It went in. He converted the offense. However, over at Marquette, Wade first accelerated with a spin move, blew past the defender, and hit a drifting low-hand scoop layup. The next possession, Su Bei on the right high post after a series of right-handed in-and-out dribble fakes accelerated in one step and pulled up for a jump shot in one motion. Su Bei took the jump shot. Defender A.J. Moy scrambled into the paint, completely unable to keep up with Su Bei's rhythm. Clang. Unfortunately, this shot didn't fall. Rebound. Under the basket, Merritt and Robert Jackson seemed to have it secured. Who would have known? Indiana's power forward Jeff Newton first bumped Merritt out of the way, then leaped high alongside Robert Jackson. Smack. In a better position and with superior timing, Jeff Newton secured the defensive rebound and hurled it out to Coverdale. Indiana's counterattack. Coverdale sprinted in a one-man fast break. Seeing J. Moy charging toward the frontcourt, he decisively passed the ball over. However, Su Bei also chased back, creating an unknown situation in the frontcourt. J. Moy caught the ball and drove into the paint. Instead of attacking the rim directly, he first initiated contact with Su Bei, bumped him half a step back, and then went up for the layup. A bit of strength, but still too slow. Su Bei smiled slightly, stopped abruptly, and soared up for a chase-down block like a white shooting star streaking backward. In an instant, he dominated the air. Bang! He pinned J. Moy's layup against the backboard and swatted it away. Idiot, who gave you the courage to lay up in front of Su Bei? Wade sneered as he caught the ball swatted off the backboard, immediately accelerating for a fast break. At midcourt, Jeff Newton saw Marquette launching a counterattack. He braked instantly, dropped back into the paint, constantly ready to protect the rim and defend. Wade and Coverdale charged into the paint together. Wade accelerated from the left side, driving into the paint. Upon reaching the key, he gathered the ball and initiated contact. His powerful frame pushed Coverdale's defense away. He gathered for a bank shot. Did it go in? Bang! Coverdale had been watching closely. He lunged forward in time for a massive block. Diener followed up, grabbed the rebound, and charged back into the paint to challenge Jeff Newton's defense. Diener went up for the layup, hanging in the air with a dodge, executing a small reverse layup. This shot. Smack. Jeff Newton blocked him again, swatting the ball Diener had just released from top to bottom with his large hand. A ground-shaking block. Another massive rejection. Jeff Newton secured the basketball that bounced on the floor, clutched it firmly to his chest, and passed it to Coverdale. Roar. Having delivered 2 consecutive blocks guarding his paint with authority, he roared wildly, "Listen up, all of you. My name is Newton, and in my paint gravity is law. No flying allowed." Wow, Emery Johnson exclaimed softly. Jeff Green is only 206 centimeters tall, but he is an outstanding shot blocker. He averages 2 blocks per game this season. His paint. Ordinary players really can't break through. Ha ha ha. Kenny Smith couldn't help but laugh, because his name has Newton in it, so he comes with his own gravity. So his paint is a no-flee zone, truly living up to his name. Be careful. As the Marquette players returned to their court, Coach Tom Crean reminded them from the sideline, Jeff Newton's paint defense is formidable. Don't challenge him, Heaton. The players listened silently. Change of possession. Clang. Coverdale's three-pointer missed, but the red-hot Jeff Newton grabbed the rebound again. He jumped for a second time. Scored on the putback. A crucial rebound, a beautiful putback. Jeff, you're amazing. Coverdale immediately praised his teammate. He firmly believed that if Jeff Newton could have an extraordinary game, they still had a chance tonight. Change of possession. Wade used a screen from Su Bei, drove into the paint from the right wing. Jeff Newton's defense didn't react in time. It was an open opportunity. Unfortunately, Wade fumbled the dribble, breaking his rhythm. By the time he reset his attack, Jeff Newton was already looming over him. It was a tough shot. Wade had to pass the ball out, giving it to Su Bei. Oomph. Jeff Newton sneered arrogantly. The core leader of Marquette, seeing me, you don't even have the courage to attack. Stop pretending. Wade rolled his eyes in annoyance. If I hadn't fumbled, I would have already dunked on your head. Ridiculous. Jeff Newton lifted his chin, speaking arrogantly. I told you my name is Newton. I come with my own gravity. My territory is a no-flee zone. So arrogant. Su Bei held the ball listening to Jeff Newton's arrogant words, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Holding the ball in his right hand in the moment of bending low, he exploded off the ground. No technique, all speed. Su Bei was like a speeding train. In a breath, he blew past J. Moy. Even though he was Indiana's core perimeter defender, it was a single step. Su Bei thundered into the paint, took a gather step, and soared directly into the air. Oomph! Jeff Newton snorted as he rotated over, holding a good defensive position. I don't know how many times I have to say it, my paint is a no-flee zone. Stomp! Stomp! They leaped simultaneously. Jeff Newton had the height advantage, was waiting under the basket for the block, and had the better defensive position. He seemed poised to deliver a sky-covering block to Su Bei. It was truly formidable at first, but then something was off. Having fully jumped, Jeff Newton's eyes widened. Why is this guy still rising? The absolute gap in leaping talent. When Jeff Newton reached his apex, Su Bei was still ascending, and even as Newton began to descend, Su Bei continued to climb. Jeff Newton, who could have blocked it, watched helplessly as he was gradually dwarfed by Su Bei, losing all possibility of a block. WTF? He roared in shock and despair. So you're Newton. Sorry buddy, I specialize in defying gravity. Su Bei let out a roar, daring to beard the lion in his den. Right over Jeff Newton's head, under his faceta-face block attempt, he slammed the ball through the hoop. Boom. Thud. Whoosh. The first sound was the thunderous crash of the ball through the net. The second sound was the thud of Jeff Newton knocked off balance by Su Bei's shoulder in the air, crashing to the floor. The third sound was the roaring, earth-shattering cheers from the Bradley Center crowd. Su Bei defied gravity, posterizing Jeff Newton. This dunk was an eye-popper. This dunk ignited the entire arena. Jeff Newton's outburst had fanned a spark of winning hope for Indiana University, which had lost its core offensive player, a spark threatening to blaze. Su Bei's poster dunk was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing that flame and crushing Indiana's hopes of victory. And Su Bei's unstoppable offensive onslaught continued. At 1611, Su Bei held the ball on the left high post. He drove right with a reverse dribble lightning fast, followed by a hip swivel, and accelerated again. Coverdale was frozen in place. Su Bei charged in, raising the ball high like a torch. A dunk. No need. Hanging in the air, he drifted past the defense and laid the ball in off the glass, once again perfectly showcasing his freakish talent. At 1441, at the top of the arc, facing defensive ace J. Moy, he controlled the ball with a slow rhythm from his left hand, gradually accelerating, getting faster and faster. Whoosh! Just one crossover dribble. Su Bei left J. Moy completely in the dust, drove directly to the rim from the right wing, and used a small reverse layup in the air to evade Jeff Newton's block. Easy layup. At 1111, Su Bei at the right arc once more faced J. Moy again. The same rhythmic dribble, the same crossover to the right. He'll probably drive right again this time. J. Moy had guessed it, but the moment the crossover came, his body still subconsciously flew to the left. Su Bei drove into the paint. Feigning a layup, he suddenly exploded upward, a shaped tomahawk dunk, pulled back like a fully drawn bow, bombing the rim. For the rookie, Iverson dunking was as easy as drinking water. Su Bei, combining his talent and standing 18 centimeters taller, soared and swooped as if it were routine. In the first 10 minutes of the half, Su Bei alone scored another 15 points along with 1 rebound, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Wade's drives were also unstoppable. He scored 8 points, grabbed 3 rebounds, dished out 4 assists, and had 1 steal. Su Bei and Wade, the duo, dismantled Indiana. Beep. When Coach Mike Davis called a timeout 10 minutes into the first half, Marquette was already leading by a commanding 14 points. There was no helping it. After losing their core scorer Bracey, right from the start, Indiana's strength was severe. By halftime, Su Bei had scored 25 points, Wade had 13. Their combined 38 points equaled Indiana's entire team total. Golden Eagles 5-6-3-8 Hoosiers. The Golden Eagles led by 18 points, and the game seemed already. However, Indiana University, after all, was a powerhouse that had reached the finals last year, showing astonishing resilience. Tom Coverdale on the perimeter, Jeff Newton inside J. Moy on defense. The trio led the team in a tenacious fight. Su Bei and Wade had originally planned to rest for the first 10 minutes of the second half, then decide whether to re-enter based on the score difference. But after only 5 minutes of rest, with the lead cut to 11 points, Coach Tom Crean, preferring to be safe, sent them back in to put an early end to this farce. Understood. Roger. Wade and Su Bei nodded in unison, stood up together, walked to the scorer's table together, and together shed their warm-up jackets. They stepped onto the court together. Their presence was palpable. Just standing on the court inexplicably filled the Indiana players with unease. Especially ankle-breaker Su Bei. His drives were terrifying. In 10 minutes on the court, Su Bei, through a mix of drives and shots, scored another 15 points. A full 8 of those points came from Iverson's signature crossover. A single step past you. You even knew he was going right, but you just couldn't stop it. You would always bite on the fake. During this stretch, Wade played the role of facilitator. When Su Bei was hot, he was more than happy to pass. As long as the team won, Wade was willing to sacrifice. During the future Big Three era, he voluntarily gave up his role as the team's leader for the team's quick chemistry. He also took multiple pay cuts for the team. He played through injured knees for the sake of winning. He was always that kind of. Working together, they unleashed another run, widening the lead, which had been threatening to shrink to single digits back to over 20 points. Only 5 minutes remained on the clock. Tough as Indiana was, they hadn't given up, their starters still fighting. But it was already a lost cause. Out of respect, Coach Tom Crean let Su Bei and Wade coast on the court for a symbolic minute before substituting them out to protect their safety. Come on, Emery Johnson exclaimed excitedly. Su Bei is truly amazing. He makes an impact the moment he steps on the court, immediate results. He's really good. Top-tier talent, unguardable, drives a solid mid-range jumper with rhythm, and he can even hit threes when he's hot. This is no ordinary freshman. This is a star player of March Madness. It's not an exaggeration to call him a superstar player. Right. Kenny Smith nodded repeatedly. He too set aside his bias and couldn't help but praise. 25 points in the first half, 15 points in his 10 minutes in the second half. He finished the night with 40 points, even more than his 35-point game last time. My God, this is truly fantastic. Emery, have you noticed that Su Bei's driving and finishing skills are very similar to a certain NBA star? Who could that be? Emery Johnson asked in perfect sync. Kenny Smith pointed to Allen Iverson sitting courtside. The director, sharp as ever, immediately cut the camera to him. Su Bei's playing style is very reminiscent of Allen Iverson, Kenny Smith declared. The camera just caught Iverson, who immediately flashed a thumbs up at the lens, as if to say, I agree with Kenny Smith. Su Bei's style is indeed very much like mine. Kenny Smith further pointed out, Su Bei's speed, leaping ability, explosiveness, all these talents are as elite as Allen's. His crossovers are just as flashy as Allen's. Especially that one big crossover finish after rhythmic dribbling, it's exactly like Allen's. The effect is also astonishing. Several times on offense, I as a commentator could read Su Bei's intention, but the defense just couldn't keep up. It's the same with Allen. You know Allen is going right, but you just can't stop him. Whoa, Kenny Smith's words were a revelation, instantly awakening countless fans, giving them a feeling of having an epiphany. Now that you mention it, it really is very similar. Yes, the more I think about it, the more it fits. Wow, so this means Su Bei is a player as great as Allen Iverson. Their talent and playing style are all similar. Su Bei, standing 201 centimeters, also makes up for Allen's most fatal flaw, height, making him practically perfect. I have every reason to believe Su Bei's ceiling is higher than Allen's. Whoa, there's no need to talk about breaking through ceilings. If Su Bei can grow to Allen's level, to the level of a four guards of the early 2000s, that would already be terrifyingly strong. The fans in the stands, having this sudden realization, nodded vigorously like pecking chicks, believing Su Bei was a player as great as Iverson. Kenny Smith, riding the momentum, continued. Last year's Chinese player Yao Ming entered the league with great fanfare as the #1 pick. The beginning of the story wasn't ideal. The ending gave us too many surprises. Yao Ming averaged 6 points, 8, 5 rebounds and 2.0 blocks in his rookie season. He will definitely grow into an all-star caliber center. Now another player from China, Su Bei, seems to have parachuted into the league, delivering a stunning performance right out of the gate. If his ceiling reaches the level of Allen Iverson, that's the '96 Golden Class #1 pick, of four guard who led his team single-handedly to the finals. He is an undeniable superstar. Su Bei is on track to become such a player. Su Bei and Yao Ming from China are both this outstanding. Can I say? Made in China means top quality. Marquette University crushed last year's runner-up Indiana University by 22 points, advancing to the Sweet 16. 40 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, 5 blocks. That was Su Bei's stat line. He broke the NCAA tournament scoring record for a freshman. After the game, Smith immediately found Su Bei smiling. Congratulations, Su Bei, you've led your team to another victory and advanced to the Sweet 16. 40 points plus, 3 steals, and 5 blocks. You've set the March Madness scoring record for a freshman. Seriously, you are outstanding. You look like a superstar on both ends of the floor. I think you are even better than Dwyane Wade. Can you share your feelings about, Su Bei thought for a moment before answering. You know, winning is a joyful thing. However, we won the game while the opposing player was injured. It was nothing extraordinary. The next round would bring even stronger opponents. I think we cannot afford to be complacent. We must remain focused to secure the victory. Furthermore, I deeply regret that Bresley got injured. If I had another chance, I would do my utmost to protect him. Smith couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Su Bei, do you know? If Bresley heard what you just said, he'd be grinding his teeth and trembling with excitement. The remark was less about harm and more about humiliation. Su Bei shrugged as if to say, is it my fault? After concluding his interview with Su Bei, Smith hurried over to Allen Iverson. Mr. Iverson, are you satisfied with Su Bei's performance tonight? Absolutely satisfied. Iverson chuckled. Watching Su Bei play feels like watching myself on the court. It's uncanny. So similar. Every dribble, every acceleration and sudden stop. I seem to see my own reflection. The answer at the small forward position. I think describing Su Bei that way is not an exaggeration. Wow. Smith was utterly astonished. Your praise for Su Bei is immense. He's only played 2 games in March Madness. He is far from reaching your level. He cannot be compared to you. At least that's my opinion. Iverson didn't mind at all, and continued with a smile. What if a team had 2 answers? Wouldn't that be Smith paused for a moment, then exclaimed, Allen, are you publicly recruiting Su Bei? Iverson smiled without a word. He ended the interview and walked straight up to Su Bei, extending his hand. Hello, Su Bei. I'm Allen Iverson. You played brilliantly tonight. Su Bei shook Iverson's hand and thanked him with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. I was just a bit lucky. You're being modest. Iverson shook his head. Su Bei, your playing style is very similar to mine, which gives me a special fondness for you. I have great faith in you. Keep it up. Win consecutively and aim for the national championship. Thank you. Su Bei politely thanked him again. They'll give it my best shot, and I hope Allen's Philadelphia can reach the finals again this year. I hope you win the championship ring this year. I believe the answer can do it. Ha ha ha. Iverson laughed heartily. Communicating with a polite person is always pleasant. All right, let's strive for our respective goals. Go for it. Go for it. Looking back at Iverson's entire career, it was nearly flawless: MVP, All-Star, MVP Finals appearance, scoring titles, steal titles, #1 draft pick, and so on. He held countless accolades and boasted unparalleled popularity, once poised to become the face of the league. His career was almost complete. Yet there was one regret: he never wore a championship ring. The uncrowned king. That was how future fans would describe Iverson. It was a fitting description. This was his greatest regret and his deepest desire throughout his NBA career. So when Su Bei wished him a championship, he was especially delighted. Click. Smith captured the image of Iverson and Su Bei in animated conversation. Combining it with the interview, he began to craft a sensational story destined to dominate the headlines and ignite public discourse the next day. In the Marquette locker room after the game. Last year's runner-up. Is that all? Easy win. Diner gloated. Robert Jackson rolled his eyes. Don't get too cocky. That's because they were missing their core scorer. No. Wade shook his head and laughed. Even if Bresley hadn't been injured, we would have won easily. Come on. Su Bei dropped 40 points. When a player scores 40 in a game, I don't see how you can lose. Exactly. Merritt nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a spring. Dwyane also scored 22. They combined for 62 points. There's no way to lose that. Our domination was the only logical outcome. Exactly. Wade threw an arm around Su Bei's shoulder. Bro, let's hit the club and celebrate properly. No thanks. Su Bei declined. Wade grinned. I know what you're worried about. Relax, I know people. We have a way to get into the club. Lolita's maids, investigators, whatever you desire. They're all available. Beautiful with smoking hot bodies, and they're absolutely discreet. They're professionals. We just enjoy ourselves. Su Bei. Wait, Wade, you're still a college student. How are you already so experienced and slick in this area? Truly worthy of being one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I'm really not interested. Su Bei shook his head and declined again. Those women were probably not clean. If something went wrong, it would be a huge loss. He wasn't that desperate. Otherwise, he could have gone all the way with that female fan a few days ago. Wade was astonished. He couldn't understand. To him, this was perfectly normal. He pondered for a moment, then a look of shock and disbelief crossed his face. Su Bei, are you into guys? What kind of wild talk was that? Where did he get the idea that I liked men? Su Bei was dumbfounded, rendered speechless. But Wade took his silence as confirmation. He patted Su Bei on the shoulder and chuckled. It's no big deal. We respect you. Don't worry. If you want, they can dress up as Lolitas and cuddle up to you, catering to all your preferences. Holy crap. I knew Americans were open-minded, but I never imagined they played this dirty. How terrifying. After emphatically stating he wasn't gay, Su Bei made a swift escape. Ha ha ha. Wade watched Su Bei flee and couldn't help but laugh. Probably a little virgin. Still too young. Once he gets a taste of it, he'll be hooked. 17 cornerstone players. The Wade of the 1996 golden generation. That freshman from Marquette, the player from China, scored 40 points again. 5 more than last game. He also had 3 steals and 5 blocks. Back-to-back dominant two-way performances, leading Marquette to an upset over last year's runner-up. Is he really that good? Raptors head coach Lenny Wilkins was stunned after reading the latest scouting report on one time could be a fluke. 2 consecutive games with 35 points and solid defense. That was real strength. TSK. He clicked his tongue in amazement. According to the scouting report, Su Bei has the same talent and crossover skills as Iverson. And he's 18 centimeters taller than Allen Iverson. Do you know what that means, eh? It's telling me that Su Bei could become a player greater than Michael Jordan. We must grab him. With LeBron James, Darko Milicic, Carmelo Anthony, and Su Bei, how can we compete for them all? But precisely because there are so many superstars, if I tank hard enough, I'm guaranteed to land one of them. Whoever it is paired with Vince, our Raptors will instantly become stronger next season and have a shot at the championship within. At the very least, any one of these four could be the cornerstone of a rebuild. Grab one. We must tank relentlessly to secure one of these four. The Raptors head coach had already made up his mind. However, he wasn't the only one with such resolve. Knicks general manager Scott Layden, after watching Su Bei's first game footage, decisively ordered the team to tank. The Knicks had been struggling this season. No, to be precise, the Knicks had been struggling for years. They had missed the playoffs for 2 consecutive seasons, and currently sitting 10th in the East, they likely wouldn't make it this year either. Yet the team had an all-star jump man, Allen Iverson, giving them the strength to contend for a playoff spot. New York was America's largest metropolis. If the team could reach the playoffs, the fans' complaints would be somewhat muted. Management's bias against him would also lessen. He would have a better chance of keeping his job. But this was an absolute draft year. LeBron, Melisic Anthony, and the emerging, and further down Wade, Bosch center Chris. Come on. Too many promising players to choose from. The competition was fierce. To secure a good draft pick, they had to tank and make their record as poor as possible. That increased the odds of a high pick, gave them more options, and put the initiative in their hands. If they could select an all-star caliber player, or even a franchise cornerstone and future superstar, it would be a huge win. Now LeBron, Melisic Anthony, and Su Bei were exactly those kinds of players. GM Scott Layden desperately wanted to tank to land one of them and secure a future superstar to save his own skin. Yet he also feared being fired early if the team's record was too poor. He was torn. Finally, with the strong support of coach Don Chaney, he decided to gamble, betting his entire tenure as Knicks GM. Don Chaney also bet his coaching career with the Knicks initiating a full-scale tank 10 or more days earlier. Of course, even so, it wasn't particularly special. It just meant their decision to tank wasn't delayed. This was an absolute draft year. The chosen one, LeBron James, with his generational talent, had the entire league tanking for him. So the question, if the Knicks were lucky enough to win the top pick, who should they select with the first overall pick? LeBron, Melisic Anthony, or Su Bei? Notably, Melisic, at 213 centimeters, was a teenage prodigy from Serbia. Regarding his skills and his performance before entering the NBA, you could consider him the Victor Wembanyama of this era. That was the reason for his popularity. Scott Layden, who would you choose? Don Chaney asked seriously. Layden had been pondering this question for a week and already had an answer in mind. He stared intently at Don Chaney and said earnestly, I would choose Su Bei. Me too. Don Chaney raised his hand with a slight smile, then asked, why would you choose Su Bei? He's only played 2 games in the league. LeBron, Darko Milicic, and Carmelo Anthony have all shown generational talent and proven themselves over many games. Slap. Layden and Chaney high-fived excitedly. I believe Su Bei's template is Allen Iverson. Talent and skill, identical. I'm a fan of Allen. I also believe, if Allen were 10 centimeters taller, Michael might not be the greatest of all. That's just a hypothetical. It's impossible, so the answer will always be my uncrowned king, and Michael remains the GOAT. Now Su Bei is 201 centimeters, a full 18 centimeters taller than Allen, yet he's just as good. This is the player I only dreamed of. Now he's real right before my eyes, and he's proven his talent and skill in 2 games. That's enough. I will never question the value of the 96 Golden Generation's #1 pick, so I'm going all in. Don Chaney also smiled. 4 cornerstone players, but in the end you can only choose one. You might not even get the chance to choose. LeBron is great, but I also choose Su Bei. The Raptors and Knicks management were firmly committed to tanking. The Knicks GM and coach had even decisively chosen Su Bei. As for other teams, like the Cavaliers, Bulls, Heat, Wizards, Nuggets, Clippers, Grizzlies, Warriors, etc., any team with a poor record was tanking to compete for a high draft pick next season. Teams like the Hornets, 76ers, Timberwolves, Lakers, some in playoff contention, or even near the top, were also scheming, trying to lose as many games as possible while maintaining their current standing. Even if it only slightly increased their chances of a high pick, they were willing. You never know. The draft lottery was ultimately a game of luck, so increasing the odds was always beneficial. In short, the entire league was tanking. At 10 a.m., the NCAA officially released the top 5 plays from yesterday. Fans watched immediately. Last time it was a one-man show by Su Bei, which was quite absurd, but after watching, fans couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It was a well-deserved personal showcase. As long as the plays were exciting and of high quality, it was perfectly fine for one person to dominate the list. This made fans eagerly anticipate the new top 5. And when they watched, countless fans were left in shock, their eyes nearly popping out. Too exciting. Yes, truly exciting. And amidst the excitement, everyone was astonished that Su Bei had once again single-handedly dominated the day's top 5 plays. A team dominated the top 5 again. Only one figure in mind, the answer. Top 5 play number 5. Watch Su Bei shake off AJ Moy, drive to the basket, feign a layup, and then explode. Soaring skyward, Su Bei pulls the bowstring taut, delivering a chaped slam that defines violent aesthetic. Top 5 play number 4. Su Bei leaps high, intercepts Bresley's pass in midair, goes coast-to-coast, launches like a helicopter, and throws down a one-handed jam. His leap could pluck the stars. His dunk makes the rim weep. Top 5 play number 3, Indiana's interior anchor Jeff Newton sends back block after block aiming to dominate the paint. Su Bei rises to the challenge, soaring skyward, and posterizes Jeff Newton with a violent slam. Jeff Newton is already descending, but Su Bei is still ascending. Su Bei says, "So you're Newton. Sorry, I'm here to defy gravity." Top 5 play number 2, watch Su Bei weave through defenders like a butterfly step back and snap the ankles of 5-star freshman Bresley. Tonight, Su Bei is the ankle breaker and the bone collector. Stretcher next. Top 5 play number 1, watch Su Bei's ultra-wide crossover, shaking his defender with a single move. 1-2. Look closely. Su Bei's crossover is exactly like Allen Iverson's. Identical. He is like an AI at the small forward position. The answer of our March Madness. The announcer's passionate commentary made Su Bei's already explosive plays even more captivating. Especially the last play. It wasn't just one crossover. The official edit compiled all of Su Bei's single devastating crossovers from the previous game. 7 times in total. One move repeated 7 times, and on the final one as Su Bei made his move, the official superimposed Iverson's crossover over Su Bei, merging the two. At that moment, Su Bei was the spitting image of Iverson. Meanwhile, commentators Eric Johnson and Kenny Smith explicitly stated that Su Bei's style resembled Iverson's. And Iverson himself said in an interview that he came to watch Su Bei play because their styles were so similar. ESPN trainee reporter A. Smith also compiled his findings into an article embellishing it to convey one message: Su Bei is Iverson at the small forward position, a taller version. The answer? A renowned commentator from TNT, also an NBA legend. Sir Charles Barkley even directly evaluated on his podcast, Su Bei's template is the answer, Allen Iverson. Major newspapers and media reporters also tirelessly praised Su Bei's prowess, acknowledging his playing style that closely resembles Allen Iverson's. Everything pointed to one thing: Su Bei possessed a playing style and skill set identical to Allen Iverson. The news exploded instantly, sparking fervent discussions on major basketball websites. Damn, Su Bei's drives are really strong. His talent is off the charts, his ball control is masterful, and his body flexibility and coordination are top-notch, allowing him to easily execute layups and posterize opponents. Neither the players from Wisconsin nor Indiana could stop him. Are you sure it's not AI reincarnated? How else could their playing styles be so similar? It's not just somewhat similar. It's identical. Yeah, after watching today's top 5 plays, especially the last one looking at Su Bei, only one figure comes to mind: the answer. Wow, the answer of March Madness, but an answer who is 18 centimeters taller than Allen Iverson. How insane. TSK. No wonder Su Bei can score 35 points in one game and 40 in another. He is as strong as Allen, as formidable as the top pick of the '96 Golden Generation. Everything makes sense now. Last year, China produced a number 1 pick, Yao Ming, who amazed us with his performance. This year, China has produced another small forward. He has given us an even greater shock. It's just like Kenny Smith said, made in China is always premium. Fans discussed fervently, unanimously acknowledging that Su Bei possessed talent and skills comparable to Iverson. They were all in awe of his prowess. The next day, another article written by Stephen A. Smith after fermenting for a day spread not only among fans reading newspapers offline. There was also much discussion on basketball websites. In his article, he embellished, Allen Iverson will do whatever it takes to get Su Bei in the offseason. Next season, Philadelphia will have 2 answers. Folks, 1 answer got Philly to the finals. What about 2? Once this article was published, combined with Iverson saying similar things in interviews, the news was virtually confirmed and exploded. Wow, a celebration for Philly fans. Honestly, I'm not sure how far this season's 76ers can go in the playoff. Out of the East, maybe. The championship should be very difficult. But if they can get Su Bei in the offseason and have 2 answers next season, everything will be different. I have every reason to believe they will definitely break out of the East and challenge for the championship. Wow, this is such an exciting combination. Ahem. Although I'm excited, frankly speaking, with Philadelphia's current record, it won't be easy to pick Su Bei in the draft. And since Su Bei has performed at such a high level, any team that drafts him will find it hard to let him go. After all, not everyone has as bad an eye as Sir Charles. Sir Charles, are you calling me out? Sir Charles, damn it, my eye might be bad, but is it worse than that black eggs? Regardless of whether the news is reliable or whether Philly can replicate the answer, at least, we all have to look forward to it. Philly replicating the answer. This was indeed something that filled 76ers fans with fantasy. The second round of March Madness was also in full swing. The Sweet 16 matchups were scheduled for March 22nd and 24th. Before that, TNT held a panel discussion hosted by Doug Collins, Elliot Charles Barkley, and Reggie Miller. The panel topic was China's prodigy, Su Bei template Allen Iverson. How good is he? How good is Su Bei? Reggie Miller said excitedly, discussing how good a freshman who has only played 2 games in the NCAA tournament is. I think this is interesting in itself. First, we need to be clear Su Bei truly possesses athletic and physical talents that are not inferior to Allen Iverson's, maybe even better. His draft template must be Allen Iverson. His strength naturally won't be weak. He might even grow into a player as strong as Allen, at least an all-star level player. Elliott shook his head slightly and took over. I think Reggie is being a bit conservative. Let me state my conclusion first. Su Bei's ceiling surpasses Allen's. He is unequivocally an enhanced version of Allen Iverson. As everyone knows, Allen was the top pick of the '96 Golden Generation. If the draft were redone 100 times, he would still be the #1 pick. His talent and abilities are all top-notch. His height is his only fatal flaw. Yet in the world of the NBA, a land of giants, he played at a superstar level at just 183 centimeters. This shows how great he is. Many fans often fantasize, if this short Allen is this good, how strong would he be if he were 10 centimeters taller? He would be terrifyingly strong. But there is a big premise: his other physical attributes remain unchanged. If Allen grew 10 centimeters, could his speed, explosiveness, jumping agility, and other talents still maintain their previous super high level? That would be a huge question mark. But now, Su Bei stands before you telling you personally that he is 18 centimeters taller than Allen while possessing the same outstanding talents. A 201 centimeters tall Allen Iverson, a player that could only exist in the fantasies of countless AI fans, has now descended upon the NCAA tournament. Isn't he the enhanced version of Allen Iverson? His ceiling must surpass the answer. I believe as long as he stays healthy, he could even challenge Michael Jordan's status. Come on, Doug Collins said excitedly, nodding vigorously. Su Bei is truly the enhanced version of Allen. Allen's most fatal flaw is his height. Su Bei perfectly compensates for it. I think we can also say Su Bei is the perfect answer. How high can Su Bei's future ceiling be? In my opinion, there is no ceiling. Reggie Miller twitched his mouth. Come on, Su Bei has only played 2 games. One says he'll surpass Michael, the other says he has no ceiling. Isn't this hyping him up a bit too much? Right? Not at all. Barkley immediately objected, refusing to take sides. He knew what Reggie Miller meant by calling him out. It was about being proven wrong for disrespecting Yao Ming last year. People make mistakes and misjudge others, that's normal. But you don't keep making the same mistakes. Yao Ming was an exception, and his debut with 0 points gave a certain illusion. But Su Bei, also from China, has been phenomenal in both games. Barkley was completely stunned. Both his talent and skills are astonishing. On his podcast, he publicly praised Su Bei, stating he is as strong as Iverson. He certainly wouldn't agree with Reggie Miller's view. He objected and continued. I also believe Su Bei is the enhanced version of Allen, the perfect answer. Height is Allen's flaw. Once the height is compensated, it's not just the height that improves. With talent unchanged, the biggest difference is being a two-way player is always a hallmark of a superstar. Allen could play at a super elite level despite being easily targeted on defense, which shows how great his offense is. Su Bei has that same potential. Once his offensive skills catch up with his talent and the height advantage improving his defense, he is the perfect answer with the potential to challenge or even surpass that black egg ceiling. Reggie Miller, a kid who has played 2 games in the NCAA tournament, is supposedly capable of surpassing the 6-time champion Michael. You guys are really crazy. Exaggerated. It is indeed a bit exaggerated. But undeniably, Su Bei, who rivals the perfect answer, has an extremely high ceiling. After TNT's commentators hyped him up like this, Su Bei's popularity soared. Amidst countless fans' praise and astonishment, his perceived strength was elevated even higher. The NBA wasn't idle either. They released the latest mock draft the next day. First pick LeBron James, a high schooler from St. Vincent St. Mary, known as the Chosen One, also known as King James. Second pick Carmelo Anthony, the prodigy from Syracuse University, nicknamed Melo. He and LeBron were called the Twin Towers. Third pick Darko Milicic, a prodigy from Serbia. Fourth pick Chris Bosh, the future Dragon from Georgia Tech. A freshman this year, he originally planned to finish 4 years of college before going to the NBA. But he dominated from his very first year. He did whatever he wanted in the paint. He displayed immense talent and strength in college. The outside world kept saying he was already NBA ready, and the discussions grew louder. Bosh couldn't sleep. He immediately consulted his mentor Hewitt, who directly told him he might be drafted between the 4th and 8th pick in the first round. This boosted his confidence greatly. Coupled with the NBA's high draft projection, he decided to enter the NBA. 5th pick Chris Come-On from Central Michigan University, a talented center. Centers were still highly sought after in this era. Come-On was highly anticipated. 6th pick T.J. Ford from the University of Texas. His speed, ball handling, and passing were all top-notch. ESPN experts believe Ford would become a core-level all-star point guard for a team. 7th pick Kirk Hinrich from the University of Kansas, an excellent combo guard. He also had a decent three-point shot. He was later selected by the Bulls with the 7th pick and was developed as a franchise. 8th pick Dwyane Wade from Marquette University. Wade is this good and he's only ranked 8th. That's right. Wade is 193 centimeters, a bit short for the shooting guard position. As a shooting guard, his shooting was also inconsistent. But he wasn't a particularly outstanding point guard either. This made his position somewhat awkward. Fortunately, his talent was solid enough to get him into the lottery. The reason he was eventually selected 5th overall stemmed from his breakout during that year's March Madness. He led his team to the Final Four, a remarkable achievement. He averaged over 20 points per game along with 5 rebounds and 5 assists. Against Kentucky, he even dropped a 30-point triple-double with 30 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists. Despite falling short in the Final Four, his stellar performance in March Madness that year made him famous and endeared him to Heat coach Pat Riley. This ultimately led to him being selected 5th overall by the Heat, beginning the legendary NBA career. Now the emergence of Su Bei would inevitably steal some of Wade's thunder, potentially preventing him from performing as well. His popularity wouldn't rise as much either. Where he would eventually be drafted that year remained a question mark. However, when Dina learned of Wade's 8th-place draft projection, he was still very happy. It was already an elite ranking. He immediately went to tell Wade, who was lifting weights in the gym. Su Bei was also training. He was working on his relatively weak strength. A 140 kilograms bench press wasn't bad for a small forward, but against the league's elite powerhouses, the gap was still significant. He still needed to train. Wade responded, not surprised by his ranking, believing he could be higher. This was the confidence of Flash. He then asked, "What about Su Bei? He's played so well and gotten so much praise. Is he on the list?" "I haven't finished reading yet. Let me find him." Just as Dina was about to search, Robert Jackson came running and screaming excitedly. Panting, he shouted, "Amazing. Too amazing. Su Bei was never on the draft projection list before." After just 2 games, he shot straight to the 14th pick, skipping the second round entirely and landing in the lottery. Dina was also stunned. It was truly unbelievable. Wow, Wade's eyes widened, and he gave Su Bei a thumbs up. "Honestly, this is insane. Su Bei, you're amazing." "Huh?" Dina laughed in shock. "Our team has 2 lottery players. No wonder we keep winning." "Of course." Robert Jackson shook his head excitedly. "We're a Sweet 16 team, a team that has blown out opponents in 2 consecutive games. We're going to achieve great results this year." Su Bei wasn't too surprised by his draft projection. Come on. Iverson, despite his height disadvantage, was the undisputed number 1 pick of the '96 Golden Generation. And he was the perfect answer. Only stronger. If not for the limited number of games and exposure, even LeBron at the first pick would be worried about losing his spot. Su Bei also showed a happy smile, then raised his arm. "We have always been a very strong team. So, guys, let's work together, break out of the Midwest region, and aim for the national championship." Wade was the first to punch the air and shout, followed by everyone else cheering excitedly. For the championship, these students playing pure basketball were all incredibly eager. Su Bei was no exception. It would add to his basketball resume and accelerate his rise to fame. He had no reason not to desire it. Besides, the reward of his exclusive Death God mid-range shot was equally important, perhaps the most important reason for pursuing the championship. Therefore, to ensure victory, he had to regularly motivate his teammates with inspirational words to keep them focused and driven. Landing in the lottery zone, Su Bei once again became the focus of fans' attention and discussion. The media and newspapers were the same. Su Bei was the center of traffic. They would revolve around him and make a fortune. Su Bei also gained a tremendous amount of popularity. Definitely not a loss. And after Iverson watched Su Bei's games and followed his news, his admiration for him. After the news of Su Bei landing in the lottery was announced, Iverson could no longer sit still. He went to the office of team manager Billy King, and coincidentally Coach Larry Brown was also there. "Allen, you're here," Billy King said with a smile, pointing to the sofa nearby. "Don't rush. Whatever you want to say, let's sit on the sofa and talk." "Okay, manager." Iverson nodded. The 3 sat down on the sofa, Iverson on one side, Billy King and Larry Brown on the other. A staff member poured 3 cups of coffee and placed them on the coffee table in front of them. Iverson got straight to the point. "Manager Billy, I hope the team can strengthen for me. You know, the current team shows no hope of winning a championship. I don't want to waste the peak years of my career. I want to win. I crave victory more than anything. You must feel the same, right?" "Of course." Billy King nodded. "No team doesn't want to win a championship unless they're planning to sell the franchise. But, Allen, you know that to keep the championship roster from 2001, we have no salary cap space left. We have to avoid the luxury tax and maintain financial flexibility. It's hard to make further improvements. Also, the players are aging badly. Our interior anchor Mutombo was already 35 back then, and now he's 37. He's lost his dominance in the paint. And your playing style is too aggressive with a high risk of injury. The team's future looks bleak. We rely on you too much. As other teams study you more deeply and defend against you specifically, our current competitiveness is declining. We can't over-rely on you and the veterans. The team needs young blood and energy. Allen, I know you want to win, and we do too, but I hope you can be patient. This isn't something that happens overnight. Give me time to inject fresh talent into the team, let them grow, and once the salary cap frees up, They'll find suitable partners for you and strengthen the roster immediately. How does that sound? Iverson fell silent. He had been fed this promise for nearly 2 seasons and knew the 76ers were considering a rebuild. This clashed with his urgent dream of winning a championship. Yet he had feelings for the team and the fans in Philadelphia. He didn't want to leave midway, he wanted to hold on a little longer. Larry Brown then spoke, his tone earnest. Allen, you are an exceptionally powerful player. Your scoring ability is beyond doubt. Your desire to win is clear to all of us. That's exactly the kind of player attitude the team wants to see. But your playing style is too aggressive and easy to counter. If you could just look for your teammates a bit more and share the ball, the game would become much simpler. I think the team might not even need further reinforcement to go further in the playoffs. You just need to make a small adjustment. You can do it. You have the ability to achieve it. Huff. Iverson ignored Larry Brown's words, took a deep breath, looked at General Manager Billy King, and said solemnly, GM, I understand your thoughts. Then let me state my final request to meet you halfway. This offseason, at all costs, bring Su Bei, the freshman from Marquette University, to Philadelphia. A Philadelphia of double answers. I'm willing to wait a few more years. Otherwise, I don't know if I can keep playing. On March 20th, all the round of 32 games concluded. Marquette University learned their opponent for the Sweet 16, the second seed of the Midwest region, the University of Pittsburgh. Their point guard Brandon Knight was the team leader and one of the best players in the Big East Conference, averaging 14, 5 points and 3 assists per game along with 3 steals. He was the team's brain. His offense, passing, and defense kept the team highly competitive. Shooting guard Julius Page averaged 11, 4 points and 5 rebounds per game. He was a versatile player, an excellent perimeter defender, and a scorer. Small forward Jaren Brown was particularly outstanding in defense and rebounding. Power forward Chavon Troutman averaged 4 points and 5 rebounds, serving as the team's interior scorer. He had excellent finishing ability under the basket. Center Ontario Wright was the defensive anchor in the paint, averaging 7 blocks per game. Pittsburgh had no absolute star player. They were known for their tenacious defense and team play. This had propelled them as a dark horse into the Sweet 16, aiming for the Elite 8. 2 days later, the showdown would take place at Pittsburgh's home court, the Peterson Events Center. At 6 p.m., Arba posted on social media, "Who should I partner with to shoot this basketball-themed microfilm?" 2 days, Arba had once again liked the NCAA official highlight reel of Su Bei's top 5 personal plays and commented below the video, "This is so cool." A previous like. This time a like plus a comment. Arba's proactive interest in Su Bei was evident to the fans, already causing quite a stir. Some fans believed Arba simply liked Su Bei and was drawing closer to him, even though she hadn't admitted it. So when Arba asked this question, the comments from her followers were remarkably consistent. Su Bei, of course. Right. You must collaborate with a player like Su Bei or it will definitely produce great footage. Su Bei is so handsome and Arba is so beautiful. A cross-industry collaboration between a handsome man and a beautiful woman would be absolutely dreamy and sure to be a huge hit with the public. I've never watched basketball before, but even I'm captivated by Su Bei's playing. For you, sure you're not just smitten by his handsome face. Sure you're not just after his body. Sis, let's not call it out so bluntly. Su Bei, I hope it's Su Bei. I'm a fan of Su Bei and also a fan of Arba. If I could see my 2 favorite people collaborate, I would be over the moon. The fans' calls for a collaboration with Su Bei were overwhelming. After scrolling through the comments, Arba revealed a happy smile. She then added another social media post. "Since everyone wants me to choose Su Bei, I've decided to go ask him in person. Does anyone know when Su Bei's next game is and which venue?" March 22nd, Peterson Events Center. The fans quickly provided the answers. Arba noted them down. Subsequently, the news that Arba was going to watch Su Bei's game spread like wildfire. The fans were incredibly envious. But it wasn't just envy that a goddess like Arba was going to watch Su Bei play live. Rather, the like and comment on Su Bei's highlight reel, the deliberate inquiry about the microfilm candidate, plus the decision to attend the game in person. Everything seemed to indicate that Arba had feelings for Su Bei. It suggested that Su Bei might win the affection of Hollywood starlet Arba, known for her angelic face and devilish figure. At the young age of 18, this was so enviable that fans were green with jealousy. Times Square, New York. Inside a presidential suite at a Hilton hotel, Scarlett and her assistant sister Mina were resting in the hotel with a movie promotional event scheduled for the evening. With only herself and her assistant present, Scarlett wore shorts and a strappy crop top, lounging lazily on the living room sofa. Her stunning figure was on full display. For women, wearing a little strappy top is just for convenience and comfort, but in the eyes of men, it's incredibly alluring. Especially when paired with an impeccable figure, it could truly stir excitement. Of course, besides the little strappy top, a woman with a ponytail also holds great charm. If it were pigtails, that would be the ultimate weapon. She also came across the news that Arba was going to watch Su Bei. "Sister Mina, did you hear? Arba is going to watch Su Bei play basketball." Scarlett tapped her phone. Assistant Mina nodded and asked, "What's wrong?" TCH. Scarlett snorted. "I think she's a hypocrite." Huh. Sister Mina was a bit surprised. "Scarlett, why would you think that? Isn't she?" Scarlett pouted. "Everything she does is just telling everyone she likes Su Bei. She clearly wants to go see Su, but she still has to find an excuse attributing her desire to see Su Bei to the fans' request. Isn't that Scarlett, you're right." Mina affirmed her point, but added, "But that doesn't really fit the definition of a hypocrite, someone who appears pure on the outside, but is dark inside. She's just going after someone she likes. It's just that being a girl and a popular actress, she's too shy to make the first move directly, so she uses this way to meet the person she admires. That should be perfectly normal. Then she should be straightforward about it. Why does she have to make it seem like it's not her own wish? I just can't stand it." Scarlett grumbled, inexplicably annoyed. Huh. Ha ha. Assistant Mina chuckled. "She's just a bit shy. There's nothing wrong with that, it's very normal. What's the matter? Are you upset?" She sensed Scarlett's change in mood. "No, I'm not." Scarlett bit her lip in denial. "Why would I be angry?" "Exactly," Mina agreed. "Su Bei isn't your boyfriend, and he doesn't have a girlfriend either. Arba isn't a third party. No matter how she goes to watch his game or pursue him, it's all perfectly reasonable." "Wait. Scarlett, you think Arba's behavior is hypocritical? If you were his girlfriend, that would be understandable. So could it be that you like Su Bei and that's why you hate Arba deliberately trying to get close to him?" I don't." Scarlett stammered in denial. "Ah, so it is." Sister Mina came over, sat down in front of Scarlett, took her hand, and said with a chuckle, "I was wondering why you sounded so sour and why you were so critical of Arba. So it's because you like Su Bei and are afraid she'll take him away. If you like him, go for it. Su Bei has been quite hot in the NCAA lately, though I've heard a lot about him without even trying. Honestly, Su Bei is really handsome. He's a strong basketball player with amazing skills. He's going to be an NBA star in the future. An NBA superstar and a Hollywood megastar actress sounds like a perfect match. I think a relationship between you two wouldn't hurt your acting career at all, it might even boost it." Scarlett was silent for a long moment before speaking softly. "Okay, I admit I am captivated by the way he plays basketball. What woman wouldn't find it handsome?" Mina smiled gently. "To be honest, even this old bull would like to nibble on some tender grass, but I know Su Bei is a man I can never have. But you, Scarlett, are different. With your looks, figure, and fame, if you just put in a little effort, Su Bei will be smitten. However, if Arba isn't just doing this for her microfilm career, but genuinely wants to pursue Su Bei, she will. So you need to be alert." "I understand." Assistant Mina's words instilled a sense of urgency in Scarlett, solidifying her resolve and filling her with fighting spirit. If Scarlett set her sights on a man, no one else was going to take him. "I'm skipping the dinner party tomorrow night. I'm going to watch Su Bei play in person and have a chance encounter with him." No. Tomorrow's dinner is very important. You can't leave." "Oh, come on. My man is about to." "Scarlett, my dear lady, I know you're anxious, but don't rush just yet." The next day, Vincent St. Mary High School. Inside a dormitory. "Oh my God, I must be seeing things. Arba is actually going to the Peterson Events Center. This will be my closest chance to meet the goddess. I have to seize it. I have to perform my best, ideally get her to choose me as the male lead for the microfilm. Then slowly get to know each other, and then something might happen." LeBron lay on his bed, waving a newspaper back and forth, lost in fantasy. His joyful expression resembled a certain animal. Click. The dormitory door swung open. LeBron immediately wiped the grin off his face. A student named Zorn excitedly asked, "LeBron, our goddess Arba is going to the Peterson Events Center to watch the Marquette vs. Pittsburgh game. Are you going? Are you? We can see the goddess up close." No. LeBron waved his hand. "If I go, my girlfriend Savannah will overthink it, and the media reporters will make a big deal out of it and write nonsense. I don't want to make her unhappy because of this." It's fine. Another student named Farrell quickly said, "We all know you're famously a good boyfriend. You and your girlfriend are very much in love. You would never do anything to betray her. We're all clear on that. Don't worry. We'll explain it to your girlfriend and the reporters. We've even thought of an excuse for you. You want to see how the hot new prospect known as the flawless answer Su Bei plays?" "All right then." LeBron reluctantly agreed. One more day passed. March 22nd, 7:30 p.m. Peterson Events Center. The showdown between the University of Pittsburgh and Marquette University was just half an hour. Arba arrived at the arena. Dressed in a blue floral-belted dress, paired with white sneakers and a knitted cardigan, she exuded a fresh, natural spring aura. With her stunning beauty and perfect figure, Arba's appearance in this outfit instantly felt like an angel descending upon the mortal world. Boom. The already noisy arena instantly became restless. You could feel countless eyes lock onto Arba. Many male spectators couldn't contain their excitement, howling like wolves. Arba, wearing a captivating smile, took her seat in the front row. Her eyes immediately found Su Bei practicing on the court. She didn't rush to disturb him, simply watching quietly. The fans were watching her, and she was watching Su Bei. Su Bei naturally noticed Arba as well. The moment their eyes met, Su Bei smiled slightly and nodded in greeting. Arba's face immediately bloomed into a radiant smile. A single smile could captivate a city. Some oblivious male fans thought Arba was smiling at them, their eyes instantly turning into hearts utterly entranced. Wade stared at Arba, growing more suspicious. When he saw her bright smile, he finally confirmed. She was smiling at Walk. He let out a wail and rushed over to Su Bei, roaring. Were you two just making eyes at each other? Haha, did you? Su Bei. What the hell, making eyes? Calm down, calm down. I just made eye contact with her. Why are you exploding, Wade? If I got any closer to her, would you just melt? Su Bei suppressed the urge to roast him and pushed the excited Wade away. No, you're overthinking it. This is our first meeting. I haven't even said a single word to her. I don't believe you. Wade couldn't believe it at all. He felt that the way Arba looked at Su Bei was so gentle and shy. Something must have happened between them. His imagination ran wild, and he lunged at Su Bei again, wailing. Su Bei, if you get Arba's contact info, you have to tell me. If you go on a date with her, you have to take me along. I won't be a third wheel, we'll just sit at the next table and watch. Huh. This. Wade, man, it's not that serious, really not. Alright. Su Bei brushed Wade off dismissively and returned to practice. He didn't know if he'd ever date Arba, but he knew that under this single elimination format, he had to win tonight. He needed to focus on warming up. About 10 minutes before the game started, LeBron arrived at the arena. Zorn and Farrell, his two classmates, had already been there for 20 minutes. They sat in the front row near Arba. LeBron immediately received cheers from many fans, a testament to his popularity as the chosen one. He savored this moment. He also deliberately allowed himself to savor such moments. Deliberately. Indeed. After arriving at the arena, LeBron did not head to the stands immediately. Instead, he used the excuse of needing the restroom and went there. He waited until Zorn told him that Arba had arrived, urging him to come out of the restroom quickly. Only then did he leisurely make his way to his seat. He knew he would receive cheers. He deliberately arrived after Arba, intending for her to witness this ovation. He wanted Arba to perceive him, LeBron, as a highly popular and exceptionally talented player. LeBron sought to attract Arba using this method. And Arba. Indeed, when the cheers erupted and LeBron deliberately stood up to politely acknowledge the fans, but it was merely a glance. Her gaze then fell upon Su Bei. LeBron went to great lengths, yet Arba only looked once. Su Bei did nothing, yet Arba couldn't tear her eyes away. A combination of breakthroughs, shots, passes, steals, and blocks, entering a realm of invincibility. You were watching the scenery, but I was watching you. While basking in the fans' cheers, LeBron kept a peripheral eye on Arba, hoping she would look his way. He wished to see an astonished expression on her face, as if thinking, he's so popular. But nothing. He missed the one and only glance she gave him and could not get her to look at him again. Following her gaze, his eyes landed on Su Bei. The fans cheered for LeBron. LeBron watched Arba, but Arba was looking at Su Bei. He had exhausted his efforts, yet they were futile against someone who did nothing. LeBron felt envious, then raised his hand to cover half his face, hiding his usual image of a never-injured, good-natured guy. In reality, he was already grinding his teeth in anger. Su Bei. Never heard of him, an unknown rookie. I suppose he's just better looking, that's why he steals Arba's attention. Just wait, Su Bei. After I defeat you in the game, Arba will lose interest in you. Su Bei also glanced at the newly crowned king, unimpressed. LeBron was indeed the chosen one, a super genius seen once in decades. However, after becoming the perfect flawless answer, Su Bei was equally a prodigious existence. If it were LeBron from the Heat era, or the 2.0 version of Cavaliers James, perhaps Su Bei would have been somewhat wary. But the high school version of LeBron, not even the Cavaliers 1.0 version, had fully evolved. What reason did Su Bei have to fear? Boom. Amidst the thunderous, ear-splitting noise of the court, warm-ups ended, the real game began, and the starting lineups took the court. Pittsburgh Panthers starters: point guard Brandon Knight, shooting guard Julius Page, small forward Jaren Brown, power forward Chavon Troutman, center Ontario Let. Marquette Golden Eagles starters: point guard Diener, shooting guard Wade, small forward Su Bei, power forward Merritt, center Robert Jackson. Jump ball. Ontario Let and Robert Jackson vied for the tip. Slap. Robert Jackson was determined tonight. At the Peterson Events Center in the University of Pittsburgh's home court, he tapped the ball away first. Wade received the ball and advanced past half-court, executing Marquette's first offensive play of the game. Stomp. As soon as he reached half-court, Page pressed up, applying physical contact, while continuously reaching in for steals. The defense was ferocious. It was also extremely aggressive. Wade frowned. Though unafraid, he became serious from the very first play onward. Bang! Wade initiated contact, first shoving Page back, then controlled the ball with rhythm, reading the defense before accelerating from the right wing. His first step was lightning fast. Page, though very active, still struggled to keep up. However, small forward Jaren Brown's help defense immediately arrived. There was a delay. Wade hesitated for a moment, and Page quickly recovered, applying tight defensive pressure again. Jaren Brown was right there, closing in for a double team. Buzz. Wade's mind buzzed. He felt immense defensive pressure from the very first play. He attempted a tough shot, a running one-legged fadeaway jumper over two defenders. A high-difficulty attempt. Clang. Missed. The rebound. Troutman engaged in intense physical battle with Merritt muscling him away before leaping high to secure the board. Pittsburgh's defense is indeed aggressive. Coach Tom Crean frowned immediately, reminding his players as they retreated, move the ball more, don't get drawn into their defensive rhythm. Everyone nodded silently. Transition offense. Brandon Knight received the ball and pushed it up, setting up at the top of the arc, dribbling with pace, driving past Diener, drawing Wade's help defense, then passing to Page on the right high post. Another pass. Ontario let made a strong post move in the paint, but the opportunity wasn't good, so he kicked it out to Jaren Brown, cutting along the left baseline. Attack the basket. Su Bei rotated over. Pittsburgh still had ample patience, swinging the ball out again to Knight, who drove again. Still a drive-in kick, passing back to Page at the right arc. A good three-point opportunity he shot without hesitation. His form was perfect. Swish. Nothing but net. On the defensive end, Wade once again faced tight defense. No. It wasn't just Wade. The entire Pittsburgh team played extremely aggressive defense, putting immense pressure on Marquette from the very start. Meanwhile, on offense, they continuously passed the ball with great energy, executing beautiful team plays, enabling them to score, even without a star player. This was Pittsburgh's strength. After 3 minutes of play, Pittsburgh led by 5 points, and the momentum was in their beep, beep. Tom Crean called a timeout. Come on. At the commentary desk, Hubie Brown exclaimed, tough defense and fluid team offense are their winning formulas. They are united, playing at a Cinderella level. Marquette seems unable to adapt for the moment. When they can adjust to the high-intensity defense tonight, and when they can break through, will be the key to winning or losing. Yes. Marv Albert used his signature phrase, agreeing, Marquette indeed needs to adjust to this suddenly elevated defensive intensity. But I believe Su Bei and Dwyane, both projected lottery picks, will surely adapt quickly and mount a counterattack. On the bench, Wade frowned deeply. Are these Pittsburgh guys crazy? The game just started, and they're playing this hard. Will they have any energy left later? I don't know. Diener shook his head, adding with a headache. But I know right now they're making things very difficult for us. I don't like being hounded like this. Worse, those guys acting like madmen seem to be gaining confidence, getting more excited with every stop. Su Bei, why don't you attack more? Wade looked at Su Bei. You haven't taken a shot yet since the start, just screening and defending for us. You need to be more aggressive. No problem. Su Bei nodded. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack, but the opportunities weren't great. Besides, the game was only 3 minutes, and so not shooting was normal. Now that his teammates couldn't adapt to Pittsburgh's tenacious defense, Su Bei knew he should step up to help the team break the deadlock. He was more than willing to do so. Soon after the timeout ended, Diener inbound from the sideline at midcourt, passing directly to Su Bei, signaling him to attack. At the right arc, facing Jaren Brown's aggressive defense, Su Bei executed a dazzling crossover between his legs. He held the ball in his left hand, suspended it as his body shifted left, lowered his center of gravity, and took a large step with his left foot. Charge. But a crossover. Iverson's signature killer move just one. Left Jaren Brown completely in the dust as he drove right into the paint. Troutman and let the two bigs closed in aggressively. Su Bei didn't slow down, cradling the ball for a layup, gliding through the air, contorting to avoid them, switching hands for a reverse left-hand bank shot. Swish. It went in. This attack was incredibly smooth. From the perimeter drive to the acrobatic finish inside, Su Bei faced 3 defenders during the process. Yet, not one of them touched him, not even once. On the next possession, Su Bei once again used his mesmerizing ball handling to freeze Jaren Brown in place. With one explosive step, he blew past him. He drove into the paint again, faking a high layup, then switching to his left hand to avoid blocks from Page on the wing and let in the paint. A left-hand scoop layup off the glass. Swish. Another bucket. Passing through a myriad of flowers without a single leaf touching him. Hubie Brown was stunned. Marquette's entire team is struggling against the defense, so why is Su Bei scoring so easily? If I didn't know Pittsburgh's strength, I'd think their defense was made of paper. Oh, God. Marv Albert was also trembling with awe. Su Bei makes scoring look so effortless. Pittsburgh's defense seems non-existent. The game has suddenly changed. I don't know why this is happening. Hubie Brown laughed heartily. The reason is simple, isn't it? Because Su Bei is simply too dominant. The tough defense Pittsburgh has fought so hard for can impose pressure on some players. But once a player exceeds that critical threshold, Pittsburgh's defense becomes ineffective. It's like if you had Kobe or Allen Iverson playing here, they would score at will. Now, Su Bei is that kind of player. As Hubie Brown was analyzing, Su Bei accelerated again, blowing past Page's defense like lightning, and at the right elbow facing Knight's defense. He pulled up for a jumper. It was a jump shot in Iverson's rhythm. The ball left his hand. 2 points. Swish. Nailed it. After taking over the offense, Su Bei attacked 3 consecutive times, scoring 6 straight points. Was that it? No. This was just the beginning. While Su Bei, with a precise read intercepting Page's secondary pass, goes coast to coast for a fast break straight to the basket. Jaren Brown hustled back on defense, running alongside Su Bei towards the front court. He was visibly left behind as Su Bei took off from one step inside the free throw line, soaring through the air for a slam dunk. Boom. A monstrous one-handed jam. Su Bei calls for the ball on the perimeter, then suddenly makes a backdoor cut, accelerating into the paint. Dwyane reads it perfectly and lobs it high. An alley-oop. Boom. Another one-handed slam. Su Bei has 10 points now. He's scored 10 of the team's 14 points. Unbelievable. Su Bei is feeling it from beyond the arc, hitting his first three-pointer of the game. He's got 13 points, 15 points, and 1. The free throw is good too, that's 18 points. My God, Su Bei has already scored 20 points, and we're only 10 minutes into the first half. This is insane. After the rotation in the final 5 minutes of the first half, Su Bei comes back and immediately blocks Knight's step-back jumper. He even chased down the rebound. Su Bei charges to the basket again. Page retreats, quickly positioning himself while trying to stop Su Bei's fast break. Su Bei, while he executes another sweeping crossover from left to right on the move, completely shaking Page out of his shoes. Su Bei attacks the rim, scores an easy layup, finishing the fast break. My God, this speed, this style. Aside from being a bit taller than Allen, what difference is there between Su Bei and him? Su Bei has scored 24 points. 28 points. Oh my God. Su Bei glides through the air, switching hands for a layup. Yes, he hits the buzzer-beating layup to end the first half. He's got 30 points. 30 points in one half. Su Bei has set the NCAA tournament record for most points in a half. He's made history again. He is truly remarkable. Marv Albert's passionate commentary, spittle flying delivered at an incredible speed without taking a breath, left his face flushed. But he didn't care. He wasn't just calling a game. He was immersed in enjoying the Answers performance show during March Madness. This was too spectacular. Unbelievable. QB Brown's eyes widened as if seeing a ghost. Pittsburgh University has always been known for its ferocious defense. In fact, many Marquette players didn't play well tonight. Even their star Dwyane Wade had a subpar performance, all thanks to Pittsburgh's tenacious team defense. But what's going on with Su Bei? He single-handedly scored 30 points in the first half. He shot 12 for 15, 2 for 4 from 3 and 4 for 6 from the free throw line, shooting a staggering 80%. His teammates, aside from Wade, who shot 2 for 5 and 4 for 5 from the line for 8 points, shooting 40%, all shot below 40%. Pittsburgh's defense is clearly very tough, yet Su Bei stands out with an unbelievable offensive efficiency. Did Pittsburgh underestimate Su Bei and not defend him? Obviously not. That can only mean one thing: Su Bei is taking whatever he wants, doing as he pleases, entering a realm of invincibility. He is just too strong. The two commentators were stunned, utterly amazed. Marquette fans were also ecstatic. They had never known Su Bei before, and by the time they did, he was already a superstar, playing even better than Wade in the NCAA tournament. How astonishing was that? But beyond the shock, there was more joy, excitement, thrill, and genuine affection. Some were happy, others were not. The players of the second-seeded Pittsburgh Panthers in their locker room had faces sourer than stale shit. They couldn't understand why Marquette had suddenly produced Su Bei and why he could be so infuriatingly strong. Damn it. Pittsburgh's head coach Ben Howland punched a locker, his face dark and terrifying. In the second half, do whatever it takes to lock down Su Bei. Absolutely cannot let him explode like this again. Otherwise, we won't have a single chance of winning. Yeah, everyone agreed. Thus, when the second half began, Su Bei faced not only more intense defense, but also double teams from at least force the issue. Keep attacking. Honestly, Su Bei had the ability to do so. Continuously attacking the rim might lower his efficiency slightly, but it would definitely cost Pittsburgh dearly. But there was no need. While scoring 30 points by himself in the first half, he had also built a commanding 18-point lead for his team. The advantage was too large. Playing it safe was the better choice. So when Su Bei faced double teams, especially triple teams, he decisively. Iverson's passing wasn't considered elite. But when he truly played point guard and dedicated himself to playmaking, he was a competent organizer. He prioritized finding Wade. By drawing 2 to 3 defenders, he would pass the ball to Wade, who had numerous ways to score. Su Bei also contributed off the ball, crashing the paint to secure rebounds. And steals and blocks were the inherent strong defense from his perfect, flawless answer talent. In this way, Su Bei combined drives, shots, passes, rim protection, steals, and blocks, blossoming in all areas, entering a realm of invincibility. Unbelievable. QB Brown shook his head frantically, scoring rim protection, passing, steals, and blocks. Su Bei seemed to do everything on the court with effortless grace. Whenever he willed it, he could achieve it. It all appeared far too simple. I cannot fathom what level of NBA player could dominate so effortlessly against Pittsburgh's tenacious defense. Yet I believe it would take at least an NBA star-caliber player to accomplish such a feat. Su Bei has now done just that. I dare say, his future knows no bounds. Su Bei single-handedly dismantled the University of Pittsburgh. Marv Albert's eyes widened in awe. This is a Sweet 16 showdown, a battle of the highest caliber. I expected Su Bei as a freshman to struggle against tougher defense. Yet Yet he not only held his own, but played. It's truly astonishing. Su Bei, omnipotent and unrestrained, utterly dominated the game. An 18-point lead. 20 points. 23 points. The lead grew ever larger, and Pittsburgh found itself teetering on the brink. Beep, beep. They were forced to call another timeout, hoping to stem Su Bei's unstoppable all-around performance. A wave of murmurs swept through the stands. Marquette fans marveled at Su Bei's prowess, while Pittsburgh fans were on the verge of tears, shattered by a player they had never heard of before. It was an unacceptable reality for them. Yet the female fans, regardless of which team they supported, were captivated by Su Bei's fluid, lightning-fast playing style. Especially since Su Bei, who played with such elegant and powerful offense, also possessed a strikingly handsome appearance. Love truly was in the air. It doesn't matter if Pittsburgh wins or loses, but my affection for Su Bei is absolutely genuine. Oh, if I could date Su Bei, even if he asked for the stars, I would give them to him. If it were Su Bei on the phone, even if my husband were right beside me, I'd rush to the bathroom to answer it. Why must there be boys who are both handsome and incredibly skilled at basketball, like characters straight out of an anime? I have fallen hopelessly in love with Su Bei. The female fans with dreamy expressions stared at Su Bei, fantasizing about something more. Who wouldn't want to date with the handsome, strong, and brilliantly skilled young Su Bei? Of course, it surely wouldn't stop at just a date. Arba's beautiful eyes were fixed on Su Bei. She was drawn to his looks at first sight. Upon seeing him in person, that fondness only grew, because Su Bei was even more handsome in real life. And after witnessing his artistic and magnificent playing style, she found him utterly enchanting. She couldn't help but raise her hands high, cheering and shouting for Su Bei. Wow! LeBron's friend Zorn widened his eyes. Is this really a freshman? How can he be this incredible? Yeah. Brielle nodded vigorously like a pecking chick. His talent is explosive, his dribbling is silky, agile, and effective. Truly, he really is like a taller Allen Iverson. It seems he's destined to crush everything in his path. LeBron let out a cold snort, then deeming it inappropriate, composed his expression and said flatly, Su Bei's individual offensive skills are indeed beyond doubt. However, his ability to pass out of double teams is average, and his court vision is also mediocre. Against truly elite teams or formidable defenders, he might become fixated on isolation plays. Zorn nodded thoughtfully. Yes, Su Bei is just a strong individual scorer. LeBron, you are not only ferocious and unstoppable on offense, but you also excel in orchestrating the team steals, blocks, rim protection, and more. You are omnipotent. You are a born leader, the chosen one, the universally acclaimed #1 pick. That's right. Brielle chimed in incessantly. No. LeBron waved his hand. I just did what I had to do on the court. It's nothing. Winning is the result of our collective effort. So powerful yet so humble. Hey, this is why we love LeBron. Back to the game. Su Bei was like a demon. Everything he did on the court seemed to have an impact. The lead remained firmly above 20 points. The pressure on Pittsburgh was immense. The good news was, they managed to play team basketball, temporarily preventing the lead from ballooning further. A comeback seemed a distant dream. At least they weren't entirely hopeless yet. During the period Su Bei was being heavily guarded and took fewer shots, Wade found his rhythm and stepped up. From the left low post, he drove into the paint, executed a silky spin move past his defender, gathered the ball, and exploded upward. Some dunk. A powerful two-handed slam. On the next possession, he puffed out his cheeks, looking somewhat off balance as he drove into the lane, but at the moment of the finish, he was as steady as a rock. Swish. Another one scored. Wade's style was just like that, wriggling and twisting, making the ball look like it might slip from his grasp at any moment. Yet he always managed to burst into the paint, charging in like a human battering ram, either shaking off defenders for a hanging layup or posterizing someone with a dunk. The Flash was incredibly aggressive on offense. Pittsburgh was forced to tighten their defense on Wade. This in turn freed up Su Bei. Not by much, but it was, as LeBron said, Su Bei's greatest strength was still scoring, so he needed to put the ball in the basket as much as possible to extend the lead. 33 points. 37 points. Su Bei's dazzling ball handling makes me feel like the basketball has become one with him, achieving a state of perfect unity. Come on. He faked out the defender again, a crossover left then right, and the defender was sent flying. He scooped the ball for a layup. Hanging in the air, he paused and executed another silky smooth hang-time layup, scoring with ease. The ball seemed alive in his hands. Even more astonishingly, he had already scored 42 points. And one. Su Bei burst into the lane like lightning, launched himself into the air, and converted another 21. In the latter part of the second half, after being freed up, he scored another 15 points in a flash. He has erupted for 45 points tonight. Not only did he break his own NCAA tournament single-game scoring record, but he also shattered the record for a freshman in an NCAA tournament game. There were only 3 minutes left on the clock. Although Pittsburgh fought back with incredible tenacity, even putting together a stretch of efficient offense, it was futile against Su Bei's overwhelming strength and efficiency. In the second half, he shot 4 for 5, including 1 for 2 from three-point range and 6 for 7 from the free throw line, scoring 15 points. For the game, he shot an astonishing 16 for 20 from the field, an incredible 80 shooting percentage, exploding for 45 points. He also added 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 4 blocks. So versatile, so efficient. How could anyone possibly overcome this? Su Bei was simply too powerful, delivering a dimensionality reduction attack on the Midwest region's second seed. Su Bei's explosive 45-point performance was a one-man show amplified by Hubie Brown's passionate. It ignited the Peterson Event Center. This was Pittsburgh's home court yet tonight. The arena's thunderous ovation belonged to Su Bei. Listen closely. There were countless fervent female fans screaming wildly for Su Bei. Numerous women pulled down their necklines, vying to show their cleavage, shouting hysterically, hoping only to catch Su Bei's attention. Whether Su Bei noticed or not was unclear. But many eagle-eyed male fans took the opportunity to feast their eyes, especially from a close top-down vantage point. Tisk TSK. What a treat. Beautiful to behold, loved watching it, and would definitely watch again. The secretly delighted male fans enjoyed the spectacle and felt a newfound, inexplicable fondness for Su Bei. Indeed, Su Bei did nothing, yet he gained a wave of fans. In the final 3 minutes, although Pittsburgh didn't pull their starters, the lead had ballooned to over 30 points, turning the game into pure garbage time. There was no suspense, no comeback, and certainly no upset. Marquette University ultimately massacred the University of Pittsburgh by a staggering 27 points, advancing to the Elite Eight. Come on. Hubie Brown shook his head in amazement. Marquette has pulled off another massacre, storming onto the Elite Eight stage. They are about to play in the regional final. 3 games, each won by a margin of over 20 points. They are merely the region's number 3 seed. No one could have imagined such a feat before March Madness began. I don't think anyone could have imagined it. This is too dominant. Oh yes. Marv Albert nodded vigorously. No one could have predicted Marquette would be this powerful. Just as no one knew Marquette had gained a flawless answer. My point is, the core reason for Marquette's dominant path through the tournament is Su Bei's sheer brilliance. He makes the game absurdly simple. He's like a superstar-level alien descending upon March Madness, delivering a dimensionality reduction attack against these inexperienced youngsters. This is no joke. Su Bei has done it. 45 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 4 blocks. The box score alone is enough to show Su Bei's dimensionality reduction over Pittsburgh. In reality, even more so, any fan watching the game would understand that Su Bei scored with incredible ease. Everything he did on offense seemed so simple. He looked like he was just playing around, casually dropping 45 points. A player like that isn't a player at all. He's an out-and-out alien freak, an invincible force. At least, I don't believe any team, even one driven by tenacious will like Pittsburgh, could truly be a match for him. Regardless, Su Bei, with his dimensionality-reducing ultimate offensive feast, has shown us the most brilliant basketball. We look forward to an even more outstanding performance from him next game. And we must congratulate Marquette as the dark horse for defeating the dark horse Pittsburgh and successfully advancing to the Elite Eight. After the game, the two commentators heaped praise on Su Bei. This was Pittsburgh's home court, and the stands were filled mostly with their fans, yet after the game, they were all filled with genuine admiration for Su Bei. They were convinced Su Bei had truly earned their respect. Su Bei was handsome, exceptionally skilled, immensely talented, and possessed a spectacular playing style. Watching him play was a visual delight. Who could possibly refuse to believe? Who wouldn't be sold? Boom. The fans not only praised Su Bei, but also found themselves clapping, shouting, and cheering for him. Tonight, Su Bei was once again the brightest star on the court. His teammates, led by Wade, Diener, Robert Jackson, and Merritt, all cheered wholeheartedly for Su Bei. Was Wade the team's leader? Yes, but he didn't care at all. As long as the team won, nothing else mattered. Seeing Su Bei play well made him happy, joyful, and he reveled in the pleasure of winning and advancing. This was the selfless, sacrificing, and exceptionally team-oriented Wade. After the game, Arba approached Su Bei with a smile. Perhaps she was too happy, too nervous meeting her crush, or maybe the floor was wet and slippery. Her light steps faltered, her foot slipped, and she lost her balance, tumbling towards Su Bei. Instinctively, Su Bei reached out to catch her. Arba fell completely into Su Bei's embrace, even giving him a solid, unexpected impact. Yes, it didn't. Su Bei held Arba's slender waist, steadying her before letting go. Whoa! The arena erupted in wolf. Wade, standing behind Su Bei, screamed out, "Look! Su Bei is hugging the goddess Arba. He's got his arm around her waist. Damn! Even if it's Su Bei, I'm so jealous I could grind my molars to dust." Envious, so envious. Diener was also filled with envy. Su Bei didn't just hug Arba, it was a little bit of a heroic rescue. Without Su Bei, Arba might have fallen flat on her face. Bullshit. Wade glared at Diener and cursed. "I won't allow you to use such filthy words to describe my goddess. She is an angel of beauty. Everything about her must be associated with beauty." Diener, what the? Wade, you're in too deep. You might never get out. And if that day ever comes, you probably wouldn't want to leave. Damn. LeBron also clenched his fists and cursed through gritted teeth. Even though he was sitting very close to Arba, she paid him no attention, prompting him to leave in sorrow. He intended to take one last look at Arba, deciding to build enough fame in the NBA before trying to approach her again. Then, he witnessed Arba falling into Su Bei's arms. His face instantly turned red with rage. You again? LeBron fumed. I suspect you deliberately stood on a slippery spot causing my goddess to fall, just so you could cop a feel. Fine. You're truly devious kid. Su Bei, you're way too dramatic. Sorry, I just slipped. Arba hurriedly pulled herself out of Su Bei's arms, her face full of apology. Although, she had found Su Bei's body to feel solid, warm, and safe. The scent of his pheromones was pleasant. If she could, she would have liked to hold on a bit longer to savor it a while more. But embracing him in such a way was still a bit embarrassing. It's nothing. Su Bei shook his head. Are you alright? I'm fine. Arba waved her hand, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and then formally said, Hello, Su Bei. My name is Arba. Though it might be a bit sudden, I want to say it anyway. I would like to invite you to shoot a basketball-themed short film with me. Is that? Yes. Su Bei agreed. When a woman with an angelic face and a devilish figure looks at you with her sparkling big eyes and asks, is that possible? The impact is no less than stuffing a grenade into a Japanese soldier's mouth, detonating it, and then pondering his chances of survival. Su Bei continued, if I have the time and the crew thinks I can do a good job, you definitely can. Arba's gaze was firm. Thank you for agreeing to my request. As a token of my gratitude, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Is that okay? Sure, Su Bei replied with a smile. However, when you're free, let me take you out for a meal, Miss Arba. What a gentleman. Arba chuckled behind her hand, a smile that radiated charm. Then it settled. Of course. They then exchanged contact information. Wade witnessed the entire scene clearly. The moment Arba left, he rushed over to Su Bei in a frenzy. I saw it. I saw everything. Su Bei, you two were definitely exchanging contact information just now. You promised me before. You said you'd give it to me. Did I? You did? You did. Alright. Su Bei couldn't resist and gave it to him, though he suspected it would be useless for Wade anyway. He warned Wade, I only gave it to you, but don't spread it around, or it will disturb Arba. Don't worry. Wade patted his chest. He'll protect my goddess. I'm willing to be her most loyal simp. Su Bei mentally gave a 6. Click. ESPN's famous reporter Mark Stein captured the moment of Su Bei and Arba's embrace. He rushed over to Su Bei without a moment's delay, exclaiming excitedly, Su Bei, you played a phenomenal game tonight. Congratulations on the win, and congratulations to Marquette on advancing to the Elite Eight. May I ask you, is Miss Arba's waist soft or not? Su Bei, the hell with her waist being soft or not. Didn't you just praise my outstanding performance? I dropped 45 points tonight, and my performance was indeed stellar. Shouldn't you be asking me about my thoughts and feelings on scoring so high? Why are you asking about Arba, and in such a strange way? Is this reasonable? It is perfectly reasonable. Journalists, fans, and the media who love to stir up trouble have always enjoyed discussing celebrity gossip. Even if you scored 50 points, it wouldn't be as explosive as saying, Miss Arba's waist is incredibly soft. The next day, Su Bei and Arba's sweet embrace, they seemed to have fallen in love, a cross-border romance. Hugging. Su Bei and Arba, a divine couple of the basketball and entertainment worlds, a beautiful love story that began with a like. 3 secrets about Su Bei and Arba that 99% of people don't know. To get Su Bei's attention, Arba's late night post, the content is shocking. The chosen one, LeBron, is right beside her, yet Arba turns a blind eye. Her reason for doing this is, the gossip-loving media outlets were all uniformly reporting on the events between Su Bei and Arba from the previous night. It seemed no one cared about the fact that Su Bei had dropped 45 points, making history. Their accompanying images were eerily consistent. It was precisely the scene of Su Bei holding Arba's waist, the two in a close embrace. This was like a gossip masterpiece, offering the media outlets too many opportunities to write trending topics. The news spread like wildfire. Male fans were insanely jealous. Who wouldn't crave an embrace like a charge with the ball with a goddess like Arba, let alone an embrace? Even a handshake or getting close enough to smell the enchanting fragrance on Arba would make one grin from ear to ear. How could they not envy Su Bei? Envy in the truest sense. Female fans were also falling one by one. Su Bei's demonically handsome looks and his agile and graceful playing style left female fans utterly captivated. Their hearts burned with passion. They yearned for Su Bei to devour them, to consume them whole. 1 a.m. A room in a Shangri-La hotel in Los Angeles. Sigiali, who had seen the news about Su Bei and Arba during the day, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Sigiali, can't sleep. Assistant Mena, awakened by Sigiali's movements, asked softly. Sigiali nodded, sat up, and leaned against the bedside table. Sister Mena, have you seen the news? Arba not only came to watch Su Bei play. She even deliberately tripped just to hug Su Bei and have an intimate encounter with him. She's so scheming. Assistant Mena shook her head with a smile. She also sat up and pulled Sigiali close to her. Sigiali, your hatred towards Arba is too strong. She might not be as complicated as you think. Besides, it's not too much for her to use a little trick to pursue the boy she likes, is it? But thinking about it again, she's right. I watched the video released by the reporters. Arba's attitude towards Su Bei was completely different from her attitude towards others. I read in the news that LeBron, the superstar of the basketball world hailed as the chosen one, was right beside her. Yet she didn't look at him once during the entire game. Her gaze was fixed on Su Bei the whole time. Clearly, she truly has feelings for Su Bei, maybe even loves him. She has officially become your rival. It's only right for you to feel hatred towards her. Sigiali, since you also like Su Bei to the point where it's keeping you up, then don't just wait around. Take the initiative. I said I wanted to go last time, but you wouldn't let me. Sigiali mumbled, complaining resentfully. Huh. Assistant Mena laughed. What I mean is, when you have the chance you must act decisively, and Arba likes Su Bei, but she's clearly a bit shy and embarrassed. She hopes to attract Su Bei and have him pursue. This is your chance. You are both charming actresses. If you are more proactive, Su Bei will surely fall for you. You will win Su Bei over faster than Arba. However, you must also be clear about one thing: a high-quality man as handsome and destined for fame as Su Bei. He won't be short of women. So you not only need outer beauty, but you also need to ensure your fame, otherwise he won't be. Even if he is interested, he will discard you after he tires of your body. You must first keep yourself excellent. Then you can more easily obtain and keep what you want for a long time, understand? So, you also need to be dedicated to your career. Oh, alright. Sigiali was a bit unhappy about not being able to watch Su Bei play live, allowing Arba to get a head start. But she also understood what her assistant sister meant. She nodded her little head. That's right. Assistant Mena smiled slightly and thought again. Wait a few more days after we finish 2 more movie promotion schedules. You'll have 2 days off, I think. At that time you will definitely have the chance to watch Su Bei play live and charm him in one fell swoop. I can do it. Sigiali clenched her little fist. There's no man Sigiali set my sights on that I can't win. 26 Division Finals. Enhanced version. A thrilling showdown. The NCAA tournament, March Madness, was in full swing. Marquette University, as a dark horse, had stormed into the Elite 8 stage. The team's freshman, a young man from the Dragon Country, made a stunning debut, igniting the entire NCAA. This brought immense attention to Marquette University in the Midwest region. However, the matchups in the other regions were also incredibly exciting. The second-seeded Syracuse University in the East region, led by Carmelo Anthony, dominated their Sweet 16 opponent by 18 points, advancing powerfully. The team had 3 NBA-level players. Anthony was also one of the Twin Titans alongside LeBron James. This made Syracuse University widely regarded as one of the biggest championship favorites. In the South region, the University of Texas pulled off an upset in the Sweet 16, defeating the defending champions, the University of Maryland. Their star player T.J. Ford. He was proficient in driving and three-point shooting, and he possessed exquisite playmaking skills, orchestrating the entire team. His lightning-fast speed made it seem like he could do anything on the court. In the West region, the University of Kansas had 2 players projected to enter the lottery in the latest NBA draft rankings. This was the same as Marquette University. This indicated that the University of Kansas' strength should not be underestimated. In fact, they eventually made it to the championship game that year, losing to Syracuse University by a narrow margin of just 3 points. As the schedule progressed and stronger opponents converged, the games would only become more exciting. And with LeBron, Anthony, and Su Bei as the 4 core building blocks, countless NBA teams were engaging in desperate tanking. Various factors combined. This made the current NBA and NCAA seasons exceptionally thrilling and highly anticipated. March 26th. After the Sweet 16 games concluded, the Elite 8 were decided. The matchups for the Elite 8, also the division finals, were set. East Region University of Oklahoma versus Syracuse University. Midwest Region University of Kentucky versus Marquette University. South Region University of Texas versus University of Connecticut. West Region University of Arizona versus University of Kansas. March 28th, 6:00 p.m. Bradley Center, the home arena of Marquette University. There were now 2 hours left until the showdown against the University of Kentucky. Inside the locker room, led by Su Bei and Wade, the players were changing into their jerseys and shoes, preparing to head to the court for warm-ups. The division finals. Facing the top-seeded University of Kentucky, they naturally could not afford to be careless. Coach Tom Crean clapped his hands forcefully and declared in a booming voice, "I've already introduced Kentucky's lineup and player characteristics to you before. I think it's necessary for me to reiterate now to deepen your impression. Keith Bogans, 196 centimeters, is Kentucky's shooting guard and a first-team All-American player. He is the team's leading scorer and its leader. He has the ability to play in the NBA. He is also an excellent defender who will do his utmost to lock down the opponent's key player. He is physically strong and loves contact. His high-intensity, smothering defense is enough to disrupt the opponent's original shooting rhythm. Gerald Fitch, 191 centimeters, is the team's point guard. His playmaking isn't exceptionally strong, as scoring and defense are his strengths. He is the team's second leading scorer and the core of their perimeter defense. Small forward Eric Daniels is a versatile forward, averaging 9.8 points and 5.2 rebounds per game. He excels in scoring and rebounding, but also provides defense. Chuck Hayes, 198 centimeters, is the team's power forward and the core of their interior defense and rebounding. Don't let his height fool you. His playing style in the paint is very tough. I have a deep impression of him. You absolutely cannot judge him by his height. The center is Marquis Estel, who is also a defensive anchor in the paint. Having said this, I think you clearly understand one. The top-seeded University of Kentucky is known for their balanced offense and defense, as well as their deep roster. Let me give you another piece of information. They averaged 77 points per game, while allowing only 62.5 points per game, making them a top-tier NCAA team. This is also the reason they are the #1 seed in the Midwest region. This year also marks their third consecutive appearance in the Elite Eight. I think you can consider the University of Kentucky an enhanced version of the University of Pittsburgh. Our matchup against the University of Kentucky will be a fierce battle with higher intensity and tougher defense. You must be fully alert. It's a single elimination tournament. Lose, and you go home. We have no way back. We must win this game. Yeah, don't worry, coach, we'll give it our all. Our team has 2 lottery pick players. As long as we don't slack off, we can't think of a reason to lose. Whether it's an enhanced version or an upgraded version. As long as Su Bei and Dwyane are here, we will definitely win the game and lift the ultimate national championship trophy. We've been dominating our opponents all along. Winning is our minimum standard. The entire Marquette team was brimming with confidence. Wade's presence gave them the confidence to face any team. Su Bei's presence allowed them to challenge for the national championship. The commentators for today's game were Elliott and Doug Collins. During their pregame analysis, they also believed that the University of Kentucky was an enhanced version of the University of Pittsburgh. Kentucky versus Marquette. It promised to be a thrilling showdown. They also thought that Kentucky's more tenacious defense would cause significant trouble for Su Bei and Wade, making their offense difficult, turning the game into a back-and-forth affair, full of suspense over the outcome. In summary, they predicted a high-intensity, spectacular offensive and defensive battle. Boom. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the home Marquette fans, who were filled with a burning desire for the championship, warm-ups ended. The main event began. Both teams' starting players shed their warm-up jackets and gathered at center court. Marquette Golden Eagles starting lineup: point guard Diener, shooting guard Wade, small forward Su Bei, power forward Merritt, center Robert Jackson. Kentucky Wildcats starting lineup: point guard Gerald Fitch, shooting guard Keith Bogans, small forward Eric Daniels, power forward Chuck Hayes, center Marquis Estel. Jump ball. The tip-off between Robert Jackson and Estel. Slap. Robert Jackson was he got there first, tapping the ball away, securing the first offensive possession of the game for Marquette. Dribble, dribble, dribble. Wade brought the ball up the court. He positioned himself at the left arc. Keith Bogans immediately closed out on him, staring at Wade, and said in a low voice, "Dwyane, I know Su Bei is the team's leading scorer. However, I still believe you are the strongest player. So, sorry, but tonight I will hold you to under 10 points. Is that so?" Wade didn't seem bothered at all. "First, you can't possibly hold me to just 10 points. Second, I'm not the strongest player on this team." 27, sustained dominance. A 2-0-0 offensive storm. Wade executed a crossover dribble to find his rhythm. The moment he had the ball in his right hand, he planted his foot, accelerated, and burst forward like lightning. Keith Bogans reacted quickly. He immediately turned and chased after him. Seeing this, Wade took 2 steps, then stopped abruptly, pulling the ball back between his legs. Keith Bogans flew past him. As Wade was about to shoot, Daniels rotated over for the help defense. His rotation was timely and swift. Unable to attack, Wade immediately passed the ball to Su Bei, who then swung it to Diener in the right corner. Theoretically, a chance had appeared, but Kentucky's defensive switching was very strong. There was always a player watching, closing out, and extending an arm to delay. Clang. Wade's jump shot under defensive pressure missed. It wasn't his preferred method of attack, nor did he want to attack that way. Their defense is indeed quite tough. Wade furrowed his brow. However, as the basketball clanked off the rim and bounced up, a figure appeared in the air before anyone could react. Who was it? It was none other than Su Bei. To the astonishment of Kentucky's power forward Hayes, he soared to a height half an arm above the rim. Boom. He successfully completed a putback dunk. What incredible leaping ability. Damn. Su Bei not only jumps high, but his wingspan is also incredibly long. Elliott and Doug Collins exclaimed. How did he get in? Center Estel questioned. Fitch, who was responsible for guarding Su Bei, raised his hand to indicate. I was on him tight. I was right next to him just now. But the moment he jumped, there wasn't much I could do. Sorry, you'll guard him tighter next time and not give him a chance to enter the paint. Having said that, on the very next possession, Fitch applied significant pressure on Wade in onion-on defense. This time, Wade didn't force the issue. He first passed the ball to Su Bei, then looked for a better scoring opportunity. Step. Fitch chased after him, locking onto Su Bei. Fitch was only 191 centimeters tall. This isolated guard was a gift from nature, wasn't he? Su Bei didn't even glance at him. He put the ball down on the right side, planted his foot, accelerated, and became a flash of lightning. Fitch lunged at him, trying to initiate contact. Whooshed. Su Bei took one explosive step, executed a spin move, while dribbling, shaking off Fitch. He was one step inside the free throw line. A pull-up jump shot. An Iverson-esque rhythm jumper. Hey. Fitch, proving himself a tenacious defender, quickly recovered and leaped with full effort to contest the shot. To be honest, if this were the 183 centimeters Iverson, he might have been affected. But the player shooting now was Su Bei, a 201 centimeters, flawless version of the answer. Fitch's block attempt was no contest. The ball left Su Bei's hand. A two-pointer seemed likely. Clang. It missed. Golden Eagles 4-0 Wildcats. Transition. Keith Bogans brought the ball up, averaging 17. 3 points, 3, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists per game for the season. He was the team's primary scoring option. He targeted Diener. Without much fancy dribbling, he exploded past him the moment he had the ball in his right hand. Speed, power. He bumped Diener off balance. Taking advantage of Diener's unstable footing, he accelerated again, drove into the paint, and went up for a layup, a finger roll. Was it going in? It looked like it. Diener. There was no chance of catching up yet. Su Bei appeared under the basket, once more rising like a sudden thunderclap from the plains. He streaked through the air like a reverse shooting star, momentarily dominating the sky. His long arm extended, swinging from back to front. Smack. A volleyball-style spike block brutally swatted the basketball away. Nice block. Wade laughed as he sprinted toward the front court. He had anticipated Su Bei's successful defense against Bogans and rushed out immediately. He intercepted the ball just as it sailed past the center circle and onto the opponent's three-point line, drove into the paint, and executed a reverse dunk, a fast break slam. Su Bei's volleyball blocked Wade's reverse dunk in response. The connection between Su Bei and Wade, Marquette's two core players, dealt a crushing blow to the University of Kentucky. Golden Eagles 6-0 Wildcats. A gasp rippled through the arena. Wade's reverse dunk was spectacular, but Su Bei's volleyball block was a highlight reel play worthy of the top 5. It was scorching hot. In the very next possession, Su Bei drove left first, blowing past Daniels with pure speed, then executing an explosive dribble turn in the paint to shake off the closing Bogans. He took a jump step into the right side of the paint, gathered the ball, and rose up for a direct dunk. Hayes and Steele, the two forwards, leaped to contest. Su Bei smoothly executed a folding layup to evade them, followed by a reverse scoop shot off the glass that nestled through the net. He passed through a forest of defenders without a single leaf touching him. Su Bei single-handedly bypassed 4 Kentucky players to score. The entire sequence was silky smooth and a delight to watch. Huh. Diener stared in disbelief. Coach said Kentucky's offense and defense were strong, like an enhanced version of Pittsburgh University. Why do I feel Su Bei is scoring so easily and his defense looks just as effortless? TSK. Robert Jackson couldn't help but click his tongue. Whether on offense or defense, Su Bei makes it all look so simple. Idiot. Wade laughed and cursed. Because he's Su Bei, his dominance is overflowing. So what if Kentucky is the number 1 seed? They can't stop Su Bei. Oh my God. Elliott's eyes widened. Su Bei started with 1 block and 6 points, leading an 80 run. Their opponent is the number 1 seed in the Midwest region. Marquette is playing this easily. This is completely unexpected. Come on. Su Bei, like a phantom, poked the ball away from Eric Daniels, who was holding it while looking for a pass. He pushed the fast break. Point guard Gerald Fitch chased him down. He was fast, but Su Bei visibly pulled away. Su Bei was too fast. One step inside the free throw line, he rose like a blazing fire and slammed down a tomahawk dunk, a play worthy of the top 5 highlights. With Su Bei's fast break dunk, Marquette led by 10 points, still a 100 run to start the game. The number 1 seed Kentucky hadn't scored a single point. 12 points. My God, it's a 150 run. Kentucky's core ball handler Keith Bogans seemed on the verge of collapse. He recklessly charged at the basket, slamming into Dwyane Wade. The whistle blew. Offensive foul. Change of possession. Dwyane used a screen from Su Bei to shake off Keith Bogans, then accelerated down the left side and drove inside. Chuck Hayes stepped up to contest. Dwyane. He used a Euro step, right then left, to fake out. He shifted left for an easy layup, scoring with ease. 170. This is absolutely insane. Su Bei caught the ball at the right arc. He faced Keith Bogans' defense. No, not just him. Gerald Fitch and Eric Daniels also closed in. A triple team. Travis Diener was wide open on the left. Were they crazy? Su Bei didn't pass either. He was in the zone offensively. He wanted to take the shot himself. Su Bei pushed his speed to the limit, sprinting full force down the right wing. With 3 defenders chasing, he reached the right baseline and then drove along it into the paint. Too fast. He shook off Eric Daniels, but Keith Bogans and Gerald Fitch still pursued him. Marquis Steele was also waiting under the basket. A triple team block attempt. 6 large hands formed a net-like defense. What would Su Bei do? Was he sure he wouldn't pass? Holy crap. Su Bei didn't pass. He grabbed the ball, planted his feet, and rose like a helicopter. Then, he hung in the air, evading them, and flew to the other side. The next second, boom. A reverse dunk after the hang time, hammering the ball through the hoop. My God, Su Bei scored on an onion 4 reverse dunk. And he drew a foul for an N1. How did he do that? He was leading a terrifying 200 storm to start the game. Another dimensional reduction strike. 28 Final 4. A third pick materializes, locking in the championship early. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted in earth-shattering cheers that soon morphed into a unified chant. Su Bei onion 4 reverse dunk for an N1. This play was too intense, too insane. Elliott commentated with passion, his spittle flying onto Doug Collins' face. He was ecstatic. He was a veteran TNT commentator. Every year he guest commentated NCAA tournament games and had seen many players deliver spectacular performances. He had also seen many rookies put on amazing shows in the NBA. He was no stranger to big moments from newcomers. Yet, he had never seen anyone like Su Bei who displayed such overwhelming offensive and defensive dominance on the court. Doug Collins didn't even feel the saliva on his face. Hiss. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. On that play, Su Bei's drive was like Allen Iverson and his finish was like Kobe Bryant. Tonight, Su Bei is a combination of the answer and the little mamba. How can anyone deal with this? How can they possibly overcome this? Swish. Su Bei made the free throw. A 200 run handed to the University of Kentucky. Beep beep. Kentucky coach Tubby Smith called another timeout, his face darker than a man catching his wife red-handed in betrayal. Again, yes. Less than 6 minutes into the game, and if not for the 35-second shot clock, the 200 run would have been even shorter. Tubby Smith had already called his third timeout. He had to slow Marquette's frenzied attack, but even calling a timeout felt like falling into an abyss. This was the March Madness court. This was the brutal single elimination stage where a 10 or 8-point deficit was hard to overcome. Now they were down by 20 points to start the game. What kind of hellish difficulty was this? Even movies wouldn't dare write a script like this. Now it was playing out in reality, and Tubby Smith felt utter despair and collapse. He was the team's coach. He knew he needed to be calmer to set an example to encourage his players and revive the team. But thinking about the hellish start, about Su Bei scoring 12 of those 20 points, while also recording 2 steals, 2 blocks, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. He couldn't hold it together. He completely broke down. With the team's strategist mentally shattered, the team fell apart instantly. They retreated step by step, collapsing like a landslide. Even after the timeout, Kentucky started scoring, but a deficit of over 20 points constantly suffocated them. They were like marionettes held by strings, completely at the mercy of their opponent. And whenever they tried to fight back to break free, they would shatter into pieces, utterly vulnerable. Whether they struggled or not, they saw no hope whatsoever. And the game time was still agonizingly long. This game pushed Kentucky to absolute despair. For the first time, they desperately wished time would pass faster in such adversity to put them out of their misery quickly. When Tom Crean saw the lead reach 30 points and Kentucky had completely lost their will. In the second half, he rested all his starters. Even so, the lead remained above 27 points, and they eventually won by 25 points, slaughtering Kentucky. If the starters had stayed in, Marquette would surely have had a chance to beat Kentucky by over 40 points. Come on, that was the #1 seed in the Midwest. Winning by 40 points. Wasn't that too exaggerated, too crazy? It was indeed crazy, but it was also the truth. However, Coach Tom Crean didn't want to embarrass his opponents too much as long as the team secured the win. Unbelievable. Elliott shook his head wildly after the game. I thought Kentucky and Marquette would have a thrilling, at least it would be evenly matched. That's what the experts and fans thought, isn't it? Who knew? This would be a one-sided slaughter by Marquette. It's truly incredible. Right. Doug Collins nodded vigorously. I need to share a very startling fact with everyone. I just looked it up. In the history of the NCAA tournament in the intense Elite 8, there have only been 4 games with a winning margin of over 25 points. First, 1968, University of Houston versus Kansas State University. Houston 10369 Kansas State. Houston won by 34 points, the largest margin in Elite 8 history. Second, 1987, Indiana University versus Louisiana State University. Indiana 7750 Louisiana State. Indiana won by 27 points. Third, University of Nevada, Las Vegas versus Duke University. UNLV 131105, Duke winning by 26 points. Fourth, tonight, Marquette University versus University of Kentucky. They also won by 25 points. This is truly frightening. Marquette, a #3 seed in their region, displayed an unbelievable level of dominance on the court. Before March Madness began, Marquette's competitiveness was clearly lacking. They weren't considered a team that could go far. They might even be eliminated in the second round. Now, having made it to the Final Four, I believe one crucial reason is the arrival of Su Bei, the perfect answer. As he finished speaking, boom. The arena once again erupted in earth-shattering cheers rising and falling, and then you could hear people shouting Su Bei MOP. This was an honor comparable to the NBA Finals MVP. Su Bei MOP. Su Bei MOP. Su Bei MOP. The chants for Su Bei MOP grew louder and more numerous wave after wave, eventually forming a unified slap. On the court, Wade high-fived Su Bei, praising him. Su Bei, you played incredibly well. You honestly am so glad I gave you a tryout. Otherwise, if I had missed you, or even worse become your opponent, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Su Bei shook his head and smiled. Winning is everyone's effort. Don't get all sentimental here. I think we should think about how to celebrate making it to the Final Four. Yeah. Wade nodded repeatedly, then raised an eyebrow excitedly. Come on, I'll take you to a nightclub. I've recently found some top-tier call girls. They're said to be well-hydrated, perfect for us to swim freely in the deep sea. Su Bei waved his hand, not interested. He really had no desire for women like that. Some didn't want it while others desperately sought it. Diner Robert Jackson and Merritt rushed directly to Wade, pleading earnestly, expressing a strong desire to swim. But Wade only wanted to open the doors to a new world for the shy Su Bei. The next day, the media was once again buzzing about Su Bei's performance the previous night. 25 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks. That was Su Bei's stat line for the night. It was excellent, but compared to his previous games, it seemed somewhat underwhelming. However, if you were told these were Su Bei's first half stats, you would surely exclaim, "It was damn amazing." Yes, that was why everyone was talking about Su Bei. Barkley said on his late-night podcast, Marquette is the only team this year that has slaughtered every opponent, often by margins of over 20 points. They are terrifyingly strong. They are the strongest dark horse this year, bar none. That's right. Guest commentator the Glide Clyde Drexler agreed and exclaimed, Su Bei, Dwyane Wade. Their combined combat power is too strong. Especially Su Bei, this celestial youth from the Dragon Kingdom, descending upon the NCAA tournament as the perfect answer, has bled through March Madness. I believe he will crush everything. I agree too. Another guest, M. Johnson, couldn't help but nod. Extreme talent, extreme dribbling and driving, and extreme defense. Frankly, I suspect Su Bei is possessed by God, playing on a different level in March Madness just for fun. So, I have every reason to believe that Marquette University, having powerfully advanced to the Final Four by overwhelming and slaughtering everything in their path. Led by the God-possessed Su Bei, they will definitely win this year's national championship. Oh, that's right. What I mean is, Marquette, having entered the Final Four, has already locked up the national championship in advance. Wow, Barkley exclaimed, Final Four equals championship. That sounds very arrogant, M. Saying that will invite a lot of hate. So what? M. Johnson didn't care at all. I only believe in what I see with my own eyes. Su Bei, in my opinion, is an NBA superstar-level player. He's just on a rampage in the NCAA. Huh. Drexler chuckled and added, Final Four equals locking in the championship early. That really sounds crazy. I wouldn't dare say it. But I must also admit that Su Bei's presence gives Marquette a real chance to compete for the national championship. Boom. M. Johnson's astonishing remarks on Barkley's podcast sparked widespread debate. Marquette makes the Final Four, which equals locking in the national championship early. What kind of international joke is that? They're just a dark horse that emerged having only won a few games. While I can acknowledge Su Bei's individual skill and his drives are indeed as sharp as Allen Iverson's, that's about, he can't lead a team to the ultimate victory by playing solo. Especially in the Final Four, where every team is incredibly strong, they can't keep being a dark horse forever. At the very least, there's absolutely no way they've already locked up the championship. This year's champion will definitely be Syracuse University. Melo Carmelo Anthony is one of the twin princes alongside King LeBron James. He is the #1 player in this year's NCAA tournament. He will surely ascend to the throne. Kansas has 2 lottery pick players, and their role players are all capable. They are definitely a championship favorite team. Is Texas weak? That's a joke. T.J. Ford is a player who could win the Naismith Award and the John R. Wooden Award this year. He will lead Texas to win the ultimate national championship. Ahem. I believe in the dark horse Marquette. Me too. When a team advances by slaughtering their opponents by over 20 points in almost every game, what reason do I have not to believe they can win the ultimate championship? After all, they have been. With their dimension-reducing strike, they had already surpassed all other teams by a full tier. I wholeheartedly agree. Someone acknowledged M. Johnson's words. Obviously, his words also stirred discontent and even curses among many other Elite Eight teams. All were formidable teams that had stormed into the Elite Eight undefeated, who would willingly surrender the championship and admit defeat. Impossible. Unthinkable. Curses were inevitable. Yet this also furiously stoked the hype for the Final Four. The Final Four would tip off on April 5th, a single day featuring 2 games for fans to revel in. March 31st. After the Elite Eight concluded, the advancing teams were University of Texas from the South, Marquette University from the Midwest, University of Kansas from the West, and Syracuse University from the East. For teams advanced, the venue for the Final Four was the Superdome in New Orleans, a colossal arena capable of holding over 7,000 spectators, 3 times the size of an average NBA arena. Yet even with such a vast arena, fans worried about securing good seats, because the unparalleled passion of college students and their pure love for basketball would fill this immense stadium. This was the charm and popularity of March Madness. Once the Final Four teams were confirmed, the coaches of the 4 teams rushed to the Superdome for the Final Four draw ceremony. The final results: Marquette University versus University of Texas, Syracuse University versus University of Kansas. A veteran commentator from ABC's basketball channel immediately published an article. The matchup between Marquette and Texas will be spectacular, because Marquette's Su Bei possesses the talent and strength of a perfect dancer. Texas T.J. Ford also boasts exceptional driving ability with lightning speed that rivals or even surpasses the answer. The duel between these two is no less than watching a contest between dual AIs. How could it not be thrilling? How could it not be spectacular? An absolute visual feast. This statement had fans brimming with anticipation. Yet a renowned ESPN analyst also emphasized the clash between Syracuse and Kansas. Anthony versus Kirk Hinrich and Nick Collison. It would surely be a breathtaking battle. No doubt. When March Madness reaches the Final Four, any matchup is bound to be intense and captivating. All actions were geared towards building hype for the games. The NBA wasn't idle either. On April 3rd, 2 days before the Final Four, they released the latest mock draft rankings. Wade, Su Bei, Hinrich, Nick Collison, Anthony T.J. Ford, and many others were all projected. In this new projection, a higher ranking seemed to imply a greater likelihood of leading one's team to victory and advancing to the finals. The moment the mock draft rankings were released, especially when Su Bei's ranking was announced, everyone was utterly stunned. Scarlet arrives. Recreating a kiss. What was Su Bei's ranking? He had previously crashed the lottery at the 14th pick, astonishing countless fans. This time it was even more outrageous as he soared to the 3rd pick, becoming the top prospect, only behind LeBron and Malisic. That was already insane enough. Yet what truly shocked and dumbfounded everyone was Su Bei surpassing Anthony to claim the 3rd spot. That was Melo, the high school phenom who rivaled LeBron as one of the Twin Titans. He was the nation's top high school player, considered one of the finest of the class of 2002. He was selected for the McDonald's All-American game and won the MVP of the Jordan Brand Classic. In his final season at Oak Hill Academy, the 01-02 season, he led the team to a staggering 321 record. He even recorded a jaw-dropping quadruple-double in one game. In a national powerhouse matchup, he erupted for 39 points to secure victory, further cementing his national status. He possessed not only immense talent, but also outstanding skills and high basketball IQ. In college as a freshman, he led Syracuse to the Final Four in his very first year, aiming for the national championship. He was a perfect prodigy, a king no less than King James LeBron. He was undeniably dominant, yet Su Bei, a player who had burst onto the scene, had dethroned him after just 4 games. How insane was that? How unbelievable. This sparked even greater uproar and controversy before the game. Is this for real? Su Bei is the 3rd pick, surpassing Carmelo Anthony. Are you sure it's not the 13th pick? Amazing. I don't get it. No matter how well Su Bei plays, he only has a 4-game resume. How can he surpass Carmelo in the mock draft? This is unrealistic. Too abstract. Why not? Su Bei may have only played 4 games, but he's averaging 36. 3 points, 4. 5 rebounds, 3. 5 assists, 3. 3 steals, and 4 blocks per game. Look at that. What insane numbers. He's a two-way superstar. Carmelo Anthony's best high school game was a 39-point outburst. Su Bei has dropped 45 points, making history. He also possesses superior talent, quicker speed, and more dazzling crossover skills than Anthony. Everything about Su Bei seems to surpass Carmelo. What's wrong with him overtaking Carmelo for the 3rd spot? I think it's perfectly reasonable. I say what you will, 4 games don't prove anything. I want to accept this NBA ranking. I don't want to argue. I just hope Su Bei's Marquette makes it to the finals. Then, Carmelo will crush Su Bei on the court and teach those clueless NBA draft experts a lesson. Exactly. Well said. I can't wait for the showdown between Su Bei and Anthony, the 2 hottest small. Go Carmelo. You're the best college player in my book, bar none. Su Bei's sudden leap to the lottery and then overtaking Anthony for the top spot was truly outrageous. But it also stirred up a ton of animosity. The hype for Su Bei versus T.J. Ford was still simmering, but the battle for best small forward between him and Anthony had already spread. The Final Four, the national championship. Fans suddenly had a must-watch reason, pushing the already explosive game hype to new heights. Across the ocean, CCTV headquarters, Sports Channel office, Yu Jia-Yang, Coach Zhang, and Su Kun were watching Su Bei's highlight reels in the office. As for the news about him, they had already learned of it and were utterly astounded. TSK. Yu Jia couldn't help but click his tongue. Unbelievably strong. I seriously suspect Su Bei has the blood of our Dragon Kingdom flowing through him. Of course I'm thrilled he's so good. I.O. Coach Zhang shook his head joyfully. Su Bei's talent is terrifying. He's a flawless Iverson. Iverson, the no. One pick of the 96 golden generation. No matter how many times the draft was redone, he'd still be the top pick. Now Su Bei is showing even greater talent and tangible, overwhelming strength. His ceiling is astonishing. I can hardly believe our country can produce a basketball player with such incredible talent and skill. But I'm truly overjoyed. Who isn't? Yang Yi was all smiles too. Last year Yao Ming gave us so many surprises, and now Su Bei has emerged out of nowhere. The Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team is on the rise. This is truly exciting. Right. Su Kun adjusted his glasses and nodded eagerly. Yao Ming and Su Bei will surely achieve great things in the NBA. They will elevate the profile of Dragon Kingdom basketball. So, I think we should do something too. Teacher Su Kun, what do you mean? Yang Yi asked. Su Kun smiled, then continued. Yao Ming made a name for himself in our CBA before going to the NBA and becoming the no. One pick. Su Bei, on the other hand, burst onto the scene in March Madness without any CBA or domestic college league experience. Fans don't know him. This isn't good for him or the development of domestic basketball. So, I suggest applying to our superiors to broadcast the most popular NCAA tournament game, the National Championship. Give domestic fans a chance to see Su Bei and give Su Bei a platform to showcase his talent and strength. That's a great idea. Coach Zhang gave a thumbs up in agreement. The NCAA National Championship will definitely be thrilling. If Su Bei plays at a high level, he'll win over countless fans. It would be his breakout game back home. Yu Jia nodded. It's indeed a good idea. It would not only give Su Bei massive exposure, but also help us explore broadcasting NCAA games. However, Su Bei's Marquette has made it to the Final Four, but they still need to defeat Texas to reach the champ. They have T.J. Ford, a man faster than Iverson. No problem. Su Kun was confident. I firmly believe Su Bei can lead Marquette past Texas and advance. Should we wait until Marquette makes the finals? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a joke to broadcast a final without a Dragon Kingdom player? Yang Yi expressed concern. Coach Zhang smacked his lips. That might be too late. Yes. Su Kun agreed, his expression firming. This is a small gamble. At worst, we lose the cost of broadcasting one game. But if we win, we might create another superstar of Yao Ming's caliber for the Dragon Kingdom. That would be a massive victory. I think it's worth a try. We must try. Makes sense. I'm in. Let's go report to our superiors now and have them start negotiations. The 4 Dragon Kingdom commentators were unanimous. If successful, the Dragon Kingdom would broadcast its first ever NCAA tournament game. Su Bei would also become the first Dragon Kingdom player to appear in an NCAA tournament game for domestic fans. 2 days later, April 5th, the long-awaited Final Four finally tipped off. 6:00 p.m. The Superdome. With still an hour until the Marquette-Texas game, the arena was already packed. A single glance revealed a sea of... At that moment, over 4,000 people were watching the game, and the number was still climbing. Such was the hype of... This was also because the recent buzz around Su Bei had drawn countless fans to witness him. Not just fans. In the stands, you could also spot many NBA luminaries, such as Yao Ming and Steve Francis, Kobe Bryant and Derek Fisher, Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. Additionally, 76ers GM Billy King and Allen Iverson were also present. Knicks GM Scott Layden and Coach Don Chaney were there to scout. They were all eager to acquire Su Bei. Of course, they weren't the only ones. Boom. The arena atmosphere was explosive, with fans cheering incessantly. The deafening roar was louder than a Boeing 747 taking off. The host had to crank the microphone to maximum volume and shout hoarsely to energize the crowd. The fans were completely amped. Not just because of the thrilling high-octane matchup tonight, but also because of the they could enjoy a great game and see their favorite stars up close. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How could these vibrant college-student fans not be ecstatic? As time passed and more fans filled the stands, the arena atmosphere was about to reach its pre-game peak. Then, the moment the sex symbol Scarlett arrived at the arena, the atmosphere exploded to its zenith. For the first half of the evening, she wore a black oversized sweatshirt, creating a mysterious no-pants look. She paired it with a white miniskirt. Her perfectly proportioned legs were adorned with lettered stockings complemented by white sneakers and her wavy blonde hair. With her flawless beauty, she exuded both sexy charm and the fresh vibe of spring. A perfect season. The term sex symbol was perfectly embodied in her. The moment she entered the arena, every other woman seemed to pale in comparison, as she instantly became the sole focus of the spotlight. Ah, Scarlett is so sexy. Why does such a goddess exist in this world? If I could spend one night with Scarlett, I'd gladly trade 10 years of my life, plus a sleepless night. That face, that body, that stocking outfit. Too beautiful. Scarlett is absolutely captivating. Love her. Roar. The men in the stands couldn't contain themselves, howling and screaming to catch Scarlett on the court. Oh my God, is Scarlett. Wade puffed out his cheeks, staring intently at her. Su Bei snorted, "Isn't your goddess Alba? Speaking of which, did you call her?" "I did." At this, Wade's expression dimmed a bit. Goddess Alba didn't answer and blocked me instead. "So you've chosen Scarlet again?" "No." Wade shook his head frantically. "I'm not giving up. They'll call her from a different number another day." "Of course. Why should I choose? If possible, I want both Scarlet and Alba." As he spoke, he leaned in again. "Su Bei, just a reminder, if you ever go on a date with Alba, you must tell me." "Oh." Su Bei replied, somewhat bored, then raised an eyebrow and teased, "What if we sleep together?" "Huh. You've already slept together." Wade clutched his head, eyes wide as if struck by lightning. Su Bei rolled his eyes. "Come on, it's just a hypothetical. Can't you listen to the whole thing?" "Damn." Wade let out a long sigh, feeling much better. He really liked Su Bei and was always happy to pass him the ball on the court, even enjoying watching Su Bei dominate the game. But he didn't want to see Su Bei get Alba. How to describe it? It's like worrying about a brother's struggles, but fearing he'll drive a Range Rover. On the court, Scarlett's arrival pushed the pre-game atmosphere to its peak. Under the spotlight, she smiled and waved to fans, then, under everyone's gaze, walked straight toward Su Bei. This instantly made Su Bei the center of attention too. What is Scarlett doing? Is she asking Su Bei for an autograph? While Scarlett's eyes have been fixed on Su Bei since she entered the arena. She's liked his highlight reels before. She seems very interested in Su Bei too. Could it be that, like Alba, she's genuinely interested in him? Fans murmured amongst themselves. Scarlett walked step by step towards Su Bei, instantly making them the center of attention for everyone. The most captivating focal point of the scene. Everyone was wondering what Sigiali intended to do. Then, an accident occurred. When Sigiali was only about 2 to 3 meters away from Su Bei, her foot slipped, and her entire body lost balance, lurching forward. "Be careful." Startled, Su Bei quickly shuffled forward, crouched down, and caught Sigiali just as she was about to fall flat on the floor. Whoa! The gymnasium erupted in an uproar. Because Sigiali had an accidental fall. No. Instead, the moment Su Bei caught Sigiali, and she fell into his arms, her lips pressed against his. Yes. Under the gaze of the crowd, Sigiali kissed Su Bei. Click, click, click. To everyone, this was an accident. Sigiali and Su Bei kissing was an undeniable fact. The male fans' hearts shattered instantly. One by one, they were green with envy, their faces twisted with jealousy. Su Bei was also stunned. Seriously, how could they kiss like that? The key point. Sigiali even deliberately swirled her tongue a couple of times before pulling away and steadying herself. Sigiali smiled sweetly and whispered her thanks. "I knew Su Bei would save me." "Thank you." Su Bei's eyes widened in shock. "You just stuck out your..." "So, you did that on purpose?" "No, I didn't." Sigiali blinked, denying it with a smile. There was no way to deny it. Su Bei could clearly feel it. If she had just said she couldn't stop and accidentally bumped into him for a kiss, that might barely be understandable. After all, in idol dramas there are so many plots like this. But a French kiss, and more than once. That was absolutely intentional. Su Bei wanted to say more to prove his guess. But Sigiali reached out her hand first, showing another big, grateful smile. "Thank you, Su Bei. My name is Sigiali, I'm your fan, nice to meet you." "Hello, Miss Sigiali." Su Bei swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and responded politely. Sigiali touched her sexy red lips and issued an invitation. "To thank you for saving me just now, I'd like to treat you to a meal, is that okay?" "It's nothing. How about tonight?" Su Bei was about to politely decline, thinking it was just a casual helping hand, and there was no need for a meal as thanks. But Sigiali was already confirming the time. It seemed she wasn't inviting Su Bei but informing him. "Huh." Su Bei still smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, I already have plans tonight, so maybe next time." He really did. He had received a call from Erba last night agreeing to his dinner invitation scheduled for after tonight's game. However, directly turning down a Hollywood sex symbol wearing sheer stockings would be a terrible waste. It would be an event Wade would find absurd. Su Bei had to give her some face. "All right." Sigiali nodded her little head. As long as Su Bei was willing to meet privately, even if it wasn't tonight, it was still a good sign. The two then exchanged contact information. And as Sigiali left and Su Bei prepared to continue warming up for the upcoming semifinal game. Shush, shush, shush. He suddenly felt murderous glares from tens of thousands of male fans in the gymnasium. Honestly, if looks could kill, Su Bei would have been torn limb from limb, sliced to pieces, and utterly annihilated. Come on. The sex symbol in countless otaku's hearts had just thrown herself into Su Bei's arms and kissed him. The key point. Not long ago, Su Bei had already embraced Erba's slender waist, a woman with an angelic face and a devilish figure. 2 against 1. Su Bei had unwittingly drawn too much hatred, or, to be more precise, envy. It was so enviable. Envious to the point of cracking. Envious to the point of exploding on the spot. Envious to the point of deforming. Envious to the point of shattering into a QR code. To this, Su Bei shrugged. "Blame me. If I hadn't caught your goddess, she might have broken her face. Thank me, you brats. Male fans, we thank you and your whole family." Among these many admirers was also the star player of the University of Texas, TJ Ford. Was he also a fan of Sigiali? No. He was actually a fan of Sweetheart Princess, Onway, the fresh and cute princess she played in The Princess Diaries, with her bright smile and lively charm. It made him completely fall for Princess Onway. Of course, that didn't stop him from also liking Erba and Sigiali. Men are all pigs. Only children make choices, adults don't bother. They just want it all. Jealousy twisted his face beyond recognition. He simply couldn't stand watching Su Bei have intimate interactions with two goddesses, even kissing one. It must be soft, right? TJ Ford started fantasizing for Su Bei, then shook his head vigorously, a surge of rage suddenly blazing in his eyes. Bastard. He muttered curses. What does this punk deserve? Even if he is somewhat good-looking, he's not worthy. Tonight, I will definitely embarrass him. Let my goddess lose interest in him and turn her attention to me. Su Bei instantly attracted a mountain of hate. He hadn't done anything wrong, so what was his fault? Boom. Amidst the passionate and fervent atmosphere of 4,000 to 5,000 fans in the gymnasium, time reached 7 o'clock. Warm-ups ended, and the starting lineups for both sides began to take the court. Finally, the first game of the Final Four officially began. Marquette Golden Eagles starters: point guard Diener, shooting guard Wade, small forward Su Bei, power forward Merritt, center Robert Jackson. Texas Longhorns starters: point guard TJ Ford, shooting guard Brandon Mouton, small forward Brian Boddicker, power forward James Thomas, center Jason Klotz. Mouton was the Longhorns' second leading scorer. Boddicker was a defensive stalwart. James Thomas was the main rebounder in the paint. Klotz guarded the paint. Although only TJ Ford was a star player, the other players were all formidable in their own right, and together they could unleash powerful combat strength. Jump ball. Klotz and Robert Jackson vied for the tip-off. Slap. Klotz tipped the ball first, winning the crucial first possession for the University of Texas. TJ Ford brought the ball up. He positioned himself at the top of the left arc. Facing Diener's defense, he slowly changed direction while lowering his center of gravity, then suddenly stomped and accelerated. He's driving left. Diener read the play. But Ford was just too fast. He was like a Bugatti launching off the line like a bullet, leaving the chamber gone in an instant. Diener couldn't keep up at all. He was beaten in one step, unable to even catch TJ Ford's taillights. It sounded exaggerated. But that was Ford's speed. WTF? Diener was completely stunned. So fast. Especially as Merritt exclaimed and tried to help. Ford had already left him behind, attacking the rim directly. Robert Jackson couldn't rotate in time. Swish. Ford finished the layup. Come on. TJ Ford is too fast. Robert Jackson was rooted to the spot, only able to watch TJ Ford's layup. Of course, even if Robert Jackson had rotated, Ford as an excellent playmaker would have immediately passed to Klotz, the center, under the other basket, and still scored. His speed while beating the defender also destroys the opponent's defensive formation. This is truly impressive. At the commentary desk, Amin Johnson exclaimed in awe. As he spoke in the next possession, Ford once again used his astonishing speed, accelerated past the defense, and then performed a powerful crossover spin to shake off the help defender. He drove straight to the heart of the paint from the right wing, heading for the rim. This time Robert Jackson rotated to contest, but Ford didn't slow down at all. The moment he got close to Robert Jackson, he made a pocket pass with his left hand, accurately finding the eagerly waiting Klotz under the left basket. Catching the ball, he rose straight up. Boom. A powerful two-handed dunk rattled the rim. It was exactly as Amin Johnson had said. When Ford tore apart the defense with his speed, whether the opponent defended or not, the outcome seemed the same. Ford averaged 8.1 assists per game. He was the league's assist leader this season, combining both offense and playmaking. He was a core-level player for the team. Theoretically, after a few years of development in the NBA, he had the potential to become a top-tier point guard like Nash Paul or Darren Williams, excelling in both scoring and passing. That was at least an all-star level starting point. Unfortunately, he suffered an injury in his first season in the league, causing him to miss his entire second season. That affected his entire career. Even so, in his third season he played and averaged 14.2 points, 8.1 assists and 1.5 steals as a core point guard. If he hadn't been injured, he would likely have become an all-star, even a superstar level player. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. For the present moment, a healthy TJ Ford playing against players like Diener and Merritt was like child's play. Even Wade couldn't keep up. He could only rely on physicality and some height advantage to provide some offensive disruption to Ford. Swish. The ball went through the net. Ford scored despite Wade's defensive contest. The best martial art is speed. TJ Ford is too fast, or I can't keep up. Even with defense, it's hard to make an impact. After a few possessions, Wade was a bit frustrated. Fortunately, on the offensive end, he could power his way to the rim, twist for a layup, and score. He responded positively, but not being able to guard Ford gave him a constant feeling of being led around by the nose, a constant invisible pressure. Dwyane, let's double team him. Diener approached and said in a low voice. Wade shook his head. It's too early. It would automatically admit that TJ Ford is a player we can't stop. That would be a blow to the team's morale. Having said that, Wade turned to Su Bei. Su Bei, even though you're the offensive core it seems now. Only you might be able to try and stop TJ Ford. You are the perfect answer. I believe. TJ Ford, who is faster than the answer, is no match for the perfect. Of course. Su Bei smiled, slightly full of confidence. The next possession. Thud. When Ford brought the ball up, Su Bei stood before him. Ford squinted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and snorted, "A guy like you shouldn't be playing on the basketball court. You should be in a Victoria's Secret fashion show." Su Bei. Was this trash talk or a compliment? It totally threw me off. Su Bei's polite thanks came with a hint of confusion. Who's complimenting you? Ford roared as he suddenly accelerated, bursting forward like a wild horse freed from its reins or an arrow released from its bowstring. Fast. Indeed fast. So fast that even Su Bei couldn't keep up. After all, although he had fused with Iverson's talent, it wasn't a complete integration. His pure speed wasn't as fast as Iverson's. Ford, however, possessed a terrifying speed that surpassed Iverson's. The difference was clear. While TJ Ford is really fast, he shook off Su Bei with a couple of accelerations. Su Bei is chasing from behind, but it seems he can't catch up at all. TJ Ford attacks the rim directly. It's an easy layup. He's going to score over Su Bei. Oh my god. Su Bei caught up. He gave TJ Ford a solid chase down block against the backboard. How did he do that? Amin Johnson's passionate commentary dropped his jaw. Kenny Smith also held his head in shock. High. Su Bei jumped incredibly high. He's 201 centimeters tall, and TJ Ford is only 183 centimeters. Su Bei also has an absolute advantage in height and wingspan. Wingspan jumping. The suppression of these three talents allowed Su Bei, even though he couldn't outrun TJ Ford and was beaten cleanly, to still chase down and block the shot. This is amazing. Whoa. The gymnasium erupted in an uproar. The fans were completely excited. Everyone loves surprises. When you are absolutely certain something can't happen, and it suddenly does, it brings an even stronger sense of surprise. Su Bei blocking Ford wasn't such an extraordinary thing in itself. But when there was a 99 chance Su Bei couldn't block Ford, and he ended up doing it with a 1 probability, a chase down pin against the backboard, that was a huge surprise. Ford was completely dumbfounded. I beat him cleanly, completely left him behind. How could he still block me? He even blocked that. Robert Jackson under the basket had eyes wide as saucers. Diener on the perimeter was also shocked. Is this the talent of the perfect answer that surpasses Allen Iverson? Truly terrifying. Ha ha ha. Wade couldn't help but laugh loudly, just as I thought. TJ Ford may be faster than Allen Iverson, but he can't outrun the flawless answer. Height, wingspan, jumping ability, etc. Su Bei's multiple talents completely overwhelmed TJ Ford. His slight speed advantage is insignificant. Great job, Su Bei. Keep freezing Ford like this, and taking down Texas tonight will be a sure thing. Transition. Wade brought the ball up. At the top of the arc, he handed the ball off to Su Bei, saying softly, "Su Bei, you attack. He'll screen for you." Crushed TJ Ford on both ends of the floor. Well, win the game easily. Su Bei nodded silently. Using Wade's screen, he switched onto TJ Ford at the right arc. Whooshed. Holding the ball in his right hand, Su Bei accelerated directly for the drive, unleashing his own lightning speed. Speed was Ford's forte. Su Bei attacking with speed. Wasn't that like showing off one's skills before an expert asking for humiliation? It seemed so, but it absolutely wasn't. After all, Su Bei wasn't using pure speed, but acceleration combined with physicality. Just 2 bumps, and he pushed Ford away, charging into the paint. In the key, he took a gather step sword for a slam dunk, a one-handed tomahawk. Su Bei's 140 kilograms bench press was average for a small forward, not particularly outstanding. But against a 183 centimeters guard, every collision would feel like a boulder crushing his chest. He simply couldn't withstand it. Pure speed, physicality, forcibly knocking Ford aside, beating him, and dunking over him was truly humiliating. The key point: he had no answer. Boom. Same method. In the next offensive possession, Su Bei again unreasonably powered through Ford, finishing with a smooth jelly layup. Simple. Scoring on Ford was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Ford was very unconvinced. He challenged Su Bei again, using a lightning-fast drive with a rhythm change. Very fierce. So fierce that he beat Su Bei again. But beating Su Bei didn't mean he was safe, nor did it mean he could score. Bang. Bang. Within 2 minutes, Ford found 2 opportunities and beat Su Bei twice. But 1 layup was blocked, and 1 pull-up jumper under the interference of Su Bei's long arms resulted in an airball. That outstretched big hand was like the 5-finger mountain pressing down on Ford, rendering him immobile, unable to attack. When Su Bei put in a bit of serious defense, it was like installing a wheel lock on Ford, completely freezing his offense. A death-defying block. He soared over Ford. Ford opened the game with a mix of offense and passing, linking the team and helping them score consecutively to secure a strong start. But once Su Bei locked onto him and froze his offense, the tide turned sharply. Just 5 minutes into the game, Marquette University not only erased the initial 6-point deficit, but also took a 5-point lead, surging with unstoppable momentum. The pressure fell on Texas. The player who could break through was Ford. He had to step up using his lightning speed and exquisite passing skills to lift the team. Ford didn't hesitate. He drove the ball forward again, maintaining his composure. When he once again faced Su Bei's defense, he decisively called for a pick. This was the Final Four. He couldn't let pride get in the way. Knowing Su Bei possessed overwhelming defensive prowess, he had to stay calm and avoid him in battle. It wasn't shameful. As long as the team won, he would still be the victor, the player who performed better. Ford used the screen to shake off Su Bei. He drove into the lane from the right, piercing in like an arrow, lifting the ball for a layup. While facing Robert Jackson, he hung in the air, pulled the ball back to evade, then banked it off the backboard. The entire sequence was clean and seamless. You could almost see a trace of Iverson's driving and hanging layup in Ford's move. In the stands, many Texas fans had already raised their hands, ready to cheer for Ford. Some fans' cheers were already escaping their throats, about to echo throughout the arena. The next moment, Su Bei appeared under the basket like a phantom, finding Ford. He took off with a quick step, his astonishing leap bringing his head level with the rim. His outstretched arm seemed capable of grasping the clouds as he swung his palm forward. A dull thud echoed. Su Bei's palm pinned the ball, which was about to bank in firmly against the backboard. Then he ripped it down cleanly. Su Bei jumped so high and blocked with such force that the block looked utterly shocking. Francis screamed, clutching his head. That block by Su Bei looks too brutal. Yao, are all you Chinese play? Big Yao laughed heartily, then shook his head repeatedly. We're usually not this violent, nor can we play this violently. Su Bei is too special. He's like the 1 in a billion peerless genius from China's 1.3 billion people. Damn. Fisher also yelled, eyes wide. Su Bei's death block on TJ Ford. What an incredible physical gift. Unbelievable. Kobe instinctively covered his face, unable to watch more. I think only the flawless answer possesses such terrifying blocking ability. Su Bei, his physical talent is too outstanding. Huh. Larry Bird, arms crossed, and his pupils dilated at this moment, unable to contain himself. Su Bei's block. He's a freshman. You call that a freshman? Magic Johnson laughed and marveled. Exaggerated physical talent, completely inhuman. I think even Michael in his prime was just about this good. Su Bei is even 3 centimeters taller than him. Truly. People should be thankful Allen Iverson is only 183 centimeters, not 198 centimeters. On the opposite side of the stands, Iverson was ecstatic. See General Manager Billy King. That's why I'm desperate. He's an enhanced version of me. He's the flawless me. He possesses a frightening, unimaginable growth ceiling. Getting him means infinite championship potential. Truly impressive. Seeing was believing. General Manager Billy King was also moved. He stared at Iverson and promised firmly, Allen, rest assured. Since I promised, I will do my utmost to try and get him. New York Knicks General Manager Scott Layden laughed. Tang, we made the right bet. Su Bei is the perfect new king of New York. We will rebuild around him. Breathtaking talent, dazzling drives, magnificent hangs, and he also has suffocating defense. Fantastic. Su Bei is a born leader destined to grow into a superstar. Our relentless tanking just to get him is the right idea. Now I even think that even with the #1 pick, I wouldn't choose King LeBron, but Su Bei. What a handsome block. Scarlett understood basketball a bit. She knew the value and dominance of Su Bei, as expected of the man I've set my sights on. A seductive gleam shone in Scarlett's eyes, handsome and looks powerful in skill. He will definitely be a superstar player in the NBA in the future. That suits me perfectly. I'm a vulgar woman. I purely like Su Bei's face. I don't care about his achievements. I will always like him just the same. A visually stunning death chase down block destined for the top 5 plays ignited the entire arena. Ford grumbled in annoyance. He thought he had been careless, not expecting Su Bei to catch up and block him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been stuffed. However, in the very next possession, Su Bei intercepted a pass from Texas shooting guard Brandon Mouton and pushed the fast break solo. Damn, Mouton exclaimed in dismay, turning to chase. Su Bei sped forward like a shark cutting through waves, or a leopard hunting, leaving Mouton in the dust as he charged to the front court. Mouton couldn't keep up. He could only stop in despair and watch Su Bei counterattack. Fortunately, Ford was fast enough on the side. He rushed after Su Bei like an F1 car moving at lightning speed. He arrived at the basket first, standing just outside the restricted area. Outside the charge circle, he anticipated Su Bei's driving path and stood still, planting his feet. He knew normal defense couldn't stop Su Bei. He planned to draw a charging foul. Su Bei was well aware of this. Standing still, huh? Trying to draw a charge, huh? Sorry, I won't give you the chance. With that, Su Bei reached forward, grabbed the ball, bent his knees, then launched as if springs were attached to his feet, or a rocket was lifting him. In an instant, Su Bei exploded into the sky. The next second, under the incredulous gaze of Marquette fans, amidst the shock of Texas fans whose eyes seemed to pop out. In Wade's jaw-dropping astonishment, under Scarlett's admiring gaze as her beautiful eyes widened, and in Ford's disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Su Bei soared over Ford, descending like a divine soldier, splitting the mountain with a mighty slam. Conflict erupted. One possession, Su Bei's death block on Ford. The next possession, Su Bei's steal and solo fast break, soaring over Ford for a posterizing dunk. The already boiling arena instantly exploded, its fervent atmosphere reaching a climax with Su Bei's dunk over a man. Crazy. Su Bei was too crazy. Powerful. The flawless answer was too powerful. At the commentary table, Emmett Johnson swore outright, Ford is one of the best players in the nation, a top point guard vying for the Naismith and John Wooden awards. Against Su Bei, he's helpless. He's like a piece of cake easily crushed and shredded by Su Bei. This is unbelievable. Kenny Smith's eyes were as wide as bells, even though Texas is the No.1 seed in the South region and TJ Ford is one of the nation's best players. Su Bei crushes them as easily as crushing an ant. This craziness feels unreal. I'd say. Su Bei's dominance over March Madness continues, and it's still going strong. Well said. Absolutely correct. The flawless answer was dominating the NCAA tournament stage. Moreover, he had Flash Wade by his side. With the two of them teaming up, the game became very simple. The first, Marquette University led Texas by as many as 20 points. Come on, this was the Final Four stage. A 20-point gap was truly astonishing. In the history of the NCAA Final Four, only one game had a margin of 20 points or more. That was the 1990 matchup between UNLV and Duke. In that game, UNLV won by 30 points. It wasn't just the largest margin in the Final Four, but also the largest in the NCAA National Championship game. Now Marquette was making a similar massacre happen again. The second half began. Texas faced immense pressure. They weren't willing to give up. They wanted to struggle at least, not to lose so disgracefully. Their fighting spirit, surprisingly, it had some effect. For a period at the start of the second half, the two teams traded blows, making for the fans were treated to a spectacle. But the 20-point gap persisted, time was dwindling, and the pressure on Texas only mounted. This can't go on. TJ Ford frowned deeply. Even though his team kept scoring, he couldn't be complacent. He had to break the deadlock and sound the horn for a comeback. Using a screen and his speed, he cut to the basket and hit a close-range floater. Then with sharp eyes and quick hands, he stole the ball from Diener and raced to the front court like the wind. A solo, another score. 4 straight points. Small forward Brian Boddicker and center Jason Klotz worked inside and out to stop a Marquette drive to the rim. James Thomas grabbed the rebound. Ford took the ball and pushed the fast break without pause. Wade chased after him in long strides, and they both drove into the paint. Was he challenging Wade's defense? Wade was one of the best shot-blocking guards. Challenging Wade when he was in position was a very unwise choice. Ford. He lifted the ball for a layup, seemingly forcing a challenge against Wade, but in reality, he had eyes in the back of his head, executing a no-look pass. A no-look pass found Brandon Mouton trailing behind, who scored an easy layup. Great play, TJ. Texas head coach Rick Barnes excitedly pumped his fist. A 60 run. We've cut the lead to 14 points. ITLL be single digits soon. Keep it up. Play like this. I fully trust TJ's leadership. He can definitely help the team turn the game around. Just as he said that, the red-hot Ford stole the ball from Merritt again and dashed to the front court like lightning. He didn't hold the ball. Seeing Brandon Mouton break out, he immediately dished it. The ball cut through like a scalpel, landing precisely in Mouton's hands. It was a prime scoring opportunity. However, Su Bei shot out from the side like lightning, too, not fully catching up to Mouton, still a body length behind. But Mouton, catching a glimpse of Su Bei in his peripheral vision, didn't dare take what seemed like an open layup. The pressure was immense, especially recalling Su Bei's chase-down block on Ford and the subsequent soaring dunk from the first half. He panicked even more. Even though he was a full body length ahead of Su Bei and the basket was right there, he still believed that if he recklessly went for the layup, he would suffer a brutal chase-down block. He didn't dare attack. Feigning a layup, he turned and whipped the ball back to TJ Ford, who was trailing and spotting up at the top of the arc. Holy shit. Su Bei's defensive pressure on Brandon Mouton is too much. Brandon doesn't dare attack at all. He looks terrified, forced to pass the ball. He wasted a perfect scoring chance. But the result isn't bad. Trailing TJ Ford gets a 3-point up. If he hits it, ITLL be a 90 run, cutting the lead to just 11 points. Texas will have truly sounded the comeback horn. This 3-pointer is crucial. TJ Ford. He draws the bow and fires, taking the shot with great decisiveness. Good shooting environment, correct form, high arc. This looks like a surefire comeback 3. This shot. Oh. Su Bei flew over and swatted TJ Ford's 3-pointer away with a single slap. WTF. No way, wasn't he just chasing Brandon Mouton under the basket? How did he flash back to the perimeter to block TJ Ford? What incredible speed. What astonishing athleticism. How is this possible? Emmett Johnson's eyes widened as he commentated excitedly. Kenny Smith, also excited and red-faced, eagerly followed up at the critical moment. It's Su Bei again. With a block, he extinguishes Texas' most ferocious comeback surge. He then dives out, secures the ball before it goes out of bounds, and gains possession. TJ Ford is furious. He lunges at Su Bei like a madman, disrupting his fast break chance. They face off at the left wing. Su Bei executes a flurry of crossovers, dribbling at blinding speed, dazzling, and unreadable. Suddenly Su Bei explodes to the right. TJ Ford reacts quickly, sliding over to stay with him. TJ Ford is a point guard, he's too thin. Su Bei bumps him off balance, sending him stumbling and spinning halfway around facing the basket. He instinctively thinks Su Bei will accelerate right after the contact, so he hurriedly completes a full spin to chase. But Su Bei executes a crossover, exploding to the left. Ford misreads, frantically continues spinning to chase. Su Bei feints again, executes another crossover, and drives right once more. Easy layup. TJ Ford. He's completely disoriented, spinning wildly on the spot. His never-recovered balance makes him look like he's dancing a waltz in place. Both commentators were ecstatic. They had called big games before, but they were still this excited. What about the fans? The arena erupted with earth-shaking cheers. Are you kidding me? TJ Ford is so fast and so strong, and he got shaken off by Su Bei, completely lost. Su Bei made him dance a waltz on the spot. Too exaggerated. Come on. Su Bei's shaking drive was brilliant. The title flawless answer is well-deserved. First a face-to-face block, then shaking him off completely. One defensive play, one offensive play. Su Bei not only humiliated TJ Ford mercilessly, but also halted Texas' comeback, crushing their hopes of a reversal in the cradle. Too cool. The fans were completely ablaze. Even Big Yao Kobe, Larry Bird, and other stars they were full of praise for Su Bei's defensive and offensive moves. Sigiali propped her delicate chin on her small snow-white hand, her gaze towards Su Bei brimming with adoration, so intense it seemed to stretch like molten threads. Manager Billie Jean's fondness for Su Bei grew ever deeper, solidifying his resolve to acquire him. Scott Layden and Don Chaney had gone mad because of Su Bei, desperately wishing they could erase the mere 25 victories they had scraped together all season. That way they could lock in the top draft pick and secure Su Bei without a hitch. As for the game, TJ Ford twirled in place, his arms flailing wildly, dancing a waltz as he was shaken off by Su Bei, overwhelmed with shame. After Su Bei scored on a layup, he turned and walked back, glancing indifferently at Ford as he passed by. He said nothing. Yet sometimes silent mockery cuts deeper than words. That single glance was enough for Ford to feel a profound humiliation. He instinctively imagined Su Bei saying, "Thank you for dancing to my brilliant drive." An explosion erupted within him. Ford, consumed by his own fantasies, spiraled into fury over that one look. "You damned rookie, what right do you have to mock me?" Ford's face flushed red with rage. With a twisted snarl, he suddenly charged at Su Bei, thrusting his hands violently into Su Bei's back. Su Bei was caught off guard. Fortunately, Ford's slender frame limited his strength. Stumbling forward a couple of steps, Su Bei steadied himself. He whirled around, fixing a cold glare on Ford. "A sneak attack. Can't win, so you resort to violence. If that's how you want to play, you've got me fired up." Su Bei didn't hold back. As he spoke, he lunged forward, shoving Ford with both hands, unleashing the full force of his 140 kilograms. A heavy thud echoed. Ford, standing only 183 centimeters with a frail build, was sent flying, crashing onto the floor with a resounding slam. It was a normal retaliation, but Ford was simply too weak. "You dare hit my brother?" roared small forward Brad Buckman, charging at Su Bei with fists raised, ready to pummel him. "You start a fight, and then play the victim. You're lawless." Wade cut in from the side, slamming his shoulder into Buckman and sending him flying several meters. "Dwyane, you hit me. They'll beat you to a pulp." Rage ignited. Buckman, throwing caution to the wind, lunged at Wade, and they locked in a grappling struggle. Brandon Mouton was no pushover either, charging straight at Su Bei. "TCH. Su Bei snorted coldly, clenching his fists silently. A fight. With his Boda's formidable athleticism, he feared no one. But before Mouton could reach him, Robert Jackson rushed over to shield Su Bei. "Su Bei isn't someone a small fry like you can bully," Robert Jackson sneered, raising his arm to block Mouton's punch before delivering a heavy counter. With a solid thud, Mouton failed to dodge in time, and the punch landed squarely on his face. Heavy, painful, damaging. Mouton, merely a guard, was knocked to the ground, the sharp agony making him feel as if his cheekbone was fractured. He writhed on the floor, howling in excruciating pain. "You dare hit my teammate. You're asking for death." Power forward James Thomas joined the fray with a furious glare, followed by center Jason Klotz. Robert Jackson showed no fear. Facing two opponents, he went straight into battle. Diener and Merritt also surged into the fray, standing guard in front of Su Bei. What began as a clash between Su Bei and Ford instantly escalated into a melee among the other 8 starters. "Hey, you guys." Su Bei hadn't expected his teammates to be so fierce, charging in so decisively and ferociously. This conflict was his doing, and he had only known his teammates for about a month. Their bond wasn't particularly deep, yet they still stood up for him so resolutely. A touch of gratitude stirred within Su Bei. "Let's get them." With his teammates backing him up, how could Su Bei hold back? Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists ready to join the fight and teach the Texas players who had bullied him a lesson. But the conflict had barely begun. Coaches, assistants, bench players from both teams, and the 3 referees all swarmed in, quickly pulling the groups up. Ford, shoved to the ground by Su Bei, was still aching all over and couldn't join the fight. Mouton lay on the floor howling from Robert Jackson's punch. Wade and Buckman were locked in a grapple that seemed fierce, but was mostly faceta-face trash talk. Diener and Merritt guarded Su Bei. Su Bei was about to jump in, but was stopped. So what looked like a 10-player brawl was essentially just James Thomas Klotz and Robert Jackson, engaged in real, no-holds-barred fighting. Robert Jackson was truly fearless, swinging his fists against 2 opponents without a hint of backing down, as tough as they come. True to his role as Marquette's defensive anchor in the paint, he took a punch from both James Thomas and Klotz, but landed a fist and a kick on them in return. Just as the fight was about to escalate, 5 coaches and assistants from both teams rushed over, pulling and dragging the 3 apart. The 10-player brawl came to a halt. The referees promptly called a timeout. The arena's restless atmosphere refused to settle, and the fans grew even more electrified. After all, this was the stage of March Madness, specifically the Final Four, a place where you rarely witness such conflicts. Both teams' coaches frantically tried to stop the fight, determined to keep their players out of trouble. "Come on," exclaimed M. Johnson with excitement. "A 10-player brawl in the Final Four. Such a massive conflict is incredibly rare." "Indeed," Kenny Smith nodded repeatedly. "I wonder what the penalties will be after this conflict." But given the single elimination format, they had no room for loss in the next game, which was the national championship. That meant they couldn't afford any mishaps. Conflicts were absolutely forbidden, and everyone knew it well. Under such circumstances, the conflict still erupted, showing just how much T.J. Ford, one of the nation's best players, had been pushed to the brink by Su Bei. "Exactly." M. Johnson nodded vigorously. T.J. Ford wasn't being reckless or looking for trouble. Su Bei was just too ruthless. He humiliated him to the point of collapse. Now that it's happened, we don't know the aftermath, but the fans are certainly in for a treat. A collective brawl in the Final Four. This is absolutely thrilling. Indeed, the fans were ecstatic. They got to witness not only an explosive clash between top-tier teams, but also Su Bei's dazzling personal performance. It was already worth the price of admission. On top of that, the addition of an even more intense and fiery multiplayer brawl made the spectacle all the more exhilarating. Fans were boiling with excitement. This game was fantastic, a joy to watch, and they wanted it to never end. At the Marquette bench, Wade scoffed dismissively. "Outmatched and still starting a fight. What a pathetic bunch. If it weren't for the finals ahead, that T.J. Ford would be coming in vertical and leaving horizontal for sneaking up on Su Bei like that. They're really shameless." Merritt sneered in disgust. "They're disgusting, trying to start a conflict to get Su Bei ejected for a comeback chance. They're dreaming." Diener snorted. "I won't give them a chance to pull such dirty tricks. I've been guarding Su Bei." Su Bei was baffled. "So you guys were fighting while thinking that far ahead? How could you even enjoy the fight?" "I just rolled up my sleeves and went for it." "Well, I guess I'm still green. I need to learn." Robert Jackson snarled fiercely. "Just fight. Whoever bullies Su Bei, it'll make them pay." He was too tough to overthink things. Su Bei felt a surge of brotherly gratitude. About 5 minutes later, after reviewing the fight footage, the referees issued their rulings. Texas T.J. Ford was ejected as the instigator, even though he only gave Su Bei a minor shove. He had to go. Brandon Mouton was ejected for throwing a punch at Robert Jackson, even though he ended up howling on the floor. James Thomas and Klotz, who brawled with Robert Jackson, were both ejected. Brian Boddicker, who grappled with Wade, received a flagrant 1 foul. Marquette Robert Jackson was ejected for throwing punches. Wade, for grappling with Boddicker and shoving him earlier, was also ejected by the referees. Diener and Merritt, despite assuming fighting stances, didn't actually throw punches and received no penalties. Finally, Su Bei, who shoved Ford, was deemed to have made a normal retaliation under duress and stopped in time. His actions weren't particularly egregious, so he received a flagrant 1 foul. Except for Wade, who complained about his ejection, everyone else accepted the rulings. Thus, all 5 Texas starters were ejected. Marquette lost 2 players as well. A total of 7 players were. In the end, Texas had shot themselves in the foot, losing everything. With over 10 minutes left in the game, they had some chance of a comeback, trailing by 16 points. But with all 5 starters ejected, they lost any hope of winning. Although Marquette also lost Wade and Robert Jackson, 2 key players on both ends, the lead remained. Su Bei was still on the court. Texas had no chance. "Don't worry, Dwyane Robert. They'll handle the rest of the time. I will win this game and secure our spot in the finals." Su Bei patted his chest in assurance. "Looking forward to your good news." Wade chuckled and left with Robert, confident not only in the big lead, but also in Su Bei's presence. 2 minutes later, Su Bei stepped back onto the court as the game resumed. He narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing as he gazed at Texas bench players. "Mess with me. Sorry, but there will be consequences." With that, Su Bei charged into the Texas substitutes, launching a solo rampage. Before the conflict, he had already scored 24 points along with 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Then Su Bei played relentlessly until the game ended, racking up 26 points in just over 10 minutes. He finished with 50 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 6 steals, and 4 blocks. Marquette defeated Texas 1-0-7-7-2. On the Final Four stage, Su Bei led Marquette to a 35-point blowout over Texas. This shattered the 30-point margin set by UNLV's victory over Duke in 1990. It was a brutal slaughter, the dire consequence of provoking the perfect answer, Su Bei. As the game ended, fans were stunned by the massive point difference and Su Bei's terrifying stats, their eyes nearly popping out in shock. Marquette fans danced with joy, cheering for Su Bei. Texas fans were horrified, lamenting why they had pushed Su Bei to his limits. It was a disastrous move that backfired spectacularly. Oh my God! Francis shook his head in awe. A 50-point game in the Final Four. Su Bei was absolutely insane tonight. Ha ha ha. Yao Ming laughed heartily. Our country has produced a phenomenal new talent. This is so a remarkable young man. Larry Bird's gaze towards Su Bei was full of admiration. Magic Johnson nodded approvingly. Su Bei has high talent and strong skills. He doesn't just dominate in the NCAA tournament. I fully believe he'll make a great name for himself in the NBA. An outstanding rookie. Kobe stared at Su Bei with a look of affirmation. If he comes to the Lakers, I think we could achieve a 6-peat. Wow. Fisher's eyes widened. Just adding Su Bei could lead to another 3-peat on top of our recent 3-peat. Kobe, your evaluation of Su Bei is too high. Is it a? Kobe smiled faintly. It's not high at all. You know, scoring 50 points on the Final Four stage of March Madness isn't something just anyone can do. My point is Su Bei is exactly that kind of player. Ha ha ha. Iverson couldn't help but laugh. Coach Billie Jean, did you see that? Did you see? Su Bei scored 50 points. He wreaked havoc on the Final Four stage. I see my younger self in him, and he even has a higher ceiling than I did. A replica of the answer in Philadelphia. I can't wait to see that. Iverson's fondness for Su Bei was overflowing. Coach Billie Jean nodded incessantly, his eagerness to acquire Su Bei written all over his face. Oh my God, this is insane. Scott Layden clutched his head and shouted. Su Bei, you really can't keep being this, otherwise our chances of getting you will drop significantly. Yeah, Coach Don Chaney nodded heavily. Because you're too good, the competition will intensify, and the scramble will become fierce. Honestly, I wish Su Bei had choked in this game. But that's no longer possible. So I hope he performs terribly in the national final, gets criticized by the media, or even vilified. Let Wade lead the team to victory and win the MOP. Make the contrast sharper and let the media's scorn for Su Bei grow louder. That way we'll have a better shot at getting him. Su Bei thought, Don Chaney, I thank you and your whole family. Wade thought, Don Chaney, I thank you and your whole family too. Wow. After the game, M. Johnson exclaimed after reviewing the data. First, we must congratulate Marquette. They've ridden the underdog wave all the way to the national final. They are the biggest and strongest dark horse this year. Truly outstanding. Second, tonight's matchup was incredibly exciting. The explosive clash between top teams, the star players' dazzling offense, the unexpected fiery brawl, and the final 35-point blowout upset. The ever-shifting dynamics made this game exceptionally thrilling and unpredictable. Finally, I must praise, as a freshman on the Final Four stage, his performance was flawless. He led his team to a 35-point massacre over Texas, setting a new record for the largest margin in a Final Four game. He scored 50 points, earning him a spot in the NCAA tournament's 50-point club. According to the data I've just reviewed throughout the entire NCAA tournament. In tournament history, only 4 players have scored 50 points in a single game. The first was Oscar Robertson of the University of Cincinnati in 1958, who dropped 56 points against the University of Arkansas. The second was Jerry West of West Virginia University in 1959, who scored 54 points in a game against the University of Notre Dame. The third was Bill Bradley of Princeton University in 1965, who erupted for 58 points in a game against Wichita State University. The fourth was Austin Carr of the University of Notre Dame in 1970, who exploded for 61 points in a matchup against Ohio University. 61 points also stands as the single-game scoring record in the NCAA tournament. Now Su Bei has joined this elite club, becoming the 5th member of the 50-point club in NCAA tournament history with his 50-point performance. Incredible. He is absolutely phenomenal. The two commentators heaped praise upon Su Bei without reservation. The fans were electrified by the news, especially those supporting Marquette, who felt a mix of joy and admiration for the newly arrived player on their team. Su Bei is amazing. The perfect answer is unstoppable. Su Bei for MOP. The fans cheered in unison for Su Bei, and when someone shouted Su Bei MOP, it struck a chord echoing through the crowd. In an instant, the stands erupted with chants of Su Bei MOP. The sound started softly, then swelled wave after wave until it coalesced into a single thunderous roar. Tonight belonged to Su Bei. On the court after the game ended, Sigiali approached Su Bei and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, Su Bei. Your performance tonight was extraordinary. You were the most outstanding athlete on the court. Thank you. Su Bei smiled faintly. Miss Sigiali, you were also the most beautiful and seductive woman in the arena tonight. Really? Sigiali asked with a hint of doubt, casually flipping her hair back before breaking into a charming smile. Could I have a hug then? Of course. Su Bei couldn't refuse her kindness. And so under the envious, tearful gaze of countless male fans, Su Bei shared an intimate embrace with the stunning Sigiali. But did it end there? No. Sigiali's hand slid up, wrapped around Su Bei's neck, and pulled his head down. With a crisp smack, she planted a kiss on his right cheek. Just one kiss. Yet, it left a mark, a lipstick print belonging to Sigiali. She whispered softly in his ear, "You will definitely win the national championship. And remember to have a meal with me sometime." All right. Su Bei agreed. Satisfied, Sigiali departed. The cameraman, not one to miss a chance for drama, projected the lipstick mark on Su Bei's face onto the big screen, zooming in for a close-up. Crack, crack, crack. The arena was filled with the sound of countless hearts shattering, followed by a barrage of murderous glares directed at Su Bei. If looks could cut like knives, Su Bei would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces. Huh. Su Bei felt the waves of envy and jealousy around him and shook his head with a wry smile. Sigiali is really putting the pressure on me. Is she this passionate on our first meeting? What does she mean by this? Is she playing with me, teasing me, or has she taken a liking to me? I'm not sure, but this is playing with fire. Isn't she afraid of getting burned? Isn't she afraid I might ESPN's renowned reporter Mark Stein first approached Marquette's coach Tom Crean. Coach Crean, what are your thoughts on your player Su Bei scoring 50 points tonight? Tom Crean pondered for a moment before laughing. You know, Su Bei has always been this exceptional. I don't think it's that big of a deal for him. He hadn't done it before simply because it wasn't necessary. The games never got close. He always clocks out early. As for tonight, he was provoked, and I was furious with the behavior of those Texas players. So I gave Su Bei the green light to attack freely. The result is what you saw. He dropped 50 points and annihilated the #1 seed in the South region by 35 points. It sounds insane, but Su Bei did it. He is that good. That's exactly why he surpassed Carmelo Anthony to claim the 3rd spot in the draft rankings. And I also want to say, yes, Su Bei is truly remarkable. We look forward to his performance in the upcoming finals, and thank you for the interview. Stein hastily interrupted Tom Crean and ended the interview. He had spotted Sigiali leaving Su Bei's side and rushed over, determined to be the first to interview the man of the hour. Tom Crean. So I was just an appetizer while you waited to interview Su Bei. Fuck. Reporter Mark Stein jogged over to Su Bei, afraid someone might beat him to it. He exclaimed excitedly, "Su Bei, congratulations on advancing to the national finals and on becoming a member of the NCAA tournament 50-point club. Tonight your performance was exceptionally brilliant. So, I want to ask you, was Miss Sigiali's lips soft? Wait, shouldn't you be asking me how I feel about scoring 50 points tonight and crushing Texas by 35? I already had my answer ready. You were supposed to ask. But you hit me with this. Are you serious?" Su Bei suppressed the urge to roast Stein and forced a professional smile. "It was just an accident." Stein persisted. "Miss Sigiali already hugged you and even kissed you just now. The lipstick mark on your face hasn't faded, has it? She must have whispered something in your ear. Was she asking for basketball advice? So, which hotel are you two planning to study at later?" "Su Bei, what the hell does study at a hotel mean? Is that the kind of studying you're talking about?" Su Bei shot Stein a glare. "We just met for the first time. Don't overcomplicate simple things. Su Bei, it's no big deal. Dating is a normal thing, you don't need to hide it." Stein was still lost in his fantasy. If you could win over Sigiali, a Hollywood star, I think the entire NCAA and even the NBA league would be thrilled and proud of you. Go Su Bei, you're the best. I hope you win the national championship and also win the bow tie's heart. Those words actually felt pretty. Su Bei smiled faintly. "Thank you for your blessings. I will give it my all to win the national championship." The interview concluded. Stein didn't get the definitive answer he wanted, but that didn't stop him from crafting a sensational piece of gossip about Su Bei and Sigiali. On the court, Yao Ming approached after the reporter finished interviewing Su Bei. He gave Su Bei a warm hug and said cheerfully, "Su Bei, you played incredibly well tonight. That Ford kid is talented, but you completely dismantled him. Oh, I can hardly believe it. Keep it up. Let's make a name for ourselves in the NBA and show the world that Chinese basketball is no joke." All right. Su Bei nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, brother Yao. I will train hard, play every game well, and bring honor to our country." Some play basketball for the love of the game. Some play to make money. Yao Ming plays for money, but he also genuinely wants to see Chinese basketball rise from Asia and make its mark on the world. He has a strong sense of patriotism in basketball. He wants Chinese basketball to improve. That's one of the reasons he went to the NBA. He naturally hopes to see other players as talented as him shine in the NBA. Su Bei understood Yao Ming's patriotism and his dedication to Chinese basketball. He deeply respected Yao Ming. That's why he said what Yao Ming wanted to hear. Honestly, Su Bei didn't share Yao Ming's lofty patriotic ideals in basketball. In this life, he just wanted to live freely. But, within his capabilities, he wouldn't mind putting in the effort to show the world that Chinese basketball is strong. A future where foreigners speak of Chinese basketball and can't help but give a thumbs up saying, Chinese basketball is great. That kind of scene. Su Bei would be happy to see it. Yao Ming chatted with Su Bei for a while before leaving. Then came Iverson and Billy King Kobe and Fisher Scott Layden and Don Chaney. Representing the 76ers, Lakers, and Knicks respectively, they all expressed their admiration and high regard for Su Bei, hoping he would come for a tryout with their teams. Of course, the Rockets represented by Yao Ming were no exception. Yao Ming had already proven his skill potential and immense popularity in one season. And Su Bei, need it be said, he had long become one of the most talked about and hottest players in March Madness. The Rockets were more than eager to acquire Su Bei. They had already committed to tanking, hoping for a better chance to select Su Bei in the draft. Back in the locker room, after celebrating with the team for a while, Su Bei excused himself, citing prior arrangements. He headed to the nearby Riverside Commercial Street. He had promised Erba to have dinner together. Erba had originally planned to watch Su Bei's game that night, and then go shopping and have dinner. But she had a last-minute scheduling issue for her next film, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. This caused some delay. Fortunately, it didn't affect her promise to Su Bei, otherwise she would have been truly at 10:30 p.m., while the other Final Four game between Kansas and Syracuse was underway at the Superdome. Su Bei and Erba arrived at a high-end hotel called Makara. They entered the hotel and went to a private room Erba had reserved in advance. They sat down. Typically, people meeting for the first time would sit across from each other. But after Su Bei sat down, Erba naturally took the seat beside him. They ordered some traditional San Antonio cuisine, like enchiladas. Corn tortillas filled with meat or cheese drizzled with a soulful chili sauce. You could also add some vegetables. It was quite delicious. They also ordered a bowl of pozole, a traditional Mexican soup. The chiles en nogada was also excellent. Typically, it's a chili pepper stuffed with meat and fruit, then topped with walnut sauce and pomegranate seeds. It tasted wonderful. Puffy tacos were also a San Antonio specialty. Crispy, puffy corn tortillas wrapped around meat and vegetables. They were also very tasty. Knowing Su Bei would be hungry after the game, Erba ordered a full array of the restaurant's San Antonio specialties. They ate and chatted. They talked about their respective hobbies and interests and places they particularly wanted to travel to in the future. Then they discussed the filming of the basketball micromovie. Erba assured Su Bei not to worry, the shoot was simple and the price had been negotiated, a substantial sum. In short, Su Bei would definitely profit. The entire conversation was very harmonious. When they reached a funny part, Erba would unconsciously lean her head against Su Bei's shoulder. The atmosphere was like that of a young couple in love. Of course, Su Bei didn't think much of it. Erba wasn't doing it deliberately either. Everything happened naturally. After the meal, at Erba's strong insistence, she drove Su Bei back to the hotel where the team was staying. Since the finals were scheduled for April 7th, 2 days later with only 1 day of rest, and the venue was still the Superdome. The Marquette players decided not to return to campus and would stay put. Erba, thank you for driving me back to the hotel. Su Bei smiled gratefully. Be careful on your way back. Send me a message when you get to the hotel. Okay. Erba nodded eagerly, then beamed. I really enjoyed dinner tonight. Can we eat together again next time? Of course. Su Bei agreed with a smile. He couldn't help it. The phrase "can we?" its impact was truly immense. After watching Su Bei enter the hotel, Erba could no longer contain her excitement. She waved her hands, shook her head, and hopped around joyfully. Su Bei is such a gentleman. She even let out an excited cry, then widened her beautiful eyes, covered her mouth in slight panic, and immediately looked back at the hotel. Seeing no sign of Su Bei, she sighed in relief. The dinner and the brief time spent with Su Bei had made her but she didn't want to show it in front of him, didn't want him to think she liked him too much. In her view, a woman should always maintain what comes too easily is ignored, what is unattainable is cherished more. Was Erba completely smitten with Su Bei just because of his looks? Not entirely. Her liking for Su Bei began with his appearance. But this dinner, this time together, made her affection for Su Bei grow 111 because during the meal, when sauce touched the corner of her mouth and she couldn't reach a napkin, Su Bei got one for her and placed it beside her. When the food was too salty and she felt thirsty, but Su Bei promptly refilled it. When her lipstick accidentally fell from her pocket and she bent to pick it up, Su Bei, still chatting casually, shielded the corner of the table with his hand to prevent her from bumping her head. Su Bei also let her order first and asked about her dietary restrictions when placing his own order. All of the Erba had neither prompted nor requested them. They were entirely Su Bei's own actions, and everything felt natural without a hint of pretense. It was like an innate politeness. And these subconscious little acts in Erba's eyes were all hallmark. She liked gentlemanly men. No woman dislikes a man who is considerate and respectful. If he also has long legs, a strong build, and a chiseled handsome face, then she would truly fall madly in love. Now Su Bei was that man. Erba's fondness for him was skyrocketing, yet she still held back. She thought she could be subtly proactive, but she still hoped Su Bei would pursue her even. Just like her philosophy on love, the harder something is to get, the more precious it is. As for Su Bei, when he returned to the hotel, the players were surprisingly not out celebrating at bars or nightclubs. Everyone was gathered in the living room of a large suite watching the other Final Four game between Kansas and Syracuse. "What's the score, eh?" Su Bei asked upon his return. Wade focused his gaze. "Syracuse leads by 11. Kansas is struggling to keep up." "Oh." Su Bei raised an eyebrow. "So Syracuse is pretty strong." "Strong is an understatement. They're terrifyingly good." Diner's eyes were filled with gravity. "Honestly, Kansas is a very powerful team. Kirk Hinrich and Nick Collison are both lottery-caliber players. The combination of one inside and one outside was perfectly balanced, and the rest of the role players were not weak either. I thought that with such a strong lineup, even if they couldn't guarantee victory against Syracuse University, they would at least put up a fierce fight. Yet they were completely suppressed. This was truly unexpected." Steve Novak, the perimeter shooter, nodded in agreement and added, "But Syracuse University is indeed formidable." Carmelo Anthony, known as Melo, was like an offensive kaleidoscope. Drives, layups, mid-range shots, three-pointers, floaters, and thunderous dunks. He seemed to master 18 martial arts with equal prowess. Kansas simply couldn't stop his offense. Their point guard, Jerry McNamara, was an excellent three-point shooter with solid playmaking skills. I believe he will become an NBA caliber player. The team's power forward, Hakeem Warwick, not only had strong defense in the paint and excellent rim protection, but was also a top scorer. He absolutely has the ability to enter the NBA. Shooting guard Billy Edelin and center Craig Forth. One defended on the perimeter, the other guarded the interior. Both were ferocious defenders. This lineup was not only balanced but also possessed astonishing strength, making them an incredibly fearsome force. I think our opponent in the finals will be Syracuse University, a headache-inducing team. Merritt's expression also turned grim. When the Marquette players witnessed Syracuse's strength and their dominance over Kansas, they felt an intangible. Su Bei shrugged it off unconcerned. Just as he was about to say something to boost the team's morale, Coach Tom Crean walked in from outside. With a tone of displeasure, he roared, "I could sense your fear from outside the door. Don't elevate the opponent's spirit and diminish your own. Is Syracuse University strong? How strong could they be? They only won by 11 points. Even if they ended up winning by 20, I don't think it's anything remarkable. After all, we are the team that crushed our opponent by 35 points on the stage of the Final Four, making history. Who is stronger than us? Moreover, our team also has 2 NBA-level players in the lottery range." Su Bei exploded for 50 points, joining the NCAA tournament's 50 club. He even surpassed Carmelo Anthony to climb to the 3rd pick. He is the perfect answer. Isn't he the stronger player? I even believe that if LeBron James and Darko Milicic hadn't skipped the March Madness and faced Su Bei would now be in the number 1 pick position. These words instantly inspired everyone, and the team's morale soared. Su Bei was always the man who could give them infinite possibilities. In the game between Kansas and Syracuse, Syracuse won by 15 points and advanced successfully. The lineup for the national finals was set: Marquette University versus Syracuse University. Syracuse was the 2nd seed in the East region. Their initial lack of favor stemmed from Carmelo Anthony being a freshman. Yet, he still delivered a dominant performance on the court. Marquette was the 3rd seed in the Midwest region. They were initially underestimated because the team only had Wade as a capable player. A lone tree cannot withstand the storm. Yet, the perfect answer: Su Bei emerged out of nowhere, delivering a devastating blow to the NCAA tournament. All 4 top seeds in the regions fell, and last year's champions and runners-up were eliminated early. From this perspective, the finals showdown between these 2 teams was nothing less than a battle of dark horses, instantly heightening expectations. 2 days remained until the March Madness national finals. It was a long wait. Media reporters, newspapers, and experts and commentators from major sports radio stations were all working diligently to build hype for the game. This was the ultimate battle. It was bound to be spectacular. On his podcast, Sir Charles Barkley invited his fellow TNT commentators Kevin Harlan and Doug Collins as guests. They discussed the NCAA national finals. Barkley began, "The NCAA finals, Marquette versus Syracuse. Just thinking about it is thrilling. I wonder, could I interpret this as a dual contest between Su Bei and Carmelo for the MOP and the 3rd pick? I think so too." Kevin Harlan nodded incessantly. "This year's MOP will likely be chosen between whoever wins becomes the MOP. As for the 3rd pick, I believe it's the same. Both are small forwards, both have played at a superstar level, and both have risen to the 3rd spot. So, the victor in this head-to-head clash should claim the 3rd pick." Like Charles said, "I also believe this year's finals will come down to the duel between Su Bei and Carmelo. It seems destined to be an epic battle. Come on." Doug Collins was already excited just listening, and he roared, "I can't wait for this year's finals. I even have a fantasy." He paused to build suspense, then continued, "Carmelo and LeBron are called the If Su Bei defeats Carmelo, does that mean Su Bei is a stronger player than LeBron? LeBron has confirmed he will enter this year's NBA draft. If Su Bei also declares this year, could he possibly overtake LeBron and claim the #1 pick? If he does last year, Yao this year Su Bei, Chinese players producing #1 picks for 2 consecutive years seems like an extraordinary achievement. Barkley smacked his lips after hearing this and grew excited again, so that means when China produces it's all. Last year I was wrong, but this year I will definitely support Su Bei, believe in Su Bei, and look forward to his performance. Besides, the three chatted back and forth, continuously hyping the finals. At the CCTV building, in the sports channel office, Su Kun looked at a document in his hand, beaming with, he happily said, it really worked. Our proposal to broadcast the NCAA tournament national finals has been approved. This is fantastic. Haha, yes. Yang Yi also looked delighted, and he added, Teacher Su Kun, even more exciting news is, Su Bei led Marquette to defeat Texas and advance to the finals. Now when we broadcast the NCAA tournament finals, our fans will definitely see Su Bei in action. Yu Jia also wore a smile as he chimed in, the day before yesterday during the marquee matchup between the Suns and the Nets, I specifically promoted Su Bei to give the fans a preliminary understanding of Su Bei. Also, I noticed that many domestic newspapers like Sports Weekly, Basketball Pioneer, NBA Time, and so on, these well-known publications prompted by us, have started covering the NCAA tournament, especially Su Bei. He played so well, phenomenally well. Just a little word of mouth, and he will soon become a household name. They will definitely fall in love with Su Bei and look forward to his NCAA tournament finals. Zhang, the coach, also chuckled. Su Bei is amazing. He is an exceptional player, just like Yao Ming. With all the newspapers promoting him, Su Bei's popularity will skyrocket like a rocket. Fans will all tune in to watch him in the NCAA national finals. Not only will our sports channel's ratings soar, but Su Bei will also quickly gain recognition and build his fame. He will grow rapidly. He will become a star domestically and in the NBA, just like Yao Ming. Isn't that the outcome we all want to see? Su Kun pumped his fist and roared softly. I can't wait for Su Bei's future. I will do everything to promote him and help him become famous. It was settled. Domestically, CCTV 5 Sports Channel would broadcast the NCAA tournament national finals. Only one game, but it was also the first NCAA tournament game broadcast in China. And Su Bei was the protagonist of that at 3 in the afternoon. Inside the Superdome, a basketball court was specifically reserved for Syracuse players, led by NBA caliber players Anthony McNamara and Warwick. The Syracuse players were training in the gym, stretching, suicides, passing, and cutting for layups, shooting. All the basic drills were there, but the intensity was low. They focused on maintaining their form. During their warm-up, Stephen A. Smith, an ESPN reporter and future famed commentator, he found the gym and interviewed Anthony. Carmelo, you're just a freshman, yet you've displayed extraordinary dominance on the court. You've led Syracuse through all obstacles to reach the finals. You are truly outstanding. So, do you have anything to say to your finals opponent, Marquette? You can also take it as a declaration of war. It's fine. Speak boldly. If you're not tough now, do you want to wait until you lose the championship? Smith cut the camera and quickly said, Carmelo, this is just a pre-game interaction to build hype. Well, ask Marquette the same question and they'll talk tough too. So, don't feel pressured, just say it. The NCAA tournament finals tradition of both teams exchanging trash talk to boost excitement was an old ESPN custom. Anthony was a freshman playing in his first finals. He might not be familiar with ESPN's tradition, so Smith explained it. Anthony hesitated at first, but after hearing Smith's explanation, he relaxed. He thought for a moment, and then snarled at the camera, Marquette, they're just a third-rate team. I think defeating you is a matter of course, something not even worth boasting about. I heard that reaching the Final Four is like locking in the championship for you. What a joke. Syracuse winning the title. That's the destined outcome. Also Su Bei right. How dare he overtake me for the 3rd pick? What gives him the right? Just wait and see. It'll tear him apart in the game and show everyone that I am the stronger one. Smith, kid, you didn't just use this interaction to spill your true feelings, did you? But, it's good. Then Smith rushed to Marquette's training gym, found Su Bei, and asked the same question. He even thoughtfully set a scenario for Su Bei in the Superdome's cafeteria. Syracuse players, led by Carmelo, Marquette led by Su Bei, also arrives. The two teams meet before the game, and Su Bei has to deliver some trash talk to the Syracuse players. Su Bei had heard about ESPN's tradition from Wade, so he was aware. He thought for a moment, and then said, I think I would walk up to Carmelo, slap the burger out of his hand, poke his nose covered in salad dressing, and roar, still eating. I'm coming for you. The NCAA tournament, the annual national finals, were just around the corner. With intensive promotion from various departments and fervent discussions among fans, the game's hype soared. However, related big news also kept emerging. First and foremost, the scene of Su Bei and Scarlett kissing and hugging in the Superdome was witnessed by many. Reporter Stein didn't mess around. He actually wrote a news article boldly stating Su Bei and Scarlett studied basketball knowledge late into the night at the Hilton Hotel. At first glance it seemed harmless, but on second thought ridiculous. A man and a woman alone in a room. Who the hell would study basketball knowledge late at night? At the very least, it would be ball handling drills. You know what I mean. Once the news broke, though its authenticity was unknown, combined with their intimate behavior in the gym, the scandal between them instantly ignited. Some fans cursed, some envied so much they ground their teeth, and some expressed blessings. All kinds of In short, the hype exploded. That was exactly the result Stein wanted. Crucially, one wave after another, paparazzi followed Su Bei and caught him having dinner with Alba at the Makala Hotel on Riverside Commercial Street. Later, they also snapped photos of Alba, sending Su Bei back to his hotel. Wasn't this a solid proof of a secret rendezvous? NCAA's super popular freshman secretly meets Hollywood's super popular actress and spends the night at a hotel. When this news broke, the public outcry became even more explosive. The buzz skyrocketed. The only flaw was that the paparazzo's camera quality seemed lacking, and being a novice with insufficient experience. He took several photos, but none had a clear front-facing shot as solid evidence. Although based on their figure silhouettes and even clothing, everyone could guess it was Su Bei and Alba. Without a clear front-facing photo, it fell short of absolute proof. Of course, that didn't stop fans, followers, and haters from assuming it was them, and fueling the frenzy of discussion. Instantly, Su Bei and Scarlett, kissing, studying basketball knowledge late into the night. Su Bei and Alba, secret rendezvous, spending the night at a hotel. Two explosive pieces of news, double exposure, instantly ignited public opinion. What unbelievable news am I seeing? Su Bei is dating both Alba and Scarlett, two stunning actresses. My God, this must be fake news, right? The kiss between Su Bei and Scarlett was an accident, or I can barely accept. You're telling me they studied basketball knowledge late at night at a hotel, doing ball handling drills? I can't accept that at all. I'm grinding my teeth in envy. Even if Su Bei has some looks, how could he so easily get Scarlett? Su Bei brother slept with actresses of Scarlett and Alba's caliber. They're dating. Then I have no chance at all. Whoa, I also want to spend the night with Su Bei and do some naughty things. Holy shit. That's Scarlett. Su Bei spent a wonderful night with her. How exhilarating must that be? Although I'm furious, I'm also truly envious. I mean, can you spare me half an hour? No, 15 minutes? Or even 5 minutes would do. I'll just give me 5 seconds. It'll finish quickly. Fans wailed in agony, their anger mixed with envy. Clearly most were envious. After all, conquering actresses with angelic faces and devilish figures. It brought not only physical satisfaction, but also a sense of psychological achievement. But soon people noticed some discrepancies. Su Bei studying basketball knowledge late into the night with Scarlett, and secretly meeting Alba for a hotel rendezvous. These supposedly happened on the same night. How could that be? Although there seemed to be a crazy possibility, overall it was highly unlikely. Upon closer examination, Su Bei and Scarlett were only seen kissing and hugging in the Superdome. The part about them entering a hotel to study basketball knowledge was unreliable. Even the kiss was an accident caused by Sigiali's stumble. Their relationship was merely a bit closer than ordinary. Sleeping together. That was far from the truth. As for the private meeting between Su Bei and Alba, although the photos were blurry, it was highly probable that it was indeed the two of them. Yet the subsequent night of passion couldn't be substantiated either. Moreover, the reason they dined privately was likely related to their collaboration on a basketball micromovie. It was a work meeting. Upon closer analysis, some rational fans believed that Su Bei shared a closer than-average bond with both Alba and Sigiali. But that was all. Was the farce over? No. Those eager to stir up trouble and hungry for more gossip would not easily let the trio off the hook. The negative image of Su Bei as a two-timing playboy was gradually being exposed and spreading. Let's just say that some people managed to keep their heads. This slowed the frenzied pace of public opinion. However, the power of netizens to dig up information and conduct doxing was truly terrifying. It was the night before the game. Just as the gossip about Su Bei, Alba, and Sigiali was flooding the airwaves, someone uncovered even more explosive news. A bored or perhaps desperate reporter from ABC. He watched the scene of Sigiali slipping and falling into Su Bei's arms, kissing him over and over again in slow motion. You wouldn't know the purpose of his obsession, but he eventually found a clue. He captured the moment when Sigiali, after the accidental kiss, actively deepened it. It was an internal, fleeting image, yet he managed to seize it. And it was solid proof. Deepening the kiss meant it was intentional. Intentional meant it was no accident. The reporter immediately processed the video, released that fleeting moment, and captioned it, "Shocking." Sigiali's fall was not an accident, but deliberate. She actively deepened the kiss. She wanted to kiss Su Bei. When the footage was released, fans and followers scrutinized it, and all saw it clearly. Sexy siren Sigiali Hollywood Alistair actively French kisses, Su Bei actively pursues him. The moment this news broke, it caused another uproar. My eyes are the measure. As fans marveled at this earth-shattering revelation and marveled at Su Bei's extraordinary charm. Some eagle-eyed fans immediately speculated and discovered an even more shocking inside story. No, were you fishing for a confession here? A fan noticed that the scene of Sigiali deliberately falling and lunging at Su Bei during the Marquette versus was almost identical to the scene of Erba slipping and falling into Su Bei's arms during Marquette's previous game. They speculated that Sigiali was deliberately imitating Erba, using the same method to fall into Su Bei's arms and showcase her own charm. This seemed like an act of jealousy. At the same time, some fans believe that Erba's series of actions, liking Su Bei's personal highlights, intentionally attending his game, falling into his arms, dining with him, and inviting him to star in a basketball micromovie, all indicated that Erba had feelings for Su Bei. Good heavens. Two of Hollywood's most stunning actresses simultaneously had feelings for Su Bei, and one had already begun to show jealousy, vying for attention by actively throwing herself into his arms and French-kissing him. This was too explosive. Once the speculation was out, both the basketball and entertainment worlds were shaken. The heated discussion among the public was like ants on a hot pan jumping frantically. Bro, your reasoning makes so much sense I can't even argue. TSK. The falls of the two women were exactly the same. Sigiali used the same method, as if telling him, compare us. I am the more charming and beautiful woman than Erba. You should fall for me. This is clear. Erba is the same. She could choose any NBA star, yet she specifically picked a freshman who is only moderately popular in the NCAA. Even if it was for work, the production company should have extended the invitation, not the lead actress herself. Inviting the lead actor for a private meal is not something the female lead should do. I think. The only reason I can accept is that Erba has feelings for Su Bei and wants to get close to him and pursue him. I reject all other explanations. Wow, so this means two of Hollywood's most stunning actresses are simultaneously pursuing Su Bei in their own ways. Damn, my understanding has been shattered. Holy shit, what did Su Bei do to deserve this? I want to enjoy the same treatment as Su Bei. Envy made them unrecognizable with jealousy. Jealousy made them explode on the spot. They turned into little green-eyed monsters, sour all the way to outer space. Everyone wanted to be Su Bei. However, there is only one Su Bei. Meanwhile, gossip about private meetings and sleeping arrangements between Sigiali Erba and Su Bei was rampant. Rumors of Sigiali and Erba pursuing Su Bei were endless. Discussions about the matchup between Su Bei and Anthony in the finals were also continuous, rising wave after wave. In short, on the eve of the NCAA tournament finals, Su Bei had become the absolute center of attention and the focal point of heated discussion. Back in the Dragon Kingdom, from commentators to the media, everyone was heavily promoting Su Bei and his upcoming appearance in the NCAA tournament finals. His popularity was skyrocketing at a meteoric rate. His fame was constantly climbing. This attracted the attention of several renowned brands. For example, the top players in the sneaker world, Audi and Hook. High-end clothing brands Versace, Connelly, LV, Dior, and so on. Top luxury watch brands Cartier, Vacheron, Constantin Patek, Philippe, Audemars Piguet, etc. Su Bei's rapidly rising popularity caught the eye of these high-end brands, all of whom wanted to sign endorsement deals with him. As for Su Bei himself, he was unaware of the external basketball news about him, nor the gossip and hype surrounding him, Sigiali and Erba. He trained single-mindedly with his teammates, focusing on the upcoming finals. The Marquette University players, led by Wade, naturally wanted to win the NCAA tournament championship. That was the highest honor for American college basketball players. And besides wanting to win the championship to further boost his fame and draft stock for a higher salary, he also needed to win to complete the system mission and claim the reward Death God mid-range shot. Just kidding. That was the mid-range shot of Prime Durant, a truly devastating weapon. Although Iverson's mid-range shot wasn't bad, it still paled in comparison to the rocksteady mid-range of Prime Durant. So, Death God mid-range shot. Su Bei was determined to get it. 2 days later, April 7th, 6 p.m., the highly anticipated, much-awaited NCAA Tournament National Finals were about to tip off. At the Superdome, the arena, capable of holding over 7,000 people, was already nearly packed to capacity a full 2 hours before the game started. At the commentators' table, Reggie Miller looked at the sea of heads in the arena and exclaimed, "My God, is this the charm of the March Madness Finals?" The stands are almost full. Over 7,000 people. That's a terrifying viewership number even the NBA can't reach. I think after this game, the official viewership count for the NCAA tournament finals will shatter record. No, I even think this will be a completely sold-out finals. That's right. Sir Charles Barkley nodded, and the arena was too noisy. He had to press down on his mic and speak louder so the TV audience could hear. Given tonight's attendance and the fans' level of interest, this finals might also break the viewership record, breaking the record set in 1979 by the finals between Michigan State and Indiana State. That was the epic clash between Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. That finals viewership record was considered unbreakable. Will tonight have a chance? Let's wait and see. The two commentators warmed up the crowd before the game. ESPN trainee reporter Stephen A. Smith eagerly found Su Bei before the game and asked hastily, "Su Bei, there are rumors that you and Sigiali were studying basketball knowledge late into the night. Is there any truth to that?" Huh. A black question mark rose above Su Bei's head. He shook his head vigorously. Fake. It never happened. All right. Smith sounded a bit disappointed and continued, Su Bei, you were photographed by paparazzi having dinner with the goddess Erba? Are you two in a relationship? Of course not. Su Bei shook his head firmly. You know we're planning to shoot a basketball micromovie together. She invited me to be the male lead. To thank me she treated me to a meal. There was no other meaning. Su Bei, wow. Smith became excited upon hearing this, so the photos taken by the paparazzi are quite real. You are personally admitting to a private meeting with Erba having dinner together. Su Bei. Huh, wait, let me get this straight. You just asked me if I was photographed having dinner with Erba, and then asked if we were dating. Now you're saying you weren't even sure it was me in the photos. Then why the hell did you ask about dating? You need to get your facts straight first. My goodness. Bro, after all that talk you were just fishing for a confession. Su Bei was trapped. Su Bei exposed himself. Fortunately, it wasn't a big problem. It really was just a meal. That's all. Admitting to that fact actually helped clarify some rumors. However, to the fans, Erba's series of actions did indeed seem like she was trying to get close to Su Bei, even pursuing him. Wow. Smith sighed again. Su Bei, two of Hollywood's most stunning actresses are chasing you. You're so lucky. I wish I could be like you. Go for it, Su Bei. I hope you can shine tonight and lift that championship trophy. You can have both basketball and hit with a barrage of gossip right off the bat. This is basketball, a finals game, not a gossip queen competition. Good thing he finally said something sensible. Su Bei gave Smith a friendly look and politely thanked him. Thank you, I will do my best. The crowd erupted in wolf-like howls at Su Bei's confession of having dinner with Erba. Even if it was just a meal. Envy. Everyone was still so envious. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the CCTV5 studio, Su Kun appeared in the studio brimming with excitement. Dear viewers, hello. Many of you basketball fans probably already know what event today's broadcast is. The NCAA Tournament National Finals. However, there should be many first-time viewers who are completely lost right now. No problem. There's still over an hour before the game starts. Let our coach Zhang give everyone a brief introduction. Hello everyone. Coach Zhang smiled and waved at the camera, then said, the NCAA League, its meaning is. As for the NCAA tournament, you can think of it as. Back to the Superdome. On the court. Boom. Wade drove into the paint for a violent reverse dunk, making the rim wail, and then hit a three-pointer from outside. Swish. Boom. Su Bei also nailed a mid-range jumper and a between-the-legs dunk. Both players looked to be in good form, filling the Marquette team with hope for the championship. Wade found Su Bei, put his arm around his shoulder, and asked with a smile, Su Bei, this is the NCAA tournament finals, our last and most important game of the year. Are you nervous? Not at all. Su Bei casually caught the basketball with one hand and shrugged. I can't wait to play and win the championship. I want to get the Death God mid-range shot. Ahem. He said the last part to himself. Huh. Wade laughed heartily. That's the spirit. Keep that confidence. Let's do this together. We will definitely have the last laugh. Absolutely. Su Bei raised his arm in agreement. On the Syracuse warm-up half, Coach Jim Boeheim found Anthony and said solemnly, Carmelo, I believe you are the best player in the NCAA this year. I know you can lead the team to victory. However, I still want to remind you not to be careless and not to underestimate Mark, especially Su Bei. You know he took the third spot from you. Even if it was just once, it says something. You must give your full attention to the game. Until victory is assured, you need to stay focused at all times. I understand. Anthony nodded seriously. I'm always serious about the game. I also know that the best way to prove myself is to win, especially to win the championship. Coach Boeheim nodded in satisfaction. Both teams continued their warm-ups. More and more fans filled the stands, densely packed, seemingly ready to fill the entire Superdome. The atmosphere in the arena kept rising. Come on. Reggie Miller felt the soaring energy in the arena and exclaimed excitedly, cheers, shouts, applause, screams, DJ music, all kinds of sounds mixed together. The resulting wave of sound is louder than a Boeing 747 taking off. It's electric. So electric. This is the atmosphere of the NCAA tournament finals. This is why the NBA, NFL, NHL, and MLB all take a day off. Come on, start the game already. I can't wait any longer. Yes, yes. Barkley's expression was also one of excitement. He pointed to the stands and roared, look, not only is the arena packed, it's also filled with stars. The 76ers Iverson and GM Billy King, the Knicks GM Scott Layden and Coach Don Chaney. The Spurs GDP Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker, and Tim Duncan. The Timberwolves Big Ticket Kevin Garnett. The Nets Big Three Jason Kidd, Kenyon Martin, and Richard Jeff. The Lakers Kobe and Zen Master Phil Jackson. Also legendary icons and former Utah Jazz duo the Mailman Karl Malone and the Stockton John Stockton are also here. Not just basketball stars, but many celebrities from other fields have also come to watch. Too many luminaries to introduce individually. Everyone wants to see this spectacular finals, and I can't wait any longer. Boom. Amidst the arena's passionate, fiery atmosphere, the warm-ups ended and the finals officially began. The starting lineups took the court. Marquette Golden Eagles starters: point guard Diener, shooting guard Wade, small forward Su Bei, power forward Steve Novak, center Scott Merritt. It's worth noting that Robert Jackson was not only ejected in the previous game for fighting, but was also suspended for 2 games by the NCAA. Of course, the University of Texas James Thomas. Both Mars and Jason Klotz were also suspended for 1 game each. So, the tall shooter Novak moved to the power forward position and power forward Merritt moved to the center position. Syracuse Orange starters point guard Jerry McNamara, shooting guard Billy Edelin, small forward Carmelo Anthony, power forward Hakeem Warwick, center Craig Forth. Jump ball. Merritt and Forth contested the tip-off. Snap. Forth, a traditional center, beat Merritt to the ball and tapped it away first. Warwick caught the ball. He passed it to Anthony to advance, executing Syracuse's first possession of the game and the first of the championship. Anthony settled at the right arc. He first passed the ball to McNamara, then repositioned to the right high post to receive it again, facing a mismatch against Novak. He held the ball in triple threat position. He executed 3 consecutive triple threat jab steps. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Novak was forced to retreat. Anthony seized the moment and rose for a jump shot, his form textbook perfect. The ball left his hand, and the 2-pointer was good. Swish. It swished through the net. Golden Eagles 0-2 Orange. Transition offense. Wade advanced, facing Edelin Onion. He executed several crossover dribbles between his legs to find a rhythm, grabbed the ball with his right hand, and burst forward. He reached the right elbow area. Bang! He stopped on a dime after contact, creating space from Edelin, gathered the ball, and rose for a jump shot. Was this a sure thing? It seemed so. Clang. Unfortunately, it was slightly off target. Luckily, Su Bei charged into the paint in time, leaped aggressively for the rebound, and secured it. Whooshed. He whipped the ball out. Su Bei passed it back to Wade. Wade pump faked, causing the lunging McNamara to fly, by then drove straight to the basket from the right wing. Stomp. Power forward Warwick rotated over to help. Wade didn't slow down. He activated his shuffle step, shifting left and right, sending Warwick flying out of position. Wide open. Wade easily went for a low layup. It was a sure thing. Theoretically, it had to be. Clang. The result. After spinning around the rim for what seemed like an eternity, the ball veered off course again and rolled out. Whoosh! The arena erupted in uproar. Reggie Miller raised an eyebrow. Missing open jumpers, missing open layups. Dwyane Wade has ice cold hands tonight. This is not a good sign. Damn. My warm-up felt so good. Wade's expression darkened. Missing those 2 sure scoring opportunities filled him with deep frustration. It's okay. Su Bei came over and gave him a high five in consolation. The game has just begun. We have plenty of time to find our rhythm. Wade nodded silently. He knew he had to steady his mindset and maintain confidence, which was crucial for rediscovering his touch as quickly as possible. Warwick secured the rebound. McNamara received the ball and pushed the pace. At the left arc, he faked a drive and delivered a crisp bounce pass to Anthony on the right. Anthony caught the ball on a hop step. He immediately created half a step of separation from Wade, and without hesitation rose for another extremely decisive jump shot. He felt it was good as soon as it left his hand. Swish. Another one dropped. Anthony hit consecutive shots, starting the game with a hot hand. Transition offense. Su Bei stood at the right arc facing perimeter defensive stalwart Edelin, his gaze calm and unwavering. He casually dribbled the ball twice with his left hand. He lowered his center of gravity, suspended the ball with his left hand as he spread it to the left, took a large step forward with his left foot, leaned his left shoulder forward, and directed his gaze to the left as well. The deception was maximized. Then he seamlessly executed an extremely fast wide crossover dribble in front of his body. Crossover. Just one move. Swoosh. Su Bei cleanly blew past Edelin, driving into the paint from the right, facing the combined shot-blocking defense of Warwick and Forth. He cradled the ball for a layup, executing a silky smooth, hang-time dodge, switching hands for a reverse bank shot, threading the needle through a forest of defenders without a single touch. Swish, swish, swish. Answer ball. Transition offense. Anthony's offense remained dominant. He once again utilized his textbook triple threat moves. He pump-faked repeatedly. Merritt bit on the fake and jumped. There was no choice. Anthony had just hit 2 shots. His shooting threat was immense. Swoosh. Anthony seized the moment, put the ball on the floor, drove straight to the basket, gathered on a hop step, and soared for a slam dunk. He delivered a powerful 2-handed jam. On the very next possession, Anthony once again used his shooting threat, accelerating with a hesitation dribble to blow past Diener. He attacked the rim directly. But just as Merritt rotated over ready to contest the shot, Anthony executed another silky smooth spin move, shaking off Merritt, and finished with an easy layup. Indeed. Triple threat jump shots, catch-and-shoot jumpers on cuts, powerful dunks, driving to the rim, or spin moves for layups. Anthony had a multitude of scoring methods. He was known in the NBA as an offensive kaleidoscope, but he had already displayed this diverse scoring ability during his college years. Unstoppable. Anthony cleverly avoided Su Bei. His offense was simply uncontainable by the rest of the Marquette players, including Wade. Fortunately, Su Bei's ability was on point. He consistently answered Anthony. Su Bei versus Anthony. The two small forwards ignited a mode of trading displays of talent and skill. Yet, the point differential was slowly widening. Why? Because of the disparity in role players. For Syracuse, their excellent three-point shooting guard Jerry McNamara was in good form. Swish. Swish. When good shooting opportunities presented themselves on the perimeter, he capitalized on them. Especially when Anthony was double-teamed and kicked the ball out, he hit the necessary three-pointers. That was great. In contrast, Marquette University. The core issue was Wade. His performance tonight was truly dreadful. His touch was genuinely ice-cold. When he attacked the basket aggressively, he couldn't score. When Su Bei attracted a double team and passed to him for a shot, he missed those too. McNamara was a level, or even several levels, below Wade. He could make shots, but Wade couldn't. The contrast between the two, one making and one missing, quickly created a gap. Su Bei could force the issue, attack the rim, and have a higher probability of drawing fouls and getting to the free throw line. However, sharing the ball and creating better scoring opportunities for teammates was undoubtedly a superior offensive choice, especially at the beginning of the game. But if you kept missing, it wasn't just about failing to score, it was a genuine waste of a good offensive opportunity. The opponent would seize the chance. The net effect of one make and one miss was a swing of at least 4 points. The rate at which the point differential expanded would be extremely fast. Additionally, Robert Jackson's suspension meant Marquette's interior defense and rim protection were inferior to Syracuse's. Crucially, Su Bei's shooting touch wasn't particularly great to start the night either. In his talent duel with Anthony, he was even slightly outmatched. Multiple factors compounded. The point differential soared rapidly. With just 8 minutes played, the gap had already ballooned to an astonishing 15 points. Clang. Swish. After Wade missed yet another wide-open shot, and on the subsequent transition, Anthony drew the defense. McNamara drove and dished to shooting guard Allen, who nailed a three-pointer. Syracuse had multiple players contributing. The point differential reached a terrifying 18 points. Beep. Beep. Coach Tom Crean called a timeout. Damn. Wade slammed his fist onto the bench in frustration. What am I doing? Why is my touch so awful tonight? This is the championship game. I can't choke at this critical moment. Dwyane, calm down. Tom Crean consoled him, his brow furrowed. He continued, throughout the entire March Madness, Dwyane's form tonight is an upset. It's normal to have an off night occasionally. We need to handle this situation calmly. The team was silent, the atmosphere heavy. No one blamed Wade, but the daunting 18-point deficit weighed them down, making it hard to breathe. Tom Crean then turned to Su Bei. Su Bei, Dwyane's form is indeed poor right now. Don't keep trying to find him. Let him take a breather and self-adjust. But the team is down by 18 points, which is a lot. What I mean is, the team needs you to step up and score more. Not just score, but score with authority. Apply pressure on both ends of the floor. That's the only way to turn the momentum. Understood. Su Bei nodded. They'll attack as much as possible, play with aggression, and be even more focused on defense. Honestly, Su Bei hadn't expected the point differential to grow so quickly. After all, his individual performance wasn't a major issue. Even with minor flaws, it was still a top-tier display. An 18-point deficit was indeed substantial. No, it was a considerable hole. This gave him a sense of urgency, but fortunately, there was still time. And he believed that once he fully locked in, he absolutely had a chance to turn the game around. Lose it. Su Bei certainly didn't want that. To wait another year just to obtain Death's mid-range shot. No. Su Bei was absolutely unwilling. The other players chimed in, urging Su Bei not to worry about ball distribution, to go all out and attack as much as possible. At the Syracuse bench, the atmosphere was relaxed. An 18-point lead in absolute psychological dominance made them feel they already had one hand on the championship trophy. They were just waiting for the clock to run out to lift it. Anthony raised an eyebrow with confident pride. Marquette, I heard you guys have been slaughtering your opponents by 20 points to advance. Sorry, now it's our turn to slaughter you. 4-5-0 word chapter. 42 Lone Wolf, standing out from the crowd, dropping 30 points in the first half. At the commentary desk, Reggie Miller analyzed, Marquette and Syracuse are both very strong teams. Basketball is a team game. Winning isn't just about one person. Every player has to work hard. Marquette has been winning every game, almost all by 20 points. Su Bei has been the most outstanding performer in this run, the biggest reason for their victories. But Dwyane Wade's role has also been significant. He's been a key part of their blowout wins. Now that his touch is ice cold, it will definitely affect the team, and quite significantly. After all, a failed offensive possession is worse than not attacking at all. Also, Robert Jackson's suspension is another factor. He's the team's interior pillar. With him, he not only provides stronger interior defense for Marquette, but also helps secure rebounds as much as possible. Now with Dwyane Cold and Robert suspended, the overall blow to the team is devastating. Of course, the entire Syracuse team's performance, especially Carmelo's, has exceeded expectations. The Orange's multi-pronged attack has indeed been ferocious. The combination of all these factors has led to Marquette trailing by a massive 18 points. Exactly. Barkley nodded in agreement, then continued. An 18-point lead is really substantial. For most teams, IDs say the game is over. The championship belongs to Syracuse. The MOP is Carmelo Anthony. Everything seems set in stone. But Marquette has Su Bei, the perfect answer, who surpasses the answer itself, so nothing is decided yet. I think. If Su Bei takes the team's victory upon his shoulders, stays fully focused on both ends, and goes all out on offense and defense, the outcome is definitely still in doubt. Oh, Reggie Miller raised an eyebrow and teased, Sir Charles, since when did you have so much faith in a Chinese? I recall. Didn't you think Yao from China was a bust? Barkley, don't bring up that old sore point. You won't be mistaken for mute if you keep quiet, okay? Barkley glared at Reggie Miller, ignored his comment, and said cheerfully, the game is about to resume. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is far from over. There's still plenty of suspense. Let's all look forward to the perfect answers, carry job. Meanwhile, across the ocean, what the heck? Wade, is this useless? What are the Marquette players even? Is it really all on Su Bei alone? Su Bei is so good, but it's also really tough. You can't expect him to single-handedly take on the entire Syracuse team. Exactly. Anthony is one of the twin titans, a player on par with King LeBron. Su Bei matching him blow for blow is already incredibly impressive. You expect him to beat 5 players by himself. Stop joking, okay? I feel so bad for Su Bei. He's scoring so much, playing so well, yet the team is trailing by so much. 18 points. What a heartbreaking deficit. Win or lose, I'm a Su Bei fan for life. Su Bei is the best. Fans in every household were glued to their TV sets watching Su Bei, intently hoping for a magnificent comeback in the CCTV5 studio. Su Kun frowned. The game has only been going for 8 minutes, and the deficit suddenly jumped to 18 points. This is truly unexpected. The situation changed too quickly. Marquette is under immense pressure. Coach Zhang, however, looked relaxed. An 18-point deficit is indeed significant, but I believe in Su Bei's leadership ability. Besides, we haven't seen Su Bei play from behind, nor have we seen him unleash his full potential. Tonight is a good chance to witness it. Su Kun, Coach Zhang, you sure are optimistic. This is the NCAA tournament championship game. Losing means losing the title. How can you treat it like a game? Indeed. If it weren't necessary, Marquette wouldn't have wanted to fall behind by so much. However, since it has come to this, they can only place all their hopes on Su Bei, and Coach Zhang has complete faith in Su Bei too. Beep, beep. The timeout ended on the court. The game resumed. Wade was still on the floor, but as he was self-adjusting, his first step was to reduce his shot attempts, to give Su Bei more offensive opportunities. Bang, bang, bang. Su Bei took on the responsibility without hesitation. He brought the ball up himself, reached the right arc, and directly faced Carmelo Anthony. He dribbled rapidly with a butterfly-like flourish. He read the defense, then suddenly accelerated, fast as lightning. Even Anthony was beaten by 2 or 3 steps. Su Bei drove into the paint, and Warwick's help defense was a step slow. Just half a second. Su Bei soared into the air, descending like a divine soldier, splitting the mountain with his axe. Boom. He slammed the ball through the basket over Warwick's outstretched arm, completing a posterizing dunk on Warwick. Transition offense. McNamara pushed the ball past half-court using a crossover dribble to evade Diener's steal attempt and arrived at the left arc. He was just about to look for Anthony. Stomp. Su Bei flashed in front of him, ready to double-team him with Diener. Oomph. McNamara was unfazed. Scanning the court, he threw a high pass, aiming for a shooter in the opposite corner. The next second, his pupils dilated. He saw Su Bei leap into the air like a reverse shooting star across the daylight sky, dominating the skies, in an instant intercepting McNamara's pass. He confiscated the pass cleanly. What kind of leap is that? McNamara was completely stunned. Swoosh. Su Bei didn't even glance at him. He sprinted down the court upon landing, with Anthony chasing from the wing. Both raced at full speed towards the front court. Su Bei versus Anthony. The two matched up in transition. Su Bei reached the free throw line, and Anthony was right on his tail. What offensive move would he choose? Pass or go himself? Su Bei showed no intention of slowing down to find a teammate. One step inside the free throw line, he gathered the ball and exploded upwards, raising the fire to the sky. Boom. With Anthony's long arms chasing and contesting from behind, Su Bei split Mount Tai with his power, hammering the ball into the basket. The rim was crying. The fans were cheering. On this fast break, Su Bei ignored Anthony's defense and threw down a dunk, displaying the ultimate talent befitting the perfect answer. To its fullest. Come on. Su Bei scores 4 consecutive points, cutting the 18-point deficit to 14. Carmelo advances, he looks for no. Wade accelerated, fought through the defense, and turned in one fluid motion to blow past his defender. A precise mid-range jumper. Swished again. Cameron responded to Su Bei's challenge with a ferocious offensive display, as if declaring that the championship belonged to him. Su Bei's counterattack was astonishingly swift, like a bolt of lightning, driving coast to coast in one relentless surge. With a series of crossovers, he weaved past 3 defenders and stormed straight to the basket. He cradled the ball with his right hand for a layup, switched hands midair to evade the defense, and with his left hand executed a reverse layup off the glass, banking it in cleanly. Su Bei drove past 4 defenders and finished the layup. Charles Barkley's voice erupted with passion. Su Bei's signature AE-style crossover left Allen completely disoriented, and he pulled up for a mid-range jumper. Swished again. Su Bei had scored 8 consecutive points, single-handedly unleashing an 82 run, cutting the deficit to 12 points. Was he about to enter lone wolf mode, standing alone, taking whatever he wanted, and forcing a comeback single-handedly? Oh my God. Once again it was Su Bei. He launched himself into the air, twisting and contorting through the trees for a folding reverse layup. This shot was incredibly difficult. Su Bei missed the layup. However, he drew a foul. He stepped to the free throw line and calmly sank both shots, helping his team narrow the gap to just 10 points. Crucially, he had now scored 10 consecutive points, amassing 22 points in the first half with 6 minutes still remaining. Was this pace destined for a 30-point half? Relentless double team. Iverson-esque steal. A tireless monster. The deficit was cut to 10 points. Syracuse head coach Jim Boeheim called a timeout. When play resumed, he substituted his 4 starters, Anthony Edlin IV and Warwick, to the bench for a rest. They had already played 14 consecutive minutes in the first half, exceeding their planned minutes, and needed to rest and recover. Starting point guard McNamara's condition was still acceptable. Jim Boeheim decided to let him play 2 more minutes before resting. Marquette was in the same situation. Even though his team was still trailing by 10, Coach Tom Crean planned to bench all his starters for rest and adjustment. Only with sufficient stamina could they better chase the score. However, Su Bei strongly requested to stay on the court. Coach, I don't feel tired at all right now. The team is still down by 10. I think I must continue to be on the court and close the gap. Su Bei, you've already played 14 consecutive minutes. Are you sure you're not tired? Coach Tom Crean was worried. Yet he saw that Su Bei's condition was indeed good. Not much sweat, breathing not heavy. Really? Su Bei replied earnestly. All right. Tom Crean relented, but cautioned him, I understand you want to help the team catch up and win. But you must not push yourself too hard. Playing in a state of extreme fatigue is not only inefficient, but also increases the risk of injury. It could backfire. The team will still need you for the final battle, so be sure to stay steady. Don't worry, coach. Su Bei nodded emphatically again. I know what I'm doing. I want joke with my body or the team's victory. Thus the timeout ended. Su Bei continued to play, and now his only opponent on the court was the point guard This isolated little guard was nothing but a gift from nature. Su Bei used pure speed, bulldozing past McNamara into the paint, and rose up for a jumper right over his head. Swished. Then using pure power, he drove into the paint, violently bumping his defender back several steps during a 3-step drive, and released a high bank shot. Swished again. In transition, Su Bei waited for McNamara to find a good defensive position, then as he gathered for a 3-pointer, unexpectedly chased him down. A colossal sky-obscuring block. He swatted the shot, leaving McNamara disoriented. Without a moment's pause, Su Bei sprinted out, saved the ball before it went out of bounds, and immediately launched a fast break. The whistle blew. A somewhat dazed McNamara bear-hugged Su Bei from behind, a tactical foul to stop his fast break, sending him to the free throw line. The first free throw was good. The second free throw clanked off the rim. Holy shit. Reggie Miller shouted, clutching his head. Su Bei has already scored 27 points with 3 minutes and 34 seconds left in the first half. 30 points and a half. Su Bei will definitely get it. Crucially, he has scored another 5 consecutive points, suddenly cutting the deficit to just 5 points. From 18 points down to 5. Su Bei had erased the gap in less than 9 minutes. This is absolutely insane. Reggie Miller was completely ecstatic, his voice a rapid-fire torrent of passionate commentary. Possession goes to Syracuse. They decided not to bring back their starters, continuing to let McNamara guard Su Bei unknown. The deficit might shrink even further. Let's watch this possession. McNamara used consecutive screens to evade Su Bei's defense, faked a shot, got his defender in the air, and drove into the lane. A short-range floater. One of the basic guard moves. Not bad, it went in. McNamara's shot stemmed the bleeding for his team and pushed the lead back to 7 points. Turnover. Su Bei brought the ball up. How would he attack this time? Wow. From the right wing, he just pulled up for a 3-pointer. Su Bei doesn't shoot many threes. But once his hand gets hot, it seems. Perhaps. Yes. Su Bei swished that 3-pointer. He has already scored 30 points. My God, there are still 3 minutes left in the first half. At this pace, is Su Bei heading for 40 points? Unbelievable. I dare not imagine further. Reggie Miller was in the midst of his passionate fantasy. Marquette called a timeout on their next possession. Coach Tom Crean called it. To interrupt Su Bei's hot streak, take him out for a rest when his hand was at its... Was he an idiot? No, of course not. This timeout was called by Su Bei himself. He had reached his physical limit for this segment and needed rest. Having played 17 consecutive minutes, even with Iverson's super thick stamina bar, he needed a short break. Besides, the final battle still required him. He couldn't overdraw his energy in the first half, let alone deplete it completely, or it would truly backfire. Su Bei rested. Even while resting his solo performance, scoring 30 points and a half and helping his team reduce a maximum 18-point deficit to just 4 points, was a maddening display. It made Syracuse's scalp crawl, even though they were still leading. The momentum had already shifted. The first half ended. Golden Eagles 48-54, Orange Men. Syracuse, relying on a slightly more solid bench unit, eventually entered halftime with a 6-point lead. 6 points wasn't too small a margin, but it was within a controllable range. In the stands, Parker glanced at the stat sheet: 30 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 4 steals, 5 blocks. What kind of demonic stat line is this? This is just one half. How did Su Bei do it? Incredible. Ginobilis' eyes widened too. Su Bei is too strong. I think he could display astonishing dominance even on an NBA stage. He's playing on a different level against any opponent in the NCAA tournament. That's why he's playing so well. Duncan also nodded in agreement. When Su Bei is serious, both his offense and defense are at an extreme level. Crucially, he seems to possess remarkable stamina that allows him to maintain his dominance on the court. This is truly like Allen Iverson. Su Bei at 201 centimeters, it really seems like the perfect answer going on a rampage in March Madness. Iverson laughed excitedly. This is completely a one-man game, entirely Su Bei's personal show. 18 points. Is that a lot? Su Bei doesn't think so. Unbelievable. General Manager Billy King shook his head in disbelief. Su Bei's strength has exceeded my cognition and imagination. The two had come to watch the national championship game again, clearly showing their extraordinary interest in him. It's over, barbecue is over. On the opposite side of the stands, Scott Biden, who had also come to watch again tonight, held his head in his hands, his face ashen. He wanted to build a team around Su Bei. Seeing Su Bei play so well should make him happy, so why did he look unhappy instead? Yes, unhappy. Couldn't be happy at all. Su Bei's good performance meant new competitors would enter the fray and more teams would tank. The difficulty for the Knicks to select Su Bei in the top 5 increased significantly. Unless they could draw the number 1 pick, but that possibility was slim. Crucially, once Su Bei played too well, the league's teams would place increasing importance on him. Even trying to acquire him via trade would become extremely difficult. This meant the Knicks might not get Su Bei at all. How could Scott Layden be happy? Coach Don Chaney also wore a worried expression, even silently cursing. Su Bei must choke in the second half. He must play wildly in his arrogance, ultimately fail to come back, and lose the championship. Let him be labeled as complacent and arrogant, so everyone stops liking him. This way our chances of getting him will greatly increase. Good. Scott Layden nodded frantically in agreement. Su Bei, what did I do to you two old men to deserve such a curse? Halftime. Su Bei's solo rampage had given the team hope for a comeback, rekindling the lifeless atmosphere in the locker room. Coach Tom Crean's face was flushed with excitement. Great. Su Bei played so well, so brilliantly. A 6-point deficit and the momentum for a comeback. At this pace, we will definitely close the gap in the second half, complete a glorious turnaround, and ultimately lift the championship trophy. Guys, do you have confidence? Oh, the players were all fired up. On the Syracuse side, Su Bei had single-handedly disoriented them, cutting the lead from 18 points to just 6. A 2-possession game. Truly not much. Everyone sensed the danger. Even though they were still leading, their hearts were uneasy, especially thinking about the rampaging Su Bei. A wave of inexplicable panic swept over them. Guys, stay calm. The victory will still be ours. Coach Jim Boeheim spoke with confidence. First, we are still leading. That's an objective fact. Second, Su Bei may seem to have entered rampage mode, but he is unknowingly expending his energy. He played 17 minutes in the first half. That's a huge drain on his stamina, which means his condition will definitely decline in the second half. On this basis, we will double-team him in the second half, further exhausting his energy. I am certain his stamina will soon run dry. If he stays on the court, his efficiency will drop. If he rests, his teammates won't step up. No matter which scenario unfolds, the result will be us crushing Marquette, extending the lead, and winning the game. This is inevitable. That's right. Edelin pumped his fist. Coach will guard Su Bei in the second half. They'll chase him until he's gasping for air and can't move. Excellent. Jim Boeheim was very pleased. Billy Edelin leads the defense, exhausting Su Bei as much as possible. Warwick continues the relentless double-teaming. He will eventually wear down, and Marquette will fall apart. Oh, the players agreed. After a dose of motivational talk from the coach, everyone's fighting spirit was ignited, and they were determined to win the championship. 15 minutes later, halftime ended. The second half began. Sides swapped. According to the alternating possession rule, Marquette would have the first possession of the second half. Su Bei dribbled the ball up the court. In the second half, he still prioritized controlling the offensive rhythm. As soon as he reached the top of the key, Edelin charged at him like a mad dog, bringing a multiplied defensive pressure. Of course, against just one defender, no matter how aggressive, Su Bei could blow past him as easily as crossing an empty street. However, just as Su Bei was about to isolate Edelin, Warwick converged aggressively. A double team. No, there was a third man. Anthony was also lurking behind, watching intently. If Su Bei forced his way through, he would certainly rotate over. That would be a triple team. Su Bei snorted lightly. I'm just an ordinary freshman. Is it necessary for 3 people to trap me? Besides, are you sure this kind of double team is a good thing? Su Bei was not flustered. He stepped into the First he accelerated with a crossover, shaking Allen on the right wing. Then with a silky spin move he blew past Warwick before the collision. Sure enough, Anthony rotated over, ensuring there was always a defender near him. In just a second of slack, Allen and Warwick recovered, and in an instant he was surrounded by 3. Fine, you're tough. Su Bei shook his head and amidst the triple team passed the ball out, shouting Dwyane. Wade caught the ball, had an open jump shot, and let it fly. After a halftime adjustment, he should have found his rhythm. Clank. Still missed. Damn it. Wade was frustrated. What the hell? Su Bei was also frustrated, but without time to complain, he hurriedly crashed the boards for a putback. He grabbed the rebound over Fourth's head and kicked it out. Shoot it again. Su Bei refused to believe it. He found Wade again. Shit, bro. Wade was also in disbelief. He caught the ball and fired another mid-range jumper. Surely this one. Clank. Still iron. Then on the next possession, Su Bei again, drawing a triple team, found Wade cutting. If he couldn't shoot, a layup should work right. Wade drove into the lane, grabbed the ball for a layup, hung in the air, and twisted into a reverse arc, evading the block, and banked it off the glass. Everything was in rhythm yet. Clank. Unbelievable. The rim seemed to have a lid on it for Wade, but just refused to go in. I give up. Wade shook his head, surrendering. Unless it was a wide-open layup, he was determined not to take another shot. I give up too. Su Bei was also resigned. With the Death God mid-range determined to win tonight, Su Bei was ready to continuously activate Lone Wolf mode. But against a constant triple team, occasionally driving through was one thing, but constantly forcing against 3 defenders. Not even Iverson or a prime Kobe could handle it. How to break it? The wise man knows his own way. Su Bei still had aces up his sleeve, or rather, he simply hadn't needed to use them in previous games. The overwhelming talent under the perfect answer allowed Su Bei to score easily in unknown or even two-known situations, delivering dominant offense. You could even understand it, as Su Bei scoring with his eyes closed. Now his teammates' hands were cold, missing wide-open shots. So he had to force the issue himself. Even against a triple team, he would attack. The degree of difficulty skyrocketed. To crack it, he needed to make a slight adjustment. I told you you'll never score again. Allen clung to Su Bei, roaring like a victor. Although he had never once limited Su Bei scoring in unknown situations, that didn't stop him from boasting. After all, he still had at least 2 teammates attached to him. Confronted by the relentless triple teaming of his opponents, Su Bei found it genuinely difficult to launch an attack. At least he couldn't force every single one. Not cool, man. I'm really off tonight. I can't attack. I don't want to waste precious possessions. Wade complained, holding the ball with a flustered heart. Can you stop passing it to me and just take more shots yourself? Wade sighed in frustration. Then in the net, his gaze sharpened as he delivered a fierce bounce pass that zipped past Anthony's back, finding Su Bei, who was cutting hard to the right side. Su Bei caught the ball and immediately attacked the rim. Amidst the airborne collision with Faust, he hung in the air before executing a delicate scoop layup. It was good. Su Bei is surrounded by 3 defenders again. Even if he were God incarnate, scoring would be a struggle. He has no choice but to pass. But Dwyane is having a terrible night, and the other role players lack finishing ability. Syracuse's targeted defense in the second half has made Marquette very uncomfortable. The situation looks dire. Reggie Miller furrowed his brow, analyzing rapidly before his pupils suddenly dilated, and he roared softly, "Wow, what a beautiful cut." With a sudden burst of speed on a curl cut, Su Bei shook off 2 defenders in an instant, leaving even Anthony completely flat-foot. They could only watch him lay the ball in. That move. So cool, so effortless. Warwick was baffled. Wait, isn't Su Bei a 201 centimeters small forward? How does he move so lightly? We can't keep up at all. There are 3 of us. What's with this off-ball movement? Anthony thought to himself, secretly alarmed. Run to the ends of the earth, it'll still hound you until you drop. Allen didn't care about anything else. He chased Su Bei, maniacally sticking to him like a stubborn plaster. Su Bei, what am I supposed to say right? You? Don't come any closer. In reality, Su Bei was utterly dismissive, like chasing do you. Then I'll make sure you get your fill tonight. Unable to consistently attack against 3 defenders, Su Bei simply handed the ball over to Wade. Initially flustered, Wade hesitated to drive again. Soon, he understood. He realized Su Bei wasn't giving up on offense, but rather giving up the ball. He was using more fluid off-ball movement to get open before receiving the pass to attack. That was proving more effective than trying to take on 3 defenders while dribbling. All Wade had to do was deliver the ball promptly the moment Su Bei created an opening. He possessed that capability. Whoosh! Su Bei began running tirelessly across the court at high speed, forcing Allen to grit his teeth and give full chase. Of course, Su Bei wasn't running blindly. That would be ineffective. He read the player's positioning on the fly, using his teammates and even his opponent's positions. He would suddenly slow down or accelerate or execute a backdoor cut, and so on. After a while, if the defender lagged, even slightly in rhythm, Su Bei would gain a step, either blowing past him or forcing him to chase even harder. Whoosh! Su Bei sprinted baseline from under the basket to the right corner, then curled out towards the perimeter. Edelin's heart pounded as he gave chase. Su Bei was too fast. He had to stay focused and use every ounce of his speed. With a quick glance, Su Bei suddenly stopped, reverse direction, and cut backdoor directly towards the rim. It's a backdoor cut. Edelin's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly reversed his momentum to give chase, unable to think or look at anything else. Bam! He crashed directly into his teammate Warwick. Not only was he stopped cold, but he also impeded Warwick's ability to pursue Su Bei. Not that it mattered much. He couldn't have caught him anyway. Su Bei! Wade roared as he lobbed a high pass towards the basket, right near Su Bei's location. Beautiful pass. With a slight leap, Su Bei pushed off the ground and soared. It was merely a graceful jump, yet his outstretched arm seemed to brush the stars. The next instant, boom, a tomahawk alley-oop slam. Transition. On the defensive end, Su Bei's quick hands poked the ball away from Carmelo Anthony, who was controlling the tempo. Fast break. Edelin and Anthony chased Su Bei like madmen, both charging into the paint. He held the ball aloft, driving straight at the rim against the tight defense of two players flanking him. This shot, clang, it rimmed out. But it didn't matter. Su Bei jumped again, grabbed his own rebound, and put it back up. Scoring. Can't even stop him with 2-on-1. Do you guys even know how to play it? After powering through the double team for a score, Su Bei, who had been relentlessly trapped, started trash-talking Anthony and Edelin. TCH. Oomph. The two clicked their tongues in displeasure, but remained silent. Edelin was already gasping for air. Chasing Su Bei had drained his energy. He was drenched in sweat. Anthony chose to let his game talk. And he did, hitting a jump shot on his team's next possession, using his signature triple threat and drive. Answer ball. On offense there's Carmelo. On defense there's me, Su Bei. You won't score tonight. During an off-ball play, Edelin clung to Su Bei, panting heavily as he shouted every word through gritted Su Bei. He glanced down at Edelin, who was practically leaning against him, a bit speechless. Dude, breathing like anyone would think you're doing something exciting. Go take a rest. Or better yet, just head back to the locker room and hit the shot. Bullshit. Edelin growled through clenched teeth. I'm not tired. I will perfectly execute the coach's defensive assignment. And lock you down. Oh. Su Bei blinked lazily, let out a soft "oh," then flashed a harmless smile. Well then. The running starts again. Edelin's heart sank. Su Bei was already off and running. Edelin felt like crying but gritted his teeth and forced himself to chase. He had to exhaust Su Bei at all costs. He would drain himself completely to maximize Su Bei's fatigue before a teammate could sub in and continue the job. At least, Su Bei still looked full of energy. He couldn't back down now. He couldn't go to the bench. Chase. He had to chase relentlessly. However, just 2 minutes and 17 seconds later, during yet another chase on offense, Edelin simply stopped following. Edelin. Anthony, confused, roared urgently, because Su Bei was about to cut alone to the basket for an easy scoring opportunity. Edelin seemed not to hear. He even slowed to a walk. Great opportunity. Wade didn't hesitate, dishing the ball to Su Bei for an effortless layup. What the hell is Edelin doing? Coach Jim Boeheim was furious. Your only job is to hound Su Bei, and you give him a wide-open layup. How could he not be angry? However, just as the Syracuse players were wondering what Edelin was doing and expressing their bewilderment at his action, Edelin bent over and, panting, opened his mouth wide and let out a dry heave, shocking everyone into stunned silence. Not just a dry heave, Edelin then vomited a sizable amount. You could even see the undigested raw beef. The director cut the feed to the big screen, but even he was disgusted and quickly switched away. But the fans had already seen it, and very clearly. Whoa! The arena erupted in chaos. It wasn't just gasps of shock, but also sounds of disgust and more dry heaving. Many parents quickly covered their children's eyes to shield them from the nauseating scene. Some sensitive spectators started retching too. Beep, beep. The referee quickly called a timeout. Anthony and the other Syracuse players finally snapped out of it, rushing over to check on Edelin. A look of utter bewilderment crossed Su Bei's face. Dude, I haven't even run that much yet. How did you just puke on the spot? Edelin got puked. Wade was astounded, shaking his head in disbelief. Su Bei is just too damn good at running. Jeez. Diener was stunned too. Edelin was just chasing Su Bei on defense. How can someone get so exhausted they puke on the spot? In the stands, the mailman, Karl Malone, looked baffled. Su Bei didn't do anything special, did he? Just chasing him around made him puke. So weak. No. The stockman, John Stockton, shook his head. Edelin has been guarding Su Bei since the start. He played 13 minutes in the first half. That's already tiring. In the second half, after Su Bei was trapped, he started moving without the ball, using faster and more frequent running to create good scoring chances. Edelin had to keep running too, sticking close to Su Bei. This was an even greater drain on his stamina. An average person simply couldn't handle it. And in my opinion, Su Bei is a true stamina freak, a tireless monster. He seems to have an endless reservoir of energy. Allen isn't, but he thought Su Bei wasn't either. He believed he could keep up forever. The result? He overestimated himself. His body finally gave out. Dehydration, electrolyte imbalance, lactic acid buildup. All these issues hit him at once, upsetting his stomach. It ultimately led to him throwing up. Karl Malone nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Su Bei was running incredibly hard during that stretch. He had to run like that to shake off 2 or 3 defenders. Without exceptional stamina, it would indeed be impossible to sustain. Holy shit. Coach Jim Boeheim cursed in shock. Allen actually threw up. Just how freakish is Su Bei's stamina? He played 17 minutes in the first half alone. He's played another 78 minutes in the second half so far, without any rest, running constantly. Doesn't he need stamina? What kind of stamina freak is this? Nearby, an assistant coach muttered with vacant eyes, Su Bei even has stamina as terrifying as Iverson's. Is this the perfect answer? Su Bei ran his opponent until he puked. His stamina is amazing, I love it so much. Wow, brother, Su Bei is not only handsome and skilled, but his stamina is incredible too. How wonderful would it be to date a perfect man like this? Is brother Su Bei a stamina freak? Then, doesn't that mean he can go all night without rest? Then, even if I break, I'd be willing. A man with good looks, unlimited stamina, is just so captivating. The fangirls in the stands had gone wild, completely smitten by Su Bei's long legs. On the other side of the Pacific Ocean, inside the CCTV5 broadcast studio, oh ho ho, Su Kun excitedly pumped his fist. Double-teaming, even triple-teaming Su Bei. It doesn't work. Su Bei literally ran his opponent until he puked. His stamina is too good, his off-ball movement is incredible. Ha ha ha. Coach Zhang laughed heartily and nodded, then asked, Teacher Su Kun, do you know what the Iverson cut is? What is that? Su Kun played along. Huh. Coach Zhang smiled and explained, the so-called Iverson cut specifically refers to Iverson's off-ball movement. Because his individual ability was too strong and his offense too aggressive, opponents would double-team him, forcing him to give up the ball. Then Iverson would use other methods like off-ball movement to create scoring opportunities. And Iverson's cuts off the ball, whether attacking the rim, catching and shooting, or isolating, were all effective. So, the Iverson cut is one of Iverson's skills, powerful enough to represent scoring through off-ball movement to a certain extent. Su Bei, shaking off 2 or 3 defenders repeatedly with his running to attack, has incredible off-ball movement. He seems to possess an Iverson cut as powerful as Iverson's. Is this the perfect answer? This is truly amazing. Whoa. Chinese fans watched Su Bei run his opponent into vomiting, scoring on cut after cut, and listened to the commentators' lavish praise. Su Bei's dominance left them in utter shock. The scene returned to the arena. Back to the game. Allen had directly vomited. His stomach was churning violently, and he felt terrible. He had to leave the game. The staff, pinching their noses and fighting the urge to vomit, quickly cleaned the court. The game resumed. Su Bei's powerful Iverson cut made Syracuse's scalp tingle, forcing them to constantly be wary of his cuts. This gave him some opportunities to score in isolation. At 1-2-3, Su Bei received the ball at the right arc, exploded past Warwick with lightning speed, and drove into the paint. Gathering the ball, he suddenly elevated. His head was level with the rim. Center Faust completely lost his defensive while merely offering a token hand up. Seeing the dunk was slightly out of reach, Su Bei, looking straight at the rim from midair, softly laid the ball in. No, it wasn't even a layup, but it was a gentle drop-in. At 1-0-3-2, Su Bei used his signature crossover to shake the substitute small forward, driving unimpeded to the basket. Facing 3 help defenders, he showed no panic. He simply launched himself into the air. Fold, fold, and fold again. A triple pump reverse layup, beautiful from every angle. Swish. Good again. Holy shit. Su Bei used 3 minor pump fakes in the air to evade 3 defenders and finish the layup. Is he paying homage to Michael Jordan? Reggie Miller's voice was already hoarse, but he still commentated with maximum passion and excitement. It's Su Bei again, still Su Bei. Moving through a garden of defenders without a single leaf touching him, he blew past 2 players and hit a mid-range shot near the paint. Again, 41 points. 45 points. Su Bei has already scored 51 points, his second consecutive 50-point game. My God, with a scorching hot hand, Su Bei hits another 3-pointer from downtown, a long one. He's already got 58 points. This is heading towards 60. I think the even more terrifying fact is that not only has Su Bei scored 58 points, but he has also erased his team's 18-point deficit and even taken a 10-point lead. This was a seemingly impossible comeback. The perfect answer, Su Bei. He single-handedly dismantled Syracuse University. He is the savior of Marquette University. With 5 minutes remaining, Su Bei had exploded for 58 points. Only 2 points shy of the 60-point milestone, he was certain to reach it. However, Su Bei didn't care about the points. He just wanted to finish the game quickly, win the championship, and obtain the death mid-range shot. That was what truly mattered. For Syracuse, the swing from leading by 18 to trailing by 10, compounded by having a teammate vomit from the sole architect of this reversal was Su Bei, a mere freshman. Furious, every Syracuse player was boiling with rage. They still wanted to win. They became frantic, doubling Su Bei, even more aggressively determined not to let him. Two defenders weren't enough. They'd send three. Three wasn't enough, they'd send for even all five. They would focus solely on Su Bei. If Su Bei truly couldn't score, it meant his teammates would have wide-open looks and excellent scoring opportunities. They can't keep attacking. They can't be unable to attack for the entire game. Wade's shooting touch is cold. Over the entire game, combining free throws, timeouts, and other stoppages, it's at least 1 to 2 hours. He can't remain cold forever. So when Su Bei faced a triple or quadruple team and passed the ball out, the Marquette players led by Wade began to finish the offense. After all, they were the 3rd seed in the Midwest region. How could they have no strength at all? As a result, even though Su Bei was contained and Anthony McNamara and others from Syracuse played well, the offense could still match up. Yet time was slipping away, and the roughly 10-point deficit loomed like a mountain, suffocating every Syracuse player. When his teammates began to score from multiple points, Syracuse's focus on Su Bei would inevitably wane. Like a phantom, Su Bei appeared behind Warwick on the right high post and stripped the ball from his waist. He then charged down the court in a one-man fast break. Catching the entire Syracuse team off guard, he cruised in for an easy layup. No. Su Bei crushed their morale with a blazing reverse dunk. Come on, Reggie Miller screamed. After being quiet for a few minutes, Su Bei finally scores 2 points, bringing his total to 60. He becomes only the 2nd player in NCAA tournament history to score 60 points. The lead extends to 12. And I need to tell you something crazy that might happen. Su Bei just recorded a steal, bringing his total for the night to an astonishing 9. He has 60 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 9 steals, and 9 blocks. Yes, you heard that right. It's that insane. Perfect answer. Su Bei is just 1 steal and 1 block away from achieving a terrifying 60-point quadruple-double. My God, not even a 60-point triple-double has ever occurred in NCAA tournament history, let alone a 60-point quadruple-double. This is absolutely an achievement that will shake the ages. I'm dying to witness this great miracle. Wait, let's watch Syracuse's next possession. Carmelo Anthony, shaking off Su Bei, faced Dwyane's defense. He changed direction, fought through contact, and drove into the low post. He pump-faked, pivoted, pump-faked again. Carmelo kept feinting, using excellent footwork to shake off Dwyane, then rose for a mid-range jumper. Swish, swish, swish. In the clutch, it's still Carmelo. He cut the deficit back to 10 points, keeping hope alive for Syracuse. Dwyane missed this drive. Syracuse had a chance to cut the lead to single digits. They fed the ball to Carmelo Anthony. He drove, drew the defense, and challenged the odds. Was he going to force a shot against a triple team, which even included Su Bei? Was Carmelo about to take over the game? No. It was too difficult. He couldn't get his shot off, so he passed it out. It was a good opportunity. On the perimeter, McNamara had an open three-pointer. It was a perfect chance. Why didn't he shoot? Because Su Bei closed out on him. Even with the closeout, he had enough space to shoot. It wasn't that he wouldn't shoot. He was afraid of Su Bei's defense, so he didn't dare. Look at McNamara, panicked and stumbling. Facing Su Bei's suffocating defense, he had lost his composure. He was like a marionette with its strings cut, utterly fragile. Su Bei easily stripped him and raced down the court for a fast break. Boom. A windmill dunk. Su Bei scored another 2 points, bringing his total to a staggering 62. He also recorded his 10th steal. He was just 1 block away from a 60-point quadruple-double. My God, this is insane. Reggie Miller's voice was already half gone, or at this rate, he might not be able to speak tomorrow. But that didn't matter. He didn't care at all. He was completely immersed in Su Bei's phenomenal performance. McNamara was stunned. Anthony's face darkened. That Su Bei kid is putting too much defensive pressure on. I absolutely cannot let him dominate this game. He decisively took the ball again. This time, facing Su Bei's defense, he didn't try to avoid him. In the clutch, he needed to score directly over Su Bei to deflate Marquette's momentum and have a chance at a comeback. At the right wing, Anthony faced Su Bei, pump-faking from a triple threat position 3 times before lifting Su Bei's center of gravity slightly. Whooshed. He decisively put the ball on the floor, leaving Su Bei behind. But Su Bei's perfect answer, pure speed and explosive talent, were no less than Anthony's, perhaps even better. Beaten for a second, he caught up the next. Bam! Anthony remained calm. In the left elbow area, as Su Bei closed in, he delivered a full-force bump. He muscled Su Bei back a step. Swish. Anthony rose for a very decisive jump shot. He would use his favorite mid-range jumper to score over Su Bei, crushing Marquette's morale. A good idea. But a single step of separation severely underestimated Su Bei's terrifying defensive reach. Stomp. Su Bei leaped, his long arms and big hands extending. The moment the ball left Anthony's hands, bam! He swatted it away. In the final crucial moments, Su Bei blocked Anthony's shot. Anthony was stunned. He had no time to think, scrambling to jump to secure the rebound, but Su Bei wouldn't give him the chance. Jumping again, Su Bei grabbed the rebound. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired a lightning-fast laser-like long pass to Wade, who was sprinting down the court. Unknown with the defense. Wade, gliding sideways, threw down a one-handed tomahawk dunk, hammering it through the hoop. Roar! After landing, Wade tugged at his jersey and screamed like a madman, releasing all the frustration of the entire game. He was shouting incoherently, but his lips seemed to form the words, "This is my house, this is my house." Did Wade's ferocious dunk kill the game? No. It was Su Bei with the steal, the dunk, the block, and the assist who truly killed the game first. Syracuse panicked, resorting to dirty plays to injure opponents, but Wade wouldn't stand for it. "Come on." Reggie Miller screamed hysterically, his voice nearly gone. Su Bei's block and assist killed the game. Dwyane's dunk was spectacular, but Su Bei's block brought his total blocks for the game to 10. He finished with 62 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists, 10 steals, and 10 blocks, achieving an unprecedented 60-point quadruple-double. Are you kidding me? Barkley held his gleaming forehead stunned, as if seeing a ghost. This is the NCAA tournament national championship game. Can a player really put up insane 60-point quadruple-double stats on such a grand, intense stage? Is this something a human being can do? This is too crazy. Really. The two commentators were so excited that one lost his voice, and the other was babbling incoherently. Boom. The fans were even more ecstatic. They erupted with deafening cheers that reverberated through the Superdome, echoing even throughout San Antonio outside the arena. Across the ocean, fans watching the live broadcast on CCTV5 were also stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Among them, many were watching Su Bei play for the first time. Their first game was an incredible quadruple-double. And crucially, this wasn't an exhibition game. It was a stunning comeback from a deficit of up to 18 points. This was a 60-point quadruple-double in a comeback win. This instantly made the 60-point quadruple-double not only real, but also skyrocketed its value. My God, Su Bei is too strong. Is this really a player from our dragon country? How can he be this good? This completely shatters my understanding. Words fail me. All I can say is holy crap. Too awesome. So fierce. I always thought Yao Ming was the future of dragon country basketball and would become its greatest player ever. But after just one game, my perception is completely overturned. I firmly believe Su Bei is the more talented player. He will become the top player in Dragon Country basketball. Among the Dragon Country players I know, I consider Su Bei the strongest. The audience, glued to their TVs, was completely electrified, all becoming fans of Su Bei. Everyone was in awe of Su Bei. Dragon Country fans, Marquette players, coaches, commentators, and all the celebrities present. Everyone marveled at Su Bei's 60-point quadruple-double feat and rejoiced in his superhuman performance. However, human joys and sorrows are not shared. Some were happy, some were worried. Chief among them were the Knicks general manager and head coach Scott Layden and Don Chaney, who were now frantic, tearing their hair out. "Su Bei, stop exploding, please. I'm begging you, please don't keep playing like this." Layden's head was spinning. "If you keep this up, we won't be able to get you even if we sell everything we have. It's over, it's all over now." Chaney shook his head, eyes vacant. On the stage of the NCAA tournament finals, he goes on a rampage for a 60-point quadruple-double. Honestly, I don't know what kind of monster could put up these numbers. I think even Wilt Chamberlain, the stat monster, probably couldn't have done this in a finals game. But I know this clearly, after a performance like this, any team that gets Su Bei will never trade him. That means if we don't win the first pick in the draft, we definitely won't get Su Bei. And with our current record, we almost certainly won't get the first pick, meaning we can't get Su Bei. This is too painful. Su Bei, why did you have to play so well? Su Bei, don't blame me. Besides the bewildered pessimists, Layden, and the most unhappy were all the Syracuse players. Su Bei's game-killing sequence had just forced another Syracuse on the bench. Warwick, feeling the arena roar solely for Su Bei, clenched his fists and trembled. Why? Why did we get destroyed by a kid, suffer a humiliating comeback at his hands? How can we be beaten by him alone? I can't accept this. Su Bei scored a 60-point quadruple-double, orchestrated an 18-point comeback, outshone Carmelo Anthony, and is about to lift the championship trophy. Why? Why does he get all the glory? Edelin said, his face sour, jealousy and discontent written all over it. TCH. Anthony's expression was also very dark. He knew he hadn't played as well as Su Bei tonight, and if they lost the game, he would definitely lose the draft battle against Su Bei. This was a scenario he didn't want to see. It wasn't that he couldn't accept someone being drafted higher than him, but that someone, Su Bei, had only played 6 games in total, including tonight. Anthony couldn't accept being overshadowed by him. Oomph. Center Craig Forth snorted coldly. Since that kid is making things hard for us, let's make sure no one is fun. I heard you have great hops, explosive power, and amazing hang time. You like to play above the rim. No problem. You always have to come down. When he said this, the other players didn't quite understand, and even Coach Jim Boeheim didn't pay much attention. Led by Anthony and Coach Boeheim, the players still wanted to try to erase the 12-point deficit in the remaining 14 minutes. This was the final until the clock ran out and defeat was confirmed. No one was willing to give up. Beep, beep. With the referee's whistle, the final 4 minutes of the decisive battle began. Clearly Syracuse, trailing by 12, was under immense pressure. They were desperate. They were eager to score. Anthony took 3 consecutive screens, ran to the right corner, and rose for a 3-point. 2-pointers were his preferred method of scoring. But now they weren't enough. He had to use 3-pointers to solve the problem, but the more desperate he got, the worse he played. Clang. The harsh sound of the miss brought them despair. Su Bei positioned himself under the basket. With Robert Jackson suspended, he had to share rim-protecting duties with power forward Merritt. That was why he grabbed over 10 rebounds tonight. Oomph. Fourth snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a cold, sharp glare as he glanced at Su Bei, a small forward crashing the boards. You think you can jump? Or are you trying to take my job? No matter. It's over. Everything will be over soon. I think. Without you being a nuisance, even if we only have 4 minutes left, even if we're down a center. We can still make a comeback, right? He muttered these words, and then, as Su Bei leaped high to protect the rim, he extended his villainous foot. Conflict erupts. Still playing. We're coming for you. That guy isn't jumping. He's given up on contesting the rebound. With Su Bei? No. He's given up on the whole game. Wade at the free throw line was watching Fourth. He thought Fourth had given up resistance. Once Su Bei secured this defensive rebound, the game would be over. Huh. His eyes. No, his foot. Wade's relaxed nerves instantly tensed up, and his pupil. This guy is trying to undercut him. He quickly shouted, Su Bei, watch your feet. He couldn't rush over to protect him. He could only shout a desperate warning using the most crucial word. Feet. Undercut. Su Bei's mind was sharp. He reacted instantly, abandoning any thought of protecting the rim. His peripheral vision immediately swept downward. Sure enough, there was a foot there, a villainous foot belonging to Fourth. You bastard. Su Bei's gaze turned cold, even icy. He had a deep-seated hatred for undercutting, a despicable act that violated sportsmanship. The most vivid memory he had was from the 2017 Western Conference Finals, Game 1, Spurs vs. Warriors. The team led by Kawhi led by as many as 20 points. But after Kawhi was undercut by Zaza Pachulia and injured, the team ended up being overturned. It wasn't just the loss. Kawhi was ruled out for the season, and the Spurs were swept 40 by the Warriors. If Kawhi hadn't been injured, the Twin Towers Spurs against the Hammer and Anvil Warriors, maybe they wouldn't have won the series, but given the 20-point lead in Game 1, could they have competed? Was there a chance to win? At the very least. It wouldn't have been a 40 sweep. And that undercutting incident nearly derailed Kawhi's entire career, forcing a championship-contending Spurs team into a rebuild. Because of that undercut, Kawhi left the Spurs for the Raptors. The championship Spurs rebuilt. The Hammer and Anvil Warriors won 2 consecutive titles, and their three-peat dynasty was ended. Kawhi won a championship as the sole star in Toronto. Kevin Durant suffered a torn Achilles tendon. Kawhi also to some extent became load management Kawhi. If Zaza Pachulia hadn't undercut him that time, there's a good chance none of the above would have happened. So, that Dirty Dog's undercut had a profound impact on the NBA. It held historical significance. Thus, Su Bei harbored a profound hatred for stepping. You could also say that Su Bei feared being stepped on, feared having his entire career destroyed. After all, he only possessed the talent of perfect answer, not immunity to harm. Enraged, Su Bei erupted in fury in an instant. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Instead of catching the descending basketball, he kept his gaze fixed on Fuse's foot, protecting himself, while perfectly evading the stepping move. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bei's gaze hardened. As he landed, he viciously stomped his heel onto Fuse's forefoot. Crack! Fuse heard a sound like breaking bones. The next second, an excruciating pain shot through his toes like an electric current sweeping through his entire being, causing him to scream in agony. Oomph! Su Bei snorted coldly, following up by shoving Fuse hard and roaring. You old bastard, how dare you step on my foot? FCK. Seeing Su Bei was unharmed, Wade breathed a sigh of relief, then erupted in curses, charging towards Fuse in a blaze of fury. Without a word, bang! He rushed forward and landed a punch squarely on Fuse's still screaming face. A fist to the eye, giving him a shiner. Ah, pain upon pain. Fuse covered his eye, wailing even more miserably. He was already furious that a freshman like Su Bei had defeated their championship-bound team. He was already boiling with rage. Yet, his stepping attempt failed. Su Bei stomped him hard, and Wade punched him. Seething, he too flew into a towering rage. He couldn't take it anymore. FCK, cursing wildly, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain, raised his fists, and swung a punch at Wade. I can't have fun. Then no one will. Fuse went berserk. Wade wouldn't indulge him either. Daring to step on my brother, trying to ruin a superstar. You're inhuman. Bang! Crossing his arms in front of him, Wade absorbed Fuse's punch, then raised his own fist and smashed it into Fuse's head again. The clash erupted instantly. Oomph! Hakeem Warwick, the burly power forward on the other side, saw his teammate fighting and snorted coldly. Without a second thought, protecting his own. You dare hit my teammate. You deserve to die. Warwick roared, swinging his fist towards Wade. Looking for death. Point guard McNamara also threw caution to the wind, charging into the fray, quickly forming a 3-0 situation. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Su Bei laughed instead of being angered. You started it with an unsportsmanlike How dare you turn the blame on us? How dare you gang up on us? You've angered me to laughter. I have the blood of a dragon countryman flowing through me. We never seek trouble, but we never back down from it. You want to ruin me. Sorry, but I'll destroy you first. Still fighting. I'm coming for you. As his words fell, a surge of overwhelming rage burst forth from within Su Bei. Like a swift cheetah, he dashed into the battlefield in a flash reminiscent of the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god technique. Slap. In an instant, he appeared before McNamara, seeking out the isolated guard. His palm spun, clenched into a fist, arm vibrated, and he punched out. The fist was incredibly fast, slicing a sharp gust of wind through the air, aimed directly at McNamara's forehead. Su Bei. McNamara shouted instinctively at Su Bei's sudden appearance, unable to utter another word. His pupils dilated as he hurriedly raised his arms to block. Bang! Su Bei's fist slammed into McNamara's arm. Sigh. McNamara winced sharply, a painful grimace twisting his face, and he stumbled back 3 steps. A bench press strength of 140 kilograms. For a small forward, it might be slightly above average, but landing on a guard. That was a solid heavy punch. Yet, strength wasn't Su Bei's forte, speed, explosiveness, and agility were. As the punch landed, Su Bei pressed the advantage, delivering a straight kick to his stomach, sending him sprawling. McNamara crashed hard onto the floor, clutching his stomach, curling up, and writhing in agony. Su Bei, I've long been sick of your pretentious act. Can't play ball, can't fight either. Warwick roared, pivoted, and strode swiftly to Su Bei. Without a word, glaring fiercely, he raised his heavy fist and punched towards Su Bei's head. Bang, bang, bang. Fuse and Wade clashed fiercely. A brawl between center and shooting guard. Wade was certainly at a disadvantage. If not for his agility, he might have already succumbed. Even so, he was struggling against Fuse on the losing side. Meanwhile, bleep, bleep, the referees blew their whistles frantically, hoping to stop the fight. Clearly everyone was too riled up to listen. Society, me mellow, few words, fierce actions. Anthony didn't say a word, clenching his fists to join the fight, but Coach Jim Boeheim was quick. He grabbed Anthony from behind in a bear hug. The assistant coach hurried over too, and together they held Anthony back tightly, urging him not to act rashly. At least, he couldn't be impulsive. But Anthony wasn't the only one completely consumed. Allen charged out like a mad dog. Being toyed with by Su Bei until he threw up was utterly humiliating. Didn't he have resentment in his heart? Of course he did. Except, he couldn't redeem himself on the basketball court. Facing certain defeat, a brawl presented an opportunity. He couldn't back down. Reacting swiftly, he rushed out and joined the fray. On the other side, Diner Merritt and Novak also charged forward recklessly. With their team's core players fighting, could they just stand by and watch? 1090 impossible. Teetering on the brink of defeat, the Syracuse team, more reckless and desperate, craved the fight, eager to vent their frustrations. 2 more substitutes rushed out, blocking Diner's trio. Seeing their whistles were useless, the 3 referees hurried over to break up the fight. Stop fighting. Stop. Coach Tom Crean yelled hoarsely. The national championship was within reach. Playing normally for the final 4 minutes would secure the title. A brawl was absolutely unacceptable. It would be a severely detrimental act for him and Marquette University, especially for Su Bei and Wade. The team's 2 core players couldn't be involved in a fight, yet they were the fiercest combatants. He yelled until his voice cracked, slapped his thigh in frustration, and rushed onto the court to break it up. Holy shit, Stockton exclaimed. Such a fierce brawl at the NCAA tournament finals. Is this even reasonable? Wow, Karl Malone rubbed his hands together excitedly. I never thought I'd see such a special performance. Right. Fighting with a basketball is perfectly reasonable. This is how basketball should be. The battle looks intense, it's making me itch to join in. I wish they could feel my iron elbow. Stockton, this is a gang fight. Is it really okay for you to be so gleefully watching the chaos unfold? Meanwhile, back to Su Bei. Warwick was a rim-protecting power forward with considerable mass and strength. To some extent, he was stronger than some centers. His heavy punch carried devastating power. If Su Bei took it heat, it would disfigure him or even knock him unconscious. Su Bei. He knew he couldn't confront it directly, but he wasn't flustered. As the fist came, he slightly sidestepped, evading it with maximizing his agility. Without pausing, Su Bei swung his own fist, a right hook, while dodging. Warwick was a bit slow to react, but managed to raise his left arm to block at the last second. Bang! The punch landed. Warwick stepped back once, but that was all. He was a powerful interior player with a flicker of dark light passed through Su Bei's eyes. He followed up with a quick straight punch, landing it on Warwick's arm again. The force was considerable. It definitely hurt. But Warwick was tough-skinned and weathered the blow. Is that all the strength you've got? You're barely tickling me. Now, it's my turn. Warwick sneered mockingly. He then punched towards Su Bei's head. Su Bei squinted, his mind racing. Strength isn't my forte. If I can't hit vulnerable spots like the head, stomach, or ribs, I won't easily take down Warwick. I must use my perfect answer talent to deliver a decisive blow. So I should. Su Bei's mind turned rapidly. He didn't dodge or evade, waiting for Warwick's heavy punch to come. Hello fans watching the latest game. This is the NCAA Tournament National Finals. Let me reiterate. This is the NCAA Tournament National Finals, not the UFC or WWE. At the commentary desk, Reggie Miller raised an eyebrow, excitedly morphing into an UFC commentator. Su Bei lands 2 consecutive heavy blows on Hakeem Warwick, but it seems to have little effect. There's a disparity in size and strength. Su Bei is at a natural disadvantage in a brawl. What is he doing? Why isn't he dodging Hakeem Warwick's punch? Can't dodge. Is it over? Damn. Su Bei, just as Hakeem Warwick's fist nears his cheek a millimeter from his nose, suddenly dodges. In the same motion, he delivers another right hook, striking Hakeem Warwick's waist, hitting his ribs. Hakeem's face instantly contorts in pain, and he lets out a scream. The pain is visible. Su Bei's attack is so swift. He follows up with another punch and a kick, forcing Hakeem Warwick to stumble backward. He stumbles, falls hard on his backside, looking very painful. However, I think, compared to his backside, his ribs probably hurt more. Yura. Sir Charles Barkley got so excited he started babbling in some unknown language, but he was extremely hyped. He continued his rapid commentary. So cool. Su Bei knew Hakeem Warwick was tough, so he deliberately waited for Hakeem Warwick to fully commit to his punch, using speed and agility to dodge. This allowed Su Bei to seize the opening Hakeem Warwick exposed when his body momentarily stiffened after the full punch and counterattack fiercely. Hakeem Warwick is down. Oh, from both sides, Billy Edelin and Jerry McNamara are charging furiously at Su Bei. This looks like a gang-up. Edelin throws a punch, McNamara kicks their pincer, attacking Su Bei, trying to finish him off. Su Bei, sidestep duck, evades both attacks. His movements are so light, completely effortless. Oh my god. Warwick also grits his teeth and gets up, panting heavily. He doesn't stop. With a ferocious expression, he lunges at Su Bei. McNamara and Edelin rush in 2. 3 against 1. This is too much. A flicker of dark light passed through Su Bei's eyes. He took 3 steps back, bringing the 3 attackers into his field of vision. Oomph. He snorted coldly, adopting a horse stance, facing 3 opponents without panic. Is a 3-0 fight scary? Indeed. But a 3-0 also means they might get careless due to their numerical advantage, exposing many openings. Of course, they also underestimated the astonishing advantage Su Bei, with his perfect answer talent, had in a brawl. Edelin on the left threw the first punch. Su Bei stepped back again to evade. McNamara on the right also wildly punched at his head. The fist wasn't big, but the damage wasn't negligible. Su Bei glanced sideways, raising his right arm to block. Warwick's most damaging heavy punch came from the front. Su Bei squinted. As the fist arrived, he ducked to evade it, then unexpectedly lunged forward and to the right. Right shoulder, right arm. Bang! He slammed violently into McNamara's waist. The immense force sent McNamara sprawling to the ground. Pick the softest persimmon. Su Bei instantly knocked McNamara down, pounced on top of him like a fish leaping, clamped his left hand around his throat, immobilizing his head, and raised his right fist. The next second, it rained down. Bang, 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 bang. Su Bei landed 4 consecutive heavy punches, smashing them onto McNamara's defenseless face. A piercing scream, sounding utterly miserable. But it was real. After these 4 punches, McNamara's face was a mess, his nose looking slightly caved in. Once committed, no turning back. Su Bei didn't seek trouble, but he didn't fear it. If you angered him, you had to be prepared to pay a heavy price. Bang! Su Bei's 5th punch landed. McNamara's neck twisted and he went limp. 1 punch causes tetanus, 5 punches meet the ancestors. He wasn't choked to death by Su Bei, but he was knocked unconscious by Su Bei's 5 face-bounding punches. Su Bei didn't realize he was unconscious at first. As his 6th punch was about to land, his peripheral senses detected danger from behind. He executed a forward roll to dodge. Warwick's kick missed. He stomped the ground and accelerated after Su Bei. McNamara, seeing his teammate knocked out Edelin, became even more enraged. He charged at Su Bei like a madman. Both attacked simultaneously with dual punches. Su Bei reacted swiftly, constantly dodging at the limit to better seize his opponent's openings. Step. He took a quick step back. Edelin's punch missed, and he rushed past Su Bei, exposing his back. Exposing your back to an enemy is a very dangerous thing. Su Bei snorted coldly. What a... Edelin was shocked. In the next instant, Su Bei chased after him, landing a punch on his right ribs. Edelin doubled over in pain, trembling all over. Su Bei spun around, appearing in front of him, leaned his back against him, and grabbed his left arm, pulling it over his shoulder. Bending over, he yanked the arm downward. A shoulder throw. Thud. Su Bei slammed Edelin's back heavily onto the floor. The force was astonishing, and the pain was multiplied. Bang! Su Bei didn't pause. He followed up with a vicious stomp, landing it brutally on Edelin's face. He was being ganged up on by 3 people. If he didn't finish the fight quickly, he would be the one writhing and groaning on the floor. 1 stomp, 2 stomps. Su Bei's stomps made Edelin's face a gruesome sight. Huh. In his growing fury after 2 stomps, Su Bei suddenly lay down sideways, not to sleep, but to drive his elbow into Edelin's stomach. The force was excruciating. Ugh, Edelin threw up from the elbow strike. The piercing pain caused him to reflexively do a sit-up. Then he collapsed limply again, not moving, falling into a sleep like a baby's. As Su Bei delivered the elbow, he also dodged a heavy punch from Warwick. The mailman Karl Malone gave Su Bei an approving look. 2 stomps and an elbow. Su Bei had KO'd another person. Although much has been said in reality, it all happened in a flash. In an instant, Su Bei abruptly turned around, locking his gaze on Warwick. The chilling dark gleam in his eyes sent an involuntary shiver down Warwick's spine, making him feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Afraid. Amidst being besieged by 3 opponents, Su Bei, with the swiftness of thunder, didn't just knock down 2. He incapacitated them. Who wouldn't be bewildered by that sight? How could Warwick not panic? He wanted to hit Su Bei, but he certainly didn't want to be knocked out. He swallowed frantically, especially after seeing the disfigured faces of his 2 teammates. He was so terrified that he lacked the courage to even raise his fist again. His inner voice screamed, "Save me, save me, save me." Just then the 3 referees and the players from both teams who had been breaking up the fights rushed over. They had been relentless, acting swiftly. There were 3 separate battlegrounds involving Anthony Diener, Merritt Novak, and several substitutes from both sides. The fights were quickly halted. Notably, Anthony, who had been initially restrained, eventually broke free and joined the fray, exchanging a few blows with Merritt and others. The good news was that the conflict didn't escalate and was promptly stopped. Now a crowd rushed to the main battlefield, pulling Warwick away. Seeing people intervene, Warwick was secretly overjoyed and immediately put on a bold front. He instantly raised his fist, pretending to continue fighting Su Bei, but his other hand tightly gripped the referee's arm. The referee quickly pulled him back. "Stop fighting, stop it, want you." "Huh. Oh." Coach Tom Crean and the others also held Su Bei back. Su Bei was ready to let it go. But just then, thud. Wade collapsed right in front of him. Foyle had knocked Wade down and was charging over like a madman, roaring wildly. This reignited Su Bei's fury. Oh, dirty footer Foyle, the instigator of this brawl, had yet to be dealt with. Gritting his teeth, Su Bei, who had just calmed down, slightly erupted in rage again at the sight of Wade being struck in Foyle's face. Huh. He let out a sharp yell, breaking free from Tom Crean's grip, which had relaxed, thinking the fight was over. In a few swift strides, he charged right up to Foyle. He even closed in, meeting Foyle's heavy punch heat in. Just as Foyle's full-force fist was about to land on Su Bei suddenly dropped into a low crouch. His incredibly agile body allowed him to dodge Foyle's heavy punch by a hair's breadth. A hair's breadth. Yes, a hair's breadth. But it was also a calculated move by Su Bei to create that narrow margin, because it left Foyle completely exposed. "Humph, dirty footer, you deserve to die a miserable death." With a cold snort, Su Bei clenched his fist, gathered his strength, and drove an uppercut upward into Foyle's chin. A rising dragon fist. The chin is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Double buff. Bang. Crack. Thud. The first sound was the dull thud of the fist hitting the chin. The second was the crisp sound of a fractured jaw. Foyle was a center, thick-skinned and tough. If Su Bei's punch had landed on McNamara's chin, it wouldn't have just broken his jaw. The terrifying impact could have caused brain damage. The third sound was Foyle, his eyes rolling back, his body going limp, falling into a peaceful slumber as he crashed onto the floor. Fast. Su Bei was incredibly fast. From breaking free to closing in on Foyle and then incapacitating him, it took less than 3 seconds. 3 seconds. For some men, in certain aspects, it might feel long. But in a brawl, knocking someone out in 3 seconds is truly formidable. In a flash, Su Bei, facing 4 opponents, incapacitated 3, perfectly illustrating the ancient adage in the world of martial arts: only speed is invincible. Foyle was unconscious. The referees and Tom Crean arrived belatedly. Su Bei had no intention of continuing, and the remaining Syracuse players dared not make a move. If the scenes of McNamara and Edelin being knocked out had gone unnoticed by those busy with their own fights, then Su Bei's 3-second knockout of center Foyle was witnessed clearly by everyone. The impact was staggering. At that moment, no one dared to provoke Su Bei any further. Beep, beep. Seeing this, the referees blew their whistles frantically again, temporarily halting the game. The head coaches and coaching staff from both sides led their players to the bench to rest and cool down. Of course, Syracuse had more to do. The team doctor quickly called for 3 stretchers to carry McNamara, Edelin. The fight was so intense and thrilling that the fans were utterly captivated. The stands fell into dead silence. After a few seconds, boom, an earth-shattering roar of cheers erupted throughout the arena. As the referees went to the scorer's table to review the footage and decide on the final penalties, the director also replayed the chaotic brawl of over a dozen people on the big screen. The camera locked onto Su Bei. Facing 3, he incapacitated 2, scared 1 off, and then within 3 seconds knocked out a burly man. Such combat prowess was terrifying. No, Su Bei's talent is extraordinary, his ball handling is superb, and his playing ability is already beyond normal comprehension. And now this terrifying fighting ability. What is that? Jason Kidd, one of the Nets' big three, exclaimed in a TSK. Kenyon Martin couldn't help but click his tongue. I can't figure it out either, but Su Bei is really fierce when he fights. No hesitation. Every punch has a clear goal to take down the opponent. Very aggressive. Richard Jefferson was also stunned, I think. The reason Su Bei is so good at fighting is also thanks to his perfect answer talent. It allows him to dodge attacks with ease. And he always finds the right moment to counterattack. Well done. The Wolf King Kevin Garnett gave Su Bei a thumbs up. Guys who try to undercut others deserve a good beating. They have to pay a heavy price to learn their lesson, otherwise there will be another victim. Huh. The mailman Karl Malone laughed heartily, facing 3 and getting 2 knocked out instead. A center knocked unconscious by a small forward in 3 seconds. Are you even playing right? Su Bei is not only good at basketball, but also at fighting. If I get the chance, I'd like to test my iron elbow against him. I'm sure he'd be very willing. Su Bei definitely wouldn't be willing. John Stockton shook his head and said, Riley, he's just protecting himself, not like you fighting while carrying a ball. Huh. Karl Malone laughed even louder. So what? Isn't that how we played in the paint back in the day? Stockton shrugged. Yeah, you have a point too. Su Bei is truly a madman. Zen Master Phil Jackson looked in awe, then turned to Kobe and asked Kobe, if you were in this situation today? Kobe thought for a moment. If I were just entering the league, I think I would have. But asking me now, I definitely wouldn't. In my view, even taking a punch is worth it if it means winning a championship. Victory is above everything, especially the championship. You're right, Kobe. Phil Jackson nodded in agreement. Kobe continued, but regardless, Su Bei has put on a performance of NCAA tournament historic proportions tonight. I think, if possible, getting him in the offseason would allow the Lakers to challenge for the championship again next season. I even believe that with just me and Su Bei's combined strength, we could be unstoppable. Phil Jackson was shocked. We just won the championship last year, completing a three-peat. Why talk about challenging for our record isn't bad. How do you know we can't win the championship again this year? And why just the two of you? The OK combination is the real dream team. Kobe, something's off. Phil Jackson narrowed his eyes, but kept his thoughts to himself. He knew about the cracks in the relationship between Kobe and O'Neal. After a few seconds, he smiled slightly. Don't worry, Kobe. If I can make it happen, he'll definitely try to get Su Bei. Wow, Su Bei. He took on several guys alone, and won. How cool is that? So awesome. How do I prove my true love for Su Bei? I think, even if I go home bruised the next day, Su Bei is the perfect man in my heart. A man who's good at fighting gives such a sense of security. A man who's both good at fighting and incredibly skilled. My God, I just have no resistance. Su Bei, can you pick up a whip and discipline me hard? The fans in the stands watched the brawl replay on the screen. When the close-up showed Su Bei, a chorus of wow. Fangirls wore dreamy expressions, constantly fantasizing about doing crazy things with Su Bei. The 3 referees spent a full 15 minutes reviewing the chaotic fight footage repeatedly before determining the final penalties. Syracuse University, McNamara, Edelin, Anthony Warwick, and Foyle, all 5 starters involved in the brawl, were ejected. 2 additional substitutes were also ejected. 2 substitutes received a flagrant 1 foul. Notably, Foyle's undercut was confirmed upon review, and he would certainly face severe supplementary discipline after the game. Marquette University, Dwyane Wade, Novak Merritt, and Su Bei, all 5 starters involved in the brawl, were. 1 substitute was also ejected. Another substitute received a flagrant 1 foul. Combined, the 2 teams had 13 players ejected, 3 receiving flagrant 1 fouls. All 10 starters were gone. Come on. Reggie Miller shouted in shock after hearing the result. My God, 13 players ejected in 1 game, and in the NCAA tournament championship game at that. All 10 starters from both sides ejected. This is absolutely insane. Unbelievable. Charles Barkley's jaw dropped as he also shouted, I have to say, this is the most severe brawl I've ever seen in an NCAA tournament, and the most severe one in the NCAA championship game. I even think the league will conduct further investigations and hand down additional suspensions after the game. That's certain. Reggie Miller confirmed, then added, but the brawl has happened, and the result is out. This is the championship game after all, and there are still close to 4 minutes left. I think we need to temporarily focus back on the game and wait for the champion to be decided. On the court, after the 5 starters from both sides along with 3 substitutes totaling 13 players had left the court one after another, the championship game continued. There were only 3 minutes and 46 seconds left in the game. At the most intense and crucial moment of the battle, it was a matchup of 10 substitutes. It sounded but not a single person in the arena was surprised. In the locker room, Wade snorted. Syracuse wanted to hurt Su Bei so they all can forget about playing. Exactly. Diener raised his hand in agreement. Besides, the reason I dared to fight was because we had a 12-point, a pure substitute matchup with less than 4 minutes left. There's absolutely no way we could lose. So if they want to fight, we fight. Who's afraid? Su Bei gave a thumbs up in agreement. This was the championship game, crucial for the Death God mid-range shot reward. If it weren't necessary, he didn't want to take risks. He might have held back at least. Perhaps not struck so ruthlessly. But seeing the team's 12-point lead and the limited time, Su Bei's courage swelled significantly. And as he got more into the fight punch by punch, he thought, just go for it. As long as enough opponents were taken out, even if he got ejected, they couldn't win the game. Right? Diener saw Su Bei agree and immediately rushed over to high-five him. Merritt exclaimed, with all the starters from both sides ejected, winning the championship is just a matter of time for us. But honestly, Su Bei's fighting ability tonight far exceeded my imagination. I was so anxious earlier, really, but I just couldn't break free. Who knew? By the time our fight was settled, Su Bei, facing 3, had already knocked out 2. That fighting power is terrifying. Yes. Wade nodded vigorously and exclaimed, I've heard that Chinese Kung Fu is incredibly powerful, something about overcoming hardness with softness and deflecting 1,000 pounds with a mere 4 ounces. It sounds both scary and mysterious. Su Bei, is it true? You have to tell us honestly, have you trained? Is that why you're so skilled? Heh. Heh. Su Bei gave an awkward smile and reluctantly admitted, I did learn a bit, just a little. Chinese martial arts are inherently strong. Since a foreign friend was praising it, Su Bei felt he had to uphold its reputation, but he remained modest, saying he only knew the basics. But to Wade and the others it meant something entirely different. What? You only learned a little, and you can take on 3 and win. If you learn more, could you take on 5? 10. Su Bei, please teach me. I want to learn too. Master Su, teach us. And so Su Bei was about to become a Kung Fu teacher. As for the game, just as Diener, Su Bei and the others thought, with a 12-point deficit and a matchup of substitute, Syracuse had no chance of a comeback. In the end, Marquette University defeated Syracuse University by 11 points to win the championship. In the Syracuse locker room, led by Anthony, the players who hadn't been knocked out sat in silence, dejected after seeing the loss. Being second means being the biggest loser. At that moment, their hearts were heavier than anyone else's, especially knowing that if they had played normally, there might have been a slim chance of a comeback for the championship. Now they had thrown it away themselves. If they could choose again, they wouldn't provoke Su Bei. In contrast, in the Marquette, everyone raised their hands, waiting for the game to end so they could cheer and celebrate the championship. Shortly after, with Su Bei at the center, they returned to the court for the upcoming championship ceremony. Can ejected players re-enter? Not really. But the punishment during the game has nothing to do with what happens after the game. Come on. As soon as the game ended, Reggie Miller shouted excitedly, This was truly a thrilling battle. What a show. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I've never seen such an exciting NCAA tournament championship game. The excitement of this game surpasses the championship showdown between Larry Legend Bird and Magic Johnson back in. Let's congratulate Marquette University on their championship. This is also the second NCAA tournament title in their school's history, the first being in 1977. This is a championship 26 years in the making. It holds immense significance for Marquette University. Let's give another round of warm applause to congratulate Marquette University on winning the 2002-2003 NCAA tournament championship. Amidst the thunderous applause in the arena, Reggie Miller continued to shout, I think. Besides congratulating Marquette, we must also commend one player. Haha, I don't need to say it, you all know. It's the perfect answer, Su Bei. He exploded tonight for 62 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists, 10 steals, and 10 blocks. He single-handedly crushed Snow City University. Whether it was basketball skills or martial arts, he dominated them all. He thoroughly controlled the game. Charles, do you know that Su Bei's insane stats directly shattered 13 NCAA records? How many? 13 records in a single game. Are you kidding me? Barkley was shocked. He wasn't faking it, he was genuinely astonished, so much so that he found it hard to believe. Huh. Reggie Miller laughed heartily. He wanted to see Barkley and the fans in disbelief. It would be even more shocking to reveal it that way. Ahem. Reggie Miller cleared his throat and spoke with excitement. Su Bei shattered 13 records in one game, not one less. Flying pig, prick up your ears and listen while feel the shock of each record. First, 11 rebounds in a single game, Su Bei broke his personal NCAA tournament rebound record. Second, 10 steals in a single game, Su Bei broke his personal NCAA tournament steal record. Third, 10 blocks in a single game, Su Bei broke his personal NCAA tournament block record. It's worth noting that the NCAA tournament single game records for steals and blocks are both 11. Su Bei was just one shy of tying both. The single game record of 11 steals was set in 1987 by Kendall Marshall of Providence College. The single game record of 11 blocks was set in 1991 by Sean Bradley of Brigham Young University. Su Bei was truly unfortunate. Fourth, 5 assists in a single game, breaking his personal NCAA tournament assist record. Fifth, Su Bei scored 62 points, also breaking his personal NCAA tournament single game scoring record. Sixth, scoring 62 points in a single game not only earned Su Bei a spot in the 60 club, but also shattered the NCAA tournament single game scoring record. The previous record was 61 points. In 1970, Austin Carr of Notre Dame scored 61 points against Ohio University. Now Su Bei has broken that record, and on the championship stage this achievement is undoubtedly more significant. Seventh, Su Bei scored 30 points in the first half and 32 in the second half. He became the first player in NCAA tournament history to score 30 points in both halves. 8th, Su Bei is the first player in NCAA tournament history to achieve a 60 triple-double. 9th, Su Bei is the first player in NCAA tournament history to achieve a 60 quadruple-double. 10th, Su Bei is the only player in NCAA history to lead his team to a championship as a freshman. 11th, I believe Su Bei is also the MOP. Then, at 18 years old, he will be the youngest MOP in NCAA history. 12th, the arena staff recently informed me that there were over 7,000 seats tonight, and every single one was filled. Su Bei and his team also set the NCAA tournament record for a full house. 13th, the viewership for tonight's final reached an astonishing 18 million. The highest-rated NCAA tournament game was the 1979 final between Larry Bird and Magic. That game had about 11 million viewers. Tonight's game surpassed it by a full 5 million. This is insane. And the perfect answer, Su Bei, who shattered 13 records in one game, is even crazier. Reggie Miller enunciated each of the 13 records clearly, and everyone in the arena heard him. Silence. A deathly stillness. Everyone was so stunned that they couldn't utter a single word. In a high-quality college league like the NCAA tournament, breaking just one record in a game. No, breaking one record in an entire season is no easy feat. On the championship stage, such a feat seems even more formidable. Su Bei not only broke records with ease, but shattered 13 of them. How could this not be shocking? It was simply unbelievable. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes or heard it with their own ears, they would surely think it was a scene from a movie or a novel. Inconceivable. Yet at this moment, it was undeniably real. Su Bei is incredible. Su Bei is undoubtedly the MOP. Su Bei is the MOP. Su Bei MOP. Su Bei MOP. Su Bei MOP. After a silence lasting over 10 seconds, the chant of Su Bei MOP began to rise in the vast arena. At first, the voices were not too loud, but one voice inspired 100. The sound grew louder, denser, and more resonant wave after wave. Finally, it became an orderly roar that echoed throughout the Superdome and even lingered outside the arena. And at this moment, it belonged to Su Bei. This night belonged to the perfect answer. Across the ocean, in the CCTV5 studio. Congratulations to Su Bei. He successfully led Marquette University to the championship and brought glory to our Dragon Kingdom men's basketball team. He is truly outstanding. Yes. Coach Zhang nodded excitedly, although there was a minor incident at the end of the game. It doesn't detract from Su Bei's perfect performance tonight. A 60 quadruple-double. Unprecedented and likely to remain unmatched. This is destined to be etched into NCAA tournament history. His fight, I even think, shows the passionate and righteous side of a Dragon Kingdom man. Su Bei did an incredible job. The two commentators lavished praise on Su Bei, giving him every compliment. The audience was also delighted and overjoyed. Wow, how can our country have such an amazing player? Oh my goodness. I thought Yao Ming was the strongest in Dragon Kingdom basketball, but then this dark horse appeared. Yao Ming's strength comes from his height and refined skills. Su Bei's strength, I think, is pure extreme talent, crushing everything. In one game, I declare Su Bei the strongest in Dragon Kingdom basketball. Congratulations to Su Bei. Congratulations to Marquette University for winning the championship. I don't care much about Marquette University, I don't even know where it is. But I like Su Bei from Dragon Kingdom and am happy and proud of his championship win. Dragon Kingdom fans praised him. They only praised Su Bei, only cared about Su Bei, only focused on his performance. This was Su Bei's deserved privilege. Back to the Superdome. Amid the thunderous MOP chants, ESPN reporter WOJ found Su Bei first. He was completely excited. Su Bei, you are truly outstanding. Frankly, I find it hard to believe you're a freshman who hasn't played many formal basketball games. I'd rather believe you're an NBA superstar who came to March Madness to dominate on a lower level. Huh? Su Bei smiled. You flatter me. I just did what I was supposed to do. It's nothing. No, you're too modest. WOJ shook his head vigorously and continued, Su Bei, I want to ask you, with your teammates performing so poorly, especially the second core, Dwyane Wade going cold, how did you single-handedly achieve a 60 quadruple-double, a performance that surpasses all eras, and lead the team to a stunning comeback? Well, Su Bei thought for a moment and joked, I think I should thank Dwyane. He probably missed on purpose to give me the chance for a 60 quadruple-double and set records. Otherwise, I might have only had 30 points tonight, because the other 30 would have been taken by Dwyane. You know he's very talented. Wade was speechless. Su Bei, you really moved. A true brother in my heart. WOJ was momentarily stunned, then filled with respect. He had never seen a player as talented and humble as Su Bei. His admiration for Su Bei skyrocketed. With a glance, he saw the NCAA president walking to center court and knew the MOP and championship trophy ceremony was about to begin. He looked at Su Bei with intense appreciation and affirmation. Su Bei, congratulations again on your championship. You are definitely the MOP. I fully believe that when you enter the NBA, you can perform just as you did tonight. Keep it up. You'll become a superstar. Thank you for your recognition. Su Bei remained polite, a trait ingrained in him. I will keep working hard and play every game well. The interview ended. The newly appointed President Miles Brand, who took office on January 1st, walked to center court. Behind him followed several staff members pushing a red-draped mobile table. On it were two trophies. One was the championship trophy, the other was the MOP trophy. It was awarded to the most outstanding player of the Final Four, holding the same significance as the FMVP. Miles Brand arrived at center court. He picked up the microphone, took a few deep breaths, and said, I now announce the 2002-2003 NCAA tournament national champion Marquette University. This is their second championship in 26 years. Congratulations to them. Thunderous applause erupted. Michael Brand then declared in a clear voice, the most outstanding player of the season receiving the MOP honor is the freshman from Marquette University, Su Bei. He is the first freshman to receive this honor. He is also the first international player in NCAA tournament history to earn the MOP award. I want to say, basketball knows no borders. As long as you hold on to your dreams and persevere tirelessly, anything is possible. Guided by a staff member, Su Bei stood beside President Miles Brand. The moment Brand placed both the championship trophy and MOP trophy into Su Bei's hands, a system notification sound suddenly echoed in Su Bei's mind. Congratulations to the host for winning the NCAA championship with Marquette University and completing the system task. Reward: Death God mid-range shot, the mid-range shooting ability of prime Kevin Durant. Issuing next stage system task. Next stage system task, win one NBA Player of the Week award. Reward: Dwyane Wade's Euro step. He's here, he's coming with the Death God mid-range shot. Su Bei's eyes lit up with excitement. That was the Death God mid-range shot. In his prime, Kevin Durant's mid-range game was unstoppable. It was his most powerful scoring weapon. You could even say it was unparalleled. Of course, Durant's mismatched nightmare physique always allowed him to have excellent shooting opportunities. That was one factor. But wasn't Su Bei the same? Iverson's extreme talent combined with a 201 centimeters height, the monstrous gifts of the perfect dancer, also gave him easy shooting chances. Unfortunately, the mid-range level of rookie Iverson, when elevated to the elite tier, was slightly lacking. He often needed to enter his own rhythm of crossovers to make shots. Not bad, but not perfect. Now with the Death God mid-range shot equipped, Su Bei's mid-range accuracy would skyrocket. His scoring ability would also be further enhanced. Su Bei liked this skill. Feeling a warm current flowing through his body, he knew he had integrated the Death God mid-range shot. He mused inwardly, the coveted Death God mid-range shot is in hand. Now not only do I enter the NBA with the perfect answer talent, but I also have prime Durant's mid-range shot. I think this will help me quickly make a name for myself in the NBA, sign a big contract, get endless endorsements, marry a beautiful woman, and reach the peak of life. Cough. Am daydreaming a bit too much. The next system reward is Wade's Euro step, a move superior to the European step, faster, with a wider range, and more deceptive footwork. This superstar skill is also formidable. If I get it, and it's at the master level from the start, wouldn't I surpass Wade himself? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? But I like it. The condition for the reward is to win a Player of the Week honor, which is no small feat. You know, Yao Ming, once hailed as the best center in the West, only had 6 Player of the Week awards in his entire career. He didn't have any as a rookie. Iverson entering the NBA as the No. 1 pick of the '96 Golden Generation, only 1 Player of the Week once in his rookie season. The difficulty is evident. Of course, in Iverson's era, Player of the Week wasn't split by East and West. Only 1 player in the entire league could win it. That made it even harder. Regardless, winning a Player of the Week award is no easy task. Perfect answer: Death God mid-range shot. My starting point is higher, so I must play every game seriously. This is the only way to complete the task, quickly earn the Player of the Week award, and obtain Wade's Euro step. Su Bei. As Su Bei was pondering his next plans, President Miles Brand's call interrupted his thoughts. Su Bei, can you share your feelings about receiving the MOP honor? President Brand asked. Well, Su Bei thought for a moment and said, first of all, you know, this is definitely a joyful thing. It's an affirmation of my efforts tonight. I'm honored to receive this award alone. But I must emphasize that tonight's performance and the team's victory are inseparable from my teammates' help. Everything is the result of our collective effort. Of course, the strategies of Coach Tom Crean and the coaching staff were also a crucial part of our championship journey. I'm just fortunate to hold this honor alone, and I will share this joy with my teammates. Yes, that's it. Well said. Looking forward to your future performance. President Brand applauded Su Bei's speech. Both he and Su Bei deliberately avoided the serious brawl incident. Not that it wouldn't be investigated. But tonight they didn't want to ruin the championship atmosphere. Wade, Diener Merritt, and others rushed over with tears of gratitude to embrace Su Bei. They gathered together to celebrate the championship victory. They were deeply moved by Su Bei sharing the credit for a 60 quadruple-double. The reason Marquette University won the championship was largely due to Su Bei alone, and Su Bei was willing to share the credit. The players were incredibly touched and grew even fonder of Su Bei. They even felt that being Su Bei's teammate and playing with him was an immensely joyful experience. The fans were also filled with respect, applauding Su Bei's humble character, and erupted into thunderous cheer. And so it ended. The NCAA tournament officially came to an end. Tonight, the entire Marquette University team reveled in an all-night celebration. The next day, at dawn, major news outlets frantically reported on the NCAA National Championship, vying to cover this superheated battle that had rewritten history in popularity. Shocking. A Marquette University player delivered such a performance that the entire league fell silent. From the Houston Spicy News. You won't believe it. Freshman Su Bei actually achieved this on the NCAA championship stage. From the Los Angeles Crystal Pendant News. Breaking. Prodigy youth Su Bei from the Dragon Kingdom on the NCAA championship stage dropped a 60 quadruple-double, capturing global attention. Source: Pittsburgh Fiery Water News. Rare. Our freshman Su Bei shattered 13 records in a single NCAA championship game. Everyone was stunned. From the Marquette Devil Pepper News. Explosive. Marquette University's freshman from the Dragon Kingdom Su Bei became the first freshman to earn the MOP honor. A shocking secret is hidden within. From the North Carolina Collapse News. Unbelievable. The reason behind Marquette University's stunning 18-point comeback in the NCAA championship final was him. From the San Antonio No-Hiss News. You won't believe it. Su Bei, while being triple-teamed, the final outcome was. From the Boston Little Strawberry News. Various newspapers frantically wrote news about the championship. Though there were many points to cover, the core focus was surprisingly unanimous, all centered on Su Bei. Understandably so. Su Bei single-handedly shattered 13 records, scored 64 points with a quadruple-double, and nearly single-handedly orchestrated an 18-point comeback. He also transformed into an invincible warrior in a multiplayer brawl, taking on 3, neutralizing 2, and knocking out 1 within 3 seconds. This performance stunned everyone on every level. He was a legend born in a single battle. There was no reason for the major news outlets not to cover Su Bei's story. They could only write about his historic, maddening performance. Suspension. No matter. I've decided to take my talents to the NBA. The public went wild. Su Bei was the talk of the town. Under the ESPN Sports website, netizens' heated discussions scrolled like telegrams. Holy crap. A 60 quadruple-double in the NCAA finals, shattering 13 records. Is this data even humanly possible? Absolutely impossible. Su Bei must be an alien. Su Bei is possessed by God. I believe only God playing basketball could deliver such a maddening, dominant individual performance. Hey folks, remember this game was supposed to be a mutual showdown between Su Bei and Carmelo Anthony. That's Carmelo, the guy who's as famous as King LeBron. But I've almost forgotten him now, and I don't even want to know how he performed. I only care about Su Bei. Me too. I think this only shows one thing: Su Bei utterly and complete. A clash of two top small forwards, Su Bei wins decisively. Exactly. After the NCAA finals, I'd say Su Bei is above Carmelo, the strongest college player in the nation this year. I even believe there's no equal. Awesome. While Su Bei's college career peaked from the start, I can't wait to see his performance next season. His dominance will surely be stronger. Next season? I don't think there will be a next season. With Su Bei's immense talent and strength, he will definitely enter the NBA draft this year and advance into the NBA. NBA. Huh. A brute like Su Bei, what right does he have to enter the NBA? He'll only ruin other NBA players. He doesn't deserve to enter the NBA. Exactly. Whether it's the NCAA or NBA, it's all about playing basketball. Su Bei knocked his opponents unconscious. This behavior is too severe. It's absolutely unacceptable. I also think a player with such a temper and prone to trouble like Su Bei shouldn't enter the NBA for now. He must spend a few more years in college to reform his temper before he can possibly play in the NBA. Haha, Su Bei has a bad temper. Wasn't it because Craig Fuss tried to maliciously trip him, which provoked Su Bei and led to the brawl? Besides, 3 people ganging up on one, and they're in the right. And they have the nerve to complain. If Su Bei didn't fight back or go hard once they got a chance, he'd be the one lying on the floor asleep. I think Su Bei did nothing wrong. Exactly. Su Bei is not only humble, but also has a good temper. He only fights back when provoked. After all, with his talent and skills, he doesn't need to fight to crush any opponent. Well said. Well said indeed. Huh. A brute is a brute no matter how you explain it's useless. Too many people marveled at Su Bei's strength. This signaled too many fans had come to like Su Bei, becoming his followers, boosting his popularity further. But fame attracts trouble. There were always those who looked down on Su Bei. Maybe because he defeated their favorite stars. Maybe because he was too handsome, arousing their jealousy. Or even because Su Bei was linked in gossip with Scarlett and Alba, the 2 goddesses they adored. In any case, a group of haters emerged, seizing on Su Bei's brawling scandal to wildly steer public opinion. Meanwhile, the NCAA officials were not idle either. Even without the haters guiding the narrative, such a high-profile final, with such a fierce and severe brawl, would inevitably be investigated afterward. They acted swiftly, taking just one day to impose swift penalties and provide explanations. Syracuse University Carmelo Anthony involved in the brawl, but for a short time, and with light force received a one-game suspension. Edlin McNamara and Warwick III, who ganged up on Su Bei, escalated the brawl to a mob attack. The nature of their offense was more severe. The NCAA decided to impose a 7-game suspension. As for Fuss, who both participated in the brawl and was confirmed to have tripped, he didn't even bother to pretend his actions were the most heinous. The NCAA specifically emphasized severe punishment for tripping to ruin careers, a serious violation. They ultimately decided to suspend Fuss for 13 games plus require 48 hours of community service, with a satisfaction rate of 95 to be considered complete. The other 2 substitutes involved in the brawl, and 2 who received technical fouls for minor scuffles, were given verbal warnings. Marquette University Diener Merritt and Novak were each suspended for 1 game. Wade fought a bit more fiercely with Fuss, and being a high-profile player had a greater impact. He was suspended for 3 games. The other 2 substitutes received verbal warnings. Finally, Su Bei. He was involved in a brawl with 4 people, ultimately knocking out 3 of them. The NCAA finally imposed a 5-game suspension on him. At the same time, the NCAA specifically emphasized Su Bei's suspension for these games is because his actions were somewhat too heavy, serving as a warning to him. In fact, we believe his counterattack was not problematic, it was self-defense. It is permissible behavior, though the force was a bit excessive. You could even think of it this way: when being brutally attacked by 3 people, if you don't strike back hard, it's difficult to protect yourself well. If Su Bei had been slightly lighter in his actions, and if it weren't for the grand national live broadcast stage, we might not have suspended him at all. This also serves as a warning to players who intend to cause malicious trouble. You will be the ones facing the harshest penalties. Only in this way can the league's order be maintained and a good playing environment be secured. Once the penalties were announced, fans discussed them widely. After some debate, most deemed the NCAA's follow-up punishments reasonable. Of course, Su Bei's fans still felt he was wronged. They believed Su Bei was only protecting himself well and was the one at risk of being knocked unconscious in a mob attack. He shouldn't have been suspended. Some haters continued to reveal their claws, finding ways to slander Su Bei. It was their way of life. ESPN trainee reporter Stephen A. Smith. After the NCAA announced the penalties, he was the first to find Su Bei and ask, "What do you think of your 5 games? Do you feel wronged? You were the one being mobbed, in more danger and more vulnerable to injury." Su Bei shrugged, looked into the camera, and said seriously, "Suspension. No matter. It won't affect me much. Because I've decided to skip the rest of my college basketball career and take my talents to the NBA." ESPN, ABC, and TNT are the 3 top-tier live streaming platforms in American sports. They wield extraordinary influence in the sports world. Su Bei, leveraging the influence of the ESPN radio station, officially announced his intention to enter the NBA. This was an indirect message to the entire league: come on, you can come and get me. Just as Su Bei's astonishing performance of a 60 quadruple-double and shattering 13 major records in the NCAA finals emerged, every NBA team was more than willing to acquire Su Bei. The moment they confirmed the news, while frantically tanking, they were all scheming on how to get Su Bei. As for Su Bei, after a wild celebration with his teammates last night, he didn't return to the dorm. Instead, he found a hotel nearby and checked in. He slept soundly until 5 p.m. before waking up comfortably, enjoying a leisurely time. However, as he leaned against the headboard, steadied himself, and opened his phone, good grief, a total of 56 unread messages and 98 missed calls. What was going on? Had he stumbled into the lair of a fraud ring? Holy moly. If his phone hadn't been on silent with that frequency of messages and calls, there's no way he could have slept at all during the day. Su Bei would definitely have had dark circles under his eyes. He randomly opened a message to check its content. Just then his phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. A real scam. From northern Myanmar. It's only 2003 and fraud is already this rampant. Let me see what this is about. Su Bei answered the call. Hello, Mr. Su Bei. I'm Mitch Kupchak, general manager of the Los Angeles Lakers. My team and I really like you and warmly welcome you. I heard you announced your participation in this year's NBA draft. If it's convenient, could you spare some time to come to Los Angeles for a physical test? We could also have a meal together and get to know each other better. What do you think? So it was a call from an NBA team extending an olive branch because of his exceptional talent. Su Bei thought for a moment and replied, really? That would be my honor. I think. If I have I will definitely come. So, could you wait for my reply? Of course, I'll await your response. Kupchak agreed with a smile. The call ended. Not a single second passed before another call came in. If this call were missed, Su Bei's missed calls would number 99. He answered again. This time, it was Scott Layden, general manager of the New York Knicks. He also expressed great interest in Su Bei, hoping he could come to the Knicks for a physical test. Of course, Layden also promised to take good care of Su Bei. Su Bei politely asked him to wait for a reply as well. He hadn't yet decided what kind of team he wanted to join, although this might not be entirely up to him. But he didn't even have time to think, because new calls kept coming seemingly without end. The Cavaliers, Raptors, Heat, 76ers, Bulls, Nuggets, Clippers, Grizzlies, Warriors, and many more. Countless teams extended their olive branches to him. They all hoped Su Bei would join their team. It seemed that if Su Bei agreed, they would spare no effort to acquire him, and if they could pick him with a high lottery pick. Perfect. If not, they would trade frantically until they got Su Bei. Su Bei didn't agree immediately. He really needed to think. He had woken up at 5 in the afternoon, but it wasn't until 6:30 that he actually got out of bed. During that time, every NBA team had called him. Even the top championship contenders like the Pistons, Nets, Spurs, Suns, and Lakers called. Their chances of drafting Su Bei were slim. But what if it wouldn't hurt to try? Besides NBA teams, there were also calls from endorsement companies like Adidas, Nike, Versace, Connolly, Louis Vuitton, Playboy, Cartier, Vacheron Constantin, and so on. Various top luxury brands hoped to sign Su Bei as their endorser. There were too many. Su Bei couldn't keep up, and crucially, he wasn't familiar with the endorsement market or company standings. He could easily be taken advantage of. More accurately, he might not be able to choose the endorsement that maximized his benefits. This made him hesitant to choose any endorsements. Instead, he played it safe, saying he needed to think it over. Busy and bustling, Su Bei didn't finally get a temporary break until 7 in the evening. Headache. Su Bei went to the living room, poured a glass of water, gulped it down in one go, and leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his forehead. I'm good at playing ball, but I'm useless in business. And this is just too annoying. One call after another. I have no personal space. If this keeps up, I'll be exhausted. How can I live a comfortable life? I think. I need to find an agent. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Su Bei was worrying, a knock sounded at the door. At this hour in this hotel? Su Bei was puzzled. Before leaving, he had mentioned to Diener that he was staying at this hotel, but he hadn't even told him the specific. He probably wouldn't come. So who could it be? He opened the door to find a middle-aged man, not very old, looking like he might be in his early 30s. Who are you? Su Bei didn't recognize him. Hello, Su Bei. The middle-aged man extended his hand, smiled politely, and said, My name is Rob Pelinka, Kobe Bryant's agent. I hope to work with you as well. To become your agent. This may be a bit abrupt. So, may I come in and sit down to discuss this with you in detail? He went to great lengths, asking everyone on the Marquette University team until he finally found out the hotel where Su Bei was staying. Then he arrived at the hotel and inquired at the front desk. At first, the front desk was unwilling to cooperate, but after much persistence and cajoling, he finally got Su Bei's room number. Rob Pelinka. Su Bei knew him. The general manager of the Lakers, who through a series of swift but controversial trades led the Lakers to win the NBA championship in 2020. Before that championship, that Lakers team was not highly regarded. His trade decisions were also underestimated, but as it turned out, his decisions were correct. He had the last laugh, and his abilities were finally recognized. Inside the living room, Su Bei poured him a cup of coffee. Mr. Su Bei, you're too kind. Rob Pelinka quickly stood up to take the coffee and motioned for Su Bei to stop fussing and come sit on the sofa. He spoke first. Mr. Su Bei, as I may have just mentioned, I am an agent, Kobe's agent. As you know, Kobe is a player with an immense will to win, and he holds himself to that same standard in business. So if he chose me as his agent, it must be because he recognizes my abilities. Of course, I am also very confident in my professional skills. Under my banner, besides the superstar Kobe, I also represent all-star players like Gerald Wallace and Baron Davis. Derek Fisher and Carlos Boozer are also players under my management. Derek is a championship caliber 3-and-D player, and I believe Carlos has the potential to become an all-star power forward. Additionally, one of this year's top prospects, Chris Bosh, is also under my wing. They all trust my abilities. So, I hope to become your agent as well to help you handle your business affairs and maximize your earnings. I have full confidence. Before you came, we were champions, topping the draft. In fact, in the future, players like James Harden, Eric Gordon, and Andre Iguodala would also be under his management. To be honest, he had quite a few NBA stars under his belt. Su Bei also knew that he had used his abilities to help the Lakers win the championship. Now, knowing that he represented such current superstars, all-stars, and future all-star caliber players, Su Bei acknowledged his competence. Most importantly, Su Bei was currently in need of an agent to handle the tedious business matters for him. Coming early is not as good as coming at the right time. Rob Pelinka's self-recommendation piqued Su Bei's interest. Pelinka continued, Su Bei, I believe you will grow into a superstar like Kobe, even surpass him. You are on the rise. I think. This 60-point quadruple double plus breaking 13 records and your godlike performance in winning the NCAA championship will surely attract many teams and companies. They will constantly extend olive branches to you, eager for your. You might not be very good at handling business matters, or perhaps you are, but you just don't want to waste time on it. That time after tiring games should be for fun and relaxation, not work, right? So that's where my role comes in. I believe I can help you maximize your benefits, and I will prioritize you as the absolute core, handling everything for you first. Oh my God. This hit the nail right on the head for Su Bei. Affection increased. But, I know. Before Su Bei could voice his concerns, Pelinka smiled and interrupted. You must be thinking Kobe is so famous, how could I possibly prioritize helping you? You think I'm spinning you a yarn. Yes, your concern is valid. However, precisely because Kobe is so famous, one of the 4 shooting guards the second-in-command for a three-peat, he has the potential to be the top dog. He's already a superstar. Therefore, his situation is very stable now. The endorsements ads movies he should take are mostly done in the short term. He just needs to maintain stability. Naturally, I can focus more attention on you. This again struck a chord with Su Bei. Affection increased. Moreover, Su Bei was well aware that he had only told Dina about his hotel stay. He mentioned it casually. For Pelinka to find him, he would have first approached players like Wade or Coach Tom Crean. It would be hard for him to realize that only a minor figure like Dina knew Su Bei's whereabouts, yet he came to the hotel himself. This meant he was very serious about Su Bei. After all, a phone call to set up a meeting would have been possible. Since Pelinka was this sincere and he truly had skills, and Su Bei happened to need an agent. Strike while the iron is hot. A deal was struck. Su Bei stood up, extended his hand, and smiled slightly. Then I'll trouble you with the business matters from now on. Huh. Pelinka was stunned, then an expression of unimaginable excitement appeared in his eyes. He firmly grasped Su Bei's hand. Mr. Su Bei, not at all. This is my job, and I will do it well. I will serve you with all my heart and soul. He kept the last part to himself. Honestly, he thought Su Bei was too outstanding so. Whether he could become Su Bei's agent. He had no confidence at all. That's why he went to such lengths to meet Su Bei in person to prove his sincerity. Who knew? Su Bei would agree so readily. This was beyond his expectations. He wasn't foolish enough to think Su Bei was naive and could be fooled by a few words. He believed Su Bei's decisiveness came from trusting his abilities. So, he couldn't let Su Bei down. He had to maximize Su Bei's benefits, ensuring mutual benefit and a win-win situation for both parties. Thus, Pelinka officially became Su Bei's agent. Please have a seat. Su Bei invited Pelinka to sit back down and continued, I'm a bit torn about which team I should go to. Do you have any suggestions? Pelinka smiled slightly after hearing this, but inwardly, he was ecstatic. I knew you'd ask me that. I'm prepared. He remained calm on the surface and asked, Su Bei, can you tell me which teams are interested in you? Almost all of them. Su Bei replied truthfully. Although the invitation calls were flattering, they were also Pelinka pretended to think, then offered his suggestions: the Pistons, Knicks, 76ers, Lakers, and Mavericks. These are 5 decent choices in my opinion, but all have pros and cons. First, the Mavericks duo of Dirk and Steve Nash is formidable, but both lack clutch scoring ability. When it gets down to the wire, Dirk's offense can be soft, relying on outside shots, and Steve's frame is slight, making him easy to target. They need a player with great talent, athleticism, and strong, unknown finishing ability. You fit their requirements. However, the Mavericks have a great record second in the West, so it's hard for them to get a high draft pick. It'll be difficult for them to select you in the draft. I believe any team that drafts you will consider you almost untouchable. Unless the Mavericks use Steve Nash or Dirk as trade bait, maybe then. Honestly, I think the chances are slim. So the Mavericks are a suitable team for you, but acquiring you would be extremely difficult. Next are the 76ers. Your template Allen Iverson is an incredibly talented individual player who led his team to the finals single-handedly. He has proven his abilities. So, if you join forces, Philadelphia could replicate the answer. A dual-answer 76ers team would be explosively powerful. You would have the strength to contend for a championship. But the prerequisite is that you integrate well. Whether you two with very similar playing styles can coexist effectively is a big question. Now for the Pistons. The Pistons don't have any major star players. They are a blue-collar team, but with their iron defense they possess formidable strength. They currently have the best record in the East and are vying for the championship. In recent seasons, the Pistons have consistently performed well, but they haven't won a title. They haven't even made it to the finals. I think their overemphasis on defense means they need a player who can get tough buckets in critical moments. With both offense and defense, they could become perfect and truly contend for a championship. And you happen to be the clutch scorer they need. Coincidentally, the Pistons also own the Grizzlies' draft pick for next season. The Grizzlies have a poor record, so the Pistons have a high chance of getting a high lottery pick. The Pistons have a chance to get you. You might even become the core of the blue-collar Pistons. However, there's a small issue. Detroit is Motor City, not a big market, so popularity is average. If you go there, your chances of winning a championship are high, but gaining massive popularity might take longer. Next, the Lakers in Los Angeles, the City of Angels, are a great choice. The Lakers are in the second largest city in the U.S. with unparalleled popularity and resources. They just completed a three-peat, establishing the Purple and Gold Dynasty. Going there could get you a championship ring quickly and skyrocket your popularity. But there are problems too. First, going to a dynasty team might mean fewer opportunities to be a key player. Second, there seem to be issues within the Lakers recently because of Kobe, and they're growing. The conflict between him and Shaq is intensifying, affecting the whole team. They might not have the time to groom you. That's something to consider. Finally, the Knicks. The Knicks are also in a major market, perfect for a player with your potential to become a superstar. Moreover, the Knicks don't have any particularly outstanding players. The jump shooter Allen Houston is one, but if you go to the Knicks, I believe they would be very willing to build around you as the core. Their record is also terrible. They have a chance at a high lottery pick, meaning there's a decent probability they could select you. The problem lies with general manager Scott Layden. His ability to manage, build, and operate the team is too weak. This has left the team in disarray. Whether it's player talent or team roster, everything looks dysfunctional. You might not enjoy playing there, unless the Knicks management is willing to build the team around you from the start, instead of just acquiring you and leaving you to fend for yourself. After hearing Rob Pelinka's suggestions, Su Bei's heart sank slightly. According to Pelinka, choosing a team involves 3 factors. First, a big market. Second, being the team's core if possible. Third, the team should have a visible future, meaning championship potential. Thinking this way, I think I can directly rule out some teams. Su Bei pondered for a moment and said, based on your analysis, I think I want to consider the 76ers or Lakers or Mavericks. The dual answers in Philadelphia sounds good, but you can't have 2 tigers on one mountain. Would Allen, still in his prime, chasing scoring titles, MVPs, and championships, be willing to pass the ball to me? I certainly don't want to be Allen's sidekick. Maybe if Iverson is willing to play second fiddle later. We'll see. The Lakers are a three-peat team with the OK duo at their peak. Going there would just be riding coattails. Winning a championship early would be nice. But if things go sour later, and they say before you came we were already I think I'd be furious. Huh. Rob Pelinka laughed heartily. Su Bei, you make a good point. I also think the Lakers aren't worth considering. Su Bei shrugged and continued. As for the Mavericks, the chances of breaking up the strong duo of Steve Nash and Dirk are slim to none. They don't have a high draft pick. It would be too difficult for them to get me, so no need to bother. That leaves the Pistons. The Pistons, despite being in a smaller city, have championship potential and a chance for me to become the core of a blue-collar team. That sounds good. They also have a chance to draft me. The Knicks are in New York, the biggest market, and I could almost directly become the team's. As long as the Knicks management is willing to rebuild around me and give the team some future hope, I think it would be a good choice. Exactly. Pelinka confirmed. He then added, since you think the Pistons and Knicks are good, then next they'll communicate specifically with these 2 teams to get them prepared in advance. Su Bei nodded. They chatted for a while longer, then Pelinka took his leave. On his way back, he immediately announced on social media that he had officially become Su Bei's agent. That night his phone rang off the hook. From team workout invitations to endorsement deals, they came in nonstop. He didn't get a good night's sleep, but he was more than happy to receive these calls. This was his job. First, secure the optimal team for Su Bei. Second, among the numerous endorsement offers, negotiate 1 or more deals with the highest value. These were his immediate priorities. With the NCAA tournament over, students led by Su Bei who wanted to enter the NBA draft began signing up, moving towards the higher stage of the NBA. But there were still over 2 months until the draft. The students honed their skills. Fans redirected their attention back to the NBA. ESPN experts identified 5 teams with legitimate championship contention: the Pistons, Nets, Spurs, Mavericks, and Suns. The Lakers, with the OK duo in conflict, were they also in contention? Yes, they had to be. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. The Lakers had just dominated to achieve a three-peat, establishing the purple and gold dynasty. They were the defending. They were so strong that even with the conflict between Kobe and Shaq, they would play seriously when the playoffs came. And when they played, their strength was explosive. They were still firmly in the championship conversation. In the East, the blue-collar Pistons were just one Sheed Rasheed Wallace away from the Pistons' 5. Their iron defense still seemed to be the meta. The Nets' big 3, orchestrated by Jason Kidd, played beautifully together, always defeating their opponents. They had already made it to the finals last year. This year they were sure to challenge for the championship once again. The Spurs were the perennial powerhouse of the Western Conference. The GDP trio remained in championship contention. The Mavericks' combination of Dirk Nowitzki, Steve Nash, Michael Finley, the scorer, whose athleticism most closely resembled Jordan's, fueled endless fantasies for Dallas fans. Winning the championship, that was their dream. Weak teams tanked while strong teams competed for the title. This year's playoffs were destined to be spectacular. 3 days later, after communication, Rob Pelinka relayed a message to Su Bei. First, the Knicks were willing to go to any lengths to acquire Su Bei. They were also willing to strengthen the team around him upon his arrival. Second, he should keep the Pistons as an option, because the Pistons were still torn among LeBron, Malisic, Anthony, and Su Bei. Reasonable. The 4 were all exceptionally talented. But likewise, hesitation leads to defeat. Su Bei's heart was already leaning towards the Knicks. That evening, the latest NBA mock draft was released. Barring any unexpected injuries, this would be the final mock draft before the draft day. When the results came out, the entire league was in an uproar, because Su Bei had surpassed LeBron to claim the top spot as the projected number 1 pick. Really? Su Bei surpassed LeBron for the number 1 pick? Unbelievable. Su Bei, with his 60-point quadruple-double in the NCAA championship finals, the MOP award, and breaking 13 records. He is indeed formidable. But he only played 6 games, and his transcendent performance was just a single finals game. The sample size is too small, isn't it? LeBron is King James the Chosen One, a super prodigy, right? Su Bei is strong, but LeBron is too exceptional. As a freshman, he led St. Mary High School to a perfect 270 record, winning the state championship by a dominant 21 points in the final. That season, LeBron averaged 18 points and 6 rebounds. He was just a freshman. His sophomore year was even more staggering, going 261 and leading his team to another state championship. He averaged a terrifying and all-around 25, 4.7, 5 rebounds, 5, 9 assists, and 3.8 steals per game. This earned him a spot on the All-USA first team. He was also named to the Ohio Division II first team All-State in football. This all goes to show that LeBron isn't just gifted with talent, his skills are incredibly formidable. In his junior year, he averaged 29, 2.8, 5 rebounds, 5, 8 assists, and 3.5 steals. His consistent dominance and versatility over 3 years earned him the moniker King James. This season, as a senior, LeBron elevated his game, further averaging 31, 7 points, 9, 8 rebounds, 4, 8 assists, 3, 6 steals, and 1 blocks. He once again led his team to a championship. He collected accolades like All-USA First Team Ohio Mr. Basketball, Gatorade National Player of the Year, McDonald's All-American, and McDonald's All-American Game MVP. He swept up honors in high school. His all-around game and power were impeccable and beyond dispute. How could Su Bei possibly compare to him? LeBron is strong. Is Su Bei weak? In the March Madness Finals, he crushed Carmelo, one of the twin prodigies, alongside LeBron. That was a collegiate-level game. To some extent, this proves Su Bei's ability. Plus, he has the perfect answer talent, which in my view is a gift not inferior to Michael Jordan's. The key point is he was just a freshman who emerged from a team composed of strong upperclassmen. He ultimately won the championship and the MOP award. Can an ordinary person do this? No. In the entire history of the NCAA tournament, only one person has done it. Perfect answer, Su Bei. So what? In the end, Su Bei only played one good game, which doesn't prove much. Not like our LeBron. He played exceptionally well every season in high school, always versatile, and evolved each year. He's about to enter the NBA straight from high school. His dominance is visible and sustained. Oh, you like to bring up stats? Then we can have a Su Bei's NCAA championship game's 60-point quadruple-double, a universally known insane stat. Furthermore, during the entire March Madness, Su Bei played 6 games for Marquette, averaging 42, 8 points, 5, 7 rebounds, 3, 5 assists, 4, 8 steals, and 5, 0 blocks. Huh. You want to compare stats? I ask you, how can you compete with Su Bei's stats? Gasp. Averages. Terrifying. U1S1 is Su Bei is really strong, and his strength is backed by even more terrifying talent. A true two-way superstar. The fans' discussions had exploded. Countless fans were amazed by Su Bei, not only because he edged out LeBron for the #1 pick, but also because of his tangible and powerful talent and skill. Of course, many fans still supported LeBron. After all, just looking at the stats, LeBron's performance was indeed. However, before Su Bei burst onto the scene, LeBron's status as the #1 pick was almost indisputable. He was destined to be the top pick. No one could shake his position, and even Anthony was seen as a slightly lesser powerhouse. Now Su Bei had shaken it. Even if it was just for one mock draft, the shockwaves it sent were immense. The fans were buzzing like they'd had a jolt of energy, their discussions unstoppable. At the NBA headquarters, in the operations department office, the operations manager called in a draft expert and demanded, "Why did you put Su Bei at #1? He's definitely not as good as LeBron." Is that so? The draft expert was unfazed and smiled slightly. First, I don't think Su Bei is inferior to LeBron. The two just haven't faced each other. Su Bei's performance in the NCAA finals was so phenomenal, it will be etched into history. I must acknowledge his ability. Second, manager, I think you should see it this way. A mock draft is ultimately it's not the final result. On draft day, every team will make its own judgment and use its pick to select the player. As for our prediction, it's at most a reference. Third, I'm a fan of Su Bei, the operations manager. You talk a lot, but you're still biased. But then he reconsidered. It made sense. Su Bei was indeed not weak, even strong, but until he faced LeBron Heaton, it was hard to say who was better. Each team would have its own judgment. The most direct impact of this shakeup was on public opinion and the controversy among fans. It would keep the buzz around this year's draft climbing. Similarly, it would make the new NBA season even more anticipated. A win-win situation. The operations manager decided not to pursue the matter further. At a gym near St. Mary High School, LeBron's roommates, Zorn and Farrell, the moment they learned Su Bei had taken the top spot in the mock draft, they rushed to the gym to tell LeBron. Zorn was furious. Su Bei is the projected #1 pick. I think this is a joke. Even a player of Carmelo's caliber can't compare to LeBron. What qualifies a player? Exactly. Farrell was also fuming. LeBron is a on-scene, a lifetime talent. He will definitely enter the NBA as the #1 pick. After listening, LeBron squinted, a cold, sharp glint flashing in his eyes for just a moment before vanishing. It was replaced by a gentle smile. It's okay. Su Bei is a player who dropped a 60-point quadruple-double in the NCAA finals. He's truly impressive. I don't care if his mock draft ranking is higher than mine. I just want to play my best basketball, make my teammates better, and improve my team's record. That's enough. Wow. Zorn and Farrell looked at LeBron with admiration. As expected of a king who cared, it's a blessing to be your roommate and play basketball with you. The two devoted fans were captivated. They delivered the news to LeBron and left without disturbing his training further. After they left, LeBron's gentle gaze suddenly turned sharp and ruthless. Su Bei, you stole my goddess Arba to make a micro-movie with her, and now you've taken my #1 pick title. Even a mock prediction isn't acceptable. Just wait. When I meet you, I will defeat you and knock you off your... Let the entire league know. There is only one king, and I am the one surrounded by stars. A frantic campaign to smear Su Bei. In the Knicks general manager's office. When Scott Layden saw the latest mock draft ranking Su Bei at #1, he slammed his thigh and cursed. What is the NBA doing? Su Bei has only played 6 games. Why did they rank? Don't they know this will only make more teams interested in Su Bei and increase our competition? Hit. Coach Don Chaney also swore, this mock draft is terrible for us. The Cavaliers, Heat, Raptors, Nuggets, Clippers, and Grizzlies are tanking like crazy. We have no chance of getting our odds of winning the lottery are lower than theirs. Especially the Grizzlies, they're completely insane. They've already traded their pick to the Pistons. What's the point of their relentless tanking? The good news is, Su Bei is willing to come to the Knicks. There's still a possibility of acquiring him through a trade. Indeed. Scott Layden nodded. His brow was still furrowed. After a moment of silence, he said gravely, Don, I think we can't just sit back. We can't pin all our hopes on the lottery odds. A trade will also be difficult. We need to take action. We need to make the old men and other teams lose interest in Su Bei to give up on picking him high in the draft. Then we'll have a better chance of getting him. Oh, Don Chaney steadied himself, puzzled. Scott, you mean? Don, we can do this and this and this. Mid-April. During this time, the micro-movie featuring Su Bei and Arba had begun filming a basketball short film under 10 minutes. It was expected to air during the off-season. Pelinka was also busy traveling around for Su Bei discussing endorsement deals. Everything was progressing smooth. When Su Bei announced his entry into the NBA draft, Marquette University had already declared they would retire his #7 jersey. They also promised to build a statue of him on campus to honor his contributions to Marquette basketball. Meanwhile, the NBA regular season ended and the more intense playoffs arrived. First, the East. The Pistons in the first round survived a Game 7 against the Magic, etching T-Mac McGrady onto the pillar of shame for arrogance. What happened? In the first 4 games of the series, McGrady played heroically, leading his team to a 31 lead. Advancement seemed a foregone conclusion. It would have been a Black 8 miracle. It would have added a glorious chapter to McGrady's career. McGrady thought it was secure. After winning Game 4 and securing the series point, he said in a post-game interview, I'm already thinking about my next opponent. This statement had 2 implications. First, before this year, the NBA first round was a best-of where the first to win 3 games advanced. This year it was reformed to a best-of-7. Meaning if not for the reform, they would have already advanced. Second, even with the reform, a 31 lead with 3 match points meant certain advancement. It was arrogant. It was cocky. It was brazen. The result? The Pistons won 3 straight, took Game 7 and reversed the series, slapping McGrady's face hard. I'm already thinking about my next opponent. This quote became an NBA adage used to mock players who fail after boast. In the second round, the Pistons defeated the 76ers 42. Throughout the series, Allen Iverson averaged 29. 4 points, 4. 5 rebounds. 9. 4 assists, 2. 8 steals and 0. 2 blocks. For a player of his stature to put up those numbers against the Pistons' iron-willed defense was truly remarkable. Unfortunately, one man couldn't carry the team. Iverson had foreseen this outcome. He didn't want to waste his prime, which was why he desperately sought a star teammate to contend for a title. In the Eastern Conference Finals, the 4 Horsemen Pistons faced the Big 3 Nets. What was expected to be a grueling 7-game series ended in a 40 sweep by the Nets. After the series, a TNT analyst commented, the Nets are a team capable of transition offense and possess strong. Jason Kidd orchestrates the offense and plays tenacious defense. Kenyon Martin and Richard Jefferson attack the rim with ferocity, and their defense is also solid. The Big 3 all stepped up. The Pistons relied more on defense. Their scoring depended on Hamilton and Billups. When the defensive intensity ramped up, and those 2 guards couldn't score, putting points on the board became a struggle. Defense can win championships, but if the offense is too weak, it won't work. Furthermore, in crucial decision-making and game reading, the Nets, with passing maestro Kidd, had the edge. This was why the Nets won the first 2 games of the series by just 2 points each. This laid the foundation for their sweep of the Pistons. This also seems to tell us that a team needs more than just role players to win a championship. It needs a superstar. Out west, The Spurs eliminated the Suns, then dethroned the defending champion Lakers and faced the Mavericks in the Western Conference Finals. After the series against the Lakers, an ABC analyst commented, although Kobe played exceptionally well in the series, he also played exceptionally selfishly. His shot attempts in the series were nearly double Shaq's, which is simply unbelievable. I don't understand why the Lakers management allowed Kobe to do this. But this was utterly absurd. He should have capitalized on Shaquille's dominance in the paint, orchestrating plays between them to unleash the true power of the OK duo. The rumors of discord between the two seemed to hold true, and the rift appeared to be widening with each passing day. They had only just established their dynasty. It should not have come to this. It was utterly baffling. Of course, we must also commend the GDP. They too were exceptionally brilliant. Conference Finals. The Spurs marched in, emerging victorious after a grueling 6-game battle against the Mavericks, securing their return to the NBA Finals after a 3-year hiatus. The Nets, making their second consecutive Finals appearance, faced the Spurs, who had clawed their way back after 3 years. The stage was set for a monumental clash. Yet throughout the entire playoffs leading up to the Finals, news about Su Bei trickled in, intermittently, never ceasing. In theory, this was perfectly logical. Su Bei had performed brilliantly during March Madness and was constantly entangled in gossip with 2 Hollywood starlets. His immense popularity was only natural. News about him should not even be described as intermittent. But what if this relentless stream of news was not praise for Su Bei, but slander? That changed everything. Slander. Su Bei had played like a man possessed during March Madness, delivering a godlike performance. How could anyone find fault with that? The age of centers. The 2003 NBA Draft. Su Bei emerged halfway through the season, playing only 6 games in the NCAA. His performance was impressive, but the sample size was too small. This does not guarantee consistency. He might just be riding a hot streak. Because Su Bei has played so few games, there is limited game footage to study, which allows him to shine. Once he plays for a longer stretch, once teams analyze him more thoroughly, whether driving or shooting, Su Bei will find his game disrupted by targeted defenses. His performance will inevitably decline. In contrast, LeBron has showcased superhuman all-around skills for 4 years in high school. His ability has been tested by time and competition. He is truly the chosen one. King James is the undisputed no. 1 pick. U1S1. Su Bei's performance throughout March Madness was indeed eye-catching. He burst onto the scene, stunning everyone. No one denies that. However, Su Bei lacks self-discipline and has a weak resistance to temptation. He is only a freshman, yet he is already linked to Hollywood starlets like Scarlett and Alba. Once his fame grows, even more women will flock to him. I believe he will succumb, indulging in pleasure and neglecting training, gradually fading into mediocrity. Su Bei, with his lack of self-control and weak resistance to temptation, will never become a great team leader, let alone a formidable NBA star. I have a friend. He shared a rumor with me. Su Bei went to a bar last night, got dead drunk, and staggered out with a black chick on each arm. They headed to a hotel together. Even though there are no pictures from inside, everyone can guess what happened next. Su Bei has only just gained a bit of fame, yet he is already living it up. He will surely fall from grace due to his inability to resist temptation. He cannot be compared to LeBron, who is as disciplined as ever year after year. I believe Su Bei's potential is no match for players like Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, or Dwyane Wade. One after another, these pieces of news, some oddly plausible, others seemingly logical, kept appearing before the public, constantly flickering in front of the fans' eyes. Regardless of whether anyone believed them or how true they were, as long as they kept appearing, some people would inevitably be influenced. And the newspaper behind these targeted jabs at Su Bei, this deliberate slander, was utterly obscure. It was called Don't Black Bro News, a newspaper no one had ever heard of, yet it persistently smeared Su Bei, and, strangely enough, it generated considerable buzz. This was odd. However, this paper did not exclusively trash Su Bei. They also praised other players. LeBron is the Akron son, the chosen one, a super talent coveted by everyone. No doubt about it. He will become an NBA superstar in the future. I even believe that the incredibly versatile LeBron will become the face of the league. Clearly, when a team has LeBron, it means the team has completed its rebuild and possesses championship potential. No team would not want a player as powerful and versatile as LeBron. Darko Milicic is a teenage prodigy he has already proven himself in European leagues. He has great talent, height, and exceptional ball handling skills. Despite being 2.13 meters tall, he can also shoot from the outside. He excels at interior scoring, passing, and defense. He has tremendous room for growth. I believe he can achieve great success in the NBA. There is already a precedent for European players succeeding in the NBA. Dirk Nowitzki. Darko Milicic will become a player of that caliber. This is still the era of centers. As long as you are tall enough, you can quickly establish yourself in the league, even if you score 0 points in your debut. Darko Milicic at 2.13 meters. He will become a power forward as outstanding and versatile as his template Kevin Garnett, perhaps even better. Carmelo Anthony's triple threat and shooting form are textbook perfect. He also possesses a kaleidoscope of offensive moves. Not only is he talented, but he is also a smart player, which makes scoring easier for him. Even on the grander stage of the NBA, I believe Carmelo will adapt quickly and live up to his worth. Relentlessly denigrating one while lavishing praise on others. This was the core strategy of Don't Black. Relentlessly stirring up trouble, persistently smearing Su Bei. They had deliberately tarnished his reputation, leading some to genuinely believe that Su Bei, with his weak self-control and poor discipline, could not withstand the allure of fame and was destined for mediocrity. So why not just avoid him from the start? Damn black chicks. At least make it white chicks. Who is it? Who is trying to smear me like this? Su Bei cursed in his sleep every night. Because of the malicious slander from Don't Black Bro News, Su Bei had recently been bombarded with interviews. They all pressed him on whether he had been with black chicks. He denied it over and over. The reporters might have believed him, but why did he have to explain things that never happened, things that were completely fabricated? Annoying. He was so annoyed. Angry. He was truly angry. During yet another interview, he publicly declared on camera, "Don't Black Bro News, you can curse me, smear me all you want. But you had better not slander me without facts. Otherwise don't blame me for sending your paper a lawyer's letter." After this interview was published, Don't Black Bro News quieted down for a few days. The slander temporarily ceased. But then Su Bei received news that left him both devastated and bewildered. Scott Layden and Don Chaney directly sought him out, inviting him to a coffee shop. There they told Su Bei that the newspaper smearing him was entirely their doing. "You guys," Su Bei blurted out a curse. The two hurriedly explained that their goal was to reduce the chances of other teams drafting him, increasing the likelihood he would play in New York. All right. Su Bei understood, but the terrible method left him feeling utterly helpless. So with his tacit approval, the two doubled down. Su Bei was on the verge of tears. Of course, the teams that truly valued Su Bei remained steadfast. Some shrewd individuals even guessed that the smear campaign was fabricated to confuse the public. But no matter what, Scott Layden and Don Chaney genuinely desired Su Bei and were working tirelessly to acquire him. Now back to the finals. Spurs versus Nets. GDP versus the Big Three. The Spurs defeated the Nets 42 to win the championship. Tim Duncan was named Finals MVP. The big fundamentals dominant performance forced the league to acknowledge that the era still belonged to centers and the front court. This year's Duncan was terrifyingly strong. Not only did he lead the Spurs to the best record in the Western Conference and the entire league during the regular season. In the first round against the Suns, Duncan averaged 19, 2.16, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 0, 5 steals, and 5 blocks. An all-around performance. His dominance in the paint was astonishing. In the second round against the Lakers, he averaged 28, 4 points, 11, 8 rebounds, 0 assists, 0, 5 steals, and 5 blocks. An ultimate all-around power forward. In the pivotal Game 6, facing Shaq O'Neal, he exploded for 38 points, 17 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 blocks. He dominated O'Neal, the reigning three-time Finals MVP, the meta answer. He refused a Game 7. His dominance was breathtaking. Of course, O'Neal's 31 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 4 blocks was also impressive, arguably still at a dominant level. But this year's Duncan was terrifyingly strong. In the Western Conference Finals against the Mavericks, Duncan averaged 28, 2.16, 8 rebounds, 0 assists, 1 steal, and 5 blocks. His all-around game and paint dominance reached new heights. He delivered an unstoppable do-everything performance that left the entire Mavericks team helpless. In the finals against the Nets, Big Three, Duncan averaged 24, 5 points, 18, 0 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 steals, and 5 blocks. Once again, he demolished the paint. He was an undisputed choice for Finals MVP. He made the entire league feel the dominance of the big fundamental and the power of the front court. Everyone understood. Even as the torch passed from O'Neal to Duncan, the era remained. The center era. June 20th. 5 days after the finals ended, with only 1 week left until the 2003 NBA draft, team executives gathered at Madison Square Garden for the draft lottery. Everyone clasped their hands in prayer. They hoped to win the first pick, or at least the second, or even the third. Failing that, a top 5 pick would be acceptable. In short, the higher the pick, the better. Soon the lottery concluded. Cavaliers GM Jim Paxson roared with laughter. I got the first pick. Who should I choose? LeBron, Su Bei, Darko Milicic, or Carmelo? Such a tough choice. It was easy to hear the smugness when Grizzlies GM Jerry West handed the second pick to Pistons GM Joe Dumars. His face was Joe Dumars, on the other hand, was beaming. How could he not be happy? No matter which of the top for the Cavaliers chose the Pistons would get one of the remaining 3. Any one of them could be a franchise cornerstone. Wasn't that fantastic? The key was that based on the Grizzlies' record, they theoretically should not have won the second pick. They were lucky to get it. Frankly, if the Grizzlies had known they would get the second pick, they would never have traded it to the Pistons. That was precisely why Jerry West's face was so sour. This kind of windfall, a blessing from heaven relying on someone else's luck, was undoubtedly even more satisfying. Joe Dumars was overjoyed. Scott Layden, holding the third pick, did not look particularly pleased, even though the third pick was not low. And even though getting the third pick with their third worst record in the East was already incredibly lucky, Scott Layden immediately called Don Chaney to share the news. In the GM's office, Don Chaney stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. The third pick isn't bad. We can at least select, but it's not certain enough to get Su Bei. However, I think the Cavaliers will likely choose LeBron, not just because he was born in Akron, he's a native Clevelander. The Cavaliers have no reason not to pick him. LeBron is also very willing to play for his hometown. This will definitely be a mutual commitment. But to be safer, we need to do a few more things. As for the blue-collar Pistons, honestly, Darko, Carmelo, and Su Bei all fit their team. So, we need to use some tactics to make the Pistons choose one of Carmelo or Darko, not Su Bei. Only then will our goal be achieved. Understood. Scott Layden raised an eyebrow. So, same as before. Continue. Mamachu. Achu. Su Bei, who was filming a basketball micro-movie with Alba, suddenly sneezed twice and shivered. What's wrong, Su Bei? Caught a cold? Alba asked with concern. No, it's nothing. Su Bei waved it off, but internally, he grumbled, which old geezer is cursing me behind my back. The next day, LeBron is the chosen one, born in Akron. The Cleveland Cavaliers just won the first pick. I think the Cavaliers have no reason not to pick LeBron and let him play for his hometown. This will definitely be the most perfect mutual commitment. This is God's best arrangement. When Don't Black Bro News published this, it immediately resonated not only with fans, but also with other media outlets. Word spread like wildfire. Everyone agreed it was a mutual commitment and the best choice. Crucially, LeBron himself stated in interviews that he was willing to play for his hometown. He loved Cleveland. That was the public statement. Privately, if the Cavaliers picked him, he would be the no. One pick surpassing Su Bei and everyone else. He also believed he was the chosen one, so he naturally deserved the no. One title. The Cavaliers never doubted LeBron's talent. They were just torn over which of the four to choose. The public opinion was fermenting wildly. They too believed LeBron was the best choice, formally completing the mutual commitment. No, there was also New York's three-way commitment. One reason the Pistons lost to the Nets was their lack of interior height, allowing Richard Jefferson and Kenyon Martin to frequently score on drives. They need another tall, defensive-minded big man besides Ben Wallace. If that player also has outside shooting and passing skills, it would be perfect. Explosive. Obviously, the prodigy from Serbia Darko Milicic was a perfect fit for the Pistons. They held the second pick and could select Darko Milicic. This is utterly enviable, I imagine. If the Pistons didn't choose Darko Milicic, the Knicks with the third pick would undoubtedly select him without hesitation. Have you all forgotten the dominance of Tim Duncan, the big fundamental, in this year's playoffs, even the finals? This is the era of centers. And Darko Milicic stands at 213 centimeters. Carmelo scores with ease, but he is after all as for Su Bei, that man addicted to pleasure, lacking ambition and self-control. Even dogs wouldn't want. Scott Layden and Don Chaney orchestrated this news themselves, swiftly igniting public opinion and resonating widely. They subsequently received an interview from ESPN reporter Mark Stein. Mark Stein, general manager Scott, will you bypass Su Bei and Carmelo to select Darko Milicic with the third pick? Scott and Don Chaney. Yes. A week remained until the draft officially began. With Layden and Chaney stirring the pot, the controversy continued to ferment, gradually yielding results. The Cavaliers locked down LeBron. Teams holding top 5 picks also prioritized Milicic. Of course, even with unsubstantiated labels like poor self-discipline and addicted to pleasure attached to Su Bei, he still commanded considerable attention. The difference was that before everyone was fixated on Su Bei, now they debated whether they must choose him. The Knicks' target was only the Cavaliers and the Pistons. The Cavaliers and LeBron had both spoken, and Cavaliers fans enthusiastically welcomed their king. This seemed a foregone conclusion. Only the Pistons remained. Scott Layden and Don Chaney, unaware of the Pistons' management's true intentions, could only intensify their efforts to maximize their probability of acquiring Su Bei. In the Pistons' general manager's office, Joe Dumars and coach Rick Carlisle sat on the sofa, both frowning deeply. Despite this being a deep draft year, holding the second pick with 4 potential franchise cornerstones to choose from, they were far from happy. Torn. They were utterly torn. This sensation of choosing among 3 or 4 options felt like selecting a girlfriend from 4 archetypes: a cute lowly, a mature seductress, a sexy older woman, or a high ponytail first love. How could they choose? It was impossible. Rick, do you think we should select Darko Milicic? He's an athletic center. He's the hot commodity of this era. Joe Dumars was somewhat swayed by public opinion. Indeed, this is the era of centers, and Darko fits the meta perfectly. We also lack interior height. Coach Rick Carlisle had to nod in agreement, but added, however, Su Bei's performance in March Madness was true. A 60-point quadruple-double plus MOP and shattering 13 records. That was a performance touched by God. Missing him might mean missing the only chance to have God play for the Pistons. He was conflicted. Joe Dumars was also conflicted. After a moment of silence, he said, Su Bei is undeniably skilled, but He loves to play and can't settle down. His future has many risks. Joe Dumars was heavily influenced. Yes, but Rick Carl, he was clearly affected by the Don't Black Brother news, but not yet deeply poisoned, remaining in a state of indecision. The meta-fitting prodigy Darko Milicic or the transcendent perfect answer Su Bei. The Pistons were still deliberating. Time waited for no one. It kept ticking away. The 2003 Platinum Draft was drawing ever closer. Media outlets and fans were all fervently speculating about the final order and destinations of LeBron, Su Bei, Anthony, and Milicic. Of course, star players like Wade, Bosch, Kaman, and Hinrich were also anticipated and cared about by many teams and fans. This was a deep draft year. This was the 03 Platinum generation. This draft was destined to be extraordinary. With only one day left until the draft, the Pistons finally made their decision: choose Su Bei, not Milicic. Despite it being the era of centers, despite the team needing interior height. But under the perfect answer, Su Bei was simply too enticing. The finals performance of a 60-point quadruple-double plus shattering 13 major records was truly hard to refuse. The mutual commitment between the Cavaliers and LeBron was also a factor, otherwise comparing Su Bei and LeBron individually. Su Bei might not be inferior to LeBron. As for off-court scandals, so what? Michael Jordan's private life was also extremely chaotic, with countless affairs and non-stop tabloid news. Yet, that didn't prevent him from becoming the greatest of all time. Could Su Bei not do the same? He was just handsome. What was his fault? Thus the Pistons ultimately settled on Su Bei, even feeling fortunate that LeBron was from Cleveland, who otherwise the Cavaliers might have competed with them for Su Bei. They were also clever. After confirming their choice of Su Bei, they told the media with a tone of displeasure, if not for the Cavaliers' geographical advantage, we would have vigorously pursued the chosen one, LeBron. Since we can't have him, we will select the Serbian prodigy Darko Milicic. This is the era of centers. We believe he will bring a bright future to the Pistons. Scott and Don Chaney, it settled he. Meanwhile, ESPN intern reporter Stephen A. Smith went to great lengths to interview Michael Jordan at his vacation villa. Mr. Michael, your judgment has always been sharp. I'd like to ask, among Su Bei, LeBron, Darko Milicic, and Carmelo, if you had to rank them from first to fourth pick, how would you order them? Jordan leaned back in his deck chair, basking in the warm sun, leisurely and contentedly puffing on his. After further thought, he finally replied, I think I would give the number one pick to Su Bei. You know, a 60-point quadruple-double in the NCAA finals is an incredibly insane performance, nearly impossible to achieve. What I mean is, even though Su Bei only played 6 NCAA tournament games, the fact that he could deliver such a crazy performance is enough to prove his ability. Moreover, his perfect answer talent is evident. Talent plus ability. Su Bei has proven himself, so I think, even on the NBA stage, he will certainly live up to his value and become a superstar. I would give the second pick to Carmelo Anthony. Although he lost to Su Bei, it doesn't mean he's weak. On the contrary, his offensive kaleidoscope of moves, amazing talent, and good basketball IQ will allow him to score easily in the NBA. I believe he will quickly grow into an all-star. I would give the third pick to LeBron. After all, his talent is indeed quite outstanding. However, he relies too much on his body. This allowed him to dominate against high school peers, but in the NBA, which is full of freak athletes, it might not work. Besides, LeBron hasn't proven himself in a college league better than high school. He might not succeed in the NBA. Frankly, I'm not optimistic about LeBron. As for Darko Milicic, this 213 centimeters center plays lacking the necessary interior toughness. I think he will become a tweener player and simply cannot adapt to NBA-level interior intensity. He will be eliminated from the NBA quickly. This interview with Jordan was only disseminated on the second day, right as the draft began. Third pick. The Knicks reaped the benefits. June 27, 2003. An opera hall in Madison Square Garden. 10 a.m. The NBA draft had officially arrived. Below the stage, Su Bei and Wade sat at a table, while LeBron, Anthony, Bosch, Kaman, and other players all sat waiting. On stage, Commissioner David Stern stood at the podium, wearing an earpiece, ready to announce the draft results. Meanwhile, in the lounge behind the stage, led by Scott Layden and Don Chaney, the general managers and coaches of all 30 teams gathered. Everyone would select their preferred players in order of their draft picks. As long as their turn hadn't come and Commissioner Stern hadn't made the official announcement, they still had time to think and decide. Mr. Jim Paxson, please state the player you want for the first pick, a staff member asked the Cavaliers' general manager. LeBron James. Jim Paxson didn't hesitate, calling out LeBron's name. The staff relayed the information. On the podium, Commissioner David Stern received the message through his earpiece and revealed a gentle smile. He then spoke in a resonant voice. In the 2003 NBA draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select with the first pick LeBron James from St. Vincent St. Mary High School. As the words fell, the Cavaliers fans in attendance erupted in thunderous applause. Meanwhile, Cavaliers fans watching on TV waved their arms, danced, and cheered with joy. They understood clearly that the arrival of the number one pick LeBron heralded a rebuild for the Cavaliers, and infinite possibilities for their future. Next was the second pick. Mr. Joe Dumars, name the player you choose for the second pick, a staff member asked the Pistons general manager. Scott Layden chuckled to himself. He had confirmed earlier with Joe Dumars that he would select Darko Milicic. With the Cavaliers picking LeBron, he holding the third pick could securely acquire Su Bei. Everything was going according, but then, I choose Su Bei, Joe Dumars blurted out. WTF? Scott Layden. Don Chaney was also stunned, then growled in protest. Joe Dumars, didn't you say you'd choose Darko Milicic? How can you go back on your word? Go back on my word. Joe Dumars shrugged, finding it somewhat amusing. It was never a certainty. There's no such thing as going back on it. Previously I was thinking of choosing Darko Milicic. Now I've changed my mind. Is that not allowed? Damn it. Scott Layden's face turned ashen. Don Chaney gritted his teeth, suppressing his inner discontent and irritation, and forced a smile. No, it's nothing. Just wanted to tell you that Darko Milicic is a very excellent player. It would be a pity to miss him. If you don't want him, well, gladly take him. After all, if they couldn't get Su Bei, they could try to trade later, so they couldn't afford to burn bridges with Dumars. Even so, after saying these words, the two looked utterly dejected. They couldn't quite figure out why a good hand had ended up losing. They could only attribute it to Su Bei was too strong. Suit yourself. Joe Dumars shrugged, unconcerned. His target from the start was Su Bei, especially after sensing the Knicks' intense desire for him. He became even more firm in his choice. Mr. Joe Dumars, are you sure you select Su Bei? Yes, I wait. Before Dumars could finish his yes, Rick Carlisle burst through the door in a hurry, interrupting him. Rick, what? Joe Dumars looked puzzled. Please wait a moment. I think we need to discuss this further. Please give us a few more minutes to consider. Coach Rick Carlisle requested of the staff. No problem, you can continue to think it over. The staff member responded with a professional smile. Thank you. Rick Carlisle nodded, then hurriedly pulled Joe Dumars aside. Rick, what are you doing? Didn't we already confirm? Wed, choose the perfect answer. Su Bei, eh? Joe Dumars was confused. Yes. Rick Carlisle didn't deny it, then continued, but I just received some news. Michael Jordan, that guy, in an interview with an ESPN reporter, lavished praise on Su Bei, claiming he has the potential to be the #1 pick and will become an NBA superstar. He has no faith in LeBron. He even thinks Darko Milicic is trash who can't survive in the NBA. My God, when I heard this I found it terrifying. Given Michael's terrible judgment in selecting Kwame Brown, a colossal bust, his opinion is utterly unreliable. Can't trust it one bit. When he also thinks Su Bei is exceptionally good, but has no faith in LeBron, I think we need to reconsider having the same judgment as Michael, choosing Su Bei, whom he highly rates. That sounds really frightening. Hiss. Joe Dumars' mouth twitched uncontrollably. That blackballed head is indeed quite skilled at playing basketball. Back in our bad boys era, we targeted him relentlessly, yet we still couldn't stop him from becoming the GOAT. But when it comes to evaluating talent, he's truly awful. Too many people warned him that Kwame Brown wasn't good, but he stubbornly went his own way. It just shows his judgment is terrible. We definitely can't share his judgment. Su Bei indeed shouldn't be chosen. He himself has poor self-discipline and is addicted to pleasure. If he doesn't change, he'll be out of the league soon. Now that Michael favors him, we can't pick him. We must not choose Su Bei. Exactly. Rick Carlisle shared the same thought. Since Michael looks down on LeBron and Darko, and LeBron has already been picked by the Cavaliers, then let's select Darko Milicic, the Serbian prodigy. His center height fits the current era, and he can provide us with sufficient interior height. His athleticism is excellent, and he also has an outside shot. Yes, he's the one. Good. They quickly reached an agreement. Joe Dumars then walked back to the staff member and said firmly, we've changed our minds. We'll choose Darko Milicic. Are you sure, Mr. Joe Dumars? Yes. All right. The staff member acknowledged the message. On the podium, Commissioner David Stern continued, the Pistons with the second pick select from Serbia Erway Yas Darko Milicic. Boom. The venue erupted in thunderous applause once more. LeBron, Su Bei, Anthony, and Milicic. These four were all considered franchise cornerstones. No matter who was selected, it was a cause for celebration. In the waiting room, Scott Layden and Don Chaney's heads were filled with giant question marks. Then, the two were ecstatic. They couldn't wait to shout at the staff. We are in the third pick, using the third overall pick to select Su Bei. Are you sure you want to select? Definitely select Su Bei. I said so, even if Jesus comes at Scott Layden interrupted the staff, his tone resolute. He didn't know why Joe Dumars had changed his mind. All he knew was that he didn't want to miss this sudden heavenly surprise for even a second. He feared that a moment's hesitation would make Joe Dumars change his mind again. All right, Mr. Scott Layden. The staff immediately relayed the message. On the podium, Commissioner David Stern smiled slightly and continued to announce, the New York Knicks with the third overall pick select the freshman from Marquette University, the young man from the Dragon Kingdom, Su Bei. Oh yes, Su Bei was picked by our Knicks. This is fantastic. We're about to start rebuilding. If it's Su Bei. Perfect. Congratulations, New York, a new king is born. The Knicks fans were overjoyed, each one ecstatic. Congratulations, Su Bei. You're going to the big city of New York, and the Knicks are also your ideal team. This is what you wanted. Keep it up. I hope you perform well in the NBA too, becoming an all-star superstar. Dwyane Wade, his cheeks puffed out, offered his sincere congratulations with a cheerful grin. Su Bei nodded and smiled back. Dwyane, you too. No matter which team you're on, you will definitely become one of the league's most outstanding players. Of course. Wade raised an eyebrow. Su Bei's strength is formidable, but I, Dwyane Wade, am no slouch either. I will definitely make a name for myself in the NBA. Let's work hard together. Let's do it. The two exchanged words. Commissioner David Stern continued to announce the results for other picks. The Nuggets selected Anthony with the 4th pick. The Raptors selected Bosh with the 5th pick. The Clippers selected Chris Common with the 6th pick. The Heat selected Wade with the 7th pick. The Bulls selected Kirk Hinrich with the 8th pick, and the Bucks selected T.J. Ford with the 9th pick. The Hornets selected David West with the 18th pick, and the Hawks selected Boris Diaw with the 21st pick. The Mavericks selected future All-Star Josh Howard with the 19th pick. The Magic selected Dirty Dog Zaza Pachulia with the 12th pick of the 2nd round. The Jazz selected future All-Star Mo Williams with the 17th pick of the 2nd round. The New Jersey Nets selected future All-Star shooter Kyle Korver with the 51st pick of the 2nd round. LeBron, Wade, Anthony, Bosh, Common, David West, Mo Williams, Josh Howard, and Korver. The class of 2003 produced a total of 9 All-Stars, including 475 greatest players. This is why this draft class is known as the 03 Platinum Generation. The entire draft process lasted over an hour. When Commissioner David Stern officially declared the 2003 NBA draft concluded, some players were elated, not only entering the NBA, but also joining their preferred teams ready to make their mark on a higher stage. Some players had fire in their eyes. Even if it wasn't their ideal team, at least they could play in the NBA. That was a good sign. As long as they kept striving and training hard enough, they still had a chance to shine in the NBA. Some players were deeply sorrowful because they went undrafted, their future suddenly shrouded in uncertainty. Return to school for further studies or give up basketball. This was a difficult choice to make. In summary, with the NBA draft concluded, the trade market was about to open, and teams and players alike were looking forward to the new season. The next day, news that Su Bei was selected 3rd overall by the Knicks spread in the Dragon Kingdom, bringing great joy to the fans. A top 3 pick, the same draft position as the god of basketball Michael Jordan. The team was also in the big city of New York, a place where he could be developed as an absolute core player. How could this not be cause for celebration? The fans were overjoyed. However, the commentators from the national sports channel didn't seem as happy as one might imagine. In the office, Yu Jia frowned slightly. Su Bei being selected in the top 3 didn't surprise me. It's just that the Knicks are too chaotic. Even though it's a big market, the environment for Su Bei to grow there isn't good at all. He might be held back. Yeah. Coach Zhang nodded in agreement. The blue-collar Pistons would have been a much better fit for Su Bei. He could have been the leader from day one and instantly made the team a championship contender. I can't quite figure it out. Why didn't the Pistons choose Su Bei? I don't get it either. Su Kun also shook his head repeatedly, then added, but now the die is cast. Su Bei will definitely be playing for the Knicks. The market is excellent though, but I sincerely hope that during the off-season after the trade market opens, the Knicks will rebuild and strengthen the team around Su Bei. Otherwise, the Knicks won't have results next season, and the poor team environment won't be conducive to Su Bei's growth either. Well said. Yang Yi nodded in agreement. I don't think going to New York is a problem. It all depends on how the Knicks management operates. Sigh. Coach Zhang let out a sigh. General manager Scott Layden is clearly not up to par. Otherwise, New York wouldn't be in such a mess under his management. But there's no helping it now. We can only hope he'll be somewhat reliable this time and properly rebuild the team for Su Bei. The day after the draft, a famous ESPN reporter found the Knicks core player, the mid-range maestro Allen Houston. WJ asked, Allen, what are your thoughts on the team selecting Su Bei, hailed as the perfect answer, who won the NCAA championship and earned MOP honors? Allen Houston thought for a moment, then chuckled. I'm very happy Su Bei is coming to New York. I welcome him with open arms. You know, our team didn't play very well this season. I need more players to help me, to support me. Su Bei is a rookie with high talent, offensive ability, and tremendous potential. I believe with Su Bei's support next season, I can play even better and lead the team to make another push for the playoffs. Just wait and see. The Knicks next season will surprise the entire league. Allen Houston was very fond of Su Bei, giving him extremely high praise. He believed Su Bei was there to support him. 3 days later, July 1st, on the first day the trade market opened, a blockbuster deal that shook the entire league emerged. New York Knicks traded their all-star leader, the mid-range maestro Allen Houston, who had served the team for 7 years, to the Miami Heat. The details of the trade were: the Knicks sent their team leader Allen Houston plus a 2005 second-round pick to the Miami Heat. In return, they received the Heat's 7th overall pick this year, Dwyane Wade, plus a 2004 first-round pick, a 2005 second-round pick guard Eddie House, and some cash. The core of the trade was essentially Wade for Allen Houston. Leaving aside why the Knicks were willing to trade their core player for a rookie who had just been drafted. Considering Wade's future achievements, he was more than a fair exchange for Allen Houston, and in fact the Heat were reluctant to make the swap, even without considering the future. Based solely on Wade's college performance and the physical talent he displayed the moment Pat Riley saw him, he intended to build the team around him, making him untouchable, trading him for the immediate production of Allen Houston. Pat Riley was theoretically unwilling. So why did this deal happen? The key factor was Su Bei. That's right, because Su Bei is a player from Marquette University and Wade's teammate performed exceptionally well during March Madness. He overshadowed Wade's brilliance too much. Wade had been consistently putting up flashy all-around performances of 25.7 rebounds and 8 assists, even flirting with 30-point triple-doubles. He had single-handedly led the team to the Final Four. It was precisely this display of formidable strength that led Pat Riley to ultimately select and believe in him. Now Su Bei had burst onto the scene. He not only stole Wade's thunder, but also prevented Wade from showcasing his best abilities. Su Bei's strength, which demanded more ball possession, was one reason. Wade's selflessness, his willingness to sacrifice for the team and his teammates, was another. Additionally, Wade's unexpectedly cold shooting in the NCAA finals caused his stock to drop. So, although Pat Riley still selected Wade and was willing to try developing him as the team's core, he was not considered untouchable. Allen Houston, on the other hand, was a proven all-star with strong individual scoring ability, a significant source of immediate production. He could directly become the team's new focal point, elevating the team's strength by a tier. This trade was definitely not a loss for the Heat. Consequently, when this news broke, it immediately rocked the entire league. Fans widely believed that Wade alone was not enough to trade for Allen. They thought the Knicks had lost their minds. They believed the management was causing trouble again with reckless moves. Originally, the pairing of the perfect answer Su Bei and the mid-range maestro Allen Houston, after 23 years of development, could have significantly boosted the Knicks' strength. Perhaps they could have even become a championship contending team. Now they had simply sent Allen Houston away, leaving Su Bei alone with the prospect of a resurgence seeming distant. Wasn't this sheer recklessness? Similar discussions were endless. However, soon fans noticed a clue, realizing that the Knicks intended to anoint Su Bei as the new king. They wanted to rebuild the Knicks around him as the franchise cornerstone. As for the Wade for Allen trade, its value wasn't just in acquiring Wade, but more importantly, in trading away Allen Houston. Of course, the reason for choosing Wade was also because the two were teammates at Marquette University, and their chemistry was evident for all to see. Together, they had won the NCAA tournament championship. Wade's potential was also high. If both of them developed, even in the NBA, they would surely possess formidable combat power. This was one reason Scott Layden chose to trade Allen for Wade. It might have been a slight loss on paper, but to confirm Su Bei as the sole core and to ensure Allen Houston was moved, it was not a loss. Soon, people realized this. Everything fell into place, and Scott Layden struck while the iron was hot, trading for the Hawks' 21st overall pick this year, rookie Boris Diaw. This guy was known as the French magician. Of course, he also had another nickname, Jack of all trades. He could do a bit of everything on the court, but wasn't exceptional at any one thing. However, the Knicks believed this versatility could help Su Bei. Thus, Su Bei, Wade, Diaw, the New York three young masters composed of three rookies, filled fans with anticipation for the Knicks' future. Meanwhile, a scenario unfolded where only Allen Houston was hurt. Not long ago, he had told reporters he liked Su Bei and welcomed Su Bei to support him. And then, he himself was traded. How embarrassing. The ESPN reporter WOJ, who had previously interviewed Allen Houston, was not one to miss a chance to stir things up. Right after Allen Houston was traded, he sought out Allen Houston again, asking for his thoughts on the trade. Furious, Allen Houston lashed out. I'm a fucking all-star, and you trade me one for a rookie who hasn't even played a game in the NBA. Is there no respect for me? I know the Knicks' core intention is to make Su Bei the new king, which is why they were so eager to trade me away. It's fine. I don't care. But the way you did it made me feel incredibly humiliated. I thought Su Bei was coming to support me, but it turns out I'm not even worthy of supporting him. What a huge joke this is. Allen Houston would never support a rookie just entering the league. Even if you hadn't traded me, I would have left on my own. So, listen up, Knicks management. It wasn't you throwing me away like trash. I left on my own accord. And Su Bei, listen up too. I don't care what the reason is. You made me suffer immense humiliation, and you've made me extremely unhappy. Don't let me run into you next season. Otherwise, I will definitely destroy you, crush you easily like a piece of cake. Then the Knicks management will know what a stupid and ridiculous mistake it was to trade me and promote you. I'm really hit. Allen Houston grew more agitated and angrier as he spoke, eventually losing his temper, completely rambling and cursing uncontrollably. The language was so foul. WOJ had to censor parts of it later. But one could fully feel Allen Houston's rage, a towering inferno of fury. Thinking about it again, it seemed understandable. After all, a team leader directly traded away because of a rookie blatantly discarded. The key point. The trade was merely a swap for another rookie. Even though draft picks were involved, it was still extremely hurtful. No wonder Allen Houston was so furious. Anyone would be angry. But only Allen Houston got hurt. The Heat traded an unproven Wade for an all-star ready to contribute. They absolutely didn't lose. The Knicks acquired the young, high-potential three young masters, filling fans with anticipation for the team's future. When the trade was fully completed and the three young masters emerged, New York erupted in celebration. I am very happy Su Bei has come to support me. These were the words Allen Houston spoke before being traded. And similar words were said by the Cavaliers' leader Ricky Davis when he faced the media after LeBron arrived in Cleveland. Unlike Allen Houston's current situation, there were no trade rumors surrounding him, and LeBron had publicly stated, Ricky Davis is he is an excellent player. I am willing to assist him. You could also say that as long as it makes the team better and leads to, then I am willing to do anything on the court. Strong and selfless. LeBron once again garnered praise, his popularity soaring. However, when the interview ended and LeBron went to the restroom alone to relieve himself, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. With a performance of 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, what makes you think you deserve my assistance? Wait and see. Soon, I will replace you. Just like how Su Bei replaced Allen Houston. If he can do it, then I, as the #1 pick, can too. New York. Madison Square Garden. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of cannons on the court fired simultaneously, filling the arena's ceiling with colorful ribbons that descended like brilliant meteors. It was a beautiful sight. Welcome Su Bei, welcome Dwyane Wade, welcome Boris Diaw. Welcome to New York, welcome to the Knicks. From now on you are the New York Three Young Masters. Scott Layden roared excitedly, warmly congratulating the trio on joining the Knicks. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. The other players echoed, all joyfully greeting the newcomers, especially Su Bei. After all, the current Knicks were a scattered mess. The only player who could truly deliver was Allen Houston. With him gone, the team was leaderless. But Su Bei and Wade had just won the championship in the March Madness tournament, proving their abilities to some extent. Su Bei in particular stood out. A finals performance of 60 points and a quadruple-double plus the MOP award, breaking 13 records and an 18-point comeback. A display worthy of being etched into history. He also possessed the talent and ability of the perfect dancer. One had to acknowledge and marvel at his prowess. As for some scattered negative rumors, who cares? No, they cared deeply. They saw Su Bei's gossip with 2 Hollywood starlets, even sharing hugs and kisses. They cared so much. They were green with envy. Hello everyone, my name is Su Bei. From now on we are all on the same boat. I hope we can get along well and improve together. Let's make the Knicks better. Su Bei introduced with a smile. Oh, that's a must. The crowd responded. Even though Su Bei was a rookie and newcomer to the Knicks, the other players inexplicably respected him and even listened. Strange. Not strange at all. In the world of basketball, might makes right. As long as you are strong enough, you earn respect. Hello, I'm Dwyane Wade. I'm Boris Diaw. Diaw patted his round belly. I'm a flexible fat guy. I hope we can all enjoy playing basketball together. When we have time, let's eat good food, travel together. They'll take great photos for everyone. Unlike players like Allen Iverson or Rose, who were deeply passionate about basketball, Diaw merely saw basketball as a job, a way to make money. His life wasn't confined to the court. Food, photography, fashion, coffee, travel. His off-court life was incredibly rich. He had a cheerful personality, loving life and enjoying it to the fullest. Sounds great, Su Bei agreed with a smile. Having been reborn, he had planned from the start to live a more carefree life and enjoy it. Then count me in. Wade also raised his hand. The reputation of the Four Musketeers wasn't just talk. Wade loved to have fun and knew how to do it well. The New York Three Young Masters clicked instantly. The season ended, the draft concluded, the trade market opened, and the NBA entered the off-season. Players began their vacations, resting their bodies after a grueling season to recover. Team managements started plotting roster improvements to maintain higher competitiveness for the next season. When July 15th arrived, the Summer League kicked off in Orlando. This was the stage for newly drafted rookies to showcase their skills and adapt to the intensity of NBA games. It was also the proving ground for players without a guaranteed next contract, those who couldn't crack the rotation and were on the verge of being phased out of the league. Clearly, this was a different level from the NBA. However, any Summer League game featuring numerous NBA caliber players held higher quality than typical March Madness games. The attention was considerable. LeBron James, this year's #1 pick, known as King James, this was his first game directly against NBA-level players, having skipped college straight from high school. It was his game of validation. The game attracted a massive following from fans and media, all eyes fixed on LeBron. Honestly, the pressure, but LeBron was used to it. He knew how to perform well under pressure. If the opportunity was good, he attacked. If not, he immediately passed to a teammate. He avoided forcing superstar shots against double teams unless absolutely necessary. Last-second forced shots. No, he would rather dish it out and let a teammate take the blame. He focused on a balanced contribution in scoring assists and rebounds. This ensured good stats and a decent shooting percentage. It might lack a bit in aesthetic appeal, but it was undoubtedly a sound way to play. 27 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. A near 30-point triple-double. That was LeBron's Summer League debut. The game's outcome. It became irrelevant. With LeBron putting up those numbers, Cavaliers fans were already celebrating. Media outlets in awe frantically wrote articles praising the king. Simultaneously, the media's attention immediately shifted to Su Bei. Everyone wanted to see how Su Bei would perform on the Summer League stage, which was close to NBA level. In the Knicks' general manager's office, General Manager Scott Layden rubbed his chin dismissively. Frankly, I don't think Su Bei needs to prove himself he can shine directly in NBA games. Of course, Coach Don Chaney agreed, but added, however, the gap between the offseason and the preseason is several months. If Su Bei doesn't play any official games and only practices within the team, I don't think it's ideal. So, I suggest letting Su Bei play a few Summer League games as a warm-up for his upcoming NBA career. Layden thought for a moment and nodded. Don, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. He flipped through the Summer League schedule and said, then let Su Bei play in the games against the Raptors and the Cavaliers. Su Bei versus Chris Bosh. Su Bei versus LeBron James. These matchups against other top rookies will not only generate high buzz, but also allow Su Bei to further prove himself. Prove that although he is the third pick, he possesses the caliber of a number 1 pick. July 20th. The Orlando Summer League continued. At the Amway Center. 8:00 p.m. The game between the Knicks and the Raptors was held here. The biggest highlight of tonight's game was undoubtedly the showdown between Su Bei and Chris Bosh. To give Su Bei more opportunities to perform, Don Chaney even decided not to let Wade play. Of course, Wade would play in other Summer League games. Come on. From the commentary booth, Elliott was a bit excited. King James LeBron's Summer League debut with a near 30-point triple-double was a huge. He's telling the whole league that like high school stars Kevin Garnett and Kobe Bryant before him, he has the ability to skip college and compete directly in the NBA. Of course, tonight's protagonist isn't LeBron. It's Su Bei's debut, the duel between the third pick Su Bei and the fifth pick Chris Bosh. Just 2 days ago in the Raptors-Clippers game, the fifth pick power forward Chris Bosh and the sixth pick center Chris battled it out in the paint. Bosh exploded for 22 points, 11 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks. Also had 18 points, 8 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 blocks. They put on a great show. But clearly Bosh outperformed in both stats and on-court performance. He is the superior player compared to Chris. He has the potential to become a top-tier power forward. Chris Bosh has always been very good. Doug Collins praised with a smile. Being the fifth pick might not seem high, but you have to remember. Ahead of him were those 4 guys: LeBron, Darko, Su Bei, and Carmelo. They are all franchise cornerstones. Untouchables. Chris Bosh is only slightly behind them, but he is certainly very talented. I think tonight is not only Su Bei's Summer League debut to prove himself, but also Chris Bosh's chance to prove he can be a team's core player. Boom. Amidst the electrifying atmosphere of the arena, the game began. Slap. Raptors center Halfman outside the regular rotation tipped the ball first. Guard Jackson brought the ball up the court and lobbed a high pass to Bosh. At the right elbow, Bosh faced Dwyane with a simple jab step and shot fake, but Dwyane wasn't biting. You're a power forward with no shooting range trying a triple threat from the perimeter. What's the point? And this is a Joe. Before Dwyane could finish the thought in his head, Bosh rose for a jump shot, the ball sailing over his head. It traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. Nothing but net. He can shoot, Dwyane exclaimed. But he still wasn't entirely convinced. So swish. On the next possession, Bosh punished Dwyane's lack of closeout pressure with another mid-range jumper. Not bad, worthy of a fifth pick. Dwyane was now a believer. He immediately got serious. However, this was the future Dragon King. Dwyane was a jack-of-all-trades player. Against average opponents, his versatility was a major asset. But going unknown against a truly strong player, his defense became mediocre. Whooshed. Bosh used another jab step and shot fake, getting Dwyane to bite slightly before putting the ball down and accelerating. He was incredibly fast. 2 quick dribbles got him past Dwyane, and he drove into the lane, gathering the ball for a powerful slam. Knicks fringe center Doliak could only watch. Boom. Bosh threw down a two-handed jam, the rim groaning and the backboard shaking slightly. It was a ferocious dunk. Damn, Elliott exclaimed. Chris Bosh, a power forward, can not only dunk inside, but also has a mid-range jumper. With his incredible talent, it's hard for a power forward like him not to be great. So fast. He's a power forward like me, and he's even 8 centimeters taller. How can he be this fast? Dwyane was stunned. He looked at the coach, threw his hands up, and grinned sheepishly. I'm just a flexible fat guy, but I really can't keep up with Chris Bosh. Coach, you can't blame me. Don Chaney shook his head without reproach. With Dya's cheerful nature, it was hard for a coach to stay angry when he communicated like that. Of course. Bosh was indeed formidable, not someone Dya could handle alone. Boom. Bosh scored 6 straight points to start the game, delighting the Raptors fans in attendance. Carter plus Bosh. Raptors fans saw a bright future for their team. On the transition, Su Bei brought the ball up facing small forward Buston. He crossed over repeatedly, then suddenly accelerated like lightning. One step past Buston. Swish. Su Bei had already scored on a layup. Buston was still frozen in place, questioning his existence. What kind of demonic speed is that? Buston shook his head frantically. I can't guard him. I simply can't guard Su Bei. After just one possession, Buston was on the verge of losing his will, but then he remembered that if he didn't get a contract extension this offseason, he would be out of a job next season. He had to pull himself together, prove his worth in the summer league, earn the management's approval, and secure a new contract. Now was his chance. Stopping Su Bei would prove his value. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Huh. Buston shouted, trying to psych himself up. On the next play at the right elbow, he locked in on Su Bei again, his gaze more determined. He committed fully to the defense. He tried to turn the tables. Dribble, dribble, dribble. Su Bei executed a dazzling crossover, unaware of Buston's inner turmoil. After a series of mesmerizing rhythm changes, whooshed, he burst forward again, without warning, accelerating at full speed. He was too fast, gaining a step, and Buston couldn't keep up, but he gritted his teeth and tried to force his body to follow. The result was his mind and upper body went one way, but his legs couldn't keep up, causing him to lose balance and fall sideways to the floor. Su Bei drove into the paint. With the perfect answer, his 201 centimeters frame combined with speed and leaping ability, he took a power dribble and soared. Slam dunk. A tomahawk jam that shook the rim. The dazzling crossover that sent Buston sprawling, followed by the one-handed slam. This attack from Su Bei was pure spectacle. Boom. The arena erupted in thunderous cheers. This was why fans watched these relatively low-profile summer league games. To see Su Bei break ankles and throw down ferocious dunks. It was exciting, they loved it, and they wanted more. On the next play, Su Bei faced Buston again at the same right elbow. His dazzling ball handling confused Buston. Then he planted his foot and accelerated, closing the distance in one step. Bump. He initiated slight contact, then executed a hesitation crossover, pulling the ball back. Buston, already a step behind, turned to chase, but the added momentum from Su Bei's bump sent him lunging forward even harder. He thought he could catch up to Su Bei attacking the rim. Unfortunately, Su Bei had already pulled up, gathered, and released a mid-range jumper. Buston's mind screamed to recover and block the shot, but his center of gravity and footwork had completely betrayed him. He twisted his body desperately to contest. Thud. Swish. He hit the floor again. Su Bei's Iverson-esque rhythm mid-range shot, enhanced by Death God mid-range, was as steady as an old dog finding the net cleanly. He hadn't heard the fans' hopes, yet he had still knocked his opponent down twice. The arena fell silent for a moment, then roars and cheers surged like a tidal wave. Oh my God! Elliott shook his head in disbelief. Buston is an NBA player, and Su Bei has only been on the court for a few possessions. He directly shook Buston off balance twice. My God! This truly looks unbelievable. Doug Collins also shouted while holding his head. The perfect answer, Su Bei. He's like the answer reincarnated, completely transforming into an ankle collector. Those players who try to guard him will all be shaken off by him. Truly impressive. Shit. Buston roared helplessly on the ground. This guy is clearly 201 centimeters tall. How can he perform such rapid crossovers? How can he have such skilled ball handling? This defies science. He didn't believe it, but it truly existed. They'll take him. Bosh pushed Buston aside. Su Bei is not a player you can handle. You guard Dya. Dya. So am someone Buston can handle. That's insulting. Swish. Bosh first grabbed a teammate's missed three-pointer under the basket, then jumped again to lay it in over D'Alembert's head. Transition offense. When Su Bei received the ball at the left arc, Bosh followed him, giving Su Bei a step of space, but using his long arms to provide defensive deterrence. Between the legs crossover. Between the legs crossover. Su Bei continuously dribbled, and the moment he held the ball with his left hand, he stretched his long arms while suspending the ball, took a big step left with his left foot, and feigned a drive with his left shoulder. He lowered his center of gravity accordingly. Drive. No. Crossover. Su Bei's feints were extremely deceptive. His crossover had a massive range, and his crossover speed was incredibly fast. Crossover. He directly shook Bosh off, drove into the paint from the right wing, and went for a layup, while facing the long arm block of center Huffman. He hung in the air to evade. He pulled the ball into an arc midair. Swish. He easily scored the lay. Su Bei's crossover speed is too fast. His feints are too strong. I must be highly focused to read his offense. Bosh's gaze sharpened as he became completely serious. After 1 minute and 14 seconds. Stomp. Bosh faced Su Bei once again, his pupils wide open, determined to stare at Su Bei's crossover and keep up with his rhythm. The result. Su Bei simply performed a between-the-legs exchange. The moment he held the ball with his right hand, he burst out like a lightning leopard. That speed, no skill involved, all raw stats. In just a few steps, he cleanly blew past Bosch. No joke. Su Bei's 100-meter speed was enough to compete in professional sprints top tier, even among smaller guards. Beating power forward Bosch was as easy as playing a game. So fast. Bosch was shocked internally. He saw Su Bei's offense clearly, but he simply couldn't keep up. Fortunately, there was help defense to delay. Double team trap. They forced Su Bei to stop. Whoosh. Su Bei wasn't flustered. He passed to a teammate, then stepped back to get the ball again at the right arc facing Bosch once more. Bosch was highly focused. This time he was determined to lock down Su Bei, primarily focusing on his crossover acceleration drive. Su Bei held the ball in triple threat position. He feigned a drive to the left with a jab step. Once no use. Twice no use. After the third jab step, Su Bei suddenly dribbled to the right. He lowered his center of gravity, pushed off the ground, and accelerated. Still driving right. Bosch completely read Su Bei's offense this time. He immediately turned and chased at full speed. He was confident he could keep up with Su Bei, then apply physical contact and force Su Bei to stop. He would disrupt his drive and complete a successful defensive stop. His idea was very good, but reality was harsh. Su Bei, in a flash like a swift wind, blew past Bosch cleanly and charged into the paint. He executed a high-arching bank shot. Bang. Swish. The first sound was Huffman's hand slapping the backboard. The second sound was the ball swishing through the net. Su Bei scored easily again. How could this be? Bosch was stunned. With his physical talent on the Summer League stage, just extending his arms to cover an opponent on the perimeter posed a significant threat. Now Su Bei was blowing past him as easily as crossing an empty morning street. How exaggerated was that? How could he tolerate this? The key point. Baston even rubbed salt in the wound with a muttered complaint, "Isn't it the same as me getting blown by in one step?" Baston's voice wasn't loud. Bosch heard it clearly and instantly flew into a rage, his whole body trembling slightly. He had to stop Su Bei at least once to prove himself. After 2 minutes and 14 seconds. At the left arc, Bosch found his opportunity. He locked onto Su Bei again and even snorted the perfect answer, "Huh? I admit your drive has some skill, but I've completely figured out your offensive rhythm. You only drive right." Before Bosch could finish, Su Bei suddenly dribbled to the right, shooting out like an arrow. Up, Bosch shouted in panic. He was passionately trash-talking, and Su Bei, disregarding sportsmanship, launched a surprise drive. He desperately wanted to stop Su Bei just once. Subconsciously, he tried to chase, but he couldn't turn his body in time. So he chose to retreat while chasing. He thought he could move as fast as when going forward, but he couldn't. He retreated too forcefully, his feet slipped, and he fell hard onto the floor. And Su Bei, he had only taken one probing step. With his right foot, bounced the ball once in place, and then pulled it back between his legs. He was about to accelerate to the left, only to find Bosch had fallen. There was no physical contact between them, no so-called confrontation. Bosch had fallen completely on his own. Was it a blatant flop? The referee was also stunned for a moment, but didn't call a foul. Su Bei was also stunned. He stopped gathering the ball, originally planning to drive left, and looked at Bosch on the ground. The next second, he took a long two-pointer, as if in practice. It was precise, hitting the mark without any error. Swish. It went in. The moment the ball dropped into the net, the arena erupted in thunderous cheers. The fans were completely ecstatic. Because, from the God's eye view, what the fans saw was Su Bei simply performed a triple threat dribble and a between-the-legs pullback. And Bosch fell. He was scared into falling by Su Bei's terrifying driving threat. This scene was indescribably shocking. Wade, watching from the sidelines, was completely dumbfounded. Chris Bosch is this year's 5th overall pick. His talent and skill, Chris Bosch lacks none. I think he has the potential to become an all-star, even the leader of it. But now, he was actually scared into falling by Su Bei's drive. How unbelievable is this? Coach Don Chaney laughed heartily. "Dwyane, you're absolutely right. Su Bei scared Chris Bosch into falling. This is hard to believe. But it is a stark reality. This also proves the perfect answer, Su Bei. His drive is like a swift, sharp arrow that can pierce the enemy's heart. Even if it misses, it can scare the enemy's courage away." The whole arena boiled over. Scaring an opponent into falling was even more shocking and better demonstrated a player's dominance than shaking them off. Su Bei was precisely that kind of powerful player. Bosch lay on the floor, overwhelmed with shame and anger. He knew exactly how humiliating it was to fall like this. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But then, thinking about it again, he became furious. He scrambled to his feet and roared at Su Bei, "You little brat, I was in the middle of trash talking. Why did you suddenly attack? You startled me, that's why I fell. I was scared by you as a person, not by your skills." "Oh." Su Bei nodded and smiled slightly. Yeah, you're absolutely right." Agreeing with him at this moment was more damaging than arguing back. Bosch held his head, feeling like tonight. He had clearly come with the intention of dominating Su Bei and proving he was a player to build around. As a result, he was scared into falling by Su Bei. How humiliating was this? How could this be something a core player a team leader would do? Su Bei's offense was invisibly destroying his future. Fortunately, there was still time left in the game. He set his jaw determined to reclaim his lost ground. Change of possession. Raptors ball. Jackson brought the ball past half court. At the right arc, he saw Bosh receive 2 screens, and then face Su Bei at the right high post. He decisively passed the ball. Slap. Bosh caught the ball and faced Su Bei directly. He squinted, glaring fiercely at Su Bei. If looks could be as sharp as daggers, he would surely want to carve a dozen cuts into Su Bei's handsome face. Skill and looks, you could only have one. Huh. Bosh yelled sharply, making several pump fake triple threat moves to read Su Bei's defense. Seeing Su Bei step up, he decisively dribbled and accelerated. He blew past Su Bei, who had shifted his weight up by a step. But only a step. Su Bei's reaction and speed were very fast. The next moment, he caught up to Bosh again. Bosh leaned into him, drove into the paint on the right, and delivered a shoulder bump to Su Bei in the key, pushing him away. A face-up mid-range jumper. Was it good? Generally, it was a sure thing. After all, when he was in such deep position and had pushed off the defender in a mismatch, his shot was hard to contest. Unfortunately, Su Bei was an exception. Stomp. Su Bei stepped back, steadied himself, and the moment he saw Bosh about to shoot, he pushed off his left foot and accelerated in one step. He leaped into the air. Like a backward shooting meteor, he arrived late, but reached first, dominating the sky before Bosh. His outstretched 20-centimeter long arms seemed capable of covering everything. Holy shit. Bosh was terrified. Su Bei jumped too high, his wingspan was too long. His vertical leap wingspan explosiveness gave him an incredibly wide defensive coverage. He genuinely scared Bosh. Bosh, who had intended to shoot normally, was forced to increase his arc, then increase it just to avoid the block. He successfully avoided Su Bei's block. Clank. But his shot was also wildly off, hitting the backboard without even touching the rim. Oh, the arena erupted in jeers. A power forward in the paint facing a small forward's block, shooting such an off-target shot. If not him, who else would they jeer? Damn. Missing the rim is more embarrassing than getting blocked. Bosh's expression was fouler than a turd held in for days. He stared intently. Have I been too afraid of Su Bei? I already bumped him off and was at my familiar shooting spot. Should I have shot with more confidence? Yes, that's it. Su Bei's physical talent isn't bad, but is my talent Chris Bosh any weaker? What reason do I have to fear him? Thinking this, Bosh suddenly became confident. He ignored the jeers from the audience, determined to reclaim his honor against Su Bei. Change of possession. Su Bei once again casually drove into the paint. He went for a left-hand layup, hung in the air to evade, and switched to a right-handed scoop. A silky smooth offense. Swish. Another score. Watching Su Bei play was a visual treat because his offense was like a show. He attacked with such ease. This was the MOP who scored 62 points in the NCAA finals. On the Summer League stage, he was equally free and unrestrained, taking what he wanted. After several exchanges of offense, Chris Bosh, who had started with a dominant performance, was completely outclassed. But there is always a stronger player. There are also differences among geniuses. Doug Collins praised Su Bei. On the court, the game continued. Bosh took the initiative to get the ball and faced Su Bei again. On the left low post, he chose to back Su Bei down, leveraging his size and strength advantage. This was a mismatch offense. Bosh playing this way might seem like bullying, but it was completely reasonable. As long as he scored, it was a good play. A score was a score. Thump, thump, thump. Bosh backed down several steps, muscled into the paint, delivered another strong bump to Su Bei, then executed a smooth turn, leaving Su Bei behind. He was completely free. Humph. Bosh snorted coldly, confidently going for the basket. He thought this shot was guaranteed. A right-handed layup. D'Alembert, with his footwork, speed, recovery, and explosiveness, couldn't keep up with Bosh at all. His chase-down block attempt was practically useless. Bosh's shot was almost an open layup. Wasn't that a sure thing? No. He still underestimated the defensive talent under Su Bei's perfect answer. Su Bei chased after him, leaped into the air. Though he jumped a beat late, it was as if springs were attached to his feet. In an instant, he caught up. Bang! From behind Bosh, he swatted the ball off the backboard with one hand. What? He can still chase down and block this? Bosh was dumbfounded. Bosh's wingspan was 222 centimeters, only 2 centimeters longer than Su Bei's. But Su Bei's speed, explosiveness, and vertical leap all suppressed Bosh. Even a beat late, so what? He could still chase down and deliver a poster block. This was the terrifying physical talent under Su Bei's perfect answer. This was also why, as a small forward, he could record 10 blocks in the NCAA tournament finals. The rebound. Dwyane secured it. He was unhurried, moving slowly in transition. Well, also because he couldn't run. But despite his slowness, after he set up at the arc, he looked at Su Bei and suddenly threw a no-look pass to guard Sprewell, who was cutting to the basket from the other side. A no-look pass. This was the ability of the French magician. Bang. Unfortunately, Sprewell's personal finishing ability was too weak, his talent too poor. He got his shot pinned against the backboard by Bosh, just like Su Bei had done to Bosh. Bosh also grabbed the rebound. Su Bei retreated on defense. Bosh's gaze sharpened, and he threw a powerful long pass aiming for Baston, who was sprinting on the fast break. If he caught it, it would be a wide-open chance on the fast break. Bosch's pass was good, just a little low. Dwyane saw the ball in mid-court, jumped with all his might to tip it, altering its trajectory. He then collided with Baston, both vying for the ball. The result: Su Bei flashed out from the side, leaped high, tipped the ball in the opposite direction, and then sprinted forward to secure it. When he landed, he was already inside the opponent's three-point line. This meant, while everyone was running toward the Knicks' half, Su Bei had made a steal and was charging toward the Raptors' half. At this moment, only Bosch was under the basket. He was even a bit stunned. Su Bei, without reducing speed, charged into the paint like lightning. One step inside the left key, he grabbed the ball and exploded upward. Like a rocket launching, he ascended rapidly. Bosch's recovery was a beat late, but he had no time to think. He panicked and jumped to block, but it was too slow. The moment his feet just left the ground. Bang! Su Bei rode over his shoulder using his left hand to block Bosch's arm, and with his right hand, he slammed the ball into the hoop. Alba watched from the sidelines. Bang! Boom! Thud! Bang! The first sound was the dull thud of Su Bei's body colliding with Chris Bosch's as he rode him in the air. The second sound was the mournful cry of the basketball as it hammered through the rim. The third sound was the steady thump of Su Bei landing after hanging on the rim. The fourth sound was the astonishing force of Su Bei's collision, sending Bosch stumbling backward several steps, his body slamming into the basket stanchion. Su Bei posterized Bosch. A visually stunning, earth-shattering poster dunk. Boom. The arena erupted in thunderous cheers. Oh my God. Elliot's eyes bulged like a cow's. What did I just see? Su Bei just posterized Chris Bosch. What a brutal poster dunk. This is a death poster. This is insane. Damn. Doug Collins was also stunned, screaming hoarsely, a massive block on Chris Bosch on defense and a poster dunk on. This is too cool. This is too handsome. The duel between the third pick and the fifth pick ended with Su Bei's complete victory. But I think Su Bei's greatness isn't just about dominating Chris Bosch on both ends. He defeated the fourth pick Carmelo Anthony in the NCAA finals. Tonight he posterized the fifth pick Chris Bosch. His individual performance completely overshadowed his teammate, the seventh pick Dwyane Wade. In the Final Four, he soared over the ninth pick T.J. Ford. He has essentially played against and utterly dominated all the high lottery picks, achieving complete victories. How could he do this unless he was on a completely different level? Exactly. Elliot nodded repeatedly. Su Bei, as the third pick, has indiscriminately crushed every top 10 pick he's faced. So, can we say that if Su Bei faced Darko Milicic and LeBron James, he would still win? Tisk TSK. Doug Collins clicked his tongue in amazement. Elliot saying that will get you cursed by the fans. Of course. Fans, don't be too quick to curse. In 5 days, in another round of Summer League games starting in Boston, the Knicks will face the Cavaliers. Then, we will witness the first clash between Su Bei and LeBron, this pair of super freak talents. Who is stronger? Let them settle it on the court. How spectacular will it be? Let's witness it together. Good grief. Right in the middle of the Knicks-Raptors game, these two commentators were advertising another game. No choice. The moment Su Bei posterized Bosch, this game lost its significance. Su Bei completely outclassed Bosch. Everyone lost interest in watching the rest of the game. They craved a better, higher quality duel between super rookies. Clearly, Su Bei versus LeBron, the MOP and the nation's top high school player. This head-to-head clash of super rookies was exactly the epic battle the fans desperately wanted to see. After 1 quarter of play, Su Bei dominated Bosch on both ends, racking up 17 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. A flawless performance. The filming of the basketball micro-movie with Alba and Su Bei wasn't long in time or content, but both had other commitments. Alba had other movies. Su Bei had to train mesh with the team and occasionally do interviews. Neither was fully invested. The NBA wasn't in a hurry as long as it was finished before the new season. It didn't need to be that intense. It was mid-July now. The movie would likely be finished by early August. Scarlett had also been busy shooting a new movie recently, and though she always thought of Su Bei, she simply couldn't get away. Coincidentally, Su Bei hadn't been involved in any scandals lately, only news about the NCAA and NBA draft. Seeing Su Bei focused on his career, Scarlett felt a bit reassured, waiting for the right opportunity to snatch Su Bei before Alba could. Alba's own movie shoot had the first phase of the plot almost finished, and the second phase required a change of cast and setting. This would give her 2 days off. She calculated the dates and planned to attend the Knicks-Cavaliers Reebok Summer League game in Boston. When the news got out, people speculated who was Alba going to watch, Su Bei or LeBron. The answer overwhelmingly favored Su Bei. This made LeBron very angry. ESPN reporter Mark Stein found LeBron, and not missing a chance to stir things up, asked, "What do you think about actress Alba coming to watch Su Bei instead of you?" LeBron thought for a moment, then smiled. I don't really care who she's coming to watch. Su Bei, me, or anyone else. I don't care, you know. My girlfriend and I are very much in love. I just want to play good basketball on the court, make my teammates better, and win the game. That's my goal. Indeed. Mark Stein nodded in agreement, but thought to himself, this high school kid sure knows how to give a good soundbite. The interview ended. The reporter walked away. When LeBron went to the restroom, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Su Bei, you know what? Good looks are worthless in the face of true strength. As long as I defeat you, no crush you in our head-to-head, I can exude my charisma infinitely. I think. Next time Goddess Alba will be on social media saying she wants to watch MY game. Before the Knicks Cavaliers Summer League clashed, the battle between the super freak talents Su Bei and LeBron. Two things rocked the league. First, King James signed a record endorsement deal with Nike worth $90 million over 7 years. Remember, this was 2003. Even by today's standards, a 7-year, $90 million shoe deal would have countless players lining up for it. LeBron's endorsement amount was truly astronomical. The moment the news broke, the whole league was stunned. Fans were immensely envious, and even many NBA stars were incredibly jealous, as they could never land such a big endorsement deal. Many stars didn't even have a shoe deal. And here was LeBron, a high schooler who hadn't even played in the NBA, signing such a massive contract. How could anyone not be envious? So envious. And the second explosive piece of news was Nike promised that if Su Bei performed to their satisfaction in the Summer League game against the Cavaliers, they would offer him a record endorsement deal worth $100 million over 7 years, $10 million more than LeBron's. When this news came out, the fans were even more restless. What a 7 years, $100 million. My God, am I seeing this right? Su Bei is going to sign such a huge contract with Nike. $10 million more than LeBron. This is unbelievable. Is this reasonable? No, Su Bei only played 6 dominant games in the NCAA. LeBron played at a dominant level for all 4 years of high school and won countless honors. His talent was also off the charts. He was also this year's #1 pick. I think. There's no way Su Bei could get a bigger star endorsement deal than 7 years, $100 million. That's something I wouldn't even dare to dream about. Nike is crazy. Ahem. Everyone calm down. Nike has already signed LeBron to a 7-year, $90 million deal. But Nike never said they would sign Su Bei to an even bigger 7-year, $100 million contract. They only said, if Su Bei performs to their satisfaction in the Summer League game against the Cavaliers, they would offer a record contract. But what exactly constitutes satisfaction is anyone's guess. True. I think Nike means they hope Su Bei can defeat LeBron in their head-to-head matchup. Beat you, get a bigger contract than you. That makes sense, right? Right. That's exactly what Nike means. I think it's just a hype gimmick. 7 years, $100 million. For Su Bei to perform to Nike's satisfaction, he not only has to beat LeBron, but he has to dominate him in their duel. Only then will Nike be satisfied. In reality, Su Bei can never beat LeBron, and he won't get that big contract. Nike successfully creates hype, gains massive popularity, and can openly lowball Su Bei's endorsement deal, killing multiple birds with one stone. While the analysis from the guy above makes a lot of sense. TSK. We really can outplay capital. Fans parroted these opinions, shocked, but also feeling Su Bei couldn't beat LeBron on the court. After all, the young Kings resumed, and stats were right there. Upon hearing the news, LeBron's fighting spirit burned even brighter. He was eager to destroy Su Bei on the court, which would not only embarrass him in front of Alba, but also suppress him commercially. That feels damn good. What about Su Bei? If crushing LeBron means making a quick $100 million, the answer is yes. Of course. In Su Bei's view, this was about more than just the 7-year, $100 million contract. This was a battle to prove his worth. Going all out. This was Su Bei's ultimate respect for making money. And the reason Su Bei had this opportunity to potentially earn a $100 million contract in one game. He owed it all to his agent Rob Pelinka. Using his business acumen, despite Su Bei only playing 6 games in March Madness, Pelinka somehow got Nike to acknowledge Su Bei and give him a chance at such a massive contract. However, Nike thought Pelinka was fixated on them. Little did they know. A 7-year, $100 million deal was never the limit of the shoe endorsement contract Pelinka could create for Su Bei. In fact, Nike wasn't even the only option. Nike's hype, combined with Alba's audience and the immense popularity of Su Bei and LeBron, turned an ordinary Summer League matchup into a nationally televised battle. The hype was enormous. The game was at the Clark Athletic Center on the UMass Boston campus. Soon, that night arrived. 8 p.m., 30 minutes before the game. Come on. At the commentary desk, Emmett Johnson excitedly said, the perfect answer versus the King, a head-to-head clash of super freak talents. This is also a battle for a $100 million record contract. Su Bei will give it his all. Who wouldn't want to be Mr. $100 million? LeBron definitely doesn't want his shoe company to have another player on the roster with a bigger contract than his. That would definitely take away his resources. He definitely doesn't want that, so he will also give it his all. Kenny Smith chimed in. Generally speaking, in Summer League games, super rookies just treat it as a warm-up for entering the NBA. It's for warming up and adjusting. They don't take it seriously. Honestly, if there wasn't all this hype, neither Su Bei nor LeBron would have played hard in this summer league matchup. Their real showdown would definitely have been postponed until the regular season. Now, it's been moved up completely. On the court, famous ESPN reporter Mark Stein found a random fan held up the microphone and asked Su Bei versus LeBron, "Who are you rooting for to win tonight?" LeBron. The chubby fan answered without much hesitation, then added, "LeBron's high school performance, Su Bei's college performance." I think that's all in the past. Now we look at the summer league. In his last summer league game, LeBron dropped a near 30-point triple-double with 27 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. Last time against the Raptors, Su Bei only put up 17 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Not bad, but clearly, there's a big gap between them. LeBron is undoubtedly the better player, and he will win the head-to-head matchup against Su Bei. Stein, dude, how can you compare stats like that? LeBron played the whole game, Su Bei only played one quarter. You conveniently left out the playing time. He held back the urge to complain, thinking that as long as it stirred up trouble it was fine. After the interview, as Stein prepared to interview another fan, the chubby fan pulled off his sweatshirt, revealing LeBron's number 23 jersey. Stein glanced at it, and 2 words popped into his head: makes sense. With 15 minutes to go before the game, Alba arrived at the arena under the eager anticipation of countless fans and walked towards the front row seats with everyone watching. She wore an apricot-colored top with red polka dots paired with a red pencil skirt, carrying a red Chanel handbag and white high heels on her feet. This outfit, combined with her angelic face and devilish figure, was the very definition of sizzling hot. She exuded femininity. Though she was only 19, she looked so sexy and mature, making countless male fans stare. Alba was already 170 centimeters tall, and her great figure made her look taller. With heels on, she gave off an imposing 180 centimeters vibe. Her long, fair legs, accentuated by the high heels, were simply irresistible. Legs for days. Damn, you could play with those for a year. As Alba walked to her seat, she passed the Knicks bench, where Su Bei, Wade, and other players were cheering each other on. And then, as Alba passed by, everyone slowly turned their heads, their gazes following her. Without any, quite spontaneously. When Alba saw Su Bei, she gave him a smile meant only for him, but everyone else was captivated. An angel smiling. How could anyone resist that? Su Bei smiled back. Their relationship had grown closer through their filming session. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. You know what I mean. Su Bei could also feel Alba's fondness for him. He was just a rookie entering the league. She was a popular Hollywood actress. Without certainty, Su Bei wouldn't make a move, otherwise had not only embarrassed himself, but could also ruin his reputation. In this life, he wanted to live freely, but that required first building up popularity and a good name, then making money, and finally living the good life. There would always be women, so no need to rush. Alba truly liked Su Bei. It started with his looks. But whether it was during their meal together or his unintentional yet thoughtful care during filming, he was such a gentleman. High good looks, long-legged gentleman, rising star in basketball. Su Bei exuded an aura that made. The intoxicating scent of pheromones was truly irresistible. Yet Alba was subtle. Her inadvertent closeness, her proactive small talk, her delicate gestures of concern, and the occasional physical touch, all were her way of hinting. Through it all, she was signaling to Su Bei that she liked him. But she didn't want to say it. She hoped the more proactive one would, thus a stalemate. If Sigiali had been given such a perfect opportunity to get close, Su Bei would likely have been drained and left lying motionless in bed. Goddess Alba is so beautiful, while Su Bei is actually having dinner and making a movie with such a stunning, sexy woman. I'm so envious. I wish I could be as formidable and handsome as Su Bei. Holy shit. With Alba's looks, figure, long legs, and style, if I could date her for a day and wake up together in the morning, I'd let my best friend lose 10 years of his life. Truly, if it's Alba, 5 years without regret, 3 years of pure profit. The fans were in a frenzy. Male fans were lost in fantasy. Female fans were also envious of Alba's breathtaking beauty, and Alba, equally a vision of allure. Her arrival added splendor to the arena, igniting the atmosphere even further. Amid the fervent ambience, the game began. The starting lineups took the court. Tonight, Su Bei, Wade, and Dwyane all started with LeBron as the core player for the Cavaliers. Jump ball. Knicks center Doliak tapped the ball away, winning the first possession for the Knicks. Wade received the ball and pushed forward. He dribbled to the left arc, facing Cavaliers backup point guard Coles Onyenon, holding the ball in his right hand. Acceleration, bump acceleration. Shaking off the defense. He drove down the right wing, charging straight to the rim. LeBron closed in. Bent low, leaped with full force to block. His astonishing leap provided ample disruption. Clang. Wade's high bank shot. A miss. Rebound. Bang. Wade fought for it himself, tapping the ball out for redemption. At the right arc, Su Bei grabbed the rebound, facing the closing defense of small forward Nubel. A zero-motion start. Classic Iverson crossover. In one move, he blew past him, cleanly driving straight down the right side to the basket. With ample room up one step inside the paint, he grabbed the ball and flew. My guarded paint. Dwyane can't do it, and neither can you. LeBron stepped in, bent low, and leaped high, once more stretching his long arm, his hand directly surpassing the ball in Su Bei's hand. Another block. Watch out. Wade quickly called out. Su Bei narrowed his eyes, utterly unflustered, his body fully extended with ample hang time in the air. In the instant LeBron's large hand came down from above for the block, he switched hands midair to evade it. The next moment, boom. Su Bei grabbed the ball with his left hand, and under LeBron's failed block slammed it through the hoop, posterizing LeBron. WTF. Earl Johnson screamed, shaken to his core. Su Bei. He posterized LeBron on the first possession. Is this for real, eh? Unbelievable. Kenny Smith held his head, shaking it wildly. I never expected the two super freaks of nature to clash on the very first possession. And even more. In their first encounter, Su Bei posterized LeBron. A midair switch-handed dunk over him. So cool, so handsome, so amazing. The arena erupted in uproar. The direct confrontation between Su Bei and LeBron came like a storm. Too fast, too fierce. Fans were stunned as if seeing a ghost. That midair switch was so cool. Erba didn't know much about basketball. Though the core of the play was Su Bei dunking over LeBron, in her eyes the midair switch was the most impressive part. Such a long hang time, such incredible leaping body coordination, on point. Truly undeniable talent. LeBron looked astonished. In just one possession he had to get serious. Facing the perfect answer, he had no choice. Transition. LeBron brought the ball up himself, facing Dwyane tight defense. He slowly crossed over, but in reality, he bulldozed down the right wing, an utterly unreasonable brute force attack. In the collision, he knocked Dwyane aside, charged into the paint, soared high, spread his wings like a rock, and hammered the rim. Power is everything. LeBron, with his explosive athleticism and power, needed no skill. It was all Knicks 2-2 Cavaliers. Wade pushed forward and took a shot himself, a small rhythm hesitation, then slashed like lightning into the paint. A hang-time layup through traffic. Swish. Nailed it. On the other end, as LeBron once again faced Dwyane's defense, ready to continue his stat-based domination. Wade double-teamed LeBron, remained calm, handling the ball with composure, looking right, but passing left. A feint to the east, a pass to the west. He found his cutting teammate. An easy layup. Credit where it's due. LeBron's playmaking at the small forward position was impressive. Possession. Wade pushed forward, pass to Dwyane for a pivot, then a handoff to Su Bei, setting a screen for him. At the right arc, Su Bei faced LeBron. Unknown. Should Su Bei switch to a weaker defender for a mismatch? In theory, but not tonight. For Su Bei, this game was a proving ground to earn his worth, a contract of at least 7 years and $100 million. Defeating LeBron was the sole purpose. Dribble, dribble, dribble. Su Bei faced LeBron, holding the ball with his left hand, slowly crossing to find a rhythm, his dribbling speed increasing. The moment he lowered his center of gravity. Whooshed. Su Bei burst to the left, then executed a lightning-fast wide crossover. One move, a lifetime of mastery. Not just effective, but with the perfect answer talent. Such crossovers were the simplest. It's the right. LeBron saw through it. He narrowed his eyes, turned sideways, and chased at full speed. Squeak. But Su Bei, after grabbing the ball with his right hand, faked a drive, stopped abruptly, and switched behind his back to his left. What? He didn't go. LeBron was startled, hurriedly breaking the sharp friction of his shoes against the floors. He lunged forward. Whooshed. Su Bei seized the moment. Accelerated again, bursting to the left. A rhythm shift. Su Bei was about to blow past LeBron. Huh. LeBron growled, forcing his center of gravity to shift again, chasing to the left, but his body was already out of control. Squeak. The moment his left foot stepped out, it slipped, his legs splitting, and he slid to the floor. Su Bei, with a dazzling display, had broken LeBron's ankles. Su Bei glanced at LeBron, who was on the floor with legs split, but out, hands on the ground, still looking at him. What are you looking at? Unhurried. One step, accelerate, one step, stop. Gather the ball, raise it, flick the wrist, release. Su Bei's wide-open mid-range shot was as easy as a practice drill. Perfect form, perfect arc, precise strike. Swish. Nothing but net. The arena fell silent. All fans widened their eyes, covered their mouths, stunned beyond belief. A midair switch-handed dunk and a broken ankle crossover. Su Bei had twice humiliated LeBron with plays worthy of the top 5 highlights. The shock was too great, too overwhelming, too terrifying. It seemed so unreal that fans dared not even breathe. Wow, he broke his ankles, and the shot was so cool. Erba, however, was completely unbothered. She saw Su Bei break LeBron's ankles and hit the shot. A truly cool play. She burst into delight. She raised her hands to cheer for Su Bei. Her call was answered by thousands. Boom. The arena erupted in thunderous cheers. How can this be? LeBron scrambled up, his face ashen. He was the chosen one this year's no. One pick, the one who had just signed a mega contract of 7 years, $90 million with the swoosh brand. How could he be repeatedly humiliated by Su Bei? He couldn't accept it. LeBron approached Su Bei, staring at him with icy eyes. Humph, if you want to climb over me to make a name, then don't blame me for costing you your endorsements. With a cold snort, LeBron dribbled and charged forward like a bulldozer, colliding directly with Su Bei. Pure strength. Su Bei was naturally no match for LeBron. He couldn't stop him, only retreating while extending his long arms to envelop LeBron. Against ordinary players, LeBron's combination of strength, speed, and explosiveness would easily overwhelm them. Those faster weren't as strong, and one bump would send them flying. Those taller weren't as fast, and he'd blow past them in a step. Those stronger lacked his speed and explosiveness, and he'd shake them off effortlessly. It seemed that once he got going, he could always break through the defense with ease, either going straight to the rim or drawing defenders and dishing to teammates. The game looked simple, but Su Bei was different. Though outmatched in strength, his 140 kilograms bench press meant he wouldn't crumble at the first contact. In terms of raw talent, speed, explosiveness, leaping wingspan, Su Bei matched LeBron. In flexibility and coordination, Su Bei even surpassed him. LeBron trying to overpower Su Bei with pure strength and talent to score wasn't impossible, but it wouldn't work. The two drove into the paint together, Su Bei's long arms constantly enveloping LeBron, giving him no space. LeBron couldn't explode. He lacked the technical foundation. Under Su Bei's long-armed interference, he was forced to stop, unable to attack, resorting to clumsy pump fakes. Su Bei didn't bite. With the shot clock winding down, he waited for Dwyane to come up, and then passed the ball to his two dribbles. The shooter had to force a highly difficult off-balance deformed three-pointer. He wasn't Curry. Clang. The shot was destined to miss. As for LeBron, he was double-teamed. Passing was reasonable, wasn't it? Next possession. LeBron unwilling to accept it when it's Su Bei again, once more attempting a stat-based bulldozing drive. It didn't work. Truly didn't work. Su Bei kept up with him, always extending his long arms to disrupt. LeBron's forced high arc shot at the rim. Still a miss. So in their next clash, LeBron tried to incorporate some technical moves, crossovers, and back-to-the-basket plays. He attempted to shake Su Bei's center of gravity first, then use his strength to accelerate and blow past him. Not a bad idea. But young LeBron's technique was too raw. His crossovers lacked deception, his back-to-the-basket moves had no structure. He couldn't shake anyone, and his moves were full of holes. Slap. Su Bei saw his chance, struck like a Swiss Army knife, and stripped LeBron's sluggish dribble. Damn. LeBron knew it was bad. Su Bei was already off, grabbing the loose ball and racing for a fast break. LeBron had no time to think. He turned, lowered his head, and accelerated, hoping to make up for the lost ball with a chase-down block. A chase-down block on a fast break was one of LeBron's specialties. That iconic block on Iguodala in the future would be a timeless masterpiece. But now he was facing Su Bei, the 201 centimeters perfect dancer. Su Bei ahead, LeBron behind. They charged into the paint. Su Bei took one step inside the free throw line, grabbed the ball, and leaped, soaring like a phoenix. LeBron was not only a step behind. Even if he caught up, there was little he could do. Boom. Su Bei slammed it home. Iverson at 183 centimeters with a 196 centimeters wingspan could dunk in transition like it was nothing. Let alone Su Bei at 201 centimeters with a 220 centimeters wingspan. In a battle of talent, Su Bei feared no one, not even the chosen one, LeBron. On offense, Su Bei had a midair switch-handed dunk and a broken ankle crossover. On defense, he also had a steal and a soaring tomahawk dunk on the fast break. On both ends, Su Bei was dominating LeBron. No, this was almost humiliation. This was nothing like the pre-game experts' prediction of a super freak of nature showdown. Su Bei was cool. LeBron was inferior. Could the lofty king accept being stomped on by a fellow rookie like? No, he couldn't accept it at all. He focused, his face darkening, saying nothing but charging at Su Bei like a 190 kilograms bench press was LeBron's power. Combined with his explosiveness, the force of his running collisions was truly astonishing. He charged recklessly. Su Bei had little recourse. Bang, bang, bang. LeBron drove to the right low post, then delivered a fierce shoulder bump, knocking Su Bei back a full 2 steps. A close-range jump shot. Su Bei steadied himself and chased for the block, but this time he couldn't reach it, offering only minimal interference. Negligible. Clang. Yet LeBron's near-pin close-range mid-range shot missed. There was no help. Young LeBron's technique was rough, and his shooting was rough too. His finishing ability after high-intensity contact wasn't strong, arguably weak. Fortunately, a teammate secured the rebound. LeBron stepped back and received the ball again. Even though the shot missed, at least he knew that after bulldozing Su Bei away, his shot was uncontested. So, head continue. Bang, bang, bang. LeBron, fueled by resentment, grew increasingly heated. He targeted Su Bei, his collisions growing more brutal. Honestly, it hurt. LeBron, gathering all his strength, charged again, sending Su Bei spinning sideways toward the basket, his balance compromised. Su Bei, you son of a... LeBron, having knocked Su Bei away, leaned back slightly as he jumped from the recoil, then released a floater. Off balance, Su Bei caught a glimpse of LeBron's floater out of the corner of his eye. His exceptional body coordination allowed him to quickly regain his center of gravity. He was already bent low. He sprang up abruptly, as if his feet were equipped with springs, soaring skyward, his long arm fully extended. The next moment, with his back to LeBron and facing the basket, he spiked LeBron's floater away with a volleyball-style block. Su Bei was knocked away by LeBron, staggering with his back to LeBron, yet he still managed to deliver a volleyball. In that instant, everyone was stunned. How is that possible? Wade questioned his own soul. My God. Dwyane patted his own belly bulging with fat and shouted in shock. What incredible body coordination. What terrifying explosive leap. Su Bei. His talent is so frightening. On the sidelines, the Knicks' assistant coach held his head in awe. Unbelievable. Huh. Head coach Don Chaney laughed heartily. To complete a block even when his body is nearly off balance. And that was against the super freak talent LeBron. It should have been an impossible block. I think. This is exactly why I would stop at nothing, even slandering Su Bei and trading away our core player, just to get Su Bei and make him the cornerstone. He is truly too strong. Clutched. Dwyane roared from the perimeter as he secured the ball blocked by Su Bei, his gaze sharpening as he launched a long pass to Wade sprinting down the court. A fast break layup for an easy 2 points. Huh. LeBron was still dazed. He can block me like that. Wow, commentator Emmy Johnson exclaimed in awe. Su Bei's block from behind perfectly showcases the monstrous physique of the perfect answer. He is a bone collector and elite scorer. He is also a powerful and ferocious top-tier defender. Truly, Kenny Smith couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Su Bei displays the superstar talent of being elite on both ends. He has suppressed LeBron offensively and defensively. Indeed, it's not a mutual explosion between super freak talents, but one-sided suppression. It sounds insane, yet it is the absolute truth. I believe he will become a peak superstar just like the answer. The crowd erupted. The fans' excitement and RB's joy were all cheers for Su Bei's outstanding performance. And him, he was nothing but a backdrop. Damn it. LeBron cursed under his breath. I am LeBron. How can I be outshined by a rookie from the same draft? Impossible. The more he thought about it, the darker his face became. His anger burned, his fighting spirit surged, and his determination to defeat Su Bei grew stronger. LeBron's drives grew increasingly ferocious. His pure brute force stat monster offense devoid of any skill was highly effective against average players. However, it was ineffective against Su Bei. Although Su Bei couldn't stop every one of his violent attacks, LeBron would inevitably score sometimes. But now with LeBron hot-headed and overly aggressive, Su Bei perfectly anticipated every one of his moves. He always managed to get into position early, either for a block, a steal, or to apply immense defensive pressure. Clang, clang. The result of LeBron's offense was relentless clanking. The final possession of the first quarter. Cleveland's ball. LeBron brings it up himself, facing Su Bei directly once again. Prior to this, LeBron had attacked Su Bei 6 times in the first quarter without scoring a single point. An incredibly absurd stat. He was the chosen one, scoring at will in high school and winning awards effortlessly. Even in the summer league against NBA players, he had displayed dominant performances. Now he couldn't score once again. This was truly agonizing for LeBron. I can see the fierce determination in LeBron's eyes. Can he score on Su Bei this time? LeBron drives. LeBron bull rushes. He pushes Su Bei off and goes straight up for a layup. The intent was far too obvious. While Su Bei jumps so high, he read LeBron's offensive plan and could leap with full force. Such long arms. Was Su Bei about to block LeBron again? LeBron adjusted his release point midair, adding a highly difficult fadeaway. Clearly not his usual move. A high bank shot. It missed, resulting in a clank. Boris Diaw grabbed the rebound with only 9 seconds left. He didn't push it. The first quarter ended. Yet, Su Bei's successful defense against LeBron once again meant he held LeBron scoreless in the quarter. Oh my God. This is absolutely insane. Emmy Johnson exclaimed passionately, utterly shocked. Su Bei shut out LeBron. Yes, but it doesn't mean LeBron scored 0 points or had no stats in the first quarter. The shutout refers to LeBron failing to score on all 7 of his offensive attempts against Su Bei, ending in misses. Still, it's incredibly exaggerated. 7 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. That was LeBron's first quarter stat line. It seems decent, right? But shooting 3 for 11 from the field and 1 for 2 from the free throw line under 30. A huge gap from the usually efficient LeBron. Fans have sharp eyes. Everyone could see Su Bei stopping LeBron's fierce attacks 7 times in the quarter, achieving a shutout against him. 7 attacks, 0 points. Is this still the King LeBron James the first? No. Too pathetic, right? Su Bei scored 13 points in the quarter plus 2 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Crucially, he shot 6 for 8, an astonishing 75 efficiency. LeBron under 30, with Su Bei at 75. LeBron was shut out by Su Bei in the quarter, while Su Bei repeatedly scored against LeBron's frontal defense. The first quarter matchup between the two super freak talents ended with Su Bei's complete victory. TSK. Wait, with such a poor performance, can LeBron really be called a super freak talent? He's afraid he can only play in low-level high school games. I dare not say LeBron is bad, but I must admit, the perfect answer, Su Bei, is far too powerful. Why can't we say LeBron is bad? What kind of play is this? No shooting rough skills, just charging with brute force. When facing a defender with enough talent to match his gifts and provide some interference, LeBron becomes useless. He turns into a pure brute, relying solely on strength. LeBron's performance tonight is truly shocking. The fans erupted in exclamations. One after another they praised Su Bei. One after another they expressed deep disappointment in LeBron, with some hot-headed fans even cursing him out. LeBron sat on the bench listening to the murmurs behind him, clenching his fists, trembling all over. The young king always performing so well. LeBron was the chosen one, and his basketball career had been met with almost universal praise. He had always been the cherished darling. But tonight, after just one quarter against Su Bei, he felt a deep mouth. The criticism and abuse he received in one quarter seemed to surpass his entire 4 years of high school. One moment heaven, the next hell. This feeling was truly terrible. LeBron was only 18 after all. His heart pounded, he couldn't bear it, he trembled all over. He stared fiercely at Su Bei, covering his mouth, and began cursing wildly, venting his anger and frustration. But he was also very clever. He knew he was losing the matchup against Su Bei and understood it was hard to regain his form. If he kept playing like this, his game stats would be terrible, potentially tarnishing his chosen one and number one pick. This was unacceptable to him. He had to maintain perfect stats at all times, always making fans feel he was powerful, versatile, and talented. He had to keep playing that role. In his view, as long as his accolades and stats were solid and his public image remained warm and righteous enough, he would surely be the ultimate winner. So starting from the second quarter, LeBron calmed down, knowing when to yield, and actively avoided direct confrontations with Su Bei. As long as he didn't face Su Bei, he remained an overpowered stat monster. Dwyane couldn't stop him, and Wade, despite his talent, was a shooting guard mismatched against the small forward LeBron. He couldn't stop LeBron either. Crucially, LeBron avoided attacking even when matched against Wade, prioritizing the weakest point guard and the pulled-out center. Why? To ensure enough success rate and boost his shooting percentage first. Meanwhile, he constantly looked for passing opportunities to improve his assist numbers. Rebounding was the same. He made an extra effort to camp under the basket tonight, just for better rim protection and to secure rebounds. And so, LeBron secured the rebounded ball and sprinted down the court in a fast break, his teammates blocking Su Bei. LeBron had an only-on-zero opportunity against the basket. He executed a floater off the backboard, then leaped into the air. Boom. A self-volley-oop dunk ignited the arena. For minutes and 21 seconds, LeBron drove into the paint from the left wing off a double screen. At full speed, he could have attacked the rim with brute force. Instead, he delivered a behind-the-back pass to a teammate cutting in from the opposite side. The layup was successful. 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Wade drove in from the left, executed a smooth spin move to shed his defender, and finished with a right-handed scoop layup reminiscent of Parker's gyroscopic spin. Unfortunately, he was slightly off target. The ball rimmed out after circling the hoop, and Diop, under the basket, prepared to grab the rebound. LeBron soared into the air and snatched the rebound right over Diop's head. Sorry. LeBron raised his hand, signaling that he shouldn't have taken Diop's rebound. It's okay, it's okay. Diop waved his hand, dismissively unconcerned. LeBron just wanted to secure the rebound better. That's great. He even praised LeBron's professionalism. LeBron looked apologetic. But, rebound 1. Points, rebounds, assists, steals, and assists. Starting from the second quarter, after avoiding Su Bei, LeBron filled every gap, using his all-around stats to compensate for his abysmal performance in the first quarter. As a result, by the end of the game, LeBron finished with 22 points, 11 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. He shot 3 for 11 initially, then 5 for 7, 1 for 2 from three-point range, and 4 for 6 from the free throw line. Overall, he was 8 for 18 with a shooting percentage of 44, 4 and a three-point percentage of 50, achieving a 20-point near triple-double. Even though his team lost to the Knicks by a large margin of 14 points. Yet, LeBron ultimately received applause. The reason was simple: his stats still looked excellent, and he seemed to have no reason to accept criticism. After the game, Amon Johnson remarked, "A 20-point near triple-double with efficiency that appeared on point despite a lackluster first quarter. But the young king LeBron always manages to adjust in time and play so well." Indeed, Kenny Smith, looking at the stats, couldn't deny LeBron's final performance. Even though he believed LeBron played terribly in the first quarter and that Su Bei had completely outplayed him, the stats were there. He truly couldn't criticize. It seemed strange, but that was the reality. He didn't dwell on it and shifted his focus back to Su Bei. He then excitedly said, "LeBron has always been all around, continuing his previous competitive form. But we must loudly praise Su Bei. He is tonight's most valuable player and absolute MVP caliber. 37 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 steals, and 5 blocks. On both ends of the floor, he showcased supermodel dominance like March Madness. He commanded the entire game. He effortlessly dominated the match. He triumphed with overwhelming superiority in his matchup against the chosen one LeBron. He won this duel of youth." As his words faded, boom, the fans raised their hands, unleashing an earth-shaking roar that then transformed into a unified chant. Su Bei is amazing. Erba waved her little hand, cheering happily for Su Bei. In that moment, she completely became Su Bei's little fangirl. Clap. On the court, Su Bei, Wade, and Dwyane high-fived each other. Su Bei exploded for 37 points, while Wade contributed 17 points and dished out 9 assists. He was one of the New York 3 young masters, and the team's undisputed second core. Dwyane had 8 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks, including a three-pointer. His stats naturally paled compared to Su Bei and Wade, but for himself, they were quite all around. The French magician showed his first signs of brilliance. After the game, reporter Stein first approached LeBron and asked, "How do you feel about playing against Su Bei?" LeBron thought for a moment, then smiled slightly. "You know, Su Bei is an extremely outstanding player, on offense and defense. His skill level is on point. You have to be alert and particularly serious when facing him. Without a doubt, his performance tonight was excellent while mine was poor. I think I will further hone myself during the upcoming offseason and officially enter the NBA with a better version of myself and mental state. Of course, I also look forward to facing Su Bei again on the NBA stage in the new season. That excites me a lot." Even if he didn't like Su Bei, LeBron wouldn't say it to his face. His words always felt comfortable, warm, and he also deeply loved his girlfriend. He was gifted with immense talent and strength, yet he was an upright, family-oriented gentleman. Thus, he was always liked by many fans. After interviewing LeBron, Stein immediately found Su Bei and excitedly said, "Congratulations, you talented young man from the East. Really, you are too outstanding. Not just the 6 games of March Madness, not just the 2 Summer League games, but every game. You seem to always deliver excellent performances. You always seem to dominate the game because you have always been such a powerful player. Amazing. The midair switch hand, dunk the cross-court, shake the coast-to-coast, dunk the off-balance block, and so much more. Too many. Watching Su Bei's game from the sidelines, I once lost the urge to photograph and work immersing myself in enjoying your performance. Allen, one of the 4 shooting guards, and the answer, his games were already highly entertaining. But the perfect answer, Su Bei. Your game seems like every play could be a highlight reel, every offensive and defensive possession a visual feast. Keep it up, Su Bei. I believe you will shine brilliantly on the NBA stage too." "Thank you." Su Bei politely expressed his gratitude. Stein then asked, "How would you evaluate your performance tonight?" Su Bei thought briefly and replied, "I think it was pretty good, quite satisfying. Dwayne Boris and the other teammates created many good scoring opportunities for me. The happy thing is I seized them. I think it's because they fed my hot hand that I could perform well. I give my teammates a thumbs up. Of course, this is just an ordinary summer league game. Maybe my opponent wasn't even taking it seriously. Winning doesn't mean I will continue to improve during the offseason, because I know when the new season comes, facing NBA stars, winning games will surely bring us great challenges. I don't know if I can overcome the challenges, but getting better is definitely not wrong." Right. Stein nodded vigorously and gave a big thumbs up. "Su Bei, keep it up. Looking forward to your NBA debut. Thank you, will work hard to play well." The interview ended. Su Bei was about to head back to the locker room with his teammates to celebrate the victory. Erba walked over, smiled sweetly, revealing her bright, white teeth, a smile that could topple cities. "Su Bei, you played another great game. You're so amazing." "Not bad." Su Bei smiled warmly. "Maybe." Miss Erba's cheers and congratulations gave me extra motivation. "Really? That's great." Erba blinked happily and continued, "By the way, our microfilm is about to wrap up. How about we go have a meal together to celebrate?" "Sure." Su Bei agreed with a smile. Wade, standing nearby, heard everything clearly and was incredibly. The moment Erba left, Wade immediately hooked his arm around Su Bei's shoulder and pleaded, "Su Bei, I heard everything this time. So, when you go on that dinner date, you must invite me. I won't disturb you, I'll just sit quietly and watch." I think just being able to be so close to Erba is already a very happy thing. "Su Bei, are you kidding me, Dwyane? Is that all the ambition you have?" He wrapped his arm around Wade and laughed. "Dwyane, you and Su Bei are different types of players. Your companions won't be the same type either. So, bro, don't worry about what kind of women Su Bei dates. We should live for ourselves. Tonight at the late night fire bar. Let's go have some fun. I think I'd be happy to join." One of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Wade was someone who listened to advice, though that didn't stop his undying affection for Erba. The next day, major newspapers and media outlets wrote hot news stories about Su Bei, all centered on one core theme. The keyword was Nike pay up $100 million. 37 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 steals, 5 blocks, dominating Little Emperor LeBron James in their matchup. Dominating LeBron, who had just signed a 7-year, $90 million sneaker deal with Nike. With Su Bei's performance, how could Nike not be satisfied? They must be satisfied. Since they should keep their promise and sign Su Bei to a 7-year, $100 million endorsement contract. All the major newspapers and media were calling out to Nike. While grabbing attention, they were also helping Su Bei. The fans were the same. Their discussions and admiration all told Nike that they should sign Su Bei to that sneaker deal worth over. Everyone assumed and supported it. But the power ultimately lay with Nike. They had the final say. Yet they were silent for a day. The next day, one of TNT's famous commentators, Sir Charles Barkley, he on behalf of TNT directly went to Nike and found the endorsement department manager responsible for signing Su Bei Max Baker. Barkley asked directly, "Manager Max, are you satisfied with Su Bei's performance in the Summer League game against the Cavaliers?" "Satisfied. So when do you plan to sign the endorsement deal with him?" "I think you should be a company with integrity." Barkley pressed on. He actually hoped Max Baker would go back on his word and refuse to sign Su Bei or something like that. That would generate even more buzz. Baker thought for a moment and replied, "Charles, and the fans closely following Su Bei and our endorsement matter. I tell you very clearly, we are very willing to sign Su Bei at a price of $100 million over 7 years and establish a long-term partnership with him. But an endorsement deal is a mutual matter. It's not something we can finalize just because we're willing." Baker was a bit subtle, but Barkley gasped and instantly understood the implication. "You mean Su Bei doesn't want to sign this huge contract with you?" Baker smiled faintly, everything clear. Holy shit. Barkley was stunned and truly couldn't understand. That was $100 million over 7 years. Su Bei was only 18 and he was already worth over $100 million. This immense fortune, and he wouldn't take it. Why? Barkley couldn't figure it out. After this interview spread, all the fans were also shocked beyond belief. My God, that's a huge sneaker contract. Why wouldn't he sign it? I can't understand it at all. While a player who played 6 games in the NCAA and 2 games in the Summer League lands a $100 million contract, it's just unthinkable. I think signing it without even a second's hesitation would be the greatest respect for this contract. Because if you blink, Nike might back out. And what happened? Nike agreed, but Su Bei doesn't want it. What a bizarre situation. I even suspect I heard fake news. So, Su Bei is getting cocky. He's probably gone mad. Fans were shocked, bewildered, and everyone was baffled. Until the day after Max Baker's interview was released, Adidas endorsement department manager Ralph Ward. He revealed stunning inside information in a media interview. "We plan to sign Su Bei with a 6-year, $100 million contract. We're waiting for Nike's response now. If they don't raise the price, then the perfect answer, Su Bei will become the spokesperson for Adidas sneakers." As soon as these words came out, fans suddenly understood and then fell into even greater shock. Oh my God, $100 million over 7 years is about $28 million per year, while $100 million over 6 years is about $66 million per year. Not only is the endorsement term shorter, but he also earns an extra $38 million per year. No wonder Su Bei turned down Nike. I'd choose Adidas too. Damn, has Adidas gone mad? Giving such a huge contract to a player who hasn't even entered the NBA. He's only played a total of 8 games. No matter how you look at it, LeBron's talent is there, and he proved himself game after game over 4 years of high school. He's the chosen one. He's only worth $90 million over 7 years. What qualifies Su Bei for $100 million over 6 years? This is insane. Although Nike and Adidas are the leaders in the sneaker industry, Nike undoubtedly has a bigger market and more resources. If the difference is only about $2 million per year, I think, wouldn't choosing Nike be better? As fans debated wildly, they also discussed the key point. That was the choice between a contract with a difference of over $2 million per year and staying with a big company with more resources and a wider market. Theoretically, Su Bei should still choose Nike. A bigger market and more resources would definitely benefit his personal future development. But Pelinka advised Su Bei not to agree for now. On one hand, although Nike has more resources and greater market influence, they also have many stars. The competition for resources is high. Adidas has relatively fewer resources, but it's not too bad, and they could allocate more to Su Bei. On the other hand, Pelinka's idea was to deliberately pressure Nike and make them anxious. Su Bei had already proven his ceiling was terrifyingly high. Unless Nike was foolish, they would never. Reluctant to give up on Su Bei easily, and with the gap not being too vast at the moment, they could still make a move. Once they did just as Pelinka thought, the already sky-high endorsement contract would rise even further. By then, no matter which side backed off, Su Bei would come out ahead. After all, both Adidas and Nike were excellent, which was precisely why he had turned down over a dozen other sneaker companies. As expected, Max Baker couldn't sit still. After 2 days of silence, just before Pelinka's final deadline, he raised the offer to 6 years for $100 million. With the price match, Nike's advantages would be fully leveraged. Yet the moment Nike announced Adidas upon hearing the news, had manager Rayford immediately respond to the public through the media. They were willing to sign Su Bei with a sky-high contract of 5 years for $100 million. What did that mean? $20 million a year. Nearly $6 million more per year than Nike's initial 7-year, $100 million offer. To put it in perspective, this year's top draft pick's annual salary was only $4 million. The highest annual salary in the NBA this year was $25 million earned by Kevin Garnett. $20 million a year would rank among the top 5 salaries in the NBA, a true supermax deal. And it was intended for Su Bei. Yet Su Bei hadn't even played a single game in the NBA. So 5 years for $100 million. This contract was absurdly high, so high that even many NBA players found it unbelievable. But Adidas stood firm. After LeBron had already signed with Nike, they were determined to secure Su Bei. Otherwise, once both Su Bei and LeBron, two super talented freaks, joined Nike. In the near future, the two players would bring explosive popularity and appeal to Nike, potentially consuming Adidas entirely. This scenario must never happen. Of course. The real reason they were set on signing Su Bei was the dominance he displayed on the court, the incredibly strong talent visible to the naked eye in the Chinese market, first glimpsed through Yao Ming. With all these factors combined, no sneaker company wouldn't crave Su Bei. Now it was all about who offered the most. Adidas must be crazy. Baker shook his head frantically upon hearing the news. We can't compete with such madmen for a college freshman. Su Bei hasn't even proven himself on the NBA stage. 5 years for $100 million. That's absolutely impossible. Baker was ready to give up, but then he thought about last night's performance crushing LeBron, the phenomenal dominance in March Madness, and the perfect answer talent. Still tempting. Su Bei is almost a guaranteed superstar. He will become an outstanding NBA player like LeBron. If we can sign both and they both live up to their potential, our company's influence and value will rise accordingly, potentially consuming Nike and other sneaker companies to become the sole leader. The more he thought, the more tempted he became. After discussions with management, Nike decided to go all out against Adidas to secure Su Bei. Nike matched the 5-year, $100 million offer. Adidas didn't hesitate and countered with 5 years, a $110 million. Nike followed, raising the price to 5 years, a $1 billion, $22 million a year. Adidas, they still didn't hesitate, offering 4 years for $100 million, $25 million a year. This was already the highest annual salary for an NBA player this year. While the contract increased by tens of millions as if millions were worthless, but in reality, it was a colossal sum. From 7 years for $100 million to 4 years for $100 million, the increase had nearly doubled. And LeBron, the chosen one, had signed for 7 years and $90 million. If Su Bei agreed now, he would essentially sign a super ski-high contract, nearly double LeBron's. Adidas and Nike were locked in a celestial battle for Su Bei. Fans were stunned. Crucially, the battle for Su Bei was far from over. 4 years for $100 million wasn't the limit. It could still rise, become even crazier. What ultimate sky-high contract would Su Bei sign, and with which sneaker company? Anticipation. Fans watching the drama were brimming with excitement. While Adidas and Nike were locked in a celestial battle for Su Bei, one of the top luxury watch brands, Vacheron Constantin. They officially announced through social media that they had signed a 3-year, $21 million endorsement contract with Su Bei. The news sent another shockwave through the public. Vacheron Constantin is a renowned historic luxury watch brand. They typically don't need to leverage celebrities' popularity to promote their brand. Instead, they collaborate with successful individuals who align with the brand's values, or industry giants conveying the elegant and refined image of their watches. Theoretically, a newcomer like Su Bei would never partner with Vacheron Constantin. Now they have. It only proves one thing: Su Bei is worthy, exceptionally worthy to attract them. In truth, Su Bei indeed possesses an irresistible charm. His effortless, graceful style on the court, his humble and low-key demeanor off at the backing of the Chinese market, and his strikingly handsome face. When he wears a Vacheron Constantin watch, it enhances not only his personal charisma, but also the brand's aura. That's why Vacheron Constantin chose to partner with him. Oh my God, Barkley exclaimed on his podcast. Typically, only highly charismatic, well-known, successful individuals can collaborate with Vacheron Constantin. Even popular celebrities rarely get the chance. Now at just 18 years old, Su Bei is endorsing Vacheron Constantin. It sounds incredible. I think he must be Vacheron Constantin's youngest ambassador. The New York Times reported, "We didn't see Su Bei sign with a sneaker company, but we got news of his partnership with Vacheron Constantin. This is an even more significant commercial endorsement, because you almost never hear about Vacheron Constantin collaborating with celebrities. They don't need to. So their choice of Su Bei undoubtedly tells us that he is not only skilled on the court, but also infinitely charismatic. I believe New York fans like me are already anticipating the moment Su Bei walks onto the court wearing an exquisite Vacheron Constantin watch. That will be incredibly cool. 4 years for $100 million. When Adidas frantically offered Su Bei this crazy endorsement contract, Nike fell into a long silence. They weighed the pros and cons. They didn't want to give up either. After 3 full days, when fans thought Nike would back out, they finally spoke again, competing for Su Bei with the same price. As long as the price was equal, Nike had natural popularity and resource advantages. But Adidas didn't hesitate for a second, directly throwing out 3 years for $100 million to counter Nike, raising the price by 1 year each time. It was a new way to escalate, but it left Nike stunned, calling Adidas crazy. Yet they still didn't want to give up Su Bei, especially after Su Bei's endorsement with a classic luxury brand like Vacheron Constantin. It reaffirmed his value. The celestial battle between Adidas and Nike continued. 3 days later, The basketball microfilm A Boy's Basketball Dream, starring Su Bei and Alba, officially aired simultaneously on ESPN, TNT, and ABC, three major sports networks. The microfilm tells the story of a basketball-loving youth who gives up his job to pursue his dream of playing in the NBA. His dream isn't supported by his family. He gets kicked out of his home. Fortunately, he has a beautiful girlfriend who supports him. With her company day and night, he trains hard, eventually enters the NBA, and performs well. He gains popularity, becomes a star player, lands a big contract, earns massive endorsement fees, and finally, under the world's gaze, holds a grand wedding with his beloved girlfriend. He achieves his dream and wins the beauty. Because of basketball, the youth becomes a true winner in life. The story is short but inspirational. The plot is ordinary, but the training with his girlfriend's company is exactly the fantasy of countless basketball-dreaming youths. Su Bei and Alba both have stunning looks and physiques. Su Bei doesn't need great acting, he just needs to show some aerial skills and explosive dunks like in daily training. That alone is enough to get the audience fired up. For Su Bei, this is too easy. Alba is a skilled actress. She sits courtside, chin in hand, watching Su Bei play, always by his side, bringing him water and wiping his sweat when he rests. Everything looks so real. Alba is also stunningly beautiful. Every smile, every frown, every move she makes is breathtakingly gorgeous. These scenes match the fantasies of countless youths. The sense of immersion is strong. The chemistry between them is incredibly sweet. Praise keeps pouring in. While the basketball story is so inspiring and Su Bei and Alba are so sweet together, my old maiden heart is overflowing. I've been smiling like an Andy the whole time. Is anyone else with me? Me too. Alba is exactly the image of my first love girlfriend. I love her so much. Brother Su Bei is also the first love boyfriend. Alba is so beautiful, breathtakingly so, and Su Bei is so handsome, he's bursting off the screen. Even his breath seems full of sexual tension. These two acting together, my God, it feels so right. Su Bei and Alba look perfect together. I heard they even had dinner together offline. Does this mean they're together? I love Su Bei and Alba as an on-screen couple. Ooh, I hope they become a real couple. So sweet. I hope so too. I think if they didn't have real feelings, they couldn't have filmed it so sweetly, especially Alba. The way she looks at Su Bei is like she's melting. Especially the kiss at the wedding altar. Honestly, I feel like they were really getting married. Fans and followers kept showering praise. They hoped Su Bei and Alba would become an on-screen couple, hoping they could truly be in a relationship. This sentiment grew stronger as the microfilm received rave reviews and media outlets heavily promoted it. On-screen couple, huh? Alba, reading the rave reviews about the microfilm at home and hearing the media buzz, was overjoyed. Becoming an on-screen couple with Su Bei, Alba was more than willing. With every moment spent together during filming, she grew fonder of him. She tapped her chin with her slender finger and smiled shyly. I don't want to be just an on-screen couple. Su Bei, I was so proactive during the kiss in the movie. Haven't you felt my feelings for you? No, you responded to me. Does that count as a sign that you like me too? It should, right? If only you'd be a little more proactive. As the microfilm's viewership soared and clips spread widely, especially the wedding kiss, which had the highest circulation, screaming fans noticed something. They discovered a shocking, mind-blowing secret. Scarlett was anxious. My eyes are the measure. By repeatedly watching Su Bei and Alba's kiss, they finally noticed that they didn't just kiss. They French kissed. No need for frame-by-frame analysis. Just watching with the naked eye repeatedly showed that they not only kissed, but did so for a long time. This set off an explosion. Theoretically, a wedding kiss is meant to witness love, so a peck would suffice. But once it escalated to a French kiss, it definitely meant something was going on between them. What did I just see? Su Bei and Alba are for real. Holy shit. Is it the movie or reality? I can't tell anymore. My eyes are the measure. I saw it clearly. Su Bei actually French kissed Alba. My God, I'm so jealous. Numbros. I told you to be an on-screen couple, not to become real lovers. Su Bei, you acted with my goddess. Hugging and kissing is one thing, but you deserve to die. Even so, I want to act with goddess Alba too, to have a 3-hour French kiss with her. I think I'd faint from happiness. Haha, you're dreaming. After the details of Su Bei and Alba's kiss were exposed, everyone was shocked, envious, and angry at the same time. The Houston Chronicle reported earlier, when Scarlett watched Su Bei's game and greeted him, she accidentally slipped. They kissed by accident. Attentive netizens noticed Scarlett initiated the French kiss. Now Alba's kiss with Su Bei also involved a French kiss. Su Bei can have such intense kisses with two Hollywood goddesses. It's enviable. I'd say both goddesses probably like Su Bei. However, Su Bei and Alba clearly look sweeter together. If I had to pick one, I prefer this couple. This report immediately sparked heated discussions among fans. Su Bei and Scarlett. Su Bei and Alba. Which couple is better? Clearly, with the microfilm A Boy's Basketball Dream gaining momentum, the on-screen couple of Su Bei and Alba had a louder voice. ESPN trainee reporter Stephen A. Smith, amid the rave reviews for the microfilm and the rising popularity of Su Bei and Alba as an on-screen couple, immediately found Su Bei for an interview. May I ask, who initiated the French kiss between you and Alba? Su Bei. What kind of crazy question is this? He held back the urge to complain. That's not important. As for why we did it, the director demanded it. Don't ask. The answer is the director demanded it. In reality, there was no such scene. It was Alba who added it. If he didn't respond, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Would he even be a man? He just didn't want any mishaps before his career took off, but faced with such direct initiative, he had no reason. Still scared. Smith acted as if he hadn't heard, and continued asking, how far has your relationship progressed? I think I'd be happy to give you a box of contraceptives. Su Bei was left speechless. He knew Americans were open-minded, but this man really dared to say anything. Su Bei flashed a professional smile, and replied, no need thank you. Of course. We're not what you think. Then can you tell me the time of your next date with Erba? Su Bei was at a loss for words. You and Erba are a beloved on-screen couple. When will you hold an offline meet and greet together? Su Bei had nothing to say. Not long ago, he had dominated LeBron on the Summer League stage, an epic showdown. He had also driven Adidas and Nike into a bidding war for him, a clash of titans. He had even signed an endorsement deal with a top luxury brand like Vacheron Constantin. The microfilm, Youth Basketball Dream, starring him had just aired and received positive feedback. Su Bei had many hot topics to discuss yet. Smith insisted on asking about unfounded gossip. It was strange yet true. Everyone loves gossip. Fans don't care how well you play on the court, they'd rather hear you say, you made some actress crawl out of the room crying late at night. Scarlett was recently filming Girl with a Pearl Earring. After its release, she earned a Golden Globe nomination for Best Actress in a Motion Picture Drama. Her popularity would rise further. Recently, Su Bei had been busy with his career, allowing the already occupied Scarlett to focus on her film. Now that the microfilm Youth Basketball Dream was out, the buzz around Su Bei and Scarlett's CP had heated up, especially with their passionate French kiss scene. Boom. Scarlett felt her world collapse. She sensed immense pressure, fearing that if she waited any longer, Su Bei would be taken away. She grew anxious. She had a day off tomorrow, a rare break after half a month of continuous filming. She had planned to sleep in, but now she had no peace of mind. She called Su Bei, and they agreed to have dinner together tomorrow. That was tomorrow. Scarlett was ready to secure Su Bei before Erba could enchant him. At 6 p.m. that evening, the Los Angeles Lakers announced a blockbuster trade. They acquired superstars Karl Malone, the mailman, and Gary Payton, the glove. Karl Malone and John Stockton, known as the Utah Jazz duo, had made a name for themselves. Malone's iron elbows struck fear into countless players. He was a fierce fighter, but his skills were top-notch. He had 11 All-NBA first-team selections, 14 All-Star appearances, over 3,000 career points, and led his team to the NBA Finals twice. Those credentials were undeniably superstar level. Gary Payton was also a two-way superstar, the only point guard in NBA history to win the Defensive Player of the Year award. His prowess was evident. They formed the Four Heavenly Kings lineup with Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Karl Malone, and Gary Payton. The news shook the league. Remember, Malone and Payton were both all-star starters and franchise-level stars. The OK duo had already built a three-peat dynasty. With these four together, the league might as well be over. An ABC commentator publicly stated, the arrival of Karl Malone and Gary Payton has formed the Four Heavenly Kings. Next season, the NBA is over. They will lock in the championship title. Indeed, the explosive power of four all-star players on one team was unimaginable. However, everyone soon realized that the glove was old and the iron elbow was rusty. Gary Payton and Karl Malone were no longer the dominant superstars of their prime. They joined the Lakers on veteran minimum contracts. They seemed more like Hangerson hoping to ride the OK duo's coattails to their first championship ring. Yes, they were superstars, and they were both formidable. But neither had won a championship in their entire careers, a glaring omission. So they ostensibly came to form the Four Heavenly Kings with the OK duo, but in reality, they were clinging to the OK duo's coattails. The media knew this too. However, the Four Heavenly Kings gimmick was a great headline, stirring up some noise during the quiet offseason. Of course, Malone and Payton had experience. Even if their individual skills had faded, they could still contribute to it was still a reinforcement. Besides, as long as the OK duo stayed healthy and played well, they were championship contenders every year. The next day at 10 a.m. at the Knicks training facility, the players had rested enough and returned for practice, gearing up for the new season. Su Bei, Wade, and Dwyane, all rookies, had no offseason. They had been training continuously. Months of offseason training would improve their skills. Coach Don Chaney saw everyone present today and gathered them. Everyone's here for practice today. Let me announce the starting lineup for the new season. Point guard Howard Isley, shooting guard Dwyane Wade, small forward Su Bei, power forward Boris Diaw, center. As for the bench, Latrell Sprewell will lead the charge. Any objections? None. Everyone shook their heads, accepting the coach's arrangement. Su Bei and Wade were starting. No objections from them. Su Bei and Wade had dominated the previous season's starters in practice scrimmages, leaving no room for dissent. Diaw was a bit lacking, but he was a jack of all trades, versatile, and playing with younger players felt more natural, making it easier to build chemistry. Coach Don Chaney put him in the starting lineup to enhance the New York three youngsters' synergy. Coach, you're putting me on the bench. I'm benched for rookie Dwyane Wade. Sprewell spoke up, his tone incredulous, clearly unhappy with being moved from starter to reserve. He was a swingman. He was known as the madman, the most arrogant genius in history. His explosive temper once led him to choke his coach, the infamous chokehold incident. He faced severe punishment for it. That was his arrogance. But he was also a genius. In his prime, he was a solid all-star. He had led the Knicks to the Black Eight miracle and reached the NBA, truly arrogant and powerful. He was called the most arrogant genius. Clearly, such an arrogant player couldn't accept playing behind a rookie. Honestly, his current skill, even with some decline due to age and injuries, was still better than rookie Wade's. He shouldn't be benched for Wade. But Coach Don Chaney had his reasons. First, Sprewell's volatile temper made him hard to control, and the team's fondness for him had waned. Second, the team was rebuilding around the young New York three youngsters. Having them start together would build chemistry and foster growth. Third, the bench needed a sixth man, scorer, and Sprewell fit the role perfectly. Putting him on the bench was Don Chaney smiled slightly and explained, the rotation needs a ball-handling scorer, and I think you have the ability to excel in that role. Indeed, Sprewell didn't deny it, but added flatly, but I don't like coming off the bench, especially for a rookie. Don Chaney's tone also cooled. I admit you have starting caliber talent, but in considering the team's lineup balance, you should follow my arrangement. And what if I don't? Sprewell remained defiant. I've never heard of an all-star player who led a Black Eight and reached the finals coming off the bench for a rookie. That's in the past. Am I that bad now? The two erupted into a quarrel. Wade quickly stepped in to mediate. Coach, it's fine. Let me come off the bench. I can accept it. I believe I can still contribute to the team in the rotation. Dwyane, you? Don Chaney was surprised. Rookies, especially talented and promising young stars, were usually eager to start. It was not only a recognition, but also a chance to showcase themselves and prove their worth. Yet Wade, the coach, fought for him to start, and he was giving it up. It wasn't that Wade disliked starting, he just didn't want a starting spot dispute to disrupt the team's locker room atmosphere. That would be a loss. Whether starting or coming off the bench, Wade was willing to sacrifice for the team's betterment. Su Bei was stunned. Wade, you truly move me to tears. Dwyane muttered under his breath. You're a swingman, but you mainly play small forward. You got dominated by Su Bei in practice and lost your starting spot. How can you confront Dwyane about his position? Dwyane's voice was low, but in the tense atmosphere of the argument, everyone heard him clearly. Madman. Sprewell turned and glared at Dwyane, a silent warning for him to mind his own business. He wasn't better than Su Bei, so he shifted his focus to the greenhorn Wade. Dwyane met his gaze unflinching. You dared to choke the coach, try choking me. See if he'll take it lying down. TCH. Sprewell snorted, pretending not to hear, and continued his argument with Don Chaney. Bench. No way he was coming off the bench. After a moment, Don Chaney pursed his lips and compromised. Since Dwyane is willing to come off the bench, let Wade do it, and Latrell returns to the starting lineup. However, I want the New York three youngsters to build chemistry during the offseason. In team scrimmages, let them start. Is that acceptable? No problem, Sprewell agreed. As long as he started in official games, the rest didn't matter. All right then. Don Chaney waved his hand. Everyone go train hard and prepare for the new season. Yeah. The team raised their arms in agreement. Don Chaney finished and left. As he walked toward the coach's office with his back to Sprewell, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, back to Wade. Dwyane, the coach, clearly wants us three to build chemistry and is building the team around us. Why did you give in to that madman? Dwyane complained. Su Bei nodded lightly. Dwyane, I think you can outperform Madman even in your rookie season. He's old. He's past his prime. You are the more deserving starter. Wade shrugged and smiled lightly. It's fine. He'll take it as sharpening myself. Besides, Madman may not be in his prime, but he was still the team's second best player last season, capable on both ends. If he's unhappy and doesn't play well, the team loses a potent weapon, which isn't good for the whole. I don't want that. A little sacrifice on my part doesn't matter. I think. I can only say Dwyane loves basketball too much. Dwyane gave a thumbs up. Su Bei nodded silently. Wade smiled faintly, carefree. At 6 p.m., in a private room at an upscale hotel in Times Square. Knock, knock, knock. Su Bei arrived as promised and knocked on the door. Come in. Scarlett's voice came from inside. Su Bei pushed the door open, and the first thing he saw was Scarlett's stunning face. She wore a white lace dress today, paired with a white camisole and high heels that revealed her insteps. Her graceful figure was perfectly showcased. One word, beautiful. Two words, sexy. Su Bei, you're here. Come sit down. I've already ordered the food. We can eat anytime. Scarlett greeted with a smile. On a long table, there were 13 dishes in total, plus 2 bottles of what looked like high-end champagne. How could 2 people eat so much? Even though Su Bei, as a basketball player, ate more than average. Miss Scarlett, you're too kind. We could have just had a simple meal. There's no need for so many dishes. Su Bei said with a smile. He then handed Scarlett a gift bag. This is a small gift. I hope you like it. Wow. Scarlett was flattered, then looked apologetic. Su Bei, I didn't prepare a gift for you. How can I accept yours? Su Bei smiled slightly and pointed at the table. You're treating me to all this fine food. It's far more valuable than my little gift. Can I open it? Of course. Scarlett opened the bag, revealing a gift box. Inside was a Gucci, the latest model Gucci Rush. Price $200. Not expensive, but a token of appreciation. Bringing a gift when meeting the opposite sex not only boosts goodwill, but also shows respect. Wow, Scarlett was delighted after opening it. This is the latest Gucci Rush, a popular fragrance these days. I've been busy filming and haven't had time to buy it. Su Bei, I love this gift. Glad you like it. Su Bei smiled, then pointed at the delicious-looking dishes. Can we sit down and talk? I think I'm starving. Huh. Scarlett paused, then nodded, eagerly beaming. Of course, of course. Sit down and eat. Then I won't be polite. Su Bei had trained all day, showered at the gym, changed, and come straight here. He was genuinely hungry. Besides, with 13 dishes it would be a waste not to eat. They ate, drank champagne, and chatted happily. After 40 minutes with 1.5 bottles of champagne down, Su Bei was as steady as ever. Scarlett's pretty face had turned as red as a ripe apple. In a state of mild intoxication, Su Bei had also eaten his fill. He now turned his full attention to Sijiali. At first glance nothing seemed amiss, but upon closer inspection Su Bei's pupils constricted sharply and his heart gave a leap. Sijiali's sheer lace dress was no ordinary garment. It was a see-through style. The cuffs, shoulders, and the area over her chest were all transparent, allowing a direct view through the fabric. When looked at closely from a short distance, her delicate shoulders, collarbone, and full bosom were all tantalizingly visible. The faint hazy allure of what could be seen but not fully discerned was utterly maddening. Crucially, this was the seductive power of the sexy siren Sijiali employing her sheer attack. In a word, exquisite. Su Bei hadn't paid much attention at first, but now with just a few more glances a restless heat stirred within him. Especially Sijiali's tipsy state, her face flushed red, occasionally tilting her head as she brushed a strand of hair from her temple. The allure was overwhelming. Su Bei, I've said my thanks for tonight many times. Now, as a fan, I want to clink glasses with you one more time. Truly, Su Bei. Su Bei, you play basketball so handsomely. As she spoke, Sijiali raised her wine glass again, intending to down the remaining champagne in one gulp. This girl. Seeing her state, Su Bei quickly stopped her. I know, I understand, but you shouldn't drink anymore. That's enough. No, I must drink. There's really no need. As they struggled, the champagne in Sijiali's glass spilled, drenching the sheer lace over her chest. The liquid soaked through instantly. Suddenly, everything was visible. So full, so beautiful. A dousing attack. Transitioning from the fantasy of elusive glimpses to the complete view laid bare before the eyes. From illusion to reality. Once this process was triggered, it became unstoppable. Su Bei's heart thumped again as he watched Sijiali seemingly unconcerned lean over to pour more champagne. A surge of restlessness coursed through him. A sheer attack, plus a dousing attack, combined with sensual intoxication. Who could endure this? Who could possibly hold back? Huff. Su Bei took several deep breaths, trying to compose himself and restrain the urge to take advantage of her vulnerable state. Such behavior was truly unacceptable. The next second, Sijiali stumbled and fell directly into Su Bei's arms. Their chairs were part of a sofa set, so Su Bei could lean back without issue. Sijiali sat on Su Bei's lap in zero-distance contact. She hooked her arms around his neck, her gaze hazy as she murmured, Su Bei, I'm not just your fan. I've fallen for you. I'm very shallow. I simply like your looks. There's no shame in that. I don't want anyone else to have you. I want to possess you all to myself. Su Bei couldn't process a single word Sijiali said. He had no mind for it. He was about to explode. Clinging to his last shred of reason, he said, Miss Sijiali, you've had too much to drink. Don't do this, or you'll be playing with fire. Playing with fire ends in self-immolation. Seize the moment. Encountering Dada. Just as Su Bei finished speaking, the tipsy Sijiali leaned in and kissed him. She had always been a strong-willed woman, bold and proactive in pursuing what she desired. Her earlier fall was intentional. The stirring of conversation was also deliberate. Tonight's dinner was merely an excuse to invite Su Bei out. The sheer dress was chosen specifically for him. The spilling of the wine just now was indeed an accident. But her proactive advance while tipsy was calculated. Tonight she aimed to claim Su Bei as fully as possible. She was confident in her plan. Yet she succeeded in playing with fire. In this private room, this absolute sanctuary of privacy, Sijiali provoked Su Bei so brazenly. A sheer attack, a dousing attack, a face-to-face assault. What official could withstand such a trial? Unbearable. Not a single bit of it. Su Bei's last shred of reason vanished the moment Sijiali took the initiative to kiss him. The next day, at 9 a.m., in a presidential suite at the Hilton Hotel, Su Bei awoke. He looked at the still sleeping, disheveled, yet breathtakingly beautiful Sijiali beside him and smiled faintly. So this is the woman even Xiao Du would drink her bathwater for. Incredible. Absolutely top tier. Su Bei planted a kiss on her forehead without disturbing her peaceful slumber, then carefully got up to shower. From the restaurant to the hotel. From the bathroom to the bedroom. The battle was fierce, and in the end Sigiali surrendered. As for Su Bei, after a few hours of sleep, he felt remarkably well. It made sense. Iverson was known as an Iron Man, and his extraordinary stamina wasn't limited to the basketball court. Su Bei was the perfect answer, just 18 years old, bursting with youthful vitality, naturally, in even better form. Half an hour later, Su Bei returned to the bedroom, towel drying his hair. Sigiali was still asleep. Sigiali. Su Bei tried to wake her, but failed completely. Today he had to shoot a pictorial for Vacheron Constantine. Earning an annual salary of $7 million, he needed to earn his keep. So he had to leave now. That was why he had tried to wake her. Seeing her sleep so deeply, Su Bei decided against it. He left a note and departed the hotel. At 1 p.m, Sigiali finally awoke, groggy and exhausted. She realized Su Bei wasn't by her side. She found his note and understood the reason. She got up to use the restroom, but her legs were so weak she could barely walk. She had to shuffle slowly, bent over to the bathroom. Yet she was happy. Honestly, I didn't expect Su Bei to be so formidable. Handsome and skilled. It felt so good, no woman could possibly resist this. The man I've set my sights on is truly outstanding. I have such great taste. Furby, you're just an on-screen couple with Su Bei, but I've already got him. He'll guard the man I love well. I won't let you take him, nor let any other woman snatch him away. Meanwhile, back to Su Bei. He finished his shoot at Vacheron Constantine by 3 p.m. He took a taxi back to Times Square, intending to grab some food. Vacheron Constantine had a cafeteria, but Su Bei couldn't be bothered. Eating alone seemed more peaceful. Of course, there was a more important matter awaiting him in the evening. Walking down the pedestrian street towards the mall, Su Bei's phone rang. It was a message from Palinka. 6 p.m. Times Square, a love coffee shop. Okay, Su Bei replied. Just as he sent the message, he looked up to see a girl walking straight into him. Bang! They collided. Su Bei felt a soft impact. Neither was moving fast, so it wasn't serious, but the bag of cherry tomatoes the girl was carrying scattered all over the ground. Sorry, I'm so sorry, the girl apologized profusely. I was looking at my phone replying to messages and didn't watch where I was going. I'm really sorry for bumping into you. Are you okay? I'm fine. Su Bei waved his hand. I was looking at my phone too. Though the girl appeared to be around 170 centimeters tall, she still seemed petite next to Su Bei. The collision felt like no more than a tickle. Oh, that's great. I'm really sorry. She apologized once more, then knelt down to pick up the cherry tomatoes. Su Bei had indeed been replying to messages and hadn't been paying attention either. Otherwise, he could have easily dodged. He felt partly responsible. He also knelt down to help the girl gather the tomatoes. Thank you. After collecting the tomatoes, the girl politely expressed her gratitude. No problem. Su Bei replied with a smile and walked away nonchalantly. Dada, over here. Over here. As Su Bei left, he heard someone calling out to the girl. It was her classmate. Coming. Dada responded, trotting over with light steps. Su Bei didn't recognize her, but she was destined to become a famous Hollywood actress in the future. Her fame would be slightly less than that of Sigiali or Erba. Yet relying on her stunning looks and impeccable figure, she would climb to 6th place on the global list of top 100 actresses. With just a bit more popularity, she would easily have been number 1. Her bold performance in the future film Detective would make men worldwide feel the maddening allure of her incredible physique. Combined with her enchanting face and naturally large azure eyes, she was a blend of sexiness and sweetness that no man could resist. This year she was 18 and still a university student. A native New Yorker, she grew up in Manhattan's Upper East Side. Last year she made her acting debut in My Children as a minor character. However, she was just a small supporting role. Her fame in the entertainment industry was still far too low. You could even say she was virtually non-existent. Nevertheless, her looks were top-notch and her figure was fully developed, making her the kind of girl any man would desire at first sight. Su Bei was probably no exception. But today was a bit special for him. He had just spent a passionate night with Sigiali and was still in a semi-refractory. Moreover, this was just a chance encounter. Even if she was beautiful, Su Bei wasn't the type to be frozen in his tracks or completely mesmerized at a single glance. Dada, you actually know Su Bei? One of Dada's classmates asked in surprise. She had just seen Dada and Su Bei crouching together picking up cherry tomatoes, seemingly chatting and laughing. Su Bei, Dada was a bit confused, then asked in return, You mean that guy just now? Yeah. Another female classmate grabbed Dada's arm, saying enviously, That's Su Bei. He's so handsome, plays basketball so well, is incredibly strong and super popular. Truly, I don't think there's a woman who wouldn't want a passionate date with Su Bei. It would be bliss. Just the thought of Su Bei grabbing my pigtails gets me so excited. Hey, Dada, tell us quickly. How do you know him? How long has it been? Yeah. Are you two secretly dating? But I just heard Su Bei is dating the actress Erba. Their show Teenage Basketball Dream is so sweet. Dada, you. Maybach 62s. A sky-high contract, 3 years, a 100 million 10 personal royalties. At 6 p.m. At Times Square, a love coffee shop. Su Bei, Palinka, Nike's endorsement department manager Max Baker, and Adidas endorsement department manager Ralph Ward. The four sat down in a private room. While Su Bei and Sijiali were having their epic battle, Nike and Adidas were also locked in a fierce war for Su Bei. Now it was the final showdown. A three-party meeting. Baker, the Nike manager, spoke first. Su Bei: Nike is willing to offer you a 4-year $120 million contract. $30 million per year. This already far exceeds the highest annual salary of any current NBA player. It represents our sincerity towards you. This is our final offer. Adidas offers 3 years, $100 million, an average of $33 million per year. In terms of price, they indeed offer a bit more. However, in terms of resources and popularity, I believe Nike is superior. We will help you gain more fame and enhance your personal influence. I hope you will choose us. Ward interjected. Mr. Su Bei, our 3-year, $100 million contract is not just $33 million more per year. The contract term is also 1 year shorter. This means that in just 3 years you can sign a new shoe endorsement. 3 years from now, I believe Mr. Su Bei's popularity will have reached new heights. We will be able to sign an even bigger shoe contract with you a year earlier, allowing you to earn even more. The two were in their final round of competition. Pelinka leaned close to Su Bei and whispered, "Boss, I think both contracts are excellent. Either one is worthwhile. Don't feel pressured. Just choose based on your preference." Su Bei nodded slightly, stroked his chin, and then looked at the two men. "Manager Max, are you sure the 4-year, $120 million is the final offer?" "Yes, Mr. Su Bei. This is a sky-high contract with a cost-performance ratio more than double that of LeBron." Max said seriously. "Manager Ralph, is your 3-year, $100 million also the final offer?" "Yes." Ralph Ward. Su Bei paused, then continued, "Since the difference is only $33 million a year, and I can earn $20 million more in total." As Su Bei spoke, he kept a sidelong glance on Ward's expression. "Wait." Sensing something was off, Ward immediately interrupted Su Bei. He declared in a firm voice, "Mr. Su Bei, we've reconsidered and believe we can increase the offer. Here it is. Our company is willing to offer a 3-year, $100 million contract, plus a 10 personal royalty to sign Mr. Su Bei." "What? A 10 personal royalty?" Baker's eyes widened. "Have you lost your mind?" Ward glanced coolly at Baker, his expression saying, "Mind your own business. I'm determined to get Su Bei, if you can keep raising the bid." Pelinka was so excited his pupils dilated. A 10 personal royalty was almost like owning shares in Adidas. This price increase was truly astonishing. He desperately wanted Su Bei to sign with Adidas right away. He maintained a calm and composed demeanor, but secretly poked Su Bei's back as a hint. Su Bei understood. He had deliberately expressed a preference for Nike to see if Adidas would raise their offer further. After all, if the difference was only a little over $3 million, partnering with Nike, which had a larger market and greater brand recognition, was undoubtedly better. But the addition of a 10 royalty changed everything. For example, if Su Bei's signature shoes generated $300 million in revenue for Adidas in a year, he would receive a royalty of up to $30 million. Of course, the amount of the royalty depended on Su Bei's personal performance. It was a double-edged sword. It could make Su Bei incredibly wealthy or yield nothing. Was Su Bei choosing to take a risk? Of course. But it wasn't really a gamble. He not only possessed the talent of the perfect answer, but would also continuously gain superstar abilities. He might achieve a Rookie of the Year level performance in the NBA. Even if not, he would surely grow into a superstar in the league, becoming famous and selling plenty of shoes. So Su Bei narrowed his eyes and immediately looked at Baker. "Max. Manager C, are you sure you want raise the price?" Cutting through the clutter, Su Bei gave the Hook representative no time for deliberation, adopting a decisive tone that implied the offer was now or never. "This." Max Baker was both stunned and panicked. Adidas' offer was too staggering. He simply couldn't match it immediately and present Su Bei with a proposal that included shares. "Mr. Su Bei, our company cannot continue bidding, but we possess a better market, more resources, and higher popularity than Adi. Our company." The moment Hook confirmed they would not raise the price, Su Bei lost interest in him, and what Baker said no longer held his attention. Su Bei stood up, looked at Ralph Ward, extended his hand, and smiled. "Adi is a very good sneaker brand. It's already famous now. I also believe it will become even more famous in the future and become better. So I hope to become your endorser and make Adi better together with you." Ward was taken aback, then firmly grasped Su Bei's hand with both of his, saying excitedly, "It's wonderful that Su Bei is willing to sign with our company. We are very happy to cooperate with you. We will achieve a win-win situation." Max Baker, seeing this, tactfully and dejectedly left. Outside the coffee shop, Baker scowled. Those madmen at Adi, $100 million over 3 years, plus a 10 personal commission. Even players like Kobe and Iverson, at the peak of their careers, might not get such a big contract. You actually gave this to a rookie who hasn't played a single NBA game. Are you all crazy? Just because he played a few good games. Just because he represents the Dragon Kingdom market. Even if Su Bei has played well so far, there's absolutely no way he's worth this much. Just wait and see, you'll definitely lose your shirt. And the LeBron I signed will quickly become the superstar of the league, making our company a fortune. Wasn't he just praising Su Bei lavishly inside the coffee shop? Now that he's outside, he looks down on him. A master of changing faces. If I can't have him, destroy him. Too real. The moment Audi finalized the contract with Su Bei and signed it, they immediately announced it on the radio, signing Su Bei. The sky-high contract of $100 million over 3 years, 10 personal commission was also exposed. Stunned. Fans were shocked, their mouths agape wide enough to fit a light bulb. Dumbfounded. Fans were dumbfounded with envy. Audi was simply offering too much. And earlier, Su Bei had signed a $10 million contract with Vacheron Constantine for $21 million over 3 years. His 22 rookie contract with a player option for the last 2 years was $15 million over 4 years. A quick calculation. Currently, before taxes, Su Bei could earn close to $45 million a year. This is 2003. Su Bei is only 18 years old. What an astonishing ability to generate wealth. Everyone was stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. Countless people were twisted with envy. Some 18-year-olds are still playing in the mud. Some 18-year-olds are moving bricks at construction sites. Some 18-year-olds are already worth over $100 million, earning $45 million a year. Why is the gap between people so vast? The key point. Su Bei not only has a strong ability to make money, but also has a super handsome face, making Hollywood actresses proactively approach and throw themselves at him. His basketball skills are also impeccable. Skills career looks love. Su Bei is flourishing in every aspect. How could this not make people envious? While people were immensely envious, they all wished for a life like Su Bei's. Everyone wants to be Su Bei, but there is only one Su Bei. LeBron, upon seeing the news of Su Bei signing with Audi on a sky-high contract, directly cursed. He learned the news at his own home. He didn't have to cover his mouth, he could yell and curse freely. Did Audi have water in their brains? LeBron was utterly incredulous. Even if that kid Su Bei beat me in the game and proved his skill, he doesn't deserve a super sky-high contract that's better than mine, even more than double mine. So, I'm not even half as good as Su Bei. To me, this is a huge joke. I can't understand it. The good news is, Su Bei signed with Audi, so he's not competing with me. I can enjoy the most resources at Hook. I must perform well, absorb all the resources, gain the most popularity, and maximize my fame. But is it possible that I actually deserve an endorsement contract equal to Su Bei's? I just agreed too quickly, that's why I signed a contract lower than his. Jealousy took over. The more LeBron thought about it, the more wrong it felt. He even had the impulse to confront Hook's upper management. The day after Audi announced signing Su Bei, they sincerely paid Su Bei his first month's salary. A month's pay was $778 million. After deducting various taxes totaling about $45, he took home roughly $52 million. Meanwhile, Vacheron Constantine and the NBA also paid Su Bei his first month's salary within a week. Vacheron Constantine and the NBA rookie contract $5 million a year, $875,000 a month. After taxes, that's roughly $48,000. Total $52 million, $48,002 million. Exactly $2 million a month. What does this mean? In 2003 domestically, even in first-tier cities like Magic City or Imperial Capital, the average salary was only around $200,000. A farmer might earn $200 to $300 a month. The value of Su Bei's $2 million was astonishing. He became rich overnight. As a man wanting to be refined inevitably involves two things. First, a watch. Second, a luxury car. Because of his endorsement with Vacheron Constantine, Su Bei had the right to wear their watches for free. He could even switch to a different model every so often. One word: awesome. The only downside was in public, he could only wear this high-end Vacheron Constantine watch. He had a watch, but Su Bei still needed a luxury car. The day after his salary was deposited, Su Bei went directly to Mercedes-Benz headquarters and bought the latest model Maybach 62s. This was an ultimate luxury top-tier sedan, absolutely top-of-the-line. Mercedes had only launched the 57 and 62 last year, these two ultra-luxury models directly competing with Rolls-Royce and Bentley. The car was 6.2 meters long, which is why it's called the Mercedes 62s. The wheelbase was 3.8 meters, providing extremely spacious and comfortable interior space. Even a 2-meter NBA player could sit comfortably inside. The black exterior was definitely the representative color of the domineering Maybach. The front featured a vertical chrome grille paired with classic round headlights, and the unique Maybach emblem showcasing its noble status. Its appearance, impeccable. For details, the Maybach 62s had power retractable running boards for easy entry and exit, also a display of status. Double-layer soundproof glass, advanced sound deadening materials, and high-end heat-insulating privacy-protecting film provided a sufficiently private and quiet environment inside the car. The air suspension system also made the ride very stable. Basically, as long as the car's condition didn't reach the point of automatically turning on the hazard lights, there were no unusual sensations from outside, providing an excellent driving experience. For power, it was equipped with a 6.0-liter V12 twin-turbo engine delivering strong power. It accelerated from 0 to 100 km/h in just 5.2 seconds. This was already very fast in 2003. In summary, this was a top-tier luxury car combining luxury refinement and performance, pursuing the most comfortable driving experience, crafting the most respected status symbol for customers. This was one of the most expensive luxury cars in the world at the time. Value $720,000. The Mercedes 4S store staff recognized Su Bei. After discussing with the manager, they gave a discount of a full $100,000. Su Bei bought it outright for $6,000. Mercedes' purpose was simple. They hoped to gain Su Bei's favor and have the opportunity for him to endorse them. Su Bei indicated he would be happy to cooperate if the opportunity arose. Does it have to be Mercedes for endorsement? Not necessarily. Mercedes, Bentley, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce. There are many luxury cars. It all depends on the offer. However, they genuinely gave him a $100,000 discount, which wasn't a small amount. Su Bei had to say the polite things. With the new car in hand, Wade, Dwyane, Kurt Thomas, and Howard Isley, upon hearing the news, celebrated with Su Bei. The five starters had a big meal together. Dwyane organized it. He actually invited Sprewell too, but Sprewell scoffed at the idea of hanging out with these youngsters, especially since they had taken his starting spot. Fine, come or not, it didn't matter. Honestly, Dwyane didn't want to hang out with him either, but they were teammates, no need to make things too awkward. After celebrating with his teammates, Su Bei also made plans with Scarlett. On one hand, there was a slight hint of showing off his new luxury car. On the other hand, after getting his salary, he intended to treat Scarlett to a meal, a return invitation. Having dinner was serious. But, of course, it wasn't just about dinner. Su Bei brought a pack, ensuring there would be no. What about Scarlett? She was overjoyed, not just because Su Bei had asked her out to dinner, but also because she could close the distance between them to zero. Won the NCAA championship, drafted 3rd overall, joined the New York Knicks, played 2 summer league games, a small taste of the big leagues. Signed an endorsement with Audi. Signed an endorsement with Vacheron Constantin. Bought the latest Maybach 62s. Outright. He also rented a 400 square meter, 3-story villa close to Madison Square Garden and Times Square. For an easy commute. For an easy life. Everything was progressing steadily and was mostly completed perfectly. The off-season of Su Bei remembered that winning a Player of the Week award in the new season would unlock the Flash Wade's floater skill mission. Perfect answer, Reaper mid-range floater. Even in the NBA, Su Bei was a powerful player who was dominant from day one. But to become stronger, to dominate the entire league, surpass everyone, and reach the highest peak, he still had to train. Led by Su Bei, Wade, and Dwyane, the New York 3 young masters began their intensive off-season training. Officially, however, while they trained step by step, improving themselves, the NBA off-season was not peaceful. After August, multiple teams made blockbuster trades that shook the league. In July, the Lakers' 4 Heavenly Kings trade first exploded across the league during the off-season. Whether the 4 Heavenly Kings combination would win the championship next year was uncertain, but their games next season, resembling all-star games, would surely be sold out every time. In early August, the Timberwolves made the first big move. They first engaged in a 3-team trade with the Knicks and the New Jersey Nets to acquire the Mad Dog Sprewell, the most arrogant genius in history. Sprewell's skills were undeniable. The Knicks just traded him away. Coach Don Chaney and GM Scott Layden were focused on rebuilding, determined to rebuild around the New York 3 young masters. The explosive-tempered, wild-natured Sprewell was clearly not on board. He clashed with the coach, risking not only poisoning the locker room atmosphere, but also hindering the chemistry of the New York 3 young masters. Though Sprewell was strong, if he caused trouble, the negative impact on the team could be greater, possibly not worth the gain. In that case, the Knicks management might as well commit to the rebuild and directly eliminate the hidden pest. In the 3-team trade, the Knicks acquired the Hawks' Uncle Mutombo to match salaries. How to describe this trade result? A bit underwhelming. Uncle was already 37 years old at this time based on his official age, but he was likely much older. His dominance in the paint was no longer at its peak. His pure skill level certainly didn't match Sprewell's. But Sprewell was also a troublesome player. The chokehold incident with his coach made teams across the league. He had talent, but was hard to trade. His trade value didn't match his multi-million-dollar salary. Coincidentally, the Knicks' current lineup lacked interior height and rim protection. Although Mutombo was old, he still possessed some rim protection and defensive ability, removing a risk and gaining a blue-collar big man with some capability. The Knicks trade seemed a bit of a loss, but it was acceptable. After acquiring the Mad Dog Sprewell, the Timberwolves quickly moved to trade for the alien Sam Cassell from the Bucks. Last season, Cassell averaged 1 points, 4, 6 rebounds, 5, 2 assists, 1, 2 steals, and 0, 2 blocks per game, playing at a starting point guard level. Sprewell was also a core-level swingman. In an instant, the big-ticket Garnett, the alien Cassell, the Mad Dog Sprewell formed the 3-headed monster combination. This skyrocketed the Timberwolves' strength. It immediately made them championship contenders. Fans in Minnesota were ecstatic, while other Western Conference teams felt significant pressure, taking the brunt of it. The Dallas Mavericks felt the pressure double. Last year, the combination of Nowitzki, Nash, Finley, the three carriages, led the team to a franchise-best 60 wins. They also reached the Western Conference Finals. They lost a hard-fought 6-game series against the defending champion Spurs, which gave owner Mark Cuban hope for a championship. They planned to contend for the title next season. They had the strength. Who knew? The Lakers would first form the four Heavenly Kings in the offseason, and then the Timberwolves would form the three-headed monster. The Spurs GDP combination was already the defending champion, and they were quietly making small improvements. The Kings' big three of Peja, Chris Webber, Mike Bibby were also a traditional powerhouse. As a result, the Lakers, Timberwolves, Spurs, and Kings, 4 teams in total, were all strong championship contenders for the next season. This made it extremely difficult for the Mavericks not just to win the title, but even to emerge from the West. They couldn't waste their team's prime period, they couldn't sit idly by. Owner Mark Cuban was not short on money. As long as the team could win a championship, everything was worth it. He waved his hand and instructed the management to operate and further strengthen the team's roster. Thus, the Mavericks first made a trade with the Warriors, acquiring the Warriors' star small forward Anton Jamison. Last season, he averaged 22, averaging 7, 2 rebounds, 2, 0 assists, 1 steal, and 0, 5 blocks. He has scored 50 points in 2 consecutive games. He is unequivocally a premier scorer. He is also of all-star caliber in the future. Subsequently, the Mavericks continued acquiring Antoine Walker from the Celtics. He was known as one of the Boston Twin Guns alongside Paul Pierce, averaging 20.7, 2 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1.5 steals per game last season. He is a full-fledged all-star player. Thus, Nash, Finley, Anton Jamison, Antoine Walker, and Nowitzki formed the 5-star Mavericks. The team's payroll maxed out. However, on paper, their strength was formidable. At least compared to the Glove and Malone chasing a championship, the Mavericks made tangible additions of 2 all-star caliber players. Dallas fans erupted into celebration. Last year, the Nets, who made the finals, were unable to overcome the Spurs' interior led by the dominant stone Buddha Duncan. They were determined to strengthen their frontcourt. Consequently, they sent out multiple draft picks in a costly move to acquire the 2-time blocks champion and 2-time DPOY Alonzo Mourning. The Trident plus a DPOY. The Nets were undoubtedly even more formidable for the new season. The trades continued until September. With the first phase of league-wide roster reinforcement concluded, ESPN immediately held a panel discussion titled The New Season Landscape. The panel included Barkley, Mike Breen, Elliott, and Doug Collins. Wow, Barkley said, rubbing his bald head and raising an eyebrow excitedly. The offseason has been turbulent on next season. It's a battle of titans. Let's start with the West. The Spurs GDP are the defending champions with the MVP and Finals MVP stone Buddha Tim Duncan dominating the paint. I think he is about to become the league's top player after Shaq. Manu Ginobili, a rookie, and Tony Parker, a sophomore, are still so young. Yet they provide considerable help to Tim. I believe that given a bit more time, perhaps just one offseason will be enough. Next season, GDP will undoubtedly display even greater chemistry and formidable strength. The defending champion Spurs. They are sure to have the capability to win consecutive championships next season. Next are the Lakers. Purple and gold F4, 4 Heavenly Kings, 4 Titans. You can find many labels for the Lakers, but without exception, for the new season, as long as the OK duo remains, the Lakers, who recently won 3 consecutive titles, absolutely have the power to contend for another championship. Of course, Mike Breen nodded in agreement, then continued. The Spurs GDP and the Lakers for Heavenly Kings are indeed powerful. The new season is worth anticipating. But I think the Timberwolves, 3-headed monster, the 5-star Mavericks, and the Kings' big 3. These 3 teams are not to be underestimated. They are also absolute championship contenders. I agree with Mike Breen and Charles. Elliott added the Spurs, Lakers, Kings, Timberwolves, and Mavericks, after their offseason reinforcements, have become the 5 strongest teams in the Western Conference. It's not absolute, but I believe one of them will emerge from the West. Now for the East. The Nets Trident, who reached the finals last year and for 2 consecutive years. Despite their already formidable strength, they paid a high price to add 2-time DPOY Alonzo Mourning. Although Alonzo Mourning is not at his absolute peak now, he still poses a considerable threat in the paint. Because of the stone Buddha Tim Duncan, they needed to fortify their interior, so Mourning's presence holds great value. Next season, the Nets will undoubtedly launch a fierce challenge for the finals once again. 3rd time's the charm. I believe if the Nets reach the finals again next season, they will definitely win the championship. The Pistons' iron-willed defense has always troubled every team in the league. They may not seem like the absolute top tier, but their fighting spirit is incredibly strong. Their defensive actions can even be somewhat aggressive. They make every opponent feel uncomfortable and uneasy on offense. In this year's draft, they selected Serbia's teenage prodigy Darko Milicic. He is a 7-foot center with outside shooting ability, solid interior defense, and a certain level of playmaking and organizational skills. He is truly versatile. I believe that once he develops, the Pistons' overall strength will increase significantly. They will also launch a more ferocious assault on the championship. The Nets and Pistons, two seemingly unglamorous teams in the East, are both top championship contenders. Also, the Pacers duo of Jermaine O'Neal and bad boy Ron Artest has never been easy to deal with. My point is, the Pacers will also be strong contenders for the title. Well said. Doug Collins chimed in, taking over the conversation in the West: Spurs, Lakers, Mavericks, Kings, and Timberwolves. In the East, Pistons, Nets, and Pacers. They are the title favorites. However, Tracy McGrady's Magic, Vince Carter's Raptors, and Allen Iverson's 76ers. The teams of the four shooting guards guarantee excitement in their games. They are absolutely worth looking forward to. Additionally, the influx of numerous young superstars into the league over the past 2 seasons, growing at a Rockets pace, is worth watching. The Rockets last year's No. 1 pick, Yao. The Suns, Amare, who won Rookie of the Year. The Cavaliers this year's No. 1 pick, LeBron. The Pistons this year's No. 2 pick, Darko Milicic. The Knicks this year's No. 3 pick, Su Bei, and the New York 3 young masters assembled in the offseason have a bright future. The Nuggets, Melo, Carmelo Anthony. The Clippers, Chris Common. The Raptors, Chris Bosh. The Bulls, Kirk Hinrich. The Bucks, T.J. Ford, and others. In recent years, talented players have continuously emerged, injecting fresh blood and vitality into the NBA. Barkley nodded, repeatedly getting excited. He then gave a concluding speech. Next season has high-quality, top-tier matchups, plenty of star power, and limitless potential from the rookies. So many highlights, let's all look forward to it. The analysis and preview of the new season by commentators and analysts sparked discussions among fans and heightened their anticipation for the upcoming season. Spurs, GDP, Timberwolves, 3-headed monster. Nets, Trident, DPOY, Lakers, 4 Heavenly Kings, Big 3, Iron-willed Pistons, 5-star Mavericks. For shooting guards, the Cavaliers, King James, New York, 3 young masters. The Nuggets, Melo, Little Giant Yao, and Little Tyrann Amare. Established powerhouses, star players, withdrawing power, super rookies, and many others factors. Truly, it's hard not to anticipate and dream about the new season. Thus, during the NBA offseason, without games, news kept flowing, sustaining the basketball buzz. Notably, amidst the flurry of major trades during the offseason, another significant event unrelated to trades or games occurred in the NBA. What? The Kobe Bryant Eagle County incident. The gist is one of the 4 shooting guards part of the OK duo, the core second option of the Lakers, three-peat Kobe Bryant. He flew to a hospital in Eagle, Colorado to undergo knee surgery. While waiting, he stayed at a hotel where a 19-year-old front desk female employee accompanied him on a tour. As a result, Kobe was accused of sexual assault by the female employee. Non-consensual sexual assault. This is considered a serious crime in any country other than some, an absolutely unacceptable act. Crucially, Kobe was the league's hottest superstar. If the sexual assault charge was proven, regardless of prison time, he would face immense backlash and boycotts from countless fans. Such a scandal would ruin his reputation. He was also already embroiled in rumors of discord with his teammate Shaquille O'Neal. Simultaneously, under pressure from O'Neal, his playing style had turned into a lone wolf, or even a cancerous one. This was part of the reason some fans believed the Lakers couldn't four-peat this year. Thus, he would instantly fall from being 3-time champion Jordan's Air America's superstar to an adulterer, a teammate in conflict, a team cancer, and a sexual assault suspect. One glance at heaven, one at hell. Being pushed into the abyss just as you are about to be crowned. The blow is, Kobe must have found it unbearable. In fact, he did it, but he couldn't admit it, and he never expected the employee to. It was consensual, but even if consensual, it would still brand him an adulterer. The impact on him was still immense. When it happened, he panicked. He even categorically denied it before the facts were fully investigated. A mistake. This also earned him the label of a liar. Everything was spiraling towards the worst possible outcome, and Kobe was under immense pressure. This was the beginning of the Eagle County incident. Many people know or have heard about it. Su Bei had also heard of it, but only in passing, not knowing the details, perhaps too lazy to care. Now it was different. He was in this era, witnessing the events unfold firsthand. Honestly, Su Bei thought Kobe was finished, believing he could never turn things around. After all, when the sexual assault allegations were close to being confirmed, Kobe faced a torrent of abuse, and even Nike considered terminating his contract. He was facing a nationwide boycott. His NBA career was rapidly plummeting into the abyss, seemingly beyond recovery. However, at this critical moment, Kobe's newly signed agent Rob Pelinka stepped up. Coincidentally, he was also Su Bei's agent. This allowed Su Bei to witness firsthand Pelinka's calmness and decisive problem-solving skills in the face of a player crisis. When Kobe was panicking and at a loss, Pelinka found him immediately. After learning that a relationship had indeed occurred, he told Kobe with decisive authority, "You must admit the relationship happened." That meant admitting adultery, something Kobe also didn't want. Pelinka remained firm, telling Kobe, "You must admit to the substantive, intimate relationship with that female employee. But you must absolutely deny non-consent. Then you won't be charged with sexual assault. Although you will indirectly admit to adultery, those are two completely different concepts. With the former, you'll be fighting the whole world, you can't clear your name, and you might even face imprisonment. You'll be directly. With the latter, it will still affect you, but there's a chance for redemption. Kobe, trust me, follow my plan, and I will pull you back from the abyss. Kobe was panicked, but he had to listen. So Kobe first faced the media, proactively admitted to the relationship, and denied the sexual assault charge. Pelinka quickly contacted the female employee. After communicating with her, she agreed to state it was a consensual relationship, specifically emphasizing no monetary transaction. Of course, this was for public relations. The specifics are unknown and unimportant. Many even knew that the female employee's initial intent wasn't to destroy Kobe, but to get a large sum of money. Thus, the Eagle County incident was first completely redefined as adultery. While this had a significant impact domestically, overseas, there was a higher willingness to forgive. Especially after Pelinka got the employee to drop the sexual assault charge and convinced Kobe to get his wife to stand by his side, the public outcry was somewhat subdued. But it wasn't enough. Pelinka continued to act swiftly and decisively. He approached multiple media outlets to sway public opinion and also revealed flaws in the evidence the female employee provided for the sexual assault claim. The Eagle County incident was definitively characterized. The public was led to believe it wasn't sexual assault, but a common scandal involving a young superstar who was lured by an experienced escort in a setup. Was that the end? Was Kobe forgiven? No, clearly not. Pelinka's maneuvers only pulled Kobe out of the abyss. He still had a long way to go to return to his former glory, but at least there was a chance. Kobe also rose to the occasion. His determination wasn't just about restoring his reputation, it stemmed from his extreme love for basketball and his fervent desire to win. Thus Kobe trained obsessively, relentlessly honing his skills and improving his individual abilities. He first doubled down, forcing O'Neal out to become the sole king. Bad publicity is still publicity. He simply focused on putting up insane numbers, delivering godlike scoring title seasons. 60 points in 3 quarters, 81 points in a single game, consecutive scoring titles, and so on. Kobe went on a rampage. Pelinka continued his behind-the-scenes work. He and his team persistently built Kobe's image through the media. Ultimately, they transformed him from a seemingly flawless good boy with only minor issues with Shaq into the feared Black Mamba, a player pushing the limits of basketball. He also crafted a new persona centered on Mamba mentality, the Los Angeles of 4 a.m. And love me or hate me. This shift in perception was bold, crazy, and unexpected enough, and fans loved it. This eventually allowed Kobe years later to return to the ranks of universally beloved superstars. You could say Kobe's hard work and fanatical love for basketball helped him regain his popularity. But you must also— Pelinka's problem-solving skills were exceptional. This whole affair was a textbook example of an agent handling a crisis for an NBA star. Having witnessed the decisive first half of Pelinka's actions in reality and knowing the subsequent development, Su Bei had to acknowledge Pelinka's capability. He smiled slightly, choosing Pelinka as my agent was indeed the multiple blockbuster trades rocking the league, the anticipation for the 0-3 platinum generation, the Eagle County incident, the preview of the new season, Su Bei gossip with 2 Hollywood actresses. It was all happening. The off-season was very eventful. Time passed bit by bit, and fans' anticipation for the new season grew stronger. Finally, when October arrived, October 11, 2003, the weight of preseason games still pales in comparison to the regular season. While players have honed their skills during the off-season, they haven't yet faced the intensity of NBA-level competition. Even if they have grown stronger, they need an adaptation period. Whether it's adjusting to their own enhanced abilities, the pace of NBA games, or the on-court chemistry with new teammates, they all require a certain number of games to acclimate. This not only makes the regular season more exciting, but also to some extent mitigates the risk of player injuries. Preseason games perfectly provide such a platform. While the intensity might not be at its peak, it's far more compelling than the summer league. Because every team's starters and stars take the court. It's a level of play unmatched by the NBA, and even the NCAA tournament, except for the Elite Eight, can't compare to the preseason. And so as the preseason arrives, fans, media, and newspapers alike shift their focus from the offseason back to— At 8 p.m. at Madison Square Garden, the preseason clash between the Knicks and the Grizzlies began. Third-year player Pau Gasol had already become the Grizzlies' primary and even franchise cornerstone. However, tonight the fans' attention was undoubtedly fixed on Su Bei. He had caused such a stir during March Madness. Fans were eager to see if he could replicate his stellar performance in a real NBA-level game. It was Su Bei versus James Posey. This small forward duel was the biggest highlight of the night. James Posey wasn't just the Grizzlies' second-in-command, he was also one of the league's premier defenders. At his peak, his defense was ranked alongside elite stoppers like Bruce Bowen, Shane Battier-Rajabell, and the Kobe stopper Ruben Patterson. Now he was in his prime. His defense was even more formidable than his offense. Before the game, a TNT analyst stated Posey is a clean but fiercely tenacious defender. On the defensive end, he will put immense pressure on Su Bei. He might even lock him down in their matchup. A small shock to the league. Jump ball. Mutombo and Lorenzen Wright contested the tip. Slap. Mutombo effortlessly tipped the ball over the 211 centimeters, Wright securing the first offensive possession for the Knicks. With that tip, Mutombo seemed to tell the New York faithful not to worry. He wasn't getting old, and he could still wag his finger in the paint. Point guard Howard Isley received the ball and passed it to Su Bei, letting him bring it up the court. A point guard, it wasn't that he couldn't, but rather that the team's first offensive play was given to the star, a sign of respect for the team's core. Obviously, as the new king of New York, Su Bei had to take the first shot. At the right arc, Su Bei faced James Posey, the Grizzlies' best perimeter defender. Call for a screen, force a switch. No, Su Bei didn't even consider it. Rookies entering the league are often easy targets for intimidation. Welcome to the NBA rookie. Veterans love to utter such trash talk after dominating a rookie. Kobe Antetokounmpo, Curry, Butler, George Arenas, Yao Ming. The list goes on. Too many future stars had endured such treatment. Su Bei had made such waves in March Madness and signed such a massive blockbuster contract with Adidas. He was bound to be targeted and suppressed by the veterans. Frankly, it was annoying. So, Su Bei planned to give the entire league a small shock, making them wary of him from the start. In the first preseason game, Su Bei intended to attack with full force, indiscriminately picking the toughest opponent to dazzle everyone. Thump, thump, thump. Dribbling in place on the left, his pace quickened. Then lowering his center of gravity, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The next moment, a classic Iverson crossover. It worked flawlessly. With one move, he left Posey in the dust. Even though Posey anticipated the crossover, he still bid on the fake. Why? Because if Su Bei didn't change direction, Posey would be frozen like a statue. He had to react and follow. Huh. Posey grunted as he turned to pursue. Swoosh. Su Bei stopped on a dime, pulling the ball back between his legs. Posey scrambled to recover, but his forward momentum was gone, his lower body going down while his upper body leaned forward. He completely lost his balance. Thud. Posey twisted his ankle and crashed to the floor right in front of Su Bei. Whoa. Su Bei released the shot. An open long two-pointer with the death mid-range was as good as a free throw. It swished through the net. Huh. At the commentary desk, Eric Johnson was stunned. Su Bei just broke James Posey's ankles on the very first play of the preseason. He collected James Posey's ankles on the first play. That's incredible. Kenny Smith was also visibly shaken. Is this the perfect answer? His drives have always been this sharp. Cool. Wade raised his hands in celebration for Su Bei. Dwyane patted his protruding belly and chuckled. Su Bei broke James Posey's ankles. That's nothing. ID even praised James Posey. After all, only a defender who plays hard can get caught up in Su Bei's dazzling dribbling rhythm and get broken down. James Posey scrambled up, awkwardly rolling his sore ankle, inwardly shocked. Such quick dribbling, such realistic fakes, such incredible speed. I can't keep up with Su Bei's rhythm at all. Is this really a rookie's driving ability? He couldn't believe it. His expression turned grave. On the next possession, he focused with 120 intensity on guarding Su Bei. Su Bei didn't shy away from the challenge. Between the legs crossover. Su Bei dribbled with a flurry of rhythm, and the moment he grabbed the ball with his left hand, he accelerated, bursting forward like lightning. It's the left side. Posey was certain. He slid over to cut him off, but in the next second, Su Bei vanished before his eyes. Where is he? Posey was dumbfounded, then exclaimed, it's still a crossover. I fell for it again. That's right. Su Bei executed another simple crossover, leaving Posey in his dust as he drove down the right wing. The 185 centimeters, Jason Williams rushed over from the side. A gamble for a steal. Bam. Su Bei absorbed the contact, smoothly gathered the ball, and spun. He left Jason Williams in his wake. Williams, charging too hard, collided with Su Bei and tumbled headlong into the paint, sprawling on the floor. Su Bei spun, gracefully gathered, and released a jump shot near the basket in one fluid motion. The ball arched perfectly and nestled into the net. With the death mid-range in his arsenal. When Su Bei used his athletic gifts and Iverson's dribbling skills to shake off defenders, his finishing ability was greatly enhanced. It was far superior to the rookie Iverson. In his rookie season, Iverson averaged 23.6 points per game, but his two-point field goal percentage was only 41.6. Frankly, that was a bit low. His height was one factor, but his own finishing efficiency was another. Su Bei was not only 18 centimeters taller, but also equipped with the death mid-range. Su Bei was undoubtedly stronger. This was why in his first two offensive plays he had broken his opponent's ankles and finished the play. Whoa, the arena erupted. Su Bei had broken the ankles of his defender on both of his first two possessions, getting past the defensive stalwart James Posey each time. And he finished both plays. This was a message to the entire league. Su Bei's drives were just as sharp as Iverson's, perhaps even stronger. Mutombo laughed heartily. This is Allen in a small forward's body, a more powerful answer. He had been Iverson's teammate in 2001, even reaching the finals together. He knew Iverson well. He saw strong echoes of Iverson in Su Bei. Haha. Wade raised an eyebrow, exclaiming excitedly, so Su Bei isn't the answer, but the superior perfect answer. On the court, the play transitioned. Pau Gasol scored on Dwyane in the low post, then played strong defense, kicking the ball out to a perimeter shooter. The shot was smooth. A three-pointer swished through. The third-year Gasol was rapidly improving, but his conventional, how could it compare to Su Bei? Swoosh. Su Bei used a screen-accelerated pass center Lorenzen right and dashed into the paint like lightning. A quick gather, a leap, and a slam dunk. Boom. A one-handed power slam made the rim groan. Ankle-breaking moves and a powerful dunk. Su Bei's start was nothing short of spectacular, fully justifying his third overall pick status and talent. The arena roared with cheers. On the next play, Wade didn't want to be left out. Using a flashy long pass from Dwyane, who seemed to be enjoying the game, he cut into the paint. One step into the lane, and as Gasol rotated over, Wade executed a quick spin move, leaving Gasol behind. Surely this would be a layup, right? No. An explosion from a standstill. Wade gathered the ball and suddenly erupted, slamming a two-handed dunk right in front of a stunned Lorenzen right. He just dunked that. The explosiveness. Wright was amazed. On the very next possession, Wade faced up against James Posey and blocked his shot cleanly. A guard blocking a small forward hidden. That was something Su Bei did. It was also Wade's defensive prowess. Defense is your strength, but offense isn't. After the block, the fired-up Wade didn't forget to add a trash talk. His gaze sharpened. He took a step forward, gathered, and launched a full-court pass, finding a sprinting Su Bei on the fast break. The ball arrived just as Su Bei reached the basket. He soared into the air, slamming home an alley-oop as a desperate Jason Williams could only watch in despair. It was a full-court connection from Wade's block to Su Bei's alley-oop, with the ball never touching the ground, all in under 3 seconds. It was breathtaking. Eric Johnson shouted with excitement. Dwyane and Su Bei's full-court connection. The Su Bei connection. That play was so cool. His voice had barely faded when on the next possession, James Posey threw a pass directly into Su Bei's hands. Su Bei immediately sprinted on the fast break. My mistake, my redemption. Posey growled, summoning all his strength to chase down Su Bei at full speed. Su Bei dribbled past half-court and dished the ball to Wade, who was trailing on the other side. It was a two-known fast break. Posey had to guard the ball handler, so he pivoted and rushed towards Wade, who remained calm. He waited for Su Bei to cut to the basket from the left, then lobbed a high pass. Posey had just turned around. Boom. Su Bei ascended like a helicopter, throwing down another two-handed alley-oop dunk. He jumped so high his head was level with the rim, making this already spectacular alley-oop even more visually stunning. A new king was born in New York. The New York fans didn't hold back their cheers, roaring for Su Bei. The Su Bei connection again. Eric Johnson was stunned. Their coordinated counterattacks, one on defense and one on offense, seem unstoppable. Wow, Kenny Smith exclaimed excitedly. This is the Su Bei connection, and it's also the 10 connection. The 10? Eric Johnson was puzzled. Huh. Kenny Smith laughed and explained. Dwyane wears number 3, and Su Bei wears number 7. Their jersey numbers add up to 10. So, it's the 10 connection. Huh. Eric Johnson laughed heartily. What a cool 10 connection. The two new Knicks are incredibly strong. They haven't let the fans down. I believe they will shine just as brightly on the regular season stage. The two commentators heaped praise on the New York 3, especially Su Bei. Dwyane received the least praise. He didn't care at all, always staying happy. But if you tried to cut his salary, he would definitely get upset. In the Knicks' first preseason game, the New York 3 played for 2 quarters. Su Bei and Wade showcased their individual brilliance. Their fast break 10 connection was electric, and Dwyane occasionally delivered flashy passes and hit a three-pointer. All 3 of the New York 3 played well. The New York fans were thoroughly entertained and satisfied, their anticipation for the new season growing even stronger. Meanwhile, LeBron of the Cavaliers continued his high school and summer league form. In his first preseason game, he played 3 quarters, putting up 22 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. He was as versatile as ever. It wasn't just the first game. Throughout the entire 8-game preseason, he played like a versatile warrior, thrilling the Cleveland faithful. They were completely convinced that LeBron was the future of the Cavaliers. For the Nuggets, Carmelo Anthony scored 25 points, grabbed 6 rebounds, dished 2 assists, and had 1 steal in his first preseason game. He hit 3 three-pointers in the game, with 20 of his 25 points coming from outside shots. This gave fans a taste of his precise shooting and scoring explosiveness. For the Raptors, Chris Bosh was shooting from outside, finishing inside, protecting the rim, blocking shots, and providing help defense. He seemed capable of doing everything on the court. On the NBA level stage, Bosh played with remarkable composure and maturity, suggesting he would quickly adapt to the NBA's intensity and grow rapidly. T.J. Ford, Kirk Hinrich, Chris Common, and other high picks also performed well. The rookies of the 0-3 Platinum generation were all on fire, all fulfilling their potential. This made the new season even more anticipated. However, there is a somewhat mystical yet very real law in the NBA, almost a curse. One of the top 3 picks will surely be a bust. This means that every year in the NBA draft, the top 3 picks all seem like highly talented players. In reality, one of them is guaranteed to be a bust. It sounds unbelievable, but the facts almost always bear it out. Just take a few examples. In last year's draft, number 1 pick Yao Ming became a 2010 All-Star center, once hailed as the Western Conference's best center. The third pick, Mike Dunleavy Jr., peaked at 19, 2 points 5, 3 rebounds and 3.4 assists per game, a solid second-option swingman. And the second pick, Jay Williams, played only one season in the league, averaging 9 points and 4 assists. Then look at the 2001 draft. The second pick, Tyson Chandler, later earned the nickname Rebounding Monster and was a championship center for the Mavericks. The third pick was Pau Gasol, a two-time champion, a championship-caliber second option, and an all-star. So the number one pick must be even better, right? No. Following the curse that one of the top three will bust, the number one pick, Kwame Brown, became the biggest bust in history. In his first season, he averaged only 3 points 3, 2 rebounds 0, 8 assists 0, 3 steals and 0, 5 blocks. Those stats are simply unreadable. Even my grandmother could put them up. The curse isn't 100, but it seemed to hold true this year. The number one pick, LeBron, and the third pick, Su Bei, both played exceptionally well. But the second pick, Darko Milicic, had a mediocre preseason. He averaged only 8 points 2, 2 rebounds 0, 2 assists 0, 2 steals and 0, 5 blocks. Mediocre is an understatement. It was downright terrible. The Pistons management was stunned. This was unexpected, but they hadn't given up, believing Milicic just needed more time to adjust. Overall, the talented 0-3 Platinum Generation rookies performed quite well. And championship contenders like the 5-star Mavericks, Timberwolves, 3-headed Monster Kings, Big Three Spurs, GDP Nets, Trident, and Pacers Thugs. Their core stars, Dirk Nowitzki, Steve Nash, Kevin Garnett, Peja Stojakovic, the Spurs, Jason Kidd, Little Shark, Lamar Odom, Ron Artest. They not only played well, but their team chemistry was also excellent, displaying immense court dominance. Their caliber was confirmed as championship-worthy. Fans of these teams were thrilled and full of anticipation. Meanwhile, high-profile stars like Tracy McGrady, Allen Iverson, and Vince Carter might not have had the strongest teams. But their individual styles were flashy, they played well, and their games were highly entertaining. Fans enjoyed the show so much that losing didn't seem to matter. Of course, many fans still held on to a sliver of hope, dreaming that their favorite star would become a superhero and win a championship single-handedly. The 183 centimeters Iverson came close. So why couldn't they dream? In short, through each preseason game, fans could see the brilliance of this year's rookies. The championship contenders and the star players still ruled the court. Fans unanimously felt the new season was packed with excitement, and they were all incredibly hyped. The new season's opening game, a battle for supremacy, a game of proving oneself. As the preseason concluded, the NBA had spent the offseason extensively hyping the upcoming season, promising a spectacle for the fans. The opening night was destined to be explosive and unforgettable. On October 29th, the opening night of the new season featured 5 games: Pistons vs. Nets, Spurs vs. Mavericks, Lakers vs. Clippers, Rockets vs. Suns, and Knicks vs. Heat. Every game had its own highlight. Pistons vs. Nets, a rematch of last season's Eastern Conference Finals. Spurs vs. Mavericks, a rematch of last season's Western Conference Finals. Lakers vs. Clippers, the Los Angeles Derby, the official debut of the Lakers' big for a team with infinite potential, yet seemingly plagued by issues. Shaquille O'Neal, the Big Diesel, could still dominate the paint, but his ever-increasing weight was beginning to look like a potential liability. Kobe Bryant, the Little Mamba, saw his individual skills ascend to new heights, yet the Kobe Bryant Colorado incident had cost him public favor and mired him in a whirlpool of controversy. Could he remain focused and perform at his peak in the new season? That was a question mark. Gary Payton, the Glove, and Karl Malone, the Mailman, were superstars, but both were in the twilight of their careers. How much could they truly offer the Lakers? That too was a question mark. The Big Four were formidable, but the Lakers' trajectory for the new season was shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Only time and each game would tell the tale. Rockets vs. Suns, last year's number 1 draft pick Yao Ming vs. last year's Rookie of the Year Amare Stoudemire. These two highly anticipated sophomores. Their matchup was highly anticipated. Knicks vs. Heat. At first glance, it was the NBA debut of the New York Three and the league debut of MOP Su Bei. Fans tuned in to see them. Indeed, that was part of it. Su Bei had caused such a stir during March Madness in the offseason that it was impossible for him not to be popular. Countless fans eagerly awaited his NBA debut, hoping he would deliver a dominant rookie sensation performance. Of course, there were also plenty of detractors who believed Su Bei wouldn't adapt to the NBA and would quickly fall from grace. Furthermore, tonight's game had another major storyline: Su Bei versus Allen Houston, the new king against the old master. This was undoubtedly a matchup deliberately orchestrated by the league. After all, it was extremely rare for a rookie entering the league to directly force the team's core player out. This feeling was akin to Chris Bosh going to the Raptors, Vince Carter being put on the trade block, rookie Kawhi Leonard arriving at the Spurs, and Tim Duncan being traded. This analogy was slightly exaggerated. It was also an impossible scenario. Therefore, the traded Allen Houston was extremely angry. I thought Su Bei was here to support me. When he uttered these words, they became a massive joke, dealing an even greater blow to his pride. He couldn't accept it. For the league, arranging this duel served four purposes. For Su Bei, it was not only his NBA debut, but also a battle for ascension, where he would step on his former team to officially become the new king of New York. For Allen Houston, he needed to prove with action that he was a core player no matter which team he played for. He also wanted to destroy Su Bei to show New York how foolish it was to discard him for a rookie. This was his vindication. This thought had been festering within Allen Houston since the moment of the trade, bottled up throughout the entire offseason. It was agonizing. Therefore, he couldn't wait to start the new season, especially upon learning their first game was against. He was excited. He would vent all his frustration, anger, and discontent on Su Bei. Su Bei was blameless, but Allen Houston had to inflict his pain upon him. A day before the game, he even stated publicly in an interview, "Guys, I suggest you watch the Knicks versus Heat game tomorrow night. It will be a spectacular and bloody massacre. Allen Houston will make the Knicks management realize how foolish it was to trade me. I will make them regret it until they slap their thighs raw, regret it until they can't sleep at night. But sorry, even if they cry, kneel, and beg while holding my legs, I won't go back. I'm doing great with the Heat now. The Miami fans are passionate. This year I plan to chase the championship with my teammates." Exaggerated. No, we truly have the strength. Allen Houston's words ignited the passion of Miami fans while causing some New York fans to worry. Allen, the mid-range maestro Houston. His abilities were evident to all. Some fans feared Houston would perform exceptionally well with the Heat leading them to great heights. By then, they might also question whether promoting Su Bei and trading Allen was the right decision. Of course, that was a matter, because after the opening game concluded, such thoughts would vanish from the fans' minds. The next day, at 8 p.m., the first game of the opening night, Spurs versus Mavericks. They would debut in the first live broadcast of the new season, receiving their championship rings on national television. This was the ultimate respect and motivation for the defending champions. The five-star Mavericks watched the Spurs players receive their rings, their eyes burning with desire. The five exchanged glances. This year, we must win the championship. After the ring ceremony, the real game began. GDP versus the five-star Mavericks. It was bound to be a clash of titans. The game was fiercely contested throughout. The point difference never exceeded 5. It was a back-and-forth offensive and defensive battle so spectacular that the fans were completely thrilled. Everyone felt it was worth the price of admission. The two teams remained locked in battle until the final minute of the last quarter. Tim Duncan guarded the paint, preventing Dirk Nowitzki from driving and forcing him to take fadeaway jump shots from the outside. At this moment, his shooting wasn't stable enough. Clang. Under immense pressure, he missed. Fortunately, Antoine Walker grabbed the rebound, passed it to Steve Nash, who delivered a no-look pass to Michael Finley, cutting into the baseline corner. Finley went up for the layup. He hung in the air, avoiding the block from Spurs center Rasho Nestorovic, switching hands for a smooth reverse layup. Was it certain? Bang! Duncan rotated for the block, swatting the ball off the backboard. Transition offense. Tony Parker pushed the ball, but didn't push for a fast break. Instead, they set up in the half court. After 5 passes, the ball found Manu Ginobili for a three-pointer in the right corner. Clang. Miss. Rebound. Duncan boxed out perfectly, secured the ball, pump faked repeatedly, drawing Antoine Walker into the air. He pivoted on the spot, executing a short hook shot near the basket. Swish. It went in right over Dirk Nowitzki's head. A chase down, block, paint protection, and a second chance scored. Duncan built a 2-point lead for the Spurs. On the next possession, Finley missed a three-pointer from outside. Duncan secured the rebound, and the Spurs patiently set up their half-court offense again. Duncan set a high screen for Ginobili, slipped to the basket after the pick-and-roll, received the pass from Ginobili in the post, drew a double-team, and then passed to a cutting Parker. Parker hit his signature floater. Swish. It went in. A defensive rebound, a high screen, a post-up to draw the defense, and an assist. Duncan helped his teammates secure another 2 points. 22=4. It wasn't much, but it was enough to seal the victory, and it was all thanks to Duncan. The Spurs prevailed in the end. Fans couldn't help but marvel. The big fundamental Duncan was truly the king of the center era. Next up was the Nets versus Pistons showdown. In last season's Eastern Conference Finals, the Nets swept the Pistons. On paper, the Nets seemed like the stronger team. They appeared poised for an easy win. But reality was different. The Pistons' iron-willed defense disrupted the entire Nets team from the very start. Even though the Nets boasted a combination of a big three and a defensive player of the year. At halftime, the two teams were tied. Halftime break. Larry Brown approached Darko Milicic and said seriously, "I truly believe in your abilities. Your height, athleticism, shooting. Everything. Your talent is exceptional. Just being on the court, you can make an impact. Let loose and make the opponent fear you." In the second half, the teams switched sides. Darko Milicic started the period. He carried the hopes of his coach and team, but he felt a deep sense of fear inside. He feared playing poorly. Clang. His first shot of the half, an outside jumper, clanked off the rim. It had been a decent opportunity. During the transition, Kenyon Martin attacked the basket, breaking through Milicic's defense and scoring on him. One offensive play, one defensive play. Malisic performed poorly on both ends. He glanced at Coach Larry Brown, sensing his displeasure, which only increased his own anxiety. Then he made another mistake. Tweet. He heard the unsettling sound of the whistle, and moments later Coach Larry Brown pulled him from the game. In less than 2 minutes, Malisic was back on the cold bench. He had no room for error. He couldn't afford to miss a shot or play poorly on defense. But he felt he just couldn't adapt to the NBA's intensity. He also had no time to adjust. This feeling was suffocating. As he was frantically trying to self-correct, Larry Brown's critique came again. Darko, your focus on the game is clear. You have immense talent and skill. You should be able to play at a dominant level the moment you step on the court, but you haven't. I don't know what you're thinking, but I believe you're not taking the game seriously enough. Okay, coach. He'll adjust as soon as possible. Malisic didn't know what else to say. He could only admit his fault. Back to the game. The Pistons ended up losing. Malisic's performance in his 1 minute and 17 seconds of play during the final quarter was still unsatisfactory. He felt the looks from his teammates were unfriendly, and he believed he bore significant responsibility for the team's loss. He thought he hadn't played well. He fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Lakers vs. Clippers, the Los Angeles Derby. Fans were eager to see the chemistry and combined strength of the Lakers' Big Four. Some fans were worried. Each of the four players carried potential risks. One was getting fat, another was old, and yet another was dealing with personal issues. There seemed to be a lack of harmony within the team as well. Beneath the glamorous surface of the purple and gold F4, there were truly many concerning aspects. But after the game concluded, the fans were reassured. Because Shaquille O'Neal, whose weight was gradually getting out of control, scored 25 points along with 13 rebounds, 2 assists, and 4 blocks. His dominance was undeniable. Gary Payton the Glove had 18 points, 4 rebounds, 9 assists, and 2 steals. Karl Malone the Mailman had 19 points, 11 rebounds, and 1 block. Were these really players in the twilight of their careers? Or was the old warhorse still capable of fighting? Kobe Bryant the Little Mamba had a seemingly modest stat line of 15.6 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. However, the ball distribution among the Big Four was inherently volatile. Furthermore, Kobe had been embroiled in the Kobe Bryant Colorado incident during the offseason. He was undoubtedly deeply affected. He needed time to adjust. Fans of other teams might boycott Kobe, but after an offseason, Lakers fans gradually chose to forgive. Moreover, Kobe dished out 5 assists tonight. That was a good sign. If Kobe refrained from ball-hog isolation plays and the Big Four worked in concert, the Lakers would undoubtedly be terrifyingly strong this season. Rockets vs. Suns. Sophomore Yao Ming vs. sophomore Amare Stoudemire. Both dominated inside the paint. Yao had 18 points, 13 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Stoudemire had 22 points, 9 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. Both played exceptionally well. It gave fans a glimpse of the future. The Rockets had recognized Yao's potential last year, and backed by the massive Chinese market, were already planning to build the team around him. However, this was a process. For the time being, the Rockets were still Steve Francis' team. The Rockets had greater overall. They won the game. Going back a bit in time, as the Rockets vs. Suns game reached halftime. At 9 p.m., Madison Square Garden. There were only 30 minutes left before the Knicks vs. Heat showdown. Both teams were also doing their final warm-ups. Come on. Charles Barkley the Sir Charles said excitedly. The NBA really stirred things up by scheduling this game. It's Su Bei's battle for supremacy and Allen Houston's fight for vindication. The loser will lose all face. That's right. The losing side will be battered and bruised. Mike Breen nodded emphatically, adding, I think this matchup is even more unfavorable for Allen Houston. If he can't overcome a rookie playing his very first NBA game, he will be utterly humiliated and might even fall into an abyss. But Su Bei is the perfect answer. He will become the new king of New York, and he will prove to New York that choosing him was the right decision. The new king against the old master who will have the last laugh. Let's all wait and see. Boom. Thunderous cheers erupted in Madison Square Garden. Roar. Cheers, screams, DJ music, and all sorts of sounds intertwined louder than the noise of a Boeing 747 taking off. This was the passion of New Yorkers. This was the charm of a big city. Wade felt the fervent atmosphere in the arena and got excited. Is this the hustle and bustle of a metropolis? How wonderful. I'm fortunate to play here, not Miami. Su Bei, I must thank you for giving me the chance to play in New York. No need to thank me. Su Bei smiled. It's because of your ability that Scott Layden chose you. It has nothing to do. Huh. Dia chuckled beside him. Dwyane, I agree with Su Bei. Your talent and strength attracted New. Of course. Your seamless chemistry with Su Bei at Marquette University must have been a factor for the management. Unlike me, I relied solely on my charm to capture the management's attention and become a member of the New York Three. Su Bei. Wade. After all that, you were just praising yourself. Across the court, Allen Houston warmed up while staring at Su Bei. Rookie, I hope you perform well tonight. That way my crushing victory over you will carry more weight and deliver a louder slap to the New York management. 15 minutes before the game. Michael Jordan, the god of basketball, and the worm Dennis Rodman arrived to watch. ESPN journalist Mark Stein sensed a story. He first approached Allen Houston and asked, "Allen, how do you feel facing your old team tonight?" "I'm excited." Allen Houston composed himself. "You know, New York traded me because they believed Su Bei was stronger and had... So, tonight I'm here to prove them wrong. Su Bei is strong. The perfect answer. Sorry, I'll use my mid-range shot to show the Knicks management that the God's weapon is the true answer." Stein was fired up after hearing this. What a line. The God's weapon is the true answer. I think Allen is truly confident, and that confidence must stem from his exceptional personal skills. I hope you play well on the court. Good luck. The interview ended. Stein immediately found Su Bei and relayed Allen Houston's words with embellishments. Su Bei listened and smiled calmly. The God's weapon is indeed the answer. But there is only one God. Even the one who surpasses him is just one. I think Allen means he's stronger than Michael Jordan. As he spoke, he glanced at Jordan in the stands. The camera immediately focused on him. WTF? Allen grew frantic. "I'm trying to show off here, and you dragged Jordan into it. Besides, I never meant that. I was targeting you." "This makes sense." Stein raised an eyebrow, enjoying the drama, and nodded. He then zipped over to Jordan, using Su Bei's words. Once again, he embellished the story for Jordan. Jordan flicked the gold Rolex on his wrist, his eyes full of disdain. "Surpass me. That in itself is a huge joke. No one would believe that. Forget 6 finals MVPs, 5 MVPs, 10 scoring titles. With his mediocre mid-range shot winning, even 1 scoring title would be a blessing from Jesus. No, he can't do it. All right, I don't want to continue this pointless discussion." "Huh." Stein chuckled and agreed. "Honestly, I think Mr. Michael is absolutely right. Allen is not on your level at all. Well, let's change the subject. I recall that before this year's draft you dismissed LeBron as worthless. But now, LeBron is delivering an all-around rookie sensation performance. What do you think about that?" Jordan's face darkened. "What do you mean? Are you pointing at my nose and saying my judgment is terrible? Is it a... In the greatest player in NBA history, my judgment can't be wrong." He suppressed his anger, forcing calmness, and said, "I don't think there's anything wrong with what I said. He's only played a few games, the season has just begun. There's still plenty of room for change, isn't there? Besides, I came tonight to watch Su Bei play. I've praised Su Bei. I think his preseason performance was outstanding. That matches my assessment. It will be the same tonight. So, just wait and see. Enjoy Su Bei's show." Jordan changed the subject well. His judgment was indeed poor, but he inexplicably had faith in Su. This would later allow him to redeem himself when discussing his terrible draft picks. Jordan's merciless taunting of Allen Houston left Allen speechless. He could only endure the god's mockery. He dared not look at Jordan, but glared fiercely at Su Bei. If looks could kill, Su Bei would already be a charred corpse. He was determined to crush Su Bei tonight and prove himself. Boom. Amid the arena's fiery atmosphere, warm-ups ended, and both team starters took the court. The real game was about to begin. New York Knicks starters: point guard Howard Isley, shooting guard Wade, small forward Su Bei, power forward Dwyane, center Dikembe Mutombo. Miami Heat starters: point guard Rafer Alston, shooting guard Allen Houston, small forward Eddie Jones, power forward Lamar Odom, center Brian Grant. Jump ball. Mutombo and Brian Grant battled for the tip. The 69-inch Grant was half a head shorter than the 72 Mutombo. No contest. Slap. Mutombo easily tapped the ball away, securing the first possession for the Knicks. Su Bei received the ball, pushed it up the court, and faced Eddie Jones at the right arc, the team's second scoring option. He was also the perimeter defensive anchor. In his prime, he averaged 3.0 blocks per game and won the steals title in the 1999-2000 season. With age, his defense had declined. However, relying on his seasoned defensive experience, Eddie Jones was confident he could contain Su Bei. "He's just a rookie. I can read his offense easily." Eddie Jones was supremely confident. And Su Bei, he attacked decisively. He executed a rhythm crossover, accelerating to the left in an instant, followed by a quick wide crossover, a signature crossover. In one move, he left Eddie Jones in the dust. Irving's drives were varied and unpredictable, freezing opponents who couldn't keep up with his rhythm. Su Bei's loaded Iverson-style drive required the same explosive physical gifts as Iverson. So, his rhythm-driven burst acceleration not only overpowered defenders, but was also simple, concise, and efficient. It was flashy enough to beat a man, and it looked good. It was simple enough to beat a man, and it looked just as good, perhaps even more spectacular with its instantaneous execution. Eddie Jones was frozen in place, jaw dropped. Su Bei drove to the right baseline for a layup. He could have easily gone for a high-arching bank shot. Instead, he pulled off a midair hang, an arc dodging Brian Grant's block, and switched to a reverse layup off the glass. It was as if he refused to lay up without a hang move. But it had to be said. From the crossover to the layup, Su Bei's offense looked effortless, relaxed, and graceful. It was a true pleasure to watch. Beautiful, addictive, and craving more. Knicks 2-0 Heat. Showboating. Allen Houston snorted dismissively. He received the ball, brought it up, and faced Wade on the left high post. He used an Odom screen to shake him off. On the left low post. Swish. The moment Allen Houston shed Wade, he pulled up for a jump shot with, he's shooting from there. Dwyane closed out surprised. He thought Allen would drive closer to the basket or accelerate. The next second. Swish. A crisp sound rang out. Allen Houston sank a long two-pointer. On the next possession, he used his off-ball movement to shake Wade's defense. On the left high post, he appeared there. Street baller, Alston's pass found him. Catch and shoot. He released the ball. 2 points. Swish. Allen Houston's mid-range shot found the net again. It didn't stop there. Just 1 minute and 17 seconds later, Allen Houston found a mismatch against Dwyane. He faked a triple threat, lifting Dwyane slightly off his feet. Whooshed. He put the ball down and accelerated. Dwyane gave chase. After one step, Allen Houston stopped on a dime and sidestepped. He gathered and shot. The final result was his specialty, the mid-range jumper. Dwyane recovered. Despite looking a bit heavy, he wasn't slow and had decent reading ability. He contested Allen Houston's shot. Swish. But it didn't matter. The ball sailed over Dwyane's fingertips, traced a beautiful arc in the air, and pierced the net. Unstoppable. 3 consecutive mid-range shots. The last one, even with Dwyane's significant contest, went in without reason. 6 straight points. Allen Houston turned to the Knicks bench and shouted at Coach Don Chaney and GM Scott Layden, "See that? This is the God's weapon. This is the true answer. Not choosing me. Regret it." "Oh." Don Chaney responded indifferently, even a bit puzzled. "Su Bei's offense is hitting too. What are you so cocky about?" On the transition, when Su Bei wanted to drive again and score his way, Eddie Jones gave him a step of space. It was a defensive stance that focused on stopping the drive, but could still offer some contest on a shot. Clearly, Eddie Jones was prioritizing Su Bei's penetration. Behind him, Odom lurked and Brian Grant guarded the paint. The Heat had studied Su Bei in the offseason. They had a strategy to stifle his drives. "Giving me a step, eh?" Su Bei dribbled, observed, and smiled. If this were March Madness, it might be a good defensive strategy. After all, Iverson's ability to drive and finish with the ball was far greater than his shooting. But now that I've loaded the death mid-range ability, everything changes. The season opener, and they're giving me such easy scoring opportunities. Sorry, you'll gladly take them. To earn the Player of the Week honor, complete the mission and unlock Eurostep as soon as possible. I need to play every game as well as I can from the opener. With that in mind, Su Bei pounded the ball hard with his left hand. As it bounced up, he lowered his center of gravity and jab-stepped. Trying to drive? No way. Eddie Jones narrowed his eyes, crouched low, ready to lock down Su Bei. He gave him a step, confident he could recover. Then, swish. The moment Su Bei caught the ball, he gathered and rose for a long two-pointer. Precise and flawless. It went in cleanly. Shoot all you want, but don't even think about driving. Eddie Jones didn't care. Because if Su Bei kept shooting and trading baskets with Allen Houston, he fully believed Allen would blow Su Bei's shooting out of the water with his precise mid-range shots. Really? Not quite. So, at 8-1-4 on the left high post, Su Bei cut baseline and curled out. Wade's pass arrived on time. Su Bei caught it, faked a triple threat. Allen Houston stepped back. Su Bei rose immediately. Swish. Another one. At 7-0-3. Su Bei drove to the free throw line, stopped on a dime, and faked a drive. Odom backed off to guard the drive. Whooshed. Without hesitation, Su Bei fired another mid-range jumper. The death reaped another soul. Swish. At 5-1-1, Su Bei accelerated through a crossover, reached the right low post, and pulled up for a jump shot. Eddie Jones didn't even close out. He was watching for a fake and drive. Swish. Another one. The mid-range shot was as steady as an old dog. At 3-0-4. Su Bei ran off-ball through two screens, popped to the right high post. Dwyane, posting up on the left low block, immediately found Su Bei. Alston rotated. He also gave Su Bei a step. Swish. Su Bei didn't hesitate. He caught and fired another mid-range jumper. The ball seemed guided by a GPS, flying straight and true, nestling into the net and sending up a splash of white foam. Su Bei had already hit 5 consecutive mid-range jumpers, going 5 for 5 with a perfect 100 shooting percentage. Even the legendary mid-range king, Allen Houston, after going 3 for 3, made only 2 of his next 4 shots, finishing 5 for 7 with a 71. For accuracy, that was already impressive, even a stellar performance. Yet Su Bei's mid-range shooting stood at 100, and this was an area he wasn't particularly skilled in. How terrifying was that? How shocking. How chilling. WTF. Eddie Jones was stunned. Didn't they say Su Bei couldn't shoot? Why is he so accurate? Not a single miss. Is this really what not accurate looks like? What's going on? Allen Houston was equally incredulous. To ensure he could deliver a resounding slap to the Knicks management tonight, he had studied Su Bei as well. He knew perfectly well that Su Bei's strongest offensive weapon was driving, just like Allen Iverson. He had a mid-range game too, but going 5 for 5 without a single miss, that was impossible. He refused to believe it. How can this be? Stan Van Gundy, the new Heat coach, was equally astonished. Don Chaney was also trembling with shock, then burst into excitement. Such precision in mid-range shooting. The growth from a single season of training. Su Bei has given me such a huge surprise. Ha ha ha. General Manager Scott Layden laughed. Su Bei possesses visible physical talent and formidable individual ability. He also has terrifying growth potential. Come on. Acquiring Su Bei at all costs might be the most correct decision I've ever made in basketball. The death mid-range displayed its might. At the commentary desk, Mike Breen exclaimed, Su Bei's mid-range shooting is incredibly accurate. After one off-season of growth, he seems like a different person. He has become even stronger. Ha ha ha. Barkley laughed out loud. Su Bei's mid-range is 5 for 5 no misses. Allen Houston is 7 for 5 shooting 71. 4. The new king battles the old master. Su Bei's driving is clearly superior. Yet he dominates Allen in his own strongest domain. This is truly a step-by-step climb over him. Damn, what's with this guy's mid-range shooting? Allen Houston's eyes widened. How can his mid-range be this accurate? First NBA game rookie buff. He couldn't understand. He speculated wildly. He simply refused to acknowledge that after loading death mid-range, Su Bei's mid-range shooting was exceptionally precise. TCH. Allen Houston snorted coldly. He caught the ball and rushed it past half-court, ignoring everyone else, and blatantly targeted Su Bei. He dribbled wildly, accelerated, fought, spun, pulled out all the stops to score on Su Bei. But driving wasn't his forte. Attacking like this only made him look chaotic and his intentions obvious. Allen is attacking fiercely. He doesn't want to be outshone by Su Bei. He seems a bit anxious, but the more anxious he gets, the worse the result. Barkley taunted, delivering a harsh blow to Allen Houston. Bang! After a furious burst, Allen lowered his shoulder and violently collided with Su Bei, pushing him back a step before gathering the ball for a pull-up jumper. This was his preferred method of attack. Unfortunately, his intention was too obvious. Su Bei planted his left foot, braked, and leaped with a seemingly effortless spring, yet instantly dominated the sky. Smack! He swatted Allen's mid-range shot away with a single slap, sending the ball flying beyond the fifth throw stand, stirring up a commotion there. Allen, you need to calm down. Lamar Odom quickly walked up to Allen to remind him, sensing that his attack was too predictable. Okay. Allen replied with a single word. He seemed to listen, but in truth he couldn't care less. On the transition, Howard Isley pushed the ball forward past to Wade, who then handed it off to Su Bei at the top of the arc. Step. Allen Houston beat Eddie Jones to the spot and stepped in front of Su Bei, taking the defensive assignment. He's really agitated. Su Bei shook his head gently, a glint flickering in his eyes. Your trade was the Knicks management's doing. I couldn't care less. But if you want to prove yourself, slap the Knicks management in the face and vent your anger on me. Sorry. I don't mind making things worse for you and pushing you into the abyss. He steadied himself, fixed his gaze on Allen Houston, lowered his center of gravity, and slowly crossed the ball in front of him to find a rhythm. Reading the defense, he suddenly exploded with acceleration, as if boosted by nitrous, darting out like a gust of wind. No skill, all speed. Su Bei used sheer speed to blow past Allen Houston cleanly, even shaking him to the ground. Because Su Bei's initial burst was too fast, his explosion too powerful. Allen simply couldn't keep up, but his desire to defend Su Bei was overwhelming. His determination to catch Su Bei was too fierce. So his upper body lunged before his lower body, causing him to lose balance and slip crashing to the floor. Does that count as being shaken? Of course it does. Shit bro. Shit bro. Shit bro. Allen Houston cursed 3 times in a row. In his widened pupils, traces of bloodshot veins appeared. After repeated failures in his matchups with Su Bei, he was on the verge of losing control. He had to turn the tide. He sought out Su Bei once more, his intention to isolate him blatantly obvious, and every dribble was riddled with flaws. With a crossover acceleration, Allen got past Su Bei, but the ball was stolen by Su Bei, who then launched a one-man fast break. Stop him. Odom roared as he gave chase, with Eddie Jones and Rafer Alston also sprinting from the other side. The trio retreated to block Su Bei's fast break. Fine. No attack then. Su Bei passed back to Wade to organize. Allen was frantic, but Su Bei was in no hurry. Allen rushed back to Su Bei like a sticky plaster. Su Bei was a rookie while Allen was an all-star caliber player. Theoretically, Allen should have been the one in control, dominating the court. Instead, he was like a flustered rookie darting around aimlessly. Su Bei remained calm and composed. He didn't want unnecessary physical contact with an agitated player, so he used Boris Diaw's sturdy, chubby frame as a solid screen. He shook off Allen and cut to the basket on the right side. Now, Wade dished the ball to him. Su Bei caught it and drove straight to the rim as Odom closed in aggressively. Su Bei. He executed a smooth spin move in mid-stride, denying Odom any chance to touch him, slipping past him into the paint. Allen Houston also chased around the screen, predicting Su Bei's position. He lunged forward, trapping Su Bei under the basket. I've got to stop. Allen Houston growled excitedly. Su Bei smiled faintly, and in the next instant a thunderclap rose from the ground. Right under the basket in front of Allen Houston, he rose straight up like a sudden storm. You're asking for a block. Allen roared as he jumped with all his might. Without the ball, he only focused on the block, confident in his ability. But then, boom. Ignoring Allen's block attempt, Su Bei slammed the ball through the hoop with both hands despite the interference from Allen's arms. Su Bei had just posterized Allen Houston with a standing dunk. No skill, all stats. Whoa. The arena erupted in uproar. Holy shit. Mike Breen's eyes bulged like a cow's and he screamed, "What did I just see? A standing dunk without a running start. How did Su Bei do that? What kind of incredible talent does it take to My god. That's something only big centers do." Barkley was fully hyped. Su Bei's talent stats are too overwhelming. Allen Houston simply can't compete. No wonder. Even his best skill, the mid-range, can't match Su Bei's. Comparing talent is just asking for humiliation. You bastard. Allen Houston gritted his teeth, burning with shame and anger. He felt the urge to lash out and punch someone. He couldn't take it anymore. But he knew that would only make him look worse, destroying himself even more thoroughly. He clenched his jaw and demanded the ball, once again seeking out Su Bei. Odom initially didn't want to keep passing to Allen, hoping he would calm down and adjust. But Allen was already completely enraged. Odom felt that if he didn't give him the ball, Allen would lose it, possibly causing internal strife, so he had to comply. They could talk during the timeout. Bang, bang, bang. Facing Su Bei, Allen Houston once again dribbled frantically, making meaningless flashy crossovers. He couldn't get past Su Bei at all. Yet he was too desperate to score on him, doing the impossible. Whooshed. He stepped back, forcibly pulling up for his signature mid-range jumper right in front of Su Bei's defense. The answer is written all over your face. I have no reason not to see it. Su Bei's eyes sharpened. He stepped forward, leaped into the air, his legs like springs soaring skyward. His outstretched arm seemed capable of plucking the moon. In the next second, he confiscated Allen Houston's shot. The arena fell silent for a moment, then cheers and roars surged like a tidal wave. Su Bei had dominated Allen Houston in his own domain, the mid-range. Allen grew frantic. Then came the ankle break, the poster dunk, and the skyward block. Su Bei delivered it all. A dragon's service. In the first quarter, Allen Houston played his own game, making 5 of 7 shots at decent. In the final 3 minutes, he targeted Su Bei, but the result? 5 shots, none scored, and he was blocked twice by Su Bei and intercepted once. He scored 10 points from field goals and 2 from free throws in the first quarter, totaling 12 points, but his shooting percentage dropped from 71.4 to 5 of 12, or less than 50%. In the first quarter, Su Bei made 9 of 12 shots and 2 of 3 free throws, exploding for 20 points in a single quarter, along with 2 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, with a terrifyingly high shooting percentage of 75. Without comparison, Allen's 12 points in a quarter seemed acceptable. But in contrast, Su Bei completely dominated Allen in their matchup. The new king triumphed over the old master. Su Bei's complete victory. Knicks 4025 Heat. Not only did the Knicks' new king play well, but the team also led by an astonishing 40 points in a single quarter, beating the Heat by 15 points. Can you believe this is the performance of a team that ranked at the bottom of the Eastern Conference last year? Delight. New York fans erupted into a frenzy. During the inter-quarter break, Odom approached Allen Houston and said in a deep voice, "Allen, catch and shoot after off-ball movement and punishing mismatches with isolation shots. That's your offensive style. Su Bei has great defense. Trying to overpower him unknown isn't a wise choice. Besides, your intentions are too obvious. I think you need to calm down." "Calm." Allen Houston sneered, then erupted in a frenzied roar. "I haven't proven myself yet. How can I stay calm?" Indeed, as the core player of the high-profile New York team, he was directly traded away because of a rookie. This dealt a huge blow to him. If he couldn't easily crush Su Bei in their duel tonight, he would forever be overshadowed by Su Bei. This was the reason for his near madness. "Then you should calm down even more." Coach Stan Van Gundy spoke up at this point, saying calmly, "Rage won't solve anything. Chaotic play without structure is meaningless. All it brings is a 15-point deficit for the team. Allen, I know you're anxious, but I haven't taken you out. I understand your desire to prove yourself. I also believe you are an outstanding all-star player. You should know how to adjust your emotions in adversity. I've given you time. If you still can't manage, I'll bench you. I want you as a player who brings negative value to the team." Hearing this, Allen Houston's bloodshot eyes immediately closed. He realized the problem. He had to adjust quickly. Seeing Allen calm down, Stan Van Gundy continued, "Winning the game is also a way to win the matchup. Last year we were also at the bottom of the league. The combined fighting strength of you all this year is astonishing. As long as our record is good enough, you'll receive praise. Allen will indirectly prove himself and make the Knicks management regret it." "I understand." Allen completely calmed down. "Coach, you'll play the right way next to help the team win the game." Stan Van Gundy nodded in satisfaction. Second quarter. First, the bench rotation. The Heat's bench was strong, featuring Karen Butler and Udonis Haslem. Karen Butler was the 10th pick last year, averaging 5 points, 2 rebounds, 8 assists and 8 steals and 5 blocks as a rookie. He was at a core small forward level, capable on both ends. He was also a strong contender for Rookie of the Year last season. However, Allen Houston's arrival pushed Eddie Jones to the 3 spot, forcing him to come off the bench. Still, he played at his 6th Man of the Year caliber. Captain Haslam was still a rookie, joining the Heat as an undrafted player and playing his entire career there. As a rookie, he averaged 7.5 points and 6.5 rebounds, a solid interior blue-collar player. These two brought immense firepower off the bench for the team. In contrast, the Knicks only had Kurt Thomas, averaging 10 points, 8 rebounds, 0.5 steals, and 1.0 block. He was a decent starting interior player. Due to Mutombo's arrival and the team's desire to develop the New York 3 youngsters, he was moved to the bench, still contributing to the Knicks' bench strength. But compared to the Heat, it fell short. After 4 minutes and 22 seconds of rotation, the Heat's bench cut the deficit by 5 points, narrowing it to 10. Beep. Coach Don Chaney called a timeout. Both teams' starters returned. At the commentary desk, Mike Brain rubbed his chin and said, "Honestly, the Heat's strength this year is no joke. Eddie Jones and Lamar Odom average around 18 points and have some playmaking ability. Allen Houston averages 20 points. All three have solid offensive skills. And on the bench, there's Karen Butler playing at a 6th-man level. With 4 players above starting caliber, their combined strength is hard not to be formidable." Yes. Barkley nodded in agreement, then added, "As long as Allen Houston can adjust and let go of the obsession to crush Su Bei on Ianon. Even if he loses the matchup to Su Bei, the team's chances of winning will increase significantly, which is also a kind of victory." On the court, the game continued. Wade brought the ball up, set a screen for Su Bei at the top of the arc, drove to the right wing, drawing a double team. Whoosh, he passed out to Howard Isley at the right baseline corner, completely open, who caught and shot a 3-pointer. The form was good, the arc high but slightly short on power. Clang. The ball rimmed out. Left-hand magician, Odom grabbed the rebound, pushed the ball himself, read the play, and passed to Eddie Jones on the wing. A transition 3-pointer. Swish. A clean net. Isley missed his 3, Eddie Jones hit his 6-point. The original 15-point lead suddenly shrank to 7. The situation changed in an instant. That's the charm of NBA games. This scenario was also expected by some experts before the game. After all, the Heat had 4 strong players while the Knicks were 3 rookies rebuilding. The gap was clear. They could look forward to the Knicks' future, but no one believed the Knicks would achieve great results this year. Bang bang, Su Bei brought the ball up at the right elbow, a crossover, then accelerated off the dribble, this time without a change of direction. A burst of speed. Eddie Jones bit on the fake and was blown by in 2 or 3 steps. Su Bei drove to the basket, gathered the ball facing the hoop, sword raised it high. Slam dunk. Explode. Under the basket, Brian Grant didn't even have a chance to jump. He could only watch Su Bei soar through the air. Su Bei stepped up for a tough score. Wade was not to be outdone. In an isolation play, he overpowered Allen and drove into the paint. He unleashed his Euro step, faked out Odom's help defense, and scored a low layup. Cool. Su Bei raised both hands, cheering for Wade. A fake left, then right, leaving the defender lost. It was both effective and flashy. In his heart, Su Bei also longed for the day he would acquire such a superstar skill. It should be soon. The next possession. French magician, Dwyane actually tried a crossover on the perimeter, attempting to shake Odom and attack the rim. Odom watched him used. The result. In the midst of his crossover acceleration, Dwyane threw a no-look pass that whizzed past Odom's ear. It found Mutombo under the basket. He caught the ball, jumped, and finished with a one-handed dunk. Mutombo's athleticism had declined, but Brian Grant, the opposing center, never saw Dwyane's pass coming. By the time he reacted, Mutombo had already completed the dunk. Awesome. Wade gave a thumbs up in praise. "Fatty, your passing skills are better than I gave you credit for." Oomph. Dwyane lifted his chin, a smug expression on his face. "I am the French magician, and my passing has always been on point. Of course, my game isn't just about passing. I aspire to become as versatile a player as the big ticket, a great ambition." Su Bei couldn't help but give a thumbs up too. If Dwyane could develop to Garnett's level, and Wade quickly reached his peak, surpassing even Allen Iverson's caliber. Garnett plus Iverson plus Wade. If these 3 played together at their primes, which team in the league could beat them? Wouldn't that mean championships galore? Ahem. Back to reality. The New York 3 youngsters versus the Heat 4 generals. The 2 teams clashed, locked in a fierce battle. At halftime, the Knicks still led by 7 points as they headed to the locker room. Coming back for the second half, Allen Houston gradually let go of his burden, avoided Su Bei, and played within his own rhythm. His touch returned. Su Bei remained as steady as ever, driving, shooting, drawing fouls, and acting as a defensive anchor on the perimeter. He excelled at everything. Wade also played well, simultaneously attacking, facilitating the team, and maintaining his perimeter defense. Dwyane, the jack of all trades, didn't pose a huge threat to opponents, but he was everywhere on the court. He was the glue holding the team together. Mutombo was dedicated. After spending a whole offseason together, he had grown very fond of these 3 young men, especially Su Bei. In Su Bei, he saw strong echoes of Allen Iverson. He had almost helped Iverson win a championship, and now he wanted to assist Su Bei in making another charge at the title. Knicks 7669 Heat. After 3 quarters, the lead remained at 7 points. Come on. Mike Breen exclaimed excitedly. Su Bei has finished 3 quarters, and he has already scored 35 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 steals, and 5 blocks. Look at this. What an all-around performance. It's hard to imagine this is a rookie's debut night in the NBA. Even Michael Jordan didn't achieve this. Su Bei is truly amazing. In the final quarter during the rotation phase, Kurt Thomas gritted his teeth and battled fiercely with Karen Butler and Udonis Haslem. He performed while keeping the game tight. Great job, Kurt. Don Chaney gave him a thumbs up, then turned to look at the players led by the 3 young stars. We still have a 7-point lead. Now, let's finish the game in one wave. Oh, the timeout ended. Su Bei executed a double crossover, shook off. Eddie Jones drove to the right, stepped into the paint, gathered the ball, and soared. Ignoring Lamar Odom. Boom. He slammed the ball through the hoop with a one-handed tomahawk dunk. You might think the crossover is Su Bei's signature move, but in reality, a pure talent-driven love-crushing dunk is also his specialty. 37 points. Wow, Rafer Alston, the street baller, approached Su Bei and showed off his flashy dribbling in front of him. Very flashy. But can he tear through Su Bei's defense and put the ball in the basket? That's the key. Oh my God. Su Bei's long arms and big hands were incredibly oppressive. Rafer Alston simply couldn't escape Su Bei's defensive territory. His flashy dribbling was all in vain. He couldn't attack Su Bei at all. He tried to pass to a teammate, but Su Bei intercepted the pass right in front of him. Dwyane Wade sprinted forward with incredible speed. Su Bei passed the ball to Boris Diaw, who drew Odom's defense and lobbed a high pass. Boom. Dwyane Wade's alley-oop dunk. Cool. After landing, Dwyane pursed his lips and roared to the sky as if to say, New York's freak of nature isn't just Su Bei. Top of the arc. Su Bei faces Allen Houston, another duel between the new king and the old master. Su Bei orchestrates, Su Bei drives. Su Bei was all feints. While Su Bei executed another crossover, shaking Allen Houston off his feet. He charged straight to the basket, took 3 steps, grabbed the ball, soared through the air, and hammered the rim. The new king won the duel against the old master. He's already scored 39 points. 41 points. What a terrifying number. Eddie Jones attacked the basket using his excellent footwork to toy with the young French magician. Dikembe Mutombo rotated over. Eddie Jones had an easy layup opportunity. Huh. Oh. Holy shit. Su Bei appeared like a ghost, chased him down, and sent a massive block to Eddie Jones. Rafer Alston's flashy dribbling toyed with Howard Isley. He drove into the paint. With a slow-motion 3-step layup, he first faked out Mutombo's block, then went for the basket. A smart play. This shot. While Su Bei again charging from the wing, leaping high and delivering a devastating block to the slow-moving Rafer Alston. What a brutal block. Diaw grabbed the rebound and immediately threw a long outlet pass. The ball, like a scalpel, precisely found Dwyane Wade sprinting on the fast break. Unknown with the rim. How would he dunk? Boom. Dwyane executed a stylish reverse dunk, showcasing his talent and vitality perfectly. With only 3 minutes left in the game, New York's 3 young stars worked together to secure a 10-point lead. They were very close to winning the game. Su Bei dribbled the ball past half-court. Eddie Jones guarded him with Allen Houston and Lamar Odom lurking behind, watching intently. They didn't want to give Su Bei any chance to attack the rim. Su Bei dribbled on the perimeter, looking for an opportunity. How would he break through the 3-man defense and send the ball into the basket? Oh, my God. Su Bei suddenly launched a 3-pointer from a step beyond the arc. Not his specialty. The Heat players were stunned. No, everyone was dumbfounded. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air. This shot. A perfect strike swishing through the net. Damn. Su Bei hit a 3-pointer, scoring 44 points and building a solid 13-point lead for his team. He had killed the game. Barkley's saliva flew as he passionately commentated, his face flushed. Su Bei's dominant offensive and defensive performance capped by that unexpected game-winning 3-pointer. Boom. Madison Square Garden instantly ignited. Completely boiling. The atmosphere reached its peak. This also signaled that the Heat 4 had lost any chance of a comeback. Were they to be defeated by a group of rookies fresh into the league? Unwilling. The Heat 4 were deeply unwilling. Unconvinced. They had aimed for the championship this season. How could they accept losing the first game of the new season to a bunch of kids? There were still 3 minutes left with a 13-point deficit. Catching up would be extremely difficult. They refused. They also knew where their opponent's key to victory lay. So they went crazy, double-teaming Su Bei, relentlessly denying him the ball, making every step difficult for him. They adopted a "the game can be lost, but Su Bei must die" stance. Did it work? With 4 or 5 players trapping him, Su Bei indeed couldn't do much. If they were willing to let his teammates score on open layups just to deny Su Bei the ball, then Su Bei was fine with not scoring. Of course, this kind of frantic defense couldn't be used at the start of the game, especially not against a rookie. But by the end of the game, even if they neutralized Su Bei, Wade and Diaw had caught fire and Mutombo was energized. In that short time, even if the Heat 4 scored, it was too late. They successfully locked down Su Bei, but they lost the game. The New York Three Young Stars ultimately defeated the Heat by a 15-point margin, winning the game and securing a season-opening victory. An easy win. Coach Don Chaney stood with arms crossed, basking in the fans' cheers as if they were for him. Ha ha ha. Scott Layden laughed heartily. He had come specifically to watch and said excitedly, "Don, assembling the New York Three Young Stars in the offseason was our last dance. If we had lost by 15 points tonight, I think would be jobless immediately. Now a 15-point victory. We bet right we kept our jobs that feed our families, and we can dream about the future. This feeling of going from hell to heaven is amazing." Right. Don Chaney nodded emphatically, enjoying the joy of winning even more. 44 points, 5 steals, 7 blocks. In the stands, Dennis Rodman glanced at Su Bei's stat line, surprise in his eyes. Su Bei's debut performance is a bit crazy. Of course. Jordan said matter-of-factly, "The player I scouted, why wouldn't he play well? Debut at the peak. Su Bei will definitely become a superstar. I said it, the Black Jesus said it." In the stand, "Come on," Barkley said with excitement. "First, let's congratulate the Knicks on beating the Heat and winning their first game of the season." The New York Three Young Stars announced their successful rebuild with a big win. The future is bright. Second, I think I must praise Su Bei, heap all the praise on him. Really, he was so outstanding tonight that I believe his NBA debut deserves to be recorded in history. How outstanding is it? Mike Breen chimed in while searching and recording some data. Barkley continued, "Su Bei's performance tonight was unbelievably good. In the entire game, Su Bei exploded for 44 points along with a terrifying stat line of 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 steals, and 7 blocks. That's inhuman. I think this godlike phenomenal performance will definitely break the records for an NBA player's debut." Mike Breen agreed. Su Bei's performance wasn't just good, he didn't just break one record, but 3. So many. Barkley's jaw dropped. He hadn't checked the stats, relying only on feeling and fragmented memories, but he never imagined Su Bei could break 3 records. It's truly frightening, truly astonishing. Of course. Mike Breen raised an eyebrow excitedly, saying, "I just looked up the data and got the exact answer." In his NBA debut, Su Bei broke 3 records and became a legend overnight. First, 44 points in a single game, surpassing Wilt Chamberlain's 43 points in his debut on October 24, 1959. Topping the debut scoring list. Besides Su Bei and Chamberlain, no third player in NBA history has scored over 40 points in their debut. This is a record that had stood for 44 years. It's an incredible achievement. Second, 5 steals in a single game, surpassing Michael Jordan's 4 steals in his debut on October 26, 1984. Third, 7 blocks in a single game, surpassing Hakeem Olajuwon's 6 blocks in his debut on October 26, 1984. Points, steals, and blocks. Su Bei broke all the debut records. On his own debut night, he surpassed 3 legendary icons, Chamberlain, Jordan, and Olajuwon. This is impressive. This is crazy. This is truly an NBA debut that will go down in history. As he finished speaking, boom, the arena erupted with earth-shattering cheers. Breaking 3 records has levels depending on the significance of the records. But when you surpass top 10 all-time legends like Chamberlain, Jordan, and Olajuwon, don't overthink it. Just on the court, Mark Stein first found Su Bei and said with a smile, "Fantastic, fantastic. Su Bei played fantastically. This is the perfect debut. This must also mean your NBA career will be brilliant. Thank you for the compliment." Su Bei, Stein continued with a smile. "Su Bei, can you tell us why you took that last 3-pointer? Su Bei thought for a moment and replied, "Honestly, the intention was simple. I just wanted to seal the deal and kill the game. 3 minutes, a 10-point lead, the game was still in doubt, even though the Heat's morale seemed a bit low. But a 3-minute, 13-point lead is like a mountain that would crush the Heat's spirit. They would lose. The only unexpected point is that I'm not particularly good at threes. But at that moment, the desire to end the game came over me. So I took that 3. A bit lucky it went in. The result is what everyone saw. We won the game smoothly and enjoyed the victory." Stein laughed and praised. "When Su Bei feels it, any shot goes in. You are the undisputed MVP tonight. Keep it up. I'm really looking forward to your even better performances on the court in the future." "Thank you." Su Bei smiled and nodded. "I will try my best in every game." The interview ended. Stein immediately went to find Allen Houston, eager to see the displeased look on his face. "Right. Yes. Lost the game, got dominated in the matchup." Allen Houston's face was sourer than shit. He glared at Stein and absolutely refused to be interviewed. In the post-game New York locker room, Su Bei, Wade, Dwyane, and other players were spraying champagne, jumping, shouting, and celebrating the victory. However, point guard Howard Eisley, 188 centimeters tall, seemed a bit gloomy, not very happy. Su Bei noticed the anomaly, walked over, clinked glasses with him, and asked, "Eisley, what's wrong?" Eisley took a big gulp, then shook his head and sighed. "Su Bei, my girlfriend hasn't had sex with me for half a month. Just now I told her the good news of the win and asked if she wanted to celebrate tonight. She rejected me again." "That long?" Su Bei was a bit surprised. Wade also heard and couldn't help but joke. Half a month. Are you sure you're not leaking air? A divine shot to seal the game. A hook for the ages. A negative angle counter seal. What can I say? Paparazzi strike again. A private cinema. The sinking ship, the extinguished sun. A battle for the title of the new peerless duo. Confusion. A steal, a chase down block, a posterizing dunk. A triple miss, an empty layup, constant turnovers. The Kings are in disarray. A world-famous painting. A riding dunk over the 21-meter Big Z. The Kings' nemesis. Kobe, hard work will always pay off. Broken off. Indeed, it's over. Live teaching session. The Dragon Kingdom's rising stars. Twin stars shining bright. The 5-star Mavericks, a galaxy of stars. Picking them off one by one, starting with the paper-thin Nash. The trio shines. Offense and defense is one. Tough for the entire game, but soft in the clutch. Su Bei, the youngest player to score 50 points. Allen and Ricky, mutual admiration. Terrifying, the battle for the league's best small forward. The extreme, the ground-bound master versus the dance. A complete rout. Cheers from the away crowd, angry shoves. A brawl of pure frustration. Clear target, Su Bei. A broken arm. Heavy blows to the gut. A world-famous painting, Paul Pierce getting thoroughly outplayed. Making history. Player of the month, MVP, DPOY. The devilish 7-game road trip. The first Dragon Kingdom player on the cover of Slam magazine. Watching a concert with Dada. Going home. An intimate photo scandal. The villainous artist. Eastern Conference Finals level. A fierce battle with thick tension. Very confident. Then he'll make you a part of my highlight reel. Going berserk. 30 points in a single quarter. Tough. A layup and a dunk while surrounded by 3 defenders. 57 points, 7 steals, 7 blocks. Shaking the league. Su Bei versus Kobe. A true battle of the gods. Scoring like slicing through vegetables. Shaq and Mutombo, mere background props. Both with 50 points by the third quarter. Both going berserk. Shaking Kobe to the ground. Dunking over the shark. Toppling the 4 heavenly kings. Su Bei, the youngest player to score 60 points. Kobe's fadeaway topspin turn. A 5-game road trip. A battle against the limits of endurance. Each shot a high degree of difficulty. Kobe's fadeaway shows its power. Exposed. Can Su Bei copy? Explosive. A fadeaway game winner over 3 defenders. Exhausted. A tactical surrender. Shocking. 3 quarters, and it's over. The king is dead. There is a gap between super rookies too. Forced recharge. The madman, I will shatter their basketball dreams. Shaken down and posterized. Mentally broken from the start. Relentless assault. Taking out the madman. The Wolf King. Iron-willed jump shots and ultimate versatility. Turncoat. Booze from the home crowd, the mind crumbling bit by bit. Fooled by a double crossover. The madman. Loses his mind. The trio versus the 3-headed monster. A massive brawl of over a dozen people. The madman is put to sleep. 3 taken down. The Wolf King fights then retreats. A perfect finish. Confession and severe punishment. Dada's dinner. Isley has been dumped yet again. The strategist's advice. A sure path to being forever alone. The king of swagger, Agent Zero, and the general. An inexplicable stalemate. A life or death moment. Watch closely. Right at this spot. Su Bei's fadeaway as time expires. Turning around early. Recreating the most arrogant game winner right over the general's head. Dada moves in. The battle for the mid-range king. 3-pointers in a flurry. Su Bei 7 3-pointers in the first half. 11 3-pointers. Stunning the league. Su Bei prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. Christmas. Dada's gift. The Christmas Day game. The battle of the answers. Enjoying it, a masterful show of ankle-breaking moves. A heating clash. The perfect answer. Turning the world upside down. Su Bei, the Northern Emperor. A high-profile declaration of love. Jealous rivalry. Wild speculation. A silhouette in the mirror. The fans are insanely jealous. Dada breaks into the mainstream. Her casual fanbase explodes. All-star voting begins. Explosive vote count in the first round. For reasons. Locked in as the vote leader in the second round. 20 consecutive wins. The greatest vote-getter in history. A quadruple double. Slaughtering the Bucks. Rising to second place all-time. A record frozen for 43 years. Su Bei, the youngest player to record a triple-double. Dunking over the blocks champion. Shaking the saint of martial arts to the ground. Flying over the jet. Steals and blocks in one fell swoop. Taking off from the free-throw line. Dunking over the saint of martial arts. Utterly enraged. No one is easy to deal with. Instantly taking on 4. In martial arts, speed is the ultimate technique. Left alone in the locker room. Over a dozen people ganging up on one. To catch the bandits, first catch the king. 1 punch to cause tetanus. In the blink of an eye. Taking down 5. A sword-bearing bodyguard. Ruthless. Sending someone to the ICU. Everyone is. The league is shaken. Severe punishment. A reversal of public opinion. Su Bei is a violent maniac. 2 women come to his support. Complete surveillance footage. A complete reversal. The harshest punishment of the season. Relaxing. Enjoying the All-Star weekend. Overflowing talent. The rookies playing above the rim. 3 buffs, talent, strength, looks. Su Bei, the first player to record a triple-double in the Rookie Challenge. 3 towering presences in the paint. Youth and maturity. Unstoppable domination. Su Bei claims 3 records. 2 strong, no need to prove oneself. Recreating Jordan and Carter. A double ace to start. A 900-degree spin and a crazy double between the legs. Entertainment. Practice. 10 for 10 in a single quarter. A slight display of skill. The will to win surges up instantly. Rim protection and 3-pointers. Explosions inside and out for the West. Chaos. A mixed bag. The fans are overjoyed. The intensity ramps up. A tough answer shot. Everyone is looking for the Northern Emperor. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. Eliminating the twin demons at the gate. A flat fadeaway game winner over an OK block. Su Bei, All-Star MVP, the first 50-point scorer. Dada, what is the best kind of relationship? The Pistons starting 5, unstoppable. Suffocating defense. The 2 young stars are dumbfounded. Mutombo is being shredded. A 20-point deficit. Can afford to lose, but must not lose. Offense passing steals blocks. Su Bei does it all himself. A godly stat line, 23.6 assists, 6 steals, 7 blocks. Full power unleashed. Full throttle Su. Witness a miracle. Selfishness. A quadruple double. Closing out the game. Doing it all. 3 furious minutes. Blocking sheet, dunking over Big Ben. A fatal turnover. 23 seconds left, down by 5 points. A crucial steal. 8. 5 seconds left, scoring 6 consecutive points. Rip hits a negative angle game winner. Su Bei answers with a last-second fadeaway game winner. Toppling the Pistons, starting 5, landing a dual cover on slam. Topspin turn at Sushi Murasakibara's strength. A smooth operator when ahead. A dizzying turn. Recreated. The Northern Emperor truly has superpowers. The French magician steals the show, preparing for the playoffs. Regular season and 65 wins. 3 statistical titles. Speculation on awards. A haul of 13 honors. Storing energy. The paparazzi are back with their zoom lenses. Both sides leak highly revealing photos. Dada, enjoy the present moment. The Northern Emperor versus the King. The first clash of the playoff. Serious. Isolating and dominating unknown. The King has become a brute yet again. 7 games of domination. 1 game of fierce battle. Targeted. The King is so anxious he's traveling. Counter-targeting. Unleashing a flurry of moves, unstoppable. Talent, skill, and responsibility. Not one can be missing. A double slaughter. The Cavaliers are in disarray. The Su Bei won sneakers. A first-round series as intense as the conference finals. The King avoids the confrontation. The outcome won't change. Unleashing the offense. Wanting both stats and the win. No miracle left. The King tries to rationalize. A sweep. The King did his best again. The professionals see the nuances. 6 sweeps. The little giant grows. The King and the Mavericks battle to a Game 7. No suspense. Su Bei, the youngest, first unanimous MVP. The defense that locked down Allen is ineffective against the Northern Emperor. Isolating and exploding. Locking down Kid. Replacing him in both reputation and skill. Where is the defense? Su Bei becomes the youngest 50-point scorer in playoff history. The heartache for the 2-headed monster begins. Maximum intensity. Rapid growth. But the situation is also very grave. The Northern Emperor attacks. Everyone else goes all out on defense. Dunking over and shaking the trident. Crushing their confidence. The madman get out of the league. Winning even amidst huge arguments. The Lakers management is restless. LeBron, Su Bei is an extremely outstanding player. MVP DPOY. Su Bei dominates the entire game by himself again. Explosive. Shaking an opponent into an ankle sprain. Dunking so hard someone pulls a hamstring. Overwhelming. 40 points, 6 steals, 6 blocks, pushing them to the brink. 3 match points. Stumbling and dominant. 3-way reactions. The roar and frenzy of Motor City. On the verge of a fight. Playing through injury. A desperate fight to the death. The trident's best chance. The Flash goes berserk. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes. 40 points and a triple-double. A double sweep. A dominant advancement. Is a superstar about to be born? The Eastern Conference death match. The Western Conference is lost. The first half and the second half. Playoff intensity. Nothing but pulls and body slams. Dia elbowed into a black eye. Hamilton's nose gushing blood. Billups with a dislocated shoulder. Mutombo's eye corner split open. Brutal. Clinging on. All 10 players injured. A superstar moment. Frozen and cremated. Explosive 48 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 7 steals, 6 blocks. A brief alliance devastating. The media fans the flames. A bloody battle. A duel of bodies hitting the floor. The weapon of a god. Shaking off the weapon of a god. One man holding the past 10,000 cannot break through. Explosive 40 points, 10 assists, 10 steals. The OK duo combines. The 4 heavenly kings go berserk. Attacking the weak link. The core, the Wallace brothers. Relentless attack. A fourth-quarter collapse. The Lakers are unstoppable. The Spurs are in despair. Full throttle Su. Target 60 points. Exhausted to the point of retching. Buying a sliver of hope. Both fouled out with 6. 60 points achieved. Time for a counterattack. 2 offensive and 2 defensive. Beating the Pistons, starting 5. 64 points. A match point. The first player in playoff history. Winning one back. But to no avail. A gym session. Sprinting at high speed. Bench press 200 kilograms. New sneakers revealed. Bursting the hook shoe at the start. Showing its power at Sushi Murasakiba's strength. The young prince is crawling on the ground. Copying strength. Cheat. Elbowed out of bounds. Breaking the balance. The point difference soars. The Pistons give it their all. Max IQ. Rage soaring. The malice at the palace. Ambush in the tunnel. Injuring a devoted fan. Pinned against the wall and beaten. Life hanging in the balance. Ben Wallace seeks death. Chaotic fists shatter the iron shirt. Rush to the ICU. The Su Bei generation snapped up. What is the little bunny eating? Lakers locked in for the championship. 2 games of carnage. Knicks in despair. An online fight challenge to Shaq for FMVP. Kobe disagrees, a turning point emerges. 3 games of slaughter. Dimensional reduction strike. Never give up. At least wait for Su Bei to return. Wade 1. 5 Dial. 3 Mutombo 0. 5. Knicks celebration. Lakers vaguely uneasy. Hoist by their own petard. The bugle of counterattack sounds. Heated argument. The Knicks are special. A decisive blow. Game 7. The big shark bows and comes clean. The last dance of the OK duo. Best versus best. Razor's edge. The terrifying Northern Emperor. Iron elbow clash. Glove torn asunder. Northern Emperor, the epitome of individual heroism. Explosion. 60 points. Tragic hero. T-Max moment. Shaken down and posterized, elbowed and dunked over Shaq. The Northern Emperor moment, 13 points in 35 seconds. Unbelievable 31. Don't let me touch the ball, or else. A switch-handed game winner. Knicks champions. Su Bei youngest, shattered 7 major records. Exhausted. Championship parade. A new king rises. The end. The biggest fish in the trade market. Deranged. Iverson Shaq. One of the craziest trade seasons in NBA history. Avril Lavigne concert. An unexpected devoted fan. Heart shattered into pieces. Recharge properly. Return home to prepare for battle. Yao Ming's patriotism. The Dragon team is formed. Dominate and be dominated. The team that upset the Dream Team. Lock down the perimeter duo. Dominate the paint. Confidence is the peak. First in group. Undefeated into the quarterfinals. Championship level foe. The Olympic Terminator. Team versus duo. The terror of the Dragon Nation's twin stars. The Demon Saber slays the multitude. The Northern Emperor annihilates all. Nationwide frenzy. The Dragon team versus the Dream Team. Fight with all you have. Coordination. Maximize your value in the shortest time. A battle of endurance. The young Yi Jianlian and the desperate Wang Zhizhi. The Northern Emperor takes the nothing grows. A soul-searching question. Can you beat the 4 heavenly kings? Obsession with the gold, toppling the Dream Team. Duncan throws his towel in anger. The perfect answer replicates the answer, a clutch down. Dragon Nation, men's basketball, gold medal. Generous rewards from the Knicks management. Off-season hard work. The Big Apple at 4 in the morning. The OI duo. Utmost domination. Season opener. Dwight Howard, welcome to the NBA. The perfect connection. 1 second fast break, stunning the crowd. The French magician. Consecutive no-look passes. The New York trio. This is why they don't need reinforcements. Each showing their prowess. 8 powerhouse teams. The 2 women quarrel again. Fierce. A 10-game win streak. 3-point rain versus 2-point fire. Elite defense. Threading the needle, Mutombo runs wild. Perhaps. I am a heartbreaker too. The Yao Ming duo. Unstoppable. Dragon Nation's New Year's Eve, Su Bei versus Yao Ming explodes. Wade, I am the 5th best 20 wins in a row. Done with ease. The one-legged fadeaway. DPOY. Soft. On the importance of a superstar. Unbelievable difficulty. The GDP trio overpowering in odd years. Dirty plays and sneaky kicks. Smiling all the while. The fist of destruction. Snapped Bowen's femur. He's dirty, yet he's important. The 7 seconds or less offense. Speed defeats all in the martial world. The perfect connection. Counter every move. The pick and roll works every time. 6 points in 6 seconds. The Su Bei moment. A preview of the Eastern Conference final. A godly start to the game. Kobe has no regrets. Philly is truly happy. Full power Su Bei mode. From triple-double to quadruple-double. Explosion. A quintuple-double achieved. The Northern Emperors. Will to win explodes. 6 points in 6 seconds twice. Fear from the depths of the soul. 2 game winners. 33 wins in a row. The final foe, the complete reward. Kawhi's 3-point shot. Gifts and thanks. Maximum intensity. Welcome to the Palace of Auburn Hill. This isn't basketball, this is a fight. Exhausted. Find him done playing. 7 3-pointers in a single quarter. Exploded for 34 points. The home crowd turns. The Pistons 5. Rage ignites. A suplex and an elbow. Ambushed, but knocked out in return. Taunted to his face. Choked and beaten under the basket. Utterly humiliated. For records. Blocking the team bus after the game. A second chokehold. A thunderous strike takes one down. My fist is iron. 1v5. Annihilating the Pistons 5. Waking up. Ambush. Desecrating the fallen. Detained. 4 women plead for leniency. Shocked and taking it seriously. Time for a change. The Su Bei privilege is born. The wolf is loyal. The Lakers rob the half-man, half-amazing. 4 million for the second round, unprecedented. Endorsement Playboy. Sensual photoshoot. Enchanting thousands of maidens. 8 million votes for all, unparalleled influence. The sophomore trio. True dimensional reduction strike. The three-point contest. A gathering of masters. The flawed is the most beautiful. For women watch. Smith stirs up trouble with a question. Playing around. Fadeaway without a jump. Tomahawk without a dunk. Consecutive logo threes. Exploding the arena. 10 threes and 50 points in the All-Star game. Back-to-back ASG MVP. March Madness. Charging into the playoffs. The New York trio versus the 4 shooting guards of the era. Unleashing talent soaring and diving. Intensifying. J.R. loses his mind. Giving up 2 first-round picks, how can you win? Looking forward to next season. Su Bei 2 sales are booming. The loyal wolf, the heartless madman. When I actually let you score, you're not happy. The Su Bei privilege, an open beating. Teammates trying to hold him back. Honest and unassuming. Regular season in 73 wins and 9 losses. Recreating glory. The scoring title race. The Northern Emperor versus the General. The goddess arrives. Flirting. Who do you dare to flirt with? Knocked down and knelt over, utterly embarrassed. Blushing red. A fight in the very first game. Backing down. The OI duo, the 4 shooting guards run and gun Yaumak. The Northern Emperor's 3-point arrow is the flame of hell. Isolating and destroying. What chance do the 2 games of carnage? The 0-3 platinum generation rises. A 200 start. In that moment of silence, it was deafening. 3 consecutive 20-point wins. Dwyane Wade were already preparing for the next round. Creating suspense. 2 players get diarrhea. Hitting them while they're down. The Wizards explode. The master of mismatches. Keeping the game alive single-handedly. Riding the wind, only General Gilbert Arenas stand tall. The king of swagger descends. Paying homage to the 2 generals. Dinner, a movie, sleep. A hero complex. I like what I like. The king, next question. The king's kryptonite, avoiding a fight isn't shameful, winning is key. Great stats, but the team can't win. Forcing the issue. Passing the buck. The fast break king. A crushing defeat. Paul Pierce, the young king, has met his match. The OI duo is too domineering. The 4 shooting guards lost with honor. Flashy stats, all-around performance team, loses big. First signs appear. The Kobe fans show their true colors. The Great Wall kryptonite, the Suns run and gun. Unstoppable. The king, I will lead my team to win my way. An instinctive pass. Frighteningly steady. Public praise, private whispers. Winning MVP and DPOI back-to-back. Major honors announced. Unlimited switching, forced matchups. Traveling, carrying the ball, airballs. Letting it all fall apart. The king hasn't lost. Yao Ming fights desperately. Kobe Bryant is bloodthirsty. Tracy McGrady's fierce pull-up. Dada exposed. The transformed trio versus the OI duo. 3 unsolvable players versus the perfect connection. Dual first team, a feast of blocks. Thunderous counterattack. Hack-a-shack. The perfect answer versus the answer. Explosion. A step back, 3 over the OI duo to win the game. Good night. Philadelphia 76ers. The stone Buddha falls. No. Steady as a rock. Isolating and destroying. Infinite pick-and-roll punishment. Triangle kill. 3 heroes battle shack. The talent gap, the same move, exploiting weaknesses. Nothing but top 10 plays. The youngster erupts. A clutch shot in a game of hit. The OI connection. Kyle Korver hits 2 threes to seal the game. Steady as the stone Buddha. 30 series lead. Home court buff. Another explosion. A pivotal game. Starting from the logo. The answer, Curry run wild. 26 points in a quarter, 60 points total. Doing the impossible. Good night, okay, wasn't enough. OI isn't either. Steeled resolve. Give it your all. White hot 1 quarter destroys 2 basketball hoops. Lady Luck favors them. When J.R. isn't crazy, he's an all-star every day. The Northern Emperor versus the Stone Buddha. The battle for the title of Best Active Player. Real and fake spins, real and fake Euro steps. This isn't a 3v3 series. Bruce Bowen is dirty. Duncan is steady. Su Bei is unreasonable. The game enters crunch time. Victory belongs to the Northern Emperor. Smooth as flowing water, everyone on point. A team storm. A blowout by the 3rd quarter. No. The trio fights back. Home court buff. Ridiculous shots, all going in. The clutch, steady as a rock. Defying convention. Consecutive long-range threes while driving outward. The Northern Emperor, the first to break outwards. A white-hot battle equals Spurs losing. 11 points in 2 minutes. The clutch Buddha goes offline, desperate times. The FIBA Terminator, the Demon Saber, slays the multitude in desperation. A losing game is a charging game. Su Bei's GDP goes berserk, leaving the Northern Emperor isolated and helpless. Mystical. The Spurs' big three explode for a combined 100 points. At the Tianwang Mountain game, crossing the half-court line is within shooting range. 50 points in 3 quarters. Has he done his best? No, he can do even better. He shakes off the GDP and continues to rain threes. A zone realm. 2 3-pointers from the logo devastating. 14 threes, a mad 70 points. New York's superhero has returned. Game 6 decides life or death. Are the Spurs about to cause trouble? Food poisoning at the hotel. Snakes and centipedes in the locker room. Everyone knows the truth, yet even New is truly frightened. A chorus of curses. Truly a one-man army. Threes falling like rain, one man alone, so what can they do? One man overwhelms a team, shaking defenders, posterizing dunk steals, and chase down blocks. A desperate demon blade. Not enough, not enough. The Spurs defeated. No. The clutch player, all 3 desperate moves explode. Su Bei enters the zone realm. 17 threes plus 74 points, plus a triple-double. Good night. San Antonio. The Knicks are champions again, breaking 3 records. Su Bei back-to-back finals MVP. The NBA draft. Teams begin trading. The Rockets and Lakers form their big threes. Philadelphia is stirring. The Pistons disband. The Cavaliers and Spurs both strengthen. Mutombo becomes the spiritual leader. The Knicks also strengthen. The Su Bei clause. The Supermax contract. Returning home. Anticipation is high, accompanied by 2 beauties. A dimensionality reduction, the top internet celebrity, and the most promising new star. A real-life divine couple enjoying a period of leisure with equal affection. A reward. Preparing for the new season, planning for the future. The NBA stirs things up, a god-tier pickup game of Big 3. Opening game. New York's 3 young masters versus Cleveland's 4 all-stars. Both teams have undergone a qualitative change. An offensive battle. Fierce firepower under perfect lineup chemistry. 60 points in 3 quarters. This is the true strength of the current best player. Flying over the Hornet, posterizing the king. Explosion. 82 points, 18 3-pointers. The opening game seals his legend. Reward intermediate at Sushi Murasakiber strength. Bench pressing 240 kilograms. Karl Malone hastily denies rumors about his iron elbow. No foul play. Francis kneels and retches. The world turned upside down. Continuously bowling over Dwight Howard. Destroying man and rim alike. Master, please command as you wish. The 6 major sacks. Proving he has the strength to besiege the bright peak. The Suns refuse to accept. 7 seconds or less. Being too fast isn't always good. The paper tiger becomes the weak link. The little tyrant rages helplessly. The Suns are out. The Rockets rise. A qualitative change. A fierce battle. This is what a matchup of strong teams should be. One inside, one outside. The twin stars of Dragon Country shine. A pure enjoyment version. The 3 young masters battle the big 3. A negative angle shot and an alley-oop. 2 impossible threes seal the game. A berserk Carmelo Anthony. 10 blocks in a single game. The altitude of Denver makes it a one-way trip. Chauncey Billups goes berserk. Carmelo is broken, the rhythm is off. Your pride. It's just a trivial achievement for others. Carmelo goes berserk again. The army collapses like a landslide. A dark horse emerges. The bad boys of the Pacers. All villains, arrogant, conceited. The tension is skyrocketing. Everyone is not playing by the rules. Then we want either. One punch KOs the Warriors. Saint one punch shatters the Bullies' teeth. Fans are gods. Offending them is a capital offense. A massive melee is about to erupt. The bully Ron Artest, the malice at the palace. The mute girl watches the game. The rock-solid Spurs. Impenetrable. Destined to be a fierce battle. Explosion. The Big Ben. Shattered. Give the ball to Su Bei, only he can resolve the fight. All-limit operations. Tough shot after tough shot. The East's last hope. Philadelphia's small Big 5. An accident. Shocking. The Rasheed Wallace apologizes. Philadelphia is unstoppable. 1. 5 players. Prefers explosive offense over defense. Dwyane Wade, the championship's second-in-command, is not just talk. Boris Diaw, I'm trying hard to catch up, please don't underestimate me. J.R. Smith, tonight, I am Michael Jordan coming off the bench. Those guys are cheating. Good night. Philadelphia. Secured. 36 consecutive wins. The league remains unbothered. Second round 4. 87 million. The extra surprise means 40 consecutive wins. The 3 young masters of Apple City versus the big 3 of Angel City. Extreme offense. Refined within the rough. Another god-tier battle. Again, all unreasonable offense. A sudden change of style. A magnificent dunk contest. The decisive 3 minutes. The Black Mamba couldn't save his team. A world-famous painting. A logo 3-pointer over the Angel City bit. The mute girl confesses. 4 women send gifts vying for favor. The 10 million vote king is born. The NBA president thanks him with flowers in hand. A petition with 10,000 signatures. Participate in the special 3-point contest. The Rockets, the Northern Emperors, 3-point show. The All-Star Game. All are masters of the bright peak. One of Su Bei's iconic scenes, 5 women vying for favor. Allies. The bench goes wild with antics. The West is too strong. The East has a god. A storm of threes. To defend, or not. Threes from everywhere. Giving the world a little shock. Su Bei's influenced the tactical status of the three-pointer rises. Knicks versus Rockets Nets. A fierce battle. Too close to call. Tracy McGrady goes berserk. Defense at max. Rockets championship. A night of celebration in Houston. The regular season ends. Suspense creates anticipation. The Magic's big three. Just paper tigers. A dimensionality reduction attack. A fourth superstar is born. The nerve responds. Exposing the Magic. The six major sects, a total slaughter without suspense. Effortless stroll. The boring 7-series points under the massacre. The buried stars stir restlessly, shaking defenders, posterizing dunks, chase down blocks, face shots. The Magic bounce back. Hope only makes the despair deeper. The three young masters counterattack. Ankle-breaking 2 attacks and 2 players. The Superman trembles, the three young masters dominate. A 40-point sweep. Shocking the league. No surprises. 7 sweeps. The second round feels like the first. Paparazzi leaks. Playboy 2-0. The sweetheart princess panics. The king killer 3 consecutive MVPs, fourth in history. Good chemistry. Slightly rough, slightly soft. If they didn't last until the end, even if they did, they would still. Thrilling, fierce battles in the West. 2 game winners. The hide and seek method, superb chemistry. The Northern Emperor is not alone, the Knicks are all villains. The Q Arena, that's where the Cavaliers win game. Mentality and mysticism. The Western Conference Finals become clearer. The king goes berserk, the king is all around, the king fears offense. The cold-blooded killer Richard Hamilton saves the team. Secure. Su Bei times 6 points in 1.8 seconds. The sweetheart princess ID like to invite you for Allen Iverson, Yao Ming, and Carmelo Anthony all go berserk. The king is truly two-team oriented. Hamilton erupts in fury. Internal strife among the Cavaliers. Stats versus leaders flying over CP3, bowling over the Kings, sweeping to advance. The conference finals, every ticket price doubles. I hope you can do it. If you can defeat us. The rematch. Another iconic moment of the Rasheed Wallace backing down. Respect your opponent. Enjoy the game. A clash of clutch between 5 and 1. A hanging catch block, plus a logo 3-point face shot. The big shark is devastating, the Northern Emperor is divine. God-tier battles in the West. The Queen makes a high-profile confession. A battlefield of vying for favor, tense but not dull. Philadelphia is uneasy. Trying to outclutch equals death. Oi, miracle shot. Su Bei miracle shot max. The outcome of this series begins with winning on the road. No buffs. No difference between home and away. With buffs. X Factor, a young player erupts. A stalemate, the series still hasn't truly begun. Who understands the charm of a double Tianwang Mountain game? The Pink Noise 3rd generation debuts showtime. 4 protect 1A Divine being descends hammering 5. A dominant performance, 68 points, 11 steals, 10 blocks. Su Bei 3rd generation still sold out. Su Bei gravity taking whatever he wants. Everyone contributes. Dynasty morale with the posture of 8 superstars, who can stop them? Philadelphia's small big 5, the last dance. The Northern Emperor, as long as he doesn't get injured, he's 1. The Northern Emperor, as long as he doesn't get injured, he's invincible. 2 Game 7 Dragon Country, Fairy Sister or Mute Girl. Dragon Country's difficult choice. The twin stars of Dragon Country. Each dominates their own path. Dwyane Wade, the dynasty's second-in-command, one of the top 5 shooting guards. No suspense. Crunch time, the 3 young masters versus the 4 all-stars. Life or death moment. Su Bei versus Yao Ming. Consecutive threes, risk and reward coexist. Double encirclement. None of us are fighting alone. The posture of 4 superstars sweeping everything. The big three's chemistry is unmatched. The Rockets take off, winning 2 straight. Does the series only last 6 games? The current best player versus the best center in the West. 47 points in 3 quarters versus the entire Rockets team goes berserk. A counter-trend surge, 30 points in a single quarter, 77 points overall, shooting down the Rockets. Tianwang Mountain, the trembling Rockets. Tragic cold shooting hand, and another accident occurs. Erupting from despair. A string of beautiful assists activating the whole team. A different kind of desire for victory. Achieved 20 assists, the Knicks are all soldiers. Flash and the French magician. Secured. Reward Hornet passing. The injury situation is not optimistic, but the Knicks are full of confidence. The Hornet shows off. Consecutive Naluk passes. Underestimating them. No, they are unstoppable. Weak on offense, but blossoming everywhere. A near quadruple double by halftime. Are you scared or what? Terrifying. A near quintuple double in the achieved. Su Bei explodes. No, his teammates go wild. The Knicks are champions. The New York dynasty is established. Unbelief. The debate erupted into fury. The sniper began. The new Big Four emerged. The counterattack of the 0-3 Platinum generation. 5-star Philadelphia, 5-star San Antonio. Decision 1, I will take my talents to Orlando. The traitor burning and cursing. The endorsement of an all-around upgrade. The Playboy's deep vacation. New season 8 pillars hold the sky, one cauldron bears the crown. Opening game, the deathmatch of the 0-3 Platinum generation. A small test of strength, visible growth. Pocket behind the back elbow pass. We don't need a point guard. The game was already over before they even tried. A shrimp and a bunch of rotten fish. The sword's intent points to a 4th consecutive championship. The team of number 1 picks, or the high-flying team. The 9-ball queen, it's no longer pure. Focus equals invincibility. Carmelo Max. The perfect lineup, or the perfect 3 youngsters. The all-powerful New York Kings. You only have a reasonable lineup. We are truly powerful. Even among the 8 pillars there are differences. The king was overconfident, coveting the flash. High EQ, believe in your teammates. The Warcraft went berserk. The rebound monster was restless and irritable. The counterattack of the team of the Northern Emperor and the Flash. Pure individual ability. From 1 to 5, annihilate them one by one. The king, it's just basketball. Casually 20 consecutive wins. 5-star Philadelphia. Flourishing both inside and out. Individual excellence versus team balance. The knockoff OI duo versus the 4 Guardians. Remnants of a bygone era. The 8 pillars clash. A moment of life and death. The times 1, 8, 1, 4. The Flash will defend you, harvest. Commanding the wind and rain, shaking the answer, overpowering the shark. Christmas Eve, lies and joy. The Christmas game. Also the Dragon Country's Spring Festival. So-called chemistry. Nuggets Max. The demeanor of a powerhouse. A clash of titans. The Flash versus T-Mac. The excited fat man. The French magician steps onto the court. A moment of life and death. Explosions inside and out. The Northern Emperor is absolute. Normal 30 consecutive wins. Insanity 40 wins. 8 million votes in 3 rounds. An ordinary matchup. On the eve of the All-Star game, a 58-point massacre. Continue to witness history. The 12 million vote getter for a 4th consecutive All-Star captain. The Diva and the Fairy Sister. This is how the All-Star weekend should be spent. The main event. Consecutive elbow passes. The Northern Emperor, he's enjoying the game. Getting serious. Getting serious only makes you lose worse. A slight effort, a 50-point triple-double. The king, I delivered multiple critical passes. The 5-star Spurs, the odd-year rampage. Truly strong, but not enough. Proof the low-spec team overthrows the superior. Things are different now, the champion dynasty, all elites. Uncle Bao gets angry, a violent retaliation. The Su Bei rule, this punch can't be blocked. The 4-star Lakers, the last hope of the 8 pillars. The Black Mamba elevates the game's intensity to infinity. A showcase, the son of the wind and the king bee. An explosive duel between the top 5 shooting guards. The iron-blooded Wolf King brutally dominates the French magician. The bloodthirsty Mamba, the 4-star Lakers are coming to take the game. When the Northern Emperor goes on an expedition, not even grass grows. Sometimes it can be a one-man game. Insanity, a god descending to earth, smashing 4 with 1 hammer. Dropping 80 points right over Kobe, creating an insurmountable gap in history, 50 consecutive wins. Waiting quietly for the playoffs. No, it's the scoring duel between the Northern Emperor and the Black Mamba. 8 sweeps, the second round was destined from the start. The real contest begins. Another season sweep for the Northern Emperor. Even among the 8 powerhouse teams there are gaps. Slaughtering the Kings, the Orlando fans were stunned. Massacre and tension, something seemed wrong. Was the team of number 1 picks too weak? Were the New York 3 youngsters too strong? Adjustments and the Kings' little schemes. Losing inexplicably. A subtle jab at the management. Extreme contrast, 3 game winners. Dada, the terrifying thought of needing someone to share the burden. G3, the team of number 1 picks fights to the death. Sweeping the 8 pillars, shocking the league. 3 game 7s. Have the Knicks secured a 4th consecutive championship? 5-star Philadelphia steps up to the challenge. The growth of the snorting and humming generals. The roaring tyrant endures his frustration. Using basketball's way, explosive penetration. The OI duo goes berserk. The 10 consecutive points is even more blazing. 5-star is strong, but your Northern Emperor is infinitely arrogant. The odd year is unsolvable, but the Black Mamba forces a solution. Poster dunks, and more poster dunks. The breakthrough point trembling all over gnashing teeth. Flying Pig, 5-star's strongest year. The answer useless. The shark left isolated and helpless. Provocation, missing the Black Mamba. The Stone Buddha taking whatever he wants, doing whatever he pleases. Provocation, missing the big shark. Endless double teams, the Flash leads the team. Suppression, finding the root of everything. To succeed you must first go mad. 25 points, 5 steals, 5 blocks in a single quarter. What's the value? Insanity. Exploding for a 60-point triple-double with steals and blocks. Even a god would find it hard. The Knicks' 4th consecutive championship is getting closer. The king doubting life and getting slapped in the face. ECF G5, the toughest battle. The answer's reverse thinking. Explosion, 8 god-level final dance. Double 60. A super god-level battle. A glorious defeat. The finals opponent is fulfilling the promise. A clash of titans. Who is the breakthrough point? The bench bandits are too valuable. The New York dynasty finally gains full recognition. Wade and Kobe going head-to-head means overwhelming, single-handedly dominating the Wolf King and the half-man, half-god. The son of the wind's final revitalization. 2 ultra-long logo 3's the final nail in the coffin. Heretical yoga. The Wolf King's desperate struggle. The half-man, half-god's final dance. The son of the wind's allure nothing gamble. The Black Mamba fights until his last breath. The New York dynasty no weaknesses at home. The Zen master's chicken soup for the soul. The city of angels turns into a demon's abyss. The heart of a champion. The Mamba mentality. A crucial victory. Kobe, this is a team win. Pressing the advantage. Seizing the momentum. The Lakers are on fire. Game 5 of the finals. No. The counterattack of the 2 finals MVPs. 10-20-30. A rocket-like rampage. The Northern Emperor goes insane, another 70-point game in the finals. Kobe, I didn't play well. Is all hope lost? The final dance. An explosive duel from both sides. But the Knicks control the tempo. A broken string can no longer play beautiful music. 4th consecutive championship. 8 pillars hold the sky. 1 cauldron bears the crown. Acquired Emperor's Eye basic. Su Bei 4th generation, still an instant kill. The draft. Little do Kevin Durant has arrived. The trade market. LeBron the decision too. Explosion. 4 kings compete for the cauldron. The contract extension. Storm salary cap explosion. No, Dolan is foolishly rich and truly generous. Disaster. Both young stars are out for the season. Opening game. Super single core facing heavy doubts. A god-level duel of the 0-3 platinum generation. Everyone contributes versus the ultimate liability. Truly standing alone. Single quarter 10 3-pointers 40 points. The value of the greatest of all time. The king kneels. A super blunder 7 points in 5 seconds. Game winner, counter game winner, and ultimate game winner. The Su Bei moment 10 points in 10 seconds. Dragon Slayer exploding for 90 points. 5 records. Casually another 64-point game. 60 points in 3 quarters, and you say Su Bei is stat padding. The New York Times. The Northern Emperor only scores 50. The craziest player of the week in history. 66 points, 13 3-pointers. The healthy Emperor, a brutal beating. Gaining a little fanboy. The rookie's paint has become an Aliocaniat buffet. Little do Kevin Durant, a warrior charging for love. The Emperor's Eye unable to move an inch. Punishment or reward. Shower water. Rookie, welcome to the NBA. The dominance of the 4 kings, a tear-shattering gap. The 5-star Philadelphia issues a challenge. Single core annihilating the roaring tyrant, can't hold it in anymore. The wolf shedding its sheep's sneak attack. Tough finish. Counterattack. Heart-stopping. Furious to the point of vomiting blood. Time is also running out for the answer. The answer is injured. The 5-star Philadelphia disbands. The 5-star San Antonio also needs to rebuild. The Christmas game. A duel of the 4 kings, a finals rematch. Kids magic touch. Full team offense. The East is very bright. The West is even brighter. The 4 guardians become the key. A white-hot intense battle. McGrady and Dirk duel big hearts. Su Bei and Wade duel big hearts. The X-Factor Chandler and Yao Ming. The fadeaway and the Euro step. An unstoppable pull-up jumper. The subconscious won't allow a score. The instinct defends. Infinite Matryoshka. The Su Bei moment, part 1. Infinite Matryoshka. The Su Bei moment, part. An alley-oop, 3-point game winner, a perfect curtain call. Explosive popularity surge, a 13 million vote all-star captain. The value of 60 points in 25 minutes. 100 points in a single game is too difficult. First encounter. Both sides have injuries. The second matchup at the end of the season. The Northern Emperor Allen. To imitate, you must go mad first. Answering every challenge, playing 1 against 5 from the start. The 5-star Lakers calm and overflowing with talent.